Alpha male in the fishing circle versus the aloof older alpha. Absurd. How could an alpha billionaire with a zero compatibility rate be married for 3 years? The two are better off never having met, as their disdain for each other is palpable, both believing themselves to be more handsome than the other alpha. Most significantly, both suffer from grave afflictions. At 34, Yuesheng, a commanding presence in the business world with a deep voice, grapples with skin hunger. 5 years his junior, Jiang Xingchen, rebellious and free-spirited, contends with pheromone disorder. The fortune teller foretold that if they part, they shall live in solitude. If they unite, they may turn misfortune into fortune. Essentially, one is ill and the other is the remedy. Chapter 1. Infatuation. Both aces, both afflicted, welcome. 3 years without intimacy. Mr. Liu, how are you faring in that regard? Yuesheng leaned against the railing of the villa terrace, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers. Clad in an impeccably tailored shirt, his long legs and strikingly handsome features exuded an aura of restrained allure. More worried about you crying from defeat. He loosened 2 buttons at his collar, revealing the faint blue veins of his alabaster neck, a subtle fragrance of eucalyptus pheromones wafting through the air. Dare to take off your pants? Jiang Xingchen raised his gaze, his eyes as dark as ink, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Before he finished speaking, his long fingers had already grasped his belt, the metallic clasp clicking softly as his trousers loosened. Yuesheng did not light the cigarette. Instead, he pressed the tip against his tongue, his expression impassive as he observed. Yet, a closer look would reveal the extreme restraint lurking within his gaze. Jiang Xingchen stepped forward, his black casual pants sliding down to his hips, revealing a taut waistline and elegantly contoured hips, a bold little thing, brash and candid. Brother Liu. His warm breath brushed against Yuesheng's face as he tugged at the waistband. Yuesheng swallowed hard, suddenly offering a cigarette. Jiang Xingchen instinctively parted his lips to take the cigarette's end, their noses nearly touching, their hair brushing against their heated skin. A lighter ignited a blue flame, illuminating the sharpness in their eyes. You're 5 years younger than I. Yuesheng's voice was low and husky, akin to a bass by custom. You should light my cigarette. Too much bass can lead to unexpected desires. Jiang Xingchen did not contest his off-topic reply, but leaned in closer, his lips pressing against the cigarette's tip as he inhaled deeply. Next time, I'll do it. Fine, if you choose not to respond, however. You've already looked. Isn't it only fair to pay a little? White smoke billowed from his lips, drifting directly onto Yuesheng's face, carrying a hint of cotton flower fragrance. Yuesheng retrieved his phone from his suit pocket, the screen illuminating his stern profile as he tapped with an air of superiority. Name your price. You have my ID. Jiang Xingchen's reflexes were quick, snatching the phone away. He had been blacklisted by this man 3 years prior. Forgot to delete it. Yuesheng leaned casually against the balcony. Oh, Jiang Xingchen toyed with the phone, extinguishing the cigarette in a nearby ashtray. Help me put my pants back on, and I'll consider signing. Thank you, Brother Liu. Their eyes met, neither forgetting that their marriage had always been a farce. Yuesheng and Jiang Xingchen, heirs to 2 great families, affluent second-generation elites, possessing wealth and looks, surrounded by eager omegas and betas. More crucially, both are S-class alphas. Natural competitors, they clash upon meeting, finding each other insufferable, both narcissistically convinced of their superior looks. Yet, their parents could not help but find the other appealing. To it is said one is ill, the other the cured. In truth, both are gravely afflicted. Yuesheng suffers from skin hunger. Doctors say he cannot live without intimate contact, akin to an addiction. Jiang Xingchen, on the other hand, battles pheromone disorder, requiring frequent hospital visits to suppress his volatile pheromones, akin to a compulsive desire. The families of Jiang and Liu conspired together. Isn't this what they call a match made in heaven? Hold on, let's not jump to conclusions. The Jiang and Liu families hired a premier fortune teller from the realm of yin and yang. The master calculated and revealed that their destinies are intertwined with isolation. If they part, they shall live in solitude. If they unite, they may turn misfortune into fortune, lacking offspring, yet possessing great fortune. Both sets of parents seized upon this point. What? No offspring. The master stroked his beard in affirmation. Indeed, no heirs. Exchanging glances, the Jiang and Lu families discreetly agreed to give them 3 years to adjust. If it fails, they would part ways and seek omegas to bear children. Little did they know, these two alphas neither sleep nor hold hands. The one with skin hunger says, "Don't touch me." The one with pheromone disorder retorts, "Stay away. If I can't resist you, it will end badly." One went to Silicon Valley, chasing uncertain high-tech dreams, while the other retreated to the Himalayas seeking some elusive enlightenment. Both families. Even plastic seems more electrifying than these two. And so, the days passed one after another. Now, as the 3-year deadline arrives, the divorce agreement lies before them. Jiang Xingchen stands still, allowing Yuesheng to bend down and pull up his trousers. Cool fingers graze the skin at the waist, marking the first time Yuesheng touched Jiang Xingchen. Though the area of contact was no larger than a grain of rice, it sparked an electric sensation. He took a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the skin as if he had touched refuse, akin to someone with obsessive cleanliness. "Can I sign now?" Jiang Xingchen glanced down at the reddened skin on the back of his hand, scoffing. "The buttons won't even fasten. You're lacking." Yuesheng followed the line of his bony fingers. How did that mischievous button come undone again? He had tightened it just moments before. "What do you mean, you don't want a divorce?" Yuesheng articulated Jiang Xingchen's thoughts with precision. Indeed, it was more than merely not wanting it. Unrequited love is a meticulous deception. Jiang Xingchen could never forget the moment he first felt his heart stir for Yuesheng. The man, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, stood at the center of the banquet hall, his cold and sharp features illuminated by the lights, even the arch of his eyebrows radiating. An infuriating handsomeness that was then that he was completely unguarded, feeling for a fleeting moment that another alpha was more handsome than himself. Not only was this thought absurd, but the desire surged forth uncontrollably in a desperate attempt to extinguish this flame. He turned and fled to climb the Himalayas. Upon reaching the summit, he removed the oxygen tank, the biting wind and snow filling his lungs. Yet as he gazed at the towering Himalayas, he saw only Yuesheng's cold and handsome visage. Enchanted, could it be that an alpha could fall for another alpha at first sight? Impossible. It must be mere infatuation. Thus, Jiang Xingchen sought refuge in a life of asceticism, aiming for simplicity and detachment. Now, reunited with Yuesheng after a long separation, gazing at the man whose charm has only matured since 3 years ago, it turns out, once again, infatuation takes hold. 3 years of spiritual cultivation resulted in nothing but solitude. Jiang Xingchen. The fortune teller said my divorce this year would affect my fortune. And so, Yuesheng's fingertips rubbed the cigarette case with intensity, as if trying to erase something. Next year, we'll have to see. Jiang Xingchen's skin, marked by distinct lines, appeared to glisten with a thin layer of sweat under the moonlight, exuding an alluring sheen. "If we don't divorce, what benefits do I gain?" Yuesheng asked coldly. Jiang Xing's lips stirred slightly, her gaze sliding over Yuesheng's tailored trousers, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous intent. "Brother, do you enjoy car intimacy?" Chapter 2. A borrowed kiss with that little sports car of yours. It cannot withstand my whims. Yuesheng's cold gaze traversed the terrace railing, casting a sideways glance at the parking lot beneath the villa. The vibrant yellow Lamborghini stood defiantly amidst a cluster of understated black sedans. The car, much like its owner, was ostentatious and flamboyant. Jiang Xingchen, through the intensity of his stare, conveyed a sentiment. "Your vehicle, in my eyes, is merely a superficial plaything, possessing only an alluring exterior but lacking substance, much like its owner." Yet, in a realm unseen by Jiang Xingchen, Yuesheng's eyes subtly flickered with the grace of a poised and frigid predator. Jiang Xingchen was indeed striking, with cheekbones sharp as blades, a hint of mischief at the corners of his dark, penetrating eyes, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips that, when pressed together, exuded a rebellious sharpness, now slightly parted, releasing the intoxicating scent of silk cotton flowers with every breath. He possessed the robust frame of an alpha, yet adorned a captivating visage that caught Yuesheng's discerning eye. "Does the esteemed Lu look down upon my vehicle?" Jiang Xingchen nearly leaned into Lu Yuesheng's space, his warm breath brushing against the other's ear. Besides looks, I possess no other merits. The expected retort, delivered with an alluring chill, was undeniably captivating. Yet he was not merely handsome. Jiang Xingchen's fingertips glided down the lapel of Lu Yuesheng's suit, pausing at a loosely fastened button, which he delicately pinched. When on the highway, you remain composed, don't you? The button slipped free, the wind stirred. But it was fear of danger that kept you at bay, was it not? Denying him the opportunity for acknowledgement or refusal. Jiang Xingchen seized a glass of whiskey nearby. Come, Brother Lu, let's share a toast. The tousled strands of his hair danced lightly in the breeze, grazing Lu Yuesheng's jaw. This mere brush of hair, devoid of any skin contact, sparked a hidden sensation within Lu Yuesheng, causing a subtle ache in his throat and a sudden dryness in his mouth. It seemed he was in need of a cigarette. I do not drink. Lu Yuesheng, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, took a half-step back, widening the space between them. He pressed a cigarette box against the terrace tiles, slowly extracting a cigarette. Jiang Xingchen tilted his head, leisurely sipping his drink while continuing to scrutinize his partner. His gaze fixated on Lu Yuesheng's hand, elegantly holding the cigarette. The two fingers long and straight, exuding a tantalizing air of restraint. I suddenly find you somewhat attractive, Jiang Xingchen mused. More attractive than you? Lu Yuesheng countered with an unflinching calmness. Not all. How refreshingly honest. Jiang Xingchen thought to himself that this austere yet handsome man must be quite entertaining. Surely, no one would deter an alpha from indulging in handsome men. A whimsical pursuit indeed. Brother, Jiang Xingchen suddenly extended his long-fingered hand, deliberately allowing the tips of his skin to graze Lu Yuesheng's. The touch ignited a longing, sending an electric thrill through Lu Yuesheng's nerves. The suppressed desires of years past stirred restlessly within him, causing him to unconsciously loosen his grip, allowing the cigarette to slip through his fingers. Only be deftly caught by Jiang Xingchen. I owe you a cigarette. As their skin briefly touched, Jiang Xingchen intentionally brushed his fingertip against Lu Yuesheng's palm. The cunning fox thrives best as long as it does not encounter a cold-blooded hunter. Should it do so, the fate of either remains uncertain. Lu Yuesheng paid no heed to the smoke, lightly tapping the cigarette case to draw out another stick. The two strangers stood in close proximity, their gazes interlocked, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity, resembling a true couple who had shared countless moments together. Their breaths sinking in unison. The night breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, caressed their exposed collarbones in succession, engaging in a silent flirtation. The wind, inherently gentle, was ensnared by the potent alpha pheromones of the kapok and eucalyptus, colliding and entwining madly within the confined space. Neither was willing to relent, their fierce demeanor akin to two adversaries intent on vanquishing one another, one appearing naive, the other seemingly dull. The wind found itself cornered, spiraling helplessly between them. Is a mere brush against me too much for you to bear? Jiang Xingchen retorted with a playful arch of his brow, hoping to elicit more biting words from his counterpart. Lu Yuesheng produced a lighter, the soft click igniting a cerulean flame once more. Touch me less, he replied, his tone melodious, yet insufficient to deter Jiang Xingchen, who was far from being a compliant child. Before Lu Yuesheng could bring the cigarette closer, Jiang Xingchen leaned in first, his delicate lips encircling the cigarette tip, drawing near to the flickering flame. Their proximity intensified, breaths intertwining. Are you afraid? Jiang Xingchen tilted his head, his warm breath brushing against Lu Yuesheng's nose, reminiscent of a prelude to intimacy. Fear not. I merely seek a flame for my brother, a kiss to borrow fire, and a touch closer would transform it into a passionate embrace. Had Jiang Xingchen scrutinized the expression on the man before him at that moment, he would have discerned not only the seemingly naive and bewildered emotions on the surface, but also the predatory gaze of a hunter fixated on its prey. Beneath lay a depth of danger intertwined with desire, concealed within an unseen abyss, visible only to those brave enough to confront the monstrous truths hidden within. Of course, Jiang Xingchen remained oblivious, his playful spirit leading him astray. In his eyes, Yuesheng remained unperturbed, his heart racing, lips slightly parted. Sign here. Let us not squander time. That gaze was lethal, exuding an undeniable pressure, unmistakably revealing him as an S-class alpha. As another top-tier alpha, Jiang Xingchen should have instinctively recoiled from his kind. Yet, his own prolonged affliction rendered him unable to adhere to convention. How can this be considered wasting time? Jiang Xingchen inhaled the smoke, languidly leaning against the balcony. Tilting his chin to exhale smoke rings, his prominent atoms accentuating his allure. Marrying me is the greatest respect for time. Yuesheng's gaze fell upon Jiang Xingchen's face, silent and inscrutable. Isn't it delightful that we have reveled in freedom for these 3 years? Yuesheng refrained from lighting his cigarette, allowing Jiang Xingchen's smoke rings to waft into his lungs, igniting a flutter within his chest. You revel. I do not. Jiang Xingchen's eyes sparkled with mischief. Come, revel with me. Yuesheng, his muscular form embodying discipline, appeared to belong to an entirely different realm from Jiang Xingchen. He spoke with an air of noble indifference. I have no need. It sounded rather lackluster. Jiang Xingchen exhaled a puff of smoke, finding it amusing. However, if I wish to play tricks on you, you must accompany me for it to be entertaining. Yuesheng suddenly retorted, Oh, why didn't you play 3 years ago? This narrative is quite exhilarating. I hope everyone enjoys it thoroughly. A mutual pursuit, where every plot unfolds as one willingly endures while the other willingly strikes. Chapter 3. Come a bit closer. Do you wish for me to play? Jiang Xingchen resembled a somewhat radiant rogue, seizing every opportunity. No, Yuesheng remained indifferent. Don't be so stubborn, Jiang Xingchen teased, his narrow eyes glinting with boldness. Yuesheng appeared increasingly disinterested in his company, merely engrossed in his smoking. Why the silence? Jiang Xingchen inquired, curiosity etched on his face. After a moment, Yuesheng coldly remarked, A belated affection is worth less than grass. There seemed to be a hint of insincerity in his tone. Jiang Xingchen contemplated, elongating his final syllable deliberately. Yuesheng seemed to find the prolonged tone rather bothersome, thus indulging him momentarily. Beyond his stubbornness, Jiang Xingchen quipped, Brother, is there any other part of you that is firm? This time, Yuesheng was genuinely speechless. Jiang Xingchen then attempted to coax him, Brother, let me light your cigarette. Yet Yuesheng clutched his lighter tightly, evidently unwilling to part with it. It's just a lighter. Who doesn't have one? Jiang Xingchen leisurely retrieved his silver lighter, its metallic body adorned with a playful, rotund little fox. Come a bit closer. Why stand so far away? The spark ignited. Fearing the flame might be extinguished by the wind, Jiang Xingchen cupped it in his warm palm, bringing it closer to Yuesheng's cigarette end, ambiguously asking, Brother, did I upset you 3 years ago? The flame danced along Yuesheng's tobacco, captivating Jiang Xingchen, whose tongue felt parched, imagining the possibility of savoring an ice block. A cerebral climax, the craving surged. Jiang Xingchen's breath brushed against Yuesheng's cheek, yearning to kiss his lips, while also desiring his kiss in return. The two were almost within touching distance. I forgot. The smoke obscured the emotions swirling in Yuesheng's eyes, his tone flat. That is unlikely. I wish to forget, yet I cannot. It's all this little rascal's fault for being so conspicuous. 3 years prior, at a predetermined matchmaking gathering, Yuesheng waited for him in a private booth of the banquet hall. Jiang Xingchen donned a black hoodie, the hood covering his head, revealing only a sliver of his pale jawline. He walked without much decorum, lightly bumping his shoulder against the door frame as he entered, unconcerned, casually lifting his gaze. It was this very moment that his hood slipped, unveiling an excessively captivating face. His eyes, slightly drooping, bore a hint of languor, yet they sparkled with an astonishing brightness. Hello, I am Jiang Xingchen. His voice, still tinged with the rasp of sleep, lacked excessive pleasantries as he directly seated himself on Yuesheng's sofa. He was, after all, an alpha, a particularly charming one, with his likability etched upon his visage. Yuesheng's long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyelids, concealing the fleeting strangeness within his gaze, unwilling to ponder why his parents orchestrated such an affair. After all, it is inevitable for the elderly to sometimes lose their way. The stars twinkle brilliantly, a name that suits you perfectly. Apologies, it is the antonym of chun, which means to sink, and Yuesheng, which means to rise. Jiang Xingchen pulled a silver lighter from his pocket, his fingertips caressing the little fox engraved on its body. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the private room, two opposing pheromones clashing in the air. An alpha meeting another alpha is in natural opposition. Even pretense feels superfluous. Jiang Xingchen, however, sensed no discord in the atmosphere. His gaze remained tenderly fixed on the lighter, as if he preferred an alliance with the fox rather than with him. Yuesheng averted his gaze, his eucalyptus pheromones tightening slightly. Knowing it is an antonym, he should be aware that this union is merely an arrangement by their elders. Coincidentally, Jiang Xingchen flicked the lighter with his fingertip, igniting a spark before quickly releasing it. I never took it seriously anyway, though they sat on the same sofa. They were separated by 3 cushions, as if an invisible chasm lay between them, neither willing to take the first step. They had expressed their stances, yet time remained abundant, as their elders required them to converse for a full hour. Thus, they began to engage in earnest nonsense. After an extended period, they had yet to arrive at any meaningful discourse. The conversation was devoid of synergy. The two alphas were simply not on the same wavelength. Jiang Xingchen offered perfunctory remarks on Yuesheng's discussions of business, technology, and policy. Conversely, Yuesheng found little interest in Jiang Xingchen's musings about the possibility of cultivating roses in the vast northwest desert, or whether ancient tombs might conceal eternally preserved rice dumplings. If Jiang Xingchen was like the wind, then Yuesheng was an immovable mountain. One was free-spirited, brimming with whimsical ideas, unbound by constraints, a quintessential E-type. The other was composed and restrained, adhering to rules and logic, with thoughts hidden beneath a calm facade. The wind sweeps across the mountains, leaving no trace behind. They exchanged words in a disjointed manner, their conversation failing to align. As the 60-minute mark approached, they rose almost simultaneously, tacitly choosing to depart in opposite directions, not even exchanging a perfunctory farewell. However, only Jiang Xingchen knew that during that hour of forced calm on the sofa, his heart had raced erratically several times. Only Yuesheng understood that the long-suppressed yearning for touch surged back that very night. That night, Yuesheng tossed and turned, wrinkling the sheets into countless creases, his breathing becoming heavier, his mind consumed by thoughts of Jiang Xingchen. 5 hours later, Yuesheng blocked Jiang Xingchen. At that moment, Jiang Xingchen had just disembarked from a plane, his feet touching the runway of Aloof Airport at an altitude of 4,250 meters, the thin air invigorating him. He pulled out his phone and, in a moment of impulsive excitement, typed a message to the contact named Ice Cube. "Want to go hiking? Are you in?" As soon as he sent the message, he was met with a glaring red exclamation mark and the cold notification from the system. Message sent, but refused by the recipient. A normal person might have been disheartened at this point. Yet Jiang Xingchen suddenly chuckled, stirred by this unexpected turn of events, and found himself intrigued. As a top-tier alpha, he was inherently a ruler, adored and coddled by countless individuals, all willing to submit to him. Jiang Xingchen is unwell, yet he stubbornly refuses to adhere to conventional norms. The disorder of pheromones is merely a surface ailment. The true affliction runs much deeper. The indifference exhibited by a certain individual is merely a facade. The colder the demeanor, the stronger the resistance. Thus, when provoked to the brink, it becomes the moment of pursuit. Patience is key, for one must cast a long line to catch a big fish, and the ultimate pleasure lies in rendering him utterly unable to resist. His childhood friend, Yuesheng, who accompanied him on a mountain trek, turned to him and inquired, "What are you contemplating?" With a countenance brimming with youthful exuberance. Yuesheng's cheeks were slightly flushed, and his speech was somewhat breathless. "You're not suffering from altitude sickness, are you, darling?" Beside him, Zhou supportively held his waist, gently patting his back. As the two of them reveled in their intimacy, oblivious to their surroundings. Jiang Xingchen gazed into the distance at the snow-capped mountains shrouded in mist, smiling as he mused about his crush. When his thoughts returned, the hunter and the hunted locked eyes. Jiang Xingchen regarded Yuesheng's frosty visage and resolved to devise a strategy to thaw him. He must find a way to melt that icy exterior. Chapter 4. A kiss of ice. Yuesheng is akin to a colossal iceberg, one that can only be melted when held in one's mouth. How unfortunate that he seems to have forgotten. Jiang Xingchen paused, then continued in a suggestive tone. I recall our first encounter vividly. Yuesheng coolly seized upon the phrase. First encounter? What a rogue, speaking so audaciously, yet no one could admonish him. The only sound accompanying the gentle night breeze brushing against his hair was Jiang Xingchen's languid voice. You remarked that my eyes shine as brilliantly as the stars above. Such fanciful nonsense. Lies in this world are not difficult to discern. What is perplexing is the intermingling of truth and falsehood, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, ensnaring one in deceitful words. Yuesheng seemed to tacitly accept this, inhaling from his cigarette, the wisps of smoke curling slowly from his lips. His gaze remained fixed upon the drifting smoke ring, while his ears attentively absorbed Jiang Xingchen's words. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xingchen, Yuesheng diligently noted every word spoken, every expression, every detail becoming part of the enchanting tapestry of the night. Jiang Xingchen continued, I still remember, you gazed at me for a full 33 seconds. How do you know it was 33 seconds? Yuesheng queried. Because I counted my heartbeats. Yuesheng's gaze lingered on the distant nightscape, lost in thought. Jiang Xingchen surmised that perhaps his heart skipped a beat. He turned to the balcony table, glancing down at the finalized divorce agreement on the left. The name Yuesheng inscribed with precise strokes, stark and imposing, a reflection of his nature. Cold, restrained, yet undeniably bold. There appeared to be an issue with this divorce agreement. Leaning against the balcony, Yuesheng rarely indulged in a lengthy discourse. It does not involve property disputes, nor the division of custody. It is a straightforward agreement. What could possibly be amiss? The font was unappealing. Lengthy paragraphs detracted from the reading experience. Could one not use line breaks? Jiang Xingchen picked up the glass of whiskey with ice beside him, tilting it back to take a sip, the liquid cascading carelessly down his throat. The parties have been living apart since XXXX year XX month. During this period, they have not fulfilled their marital obligations, and the couple's relationship is irreparably damaged, with no possibility of reconciliation. Isn't this absurd? Jiang Xingchen abruptly turned to Yuesheng, who was indeed gazing back at him. Their gazes locked. Yuesheng remained calm and indifferent. After 3 years of separation, it was indeed so. Brother Lu, he remarked, the crux of this matter does not lie here. It is the fracture of our emotions. Yuesheng retorted, are we not sufficiently fractured? Without feelings, how can it be a rupture? Moreover, what do you mean by failing to fulfill our obligations as partners? I could very well conduct our affairs in a businesslike manner. Jiang Xingchen fixed his gaze on him, devoid of interest. Just as Yuesheng intended to avert his eyes, Jiang Xingchen preemptively withdrew his gaze, picking up the divorce agreement on his right. I will mark the issues and send it back. The cigarette but extinguished in the ashtray, its embers fading. Is this not permissible to mark? Jiang Xingchen smiled. It is not. With his back to Yuesheng, Jiang Xingchen's fingers caressed the name Yuesheng inscribed on the left divorce agreement. The sensation of his fingertips grazing the ink felt as if he were truly touching that individual. This illicit thrill brought him a sense of involuntary delight. Are you feeling warm? Yuesheng observed as he chewed on ice. Warm, Jiang Xingchen replied, the ice clinking against the whiskey as he consumed another cube. Finish your drink and depart. I shall not see you off. Yuesheng turned to leave, as he had never been one for idle chatter and was rather stingy with farewells. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when gentle footsteps followed behind him. He halted, turning back, yet the word what caught in his throat as a chilling sensation abruptly pressed against his Adam's apple. Their breaths intertwined. Yuesheng froze, and upon glancing down, he found himself ensnared by Jiang Xingchen's glistening eyes. He held a square ice cube between his lips, his thin mouth slightly parted. the cold edges pressing firmly against Lu Yuesheng's prominent Adam's apple, his tongue teasing the icy surface as his moist lips descended upon him. It was indeed a kiss imbued with ice. The frigid essence seeped into his skin, colliding with Lu Yuesheng's heated body, instantly igniting a cascade of goosebumps. The intertwining currents of warmth and cold surged up his spine, flooding his limbs with electric sensations. Brother, Jiang Xingchen's lips, slightly cool, repeatedly grazed and nibbled at his Adam's apple, occasionally allowing melted ice water to trickle over, leaving a trail of damp kisses. Lu Yuesheng's scorching skin soon dissolved the ice into tiny droplets, which cascaded down his neck, slipping into his shirt collar. Yet Jiang Xingchen seemed unsatisfied, enveloping Lu Yuesheng's Adam's apple entirely with his lips, giving it a gentle bite, his voice muffled yet fervent. "You are so warm." At that moment, the butler entered with a cup of warm milk, just in time to witness the scene, nearly spilling the contents in surprise. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Xingchen languidly turned his head, his lips still adorned with ice shards. "Uncle Lu, you are still awake?" Uncle Lu, also an alpha, found himself ensnared by the dense, ambiguous pheromones in the air, feeling a tingle throughout his body. Retreating slightly, "I apologize for the interruption. Please continue." "Continue what?" Jiang Xingchen mused, savoring the ice that had brushed against Lu Yuesheng's skin, relishing the lingering hint of eucalyptus, sweet and fragrant. "Continue kissing," Uncle Lu replied. Steeling himself, Lu Yuesheng reached out to push Jiang Xingchen away. "Uncle Lu, you are mistaken." Uncle Lu muttered, lips to throat, "My eyesight is quite keen." "Young master, you appear to be enjoying yourself." Jiang Xingchen, "I cannot drive after drinking, so I'll leave the car in your parking lot." "May I retrieve it tomorrow morning?" "But how will you return?" "I'll walk back," Jiang Xingchen replied nonchalantly. "Your home is 18 kilometers away. You're going to walk back?" Has he lost his mind? It's utterly absurd. What else can I do? Jiang Xingchen tilted his head deliberately, his eyes slightly reddened, feigning confusion. "Will you drive me?" Yuesheng instinctively wanted to refuse, but just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xingchen continued to tread on his sensitive area. "Or do you wish to engage in our routine business?" "I would rather not." Jiang Xingchen unabashedly continued his frivolous banter. "If you are to drive me, you cannot take my car." Yuesheng, which car would you prefer?" Jiang Xingchen, with a smile, fixed his gaze on Yuesheng, a vehicle that can withstand some jolting. Lu Shu gasped in shock. A fierce wife, a tree blooming anew. Yuesheng instructed Lu Shu, "Let him choose any car from the garage and send it off immediately." Lu Shu hesitated. "Young Master Jiang, no need for Lu Shu. I'll walk back myself." Jiang Xingchen swayed slightly, his steps faltering as if genuinely intoxicated. "Send him off." Yuesheng uttered those two words to Lu Shu and turned to leave. Even a second longer felt like torment. It truly isn't far. Jiang Xingchen patted Yuesheng's shoulder as he passed. "I just purchased the villa next door yesterday." Chapter 5. Both meet their demise. Jiang Xingchen had already departed. Yet the warmth of his lips stubbornly lingered on Yuesheng's throat, coursing through his veins towards his heart. Yuesheng involuntarily returned to the balcony on the second floor, gazing at the silhouette of Jiang Xingchen disappearing through the door of the neighboring villa. The corridor light illuminating behind him, outlining the ajar door. This would be the distance from which Yuesheng would witness countless days and nights to come. Proximity breeds affection. Jiang Xingchen was cunning. How could one be so foolish as to involve oneself in a game? Just as Yuesheng was about to head back to his bedroom, a sudden gust of wind, laden with night dew, swept through, lifting the white tracksuit draped over the balcony railing, carrying the fragrance of cotton flowers. Without hesitation, Yuesheng snatched the tracksuit. Knowing he suffers from a craving for closeness, yet intentionally leaving his personal belongings here. How ungrateful. That night, Yuesheng lay on his expansive bed, devoid of sleep. The sheets were twisted in his hands, yet they could not fill the void deep within his skin. His mind played a relentless loop of the Jiang Xingchen from hours prior. The one asking for a light, the one drinking, the one with ice, the one reluctant to sign the divorce agreement, and the one who kissed him. Every detail was etched in memory, dissected and analyzed. Was Jiang Xingchen Yuesheng's gaze filled with thoughts of him? Not quite. It was a blend of night's allure and emotional nuance. Alas, Yuesheng's yearning for his beloved was for his eyes to hold only him. The places Jiang Xingchen had touched, his palms, fingers, shoulders, felt as though swarmed by countless insects. Nerve endings dancing with fervor, desires unabashedly surging. The craving for closeness intensified. He rose and approached the balcony, reaching out to grasp the white tracksuit draped over the railing. The moment his fingers brushed the fabric, he clenched it tightly. The fabric still bore the faintest traces of cotton blossom pheromones, exuding a subtle fragrance. Yuesheng crumpled the material in his fingers, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Jiang Xingchen was willing to play the game, and he acquiesced. The itch of his skin gradually subsided, replaced by a more insistent restlessness. The following morning, however, Jiang Xingchen did not arrive. Yuesheng sat behind his desk, engaged in a remote video conference, the screen of his laptop displaying the supervisor reporting on the quarterly financial statements. The attendees privately rejoiced. As today, Lu's demeanor seemed unusually lenient. He neither interrupted nor inquired further. Little did they know, Yuesheng remained utterly still, his gaze fixed on the digital clock beneath the screen, resembling a wolf lying in wait on the prairie. As noon passed, he called for Uncle Lu, instructing him to move the Lamborghini that was obstructing the way. Uncle Lu, understanding the unspoken command, promptly descended from the villa and hastened towards the neighboring residence of Jiang Xingchen. After several rings of the doorbell yielded no response, he gently rapped on the door, only to discover it ajar, unlatched. "Young Master Jiang, pardon the intrusion. Are you in?" He called out twice, yet silence persisted. Uncle Lu returned to report the situation to Yuesheng. After a brief pause, Yuesheng calmly shut down his computer and strode directly to the neighboring villa. Upon entering, he began, "Jiang Xingchen, your car," but the latter half of his sentence was swallowed back as he beheld a fair, delicate calf suspended from the edge of the sofa, the ankle slender and the arch of the foot gently curved. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a slanted glow upon his skin, refracting an almost translucent luster that was undeniably alluring. Jiang Xingchen's arm hung naturally over the side of the sofa, a green sandalwood bracelet sliding down his forearm, resting against his soft skin. Yuesheng felt his breath hitch. It was utterly inappropriate to sleep with the door open. He had no desire to linger, turning to leave. Yet behind him came a few languid coughs, tinged with the remnants of slumber, followed by a single word, morning. Yuesheng slowly turned back, his pupils constricting, revealing an expression of surprise that Jiang Xingchen had longed to witness. The thin blanket slipped from his shoulder, precariously resting at his waist, exposing a glimpse of his slender back, the scapula casting a delicate shadow upon his porcelain skin, a sight both tantalizing and disconcerting. However, Yuesheng allowed himself only 3 seconds of observation before averting his gaze. "You sleep without clothes? It's hot." Jiang Xingchen replied lazily as he rose from the sofa. "And you leave the door open?" "I forgot. I was tidying up until late last night." As he stretched his shoulders, he could not suppress a sneeze. "Are you catching a cold?" "A bit," Jiang Xingchen replied, feigning innocence, expressing a desire for hot water. Yuesheng surveyed the room, its emptiness almost blinding. Apart from the sofa and essential furnishings, there was no superfluous decor. A solitary white 24-inch suitcase sat at the entrance, suggesting that its owner might depart at any moment. It was evident that there was nothing to tidy up. Jiang Xingchen, discarding his request for water, calmly retreated to the bathroom to groom himself. Moments later, he emerged from the bathroom, his skin glowing with a freshly steamed pinkish hue, invigorated and pristine. "Hot water," he requested. Yuesheng poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Drinking more hot water won't cure my illness," Jiang Xingchen said, accepting the cup with one hand and gesturing to Yuesheng, "but you can." Yuesheng raised his gaze and fixed his eyes upon him. "Did you miss biology class?" Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, warmth escaping from his lips and condensing into tiny droplets on the cup's surface. "I didn't attend. Just spouting nonsense." Yuesheng articulated each word with precision, Dual A pheromones repel each other. Those with information disorder require a partner with a high compatibility for comfort. This is common knowledge. And you and I, our compatibility is 0. Don't tell me you're unaware of this. Yes, Jiang Xingchen was certainly aware. 3 years prior, both families had taken them to the hospital for a compatibility test, and the terminal had glaringly displayed a compatibility report of 0. This was also the primary reason Yuesheng resisted the prospect of marriage. The natural repulsion between dual As, coupled with 0 compatibility, rendered any semblance of comfort utterly impossible. The likelihood of mutual destruction was high. When they departed, the doctor quietly advised Zhang's elders, suggesting they find a partner with at least a 90 compatibility. Zhang's elders chuckled. Let them adjust for 3 years. Who knows, there might be a medical miracle. The doctor paused for a moment, then forced a smile in agreement. Optimism is certainly not a bad thing. Yuesheng absorbed this conversation keenly. Dual A individuals were akin to positive and negative charges. Their repulsion was instinctual, and a compatibility of 0 effectively sentenced the relationship to fail. Yet, Jiang Xingchen disregarded any notion of medical miracles. He never cared about compatibility and ignored biological norms. He would follow his heart, unafraid. Meeting Yuesheng's gaze, Jiang Xingchen raised a glass as if to toast. How can we know it will fail without trying? Chapter 6. Play as you will. Can you do it? Yuesheng retorted. How does a dual A function? It relies on creativity. Leaning closer to Yuesheng's ear, Jiang Xingchen's tone was tantalizingly provocative. Brother, play as you will. If I perish, I shall haunt you. Yuesheng took a half step back. If you can't handle your liquor, don't drink. It'll cloud your mind. With that, he turned to leave, but Jiang Xingchen caught his sleeve. A gentle tug that felt almost clingy. It seems my jacket is with you. Is it at your place? Yuesheng replied earnestly. It's in the washing machine, clean. Uncle Lu will bring it over to you. At that moment, Uncle Lu from the adjacent villa suddenly sneezed, retrieving a white jacket from under Yuesheng's pillow. Its soft fabric wrinkled. What a peculiar thing, Uncle Lu pondered, examining the jacket with a puzzled expression. Why would the young master wear such casual sportswear and hide it under his pillow? Wait, he suddenly realized. Isn't this Jiang Shao's clothing? Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen released Yuesheng's sleeve, resting his hands behind his neck and stretching casually. The black hoodie slipped slightly, revealing a slender, pale waist, while the green sandalwood beads on his wrist swayed gently. Is there food at your place? I am hungry. No. Yuesheng tossed the words over his shoulder as he vanished from sight at the door. As Jiang Xingchen gazed at the retreating figure of Yuesheng, a triumphant smile graced his lips. He had just discreetly placed a lighter into Yuesheng's pocket, confident that he would return. Wasn't it merely a matter of prompting you to seek me out? Too simple. Once Yuesheng exited, he became preoccupied until the night enveloped the sky in darkness. Driving straight to the hospital after work. I am here to prescribe medication, Dr. Su began. Mr. Lu, it has been 3 years since your last visit. May I inquire as to the reason for your return? Skin hunger syndrome rarely manifests without cause. Is there a specific medication for it? Yuesheng disregarded Dr. Su's inquiry. Mr. Lu, I require your utmost honesty to provide you with the best treatment. After a moment of silence, Yuesheng offered a rationale that a physician might find more palatable. He has returned. Who is he? Dr. Su pressed on. My legally recognized partner. Yuesheng replied with calm composure, though that would soon change. What are your feelings towards him? Yuesheng hesitated briefly before responding with an expression that even the doctor would find hard to decipher. Quite intriguing. Does the prospect of divorce trouble you? Without hesitation. Yuesheng, no. The doctor refrained from pursuing further questions, issuing a prescription devoid of miracle cures, only offering suppressants. After meticulously inscribing several lines, he handed the prescription to Yuesheng. Mr. Lu, I hope you comprehend that the root of skin hunger syndrome often lies in psychological issues. 3 years ago, you suffered due to him. Now that he has returned, your old affliction has resurfaced. This exchange of the prescription signifies that your body is making a choice. This choice is erroneous, Yuesheng replied. Upon completion of the prescription, Yuesheng realized he possessed neither bag nor container to carry the medication. He casually tucked the pillbox into the inner pocket of his suit, only to feel a cool, hard object beneath his fingertips. Upon retrieval, he discovered it was Jiang Xingchen's silver lighter, adorned with a grinning little fox, its lines mischievous and imbued with a sense of untamed spirit. Most likely, it had been stealthily placed in his pocket that morning. Holding the lighter, his expression remained inscrutable. A trace of eucalyptus pheromone uncontrollably escaped, mingling with a hint of the warmth of cottonwood, a remnant of the lighter's scent, faint yet lingering. The itch deep within his skin stirred restlessly. "Doctor," Sue's words echoed in his ears. "The one who incited your affliction is indeed your sole remedy." Despite treating Yuesheng for an extended period, the doctor remained oblivious. This was perhaps the quintessential difference between alphas and betas. Yuesheng did not require a miraculous cure, unless Yuesheng could become Jiang Xingchen's singular antidote. The latter would only thrive reliant on Yuesheng. This dynamic could fulfill the alpha's clandestine and terrifying desire for dominance. Alphas do not seek redemption from fellow alphas. Do they need others like omegas do? Such words from the doctor would only serve to render an alpha feeling inadequate. Suddenly, the phone buzzed, displaying an unfamiliar number. Yuesheng pressed decline. The phone continued its incessant ringing, the same number flashing on the screen. He once again selected decline and proceeded to block the caller. On the other end of the line, Jiang Xingchen had switched through 3 mobile phones, relentlessly dialing 5 times. Finally, on the 6th attempt, Yuesheng answered. "Hello." The deep, resonant timbre of his voice left Jiang Xingchen utterly captivated. All the years of tempering his temperament through meditation seemed to vanish before such a voice. In the face of this sonorous allure, even a millennium of asceticism would crumble. Jiang Xingchen was an ardent audiophile. His initial infatuation with Yuesheng had blossomed into a profound admiration, not only for his visage, but largely due to that alluring, baritone voice that ensnared his heart. "Did I leave my lighter with you?" "Yes, where are you?" "I'll bring it to you." A cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end. The crystalline clinking of glass bottles mingled with the raucous laughter of men. Fragmentary words like drink and strip drifted through, indicating Jiang Xingchen's fervent desire to indulge in games. After a brief exchange, a stranger's voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello, he's at the Xiaofeng Kenwa Villa area, C8, and he's a bit inebriated. You should come and get him." "Understood. I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Yuesheng stood still for 3 seconds, the lighter clenched in his hand. The scent of eucalyptus enveloping him like a small fox, as if he might crush it. Meanwhile, on the other end, Yin set down his phone and rolled his eyes at the leisurely Jiang Xingchen, who was indulging in his drink. "I truly don't understand what kind of liquor could intoxicate you." Jiang Xingchen gently placed his glass on the table, producing a crisp sound. "Eucalyptus." The Omega beauty beside him, who was refilling his glass, paused, her doe-like eyes wide with confusion. "Brother Jiang, isn't eucalyptus a plant? Can it be consumed as alcohol?" "Don't mind him," Yin interjected, taking the bottle from his younger sister, Tang, and setting it aside. "He has been blocked by you and is still pretending to be drunk. What good will that do?" Jiang Xingchen did not refute. Instead, he audaciously declared, "He has to chase after me." The crowd present, Yin was about to say more when he noticed Jiang Xingchen turning to him, leisurely inquiring, "Do you have any cephalosporins at home?" Chapter 7. Flirtation from afar before long. Yuesheng's car arrived at the entrance of the Xiaofeng Kenwa Villa area. C8 was easy to locate, being the prime unit. Standing outside the intricately wrought iron gate, Yuesheng's gaze fell upon the gilded character Mo on the nameplate. Yet he refrained from pressing the doorbell. Those who resided here were undoubtedly not ordinary. Yuesheng called Uncle Lu. "I need all information regarding the Mo family." To his surprise, the old steward hesitated for a moment before respectfully and cautiously declining. "The Mo family's information has been specially taken over by the Inspection Bureau. Investigating them privately carries significant risk. The people from Inspection Bureau are off limits, a tacit rule within our circles." "Understood," Yuesheng replied indifferently, ending the call. He retrieved the silver lighter from his pocket, his fingertips brushing over the small fox design, and lit a cigarette with the very lighter Jiang Xingchen had touched that morning. Instead of entering, he leaned against the surveillance camera positioned at the villa's entrance, smoking with an air of refined composure. On the other side of the monitor, Jiang Xingchen gazed intently at the screen, captivated by the noble and profound visage of the man before him, his expression ardent and his eyes filled with deep affection. His fingertips traced the slightly furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips of Yuesheng, gliding over the smoke that escaped from his thin lips. The two exchanged glances across the screen, engaging in a flirtation from afar. The onlookers observed Jiang Xingchen with an expression of unspoken desire, left speechless. "The ma?" Brother Jiang resembles a naive girl who has never been in love. Mo Yin replied, "Sister, you're quite perceptive. He indeed has never been in a relationship." Question. "So what are we doing here today?" Mo Yin responded, "We're here to fish with him. You should disappear for a while. It wouldn't be appropriate for a young lady to linger." Mo, prompt him to leave quickly. Zhou Yi approached with a freshly prepared midnight snack, handing Mo Yin a glass of lemonade. Jiang Xingchen, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Brother Zhou, have you ever pursued someone?" Zhou Yi glanced at Mo Yin, admitting, "I have pursued one." Jiang Xingchen, with utmost seriousness, asked, "What do you reckon my chances are?" Zhou Yi replied, "Taking bold risks can yield great rewards." Jiang Xingchen smiled, handing Zhou Yi a small box. "Then let me stay a bit longer. It won't disrupt your romantic evening." Zhou Yi accepted the box, shaking it slightly, noting it felt somewhat light, yet he appreciated the gesture. Jiang Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, Brother Zhou. I will have someone deliver a whole box to you tomorrow." "The largest size." Mo Yun sighed, suddenly feeling a twinge in her back. Yuesheng took his time with the cigarette, seemingly savoring it, though he had arrived long ago. As the 20 minutes elapsed, he extinguished the cigarette. Jiang Xingchen, observing the ticking time on the screen, thought to himself, "This person truly is stingy, not granting him even a minute early." Ding! Just as Mo Yin was about to open the door, Jiang Xingchen lounged casually, swirling half a glass of amber whiskey, instructing her to press the button 6 times. "Could your manners be a tad more gracious? Thank you for allowing me to call 6 times." In this reciprocal exchange of pleasantries, typical of adults, as the door swung open, Jiang Xingchen pressed the box of antibiotics down, discreetly positioning it next to the whiskey glass. Yuesheng stepped into the entrance, immediately spotting 6 men surrounding Jiang Xingchen under the dim, suggestive light. The latter's cheeks were flushed as he tilted his head back slightly. One man leaned down to take a pill from Jiang Xingchen's hand, close enough that it appeared he might kiss his ear. Yuesheng, possessing keen eyesight, quickly discerned the box of antibiotics beside the whiskey bottle. It is common knowledge that one should not consume antibiotics after drinking. Yet this individual consistently disregarded such rules. With a piercing gaze, Yuesheng advanced, parting the crowd, his eyes fixated on the pill. "Did he take it?" Mo Yun smiled politely. "This fellow wanted to take it, but I stopped him. I don't know where he found it. I was about to put it away." Her words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for critique. "And she was an alpha as well. Apologies, I'll take him home. I've intruded." Without allowing for any refusal, Yuesheng stepped forward once more. Jiang Xingchen leaned into his embrace, resting his shoulder against Yuesheng's chest, the scent of cotton flower pheromones mingling with the alcohol wafting toward him. The aroma was faint, enough only for Yuesheng to detect. Jiang Xingchen fumbled on Yuesheng's suit, sliding from the collar button to the edge of the pocket, curiously searching for the lighter that was tucked away. "Where's my lighter? Where did you hide it?" Yuesheng allowed him to rummage freely. "We can discuss it later." He reached out to wrap his arms around his waist, attempting to lead him outside. Yet, Jiang Xingchen remained utterly unmoved. "The little fox is of great importance to me." "Return him," the latter's voice lingered, almost pleading. The crowd interjected, "Stop messing around." Yuesheng pressed down on the string of sandalwood beads around Jiang Xingchen's wrist, deliberately avoiding direct contact with the skin. Jiang Xingchen subtly rotated his wrist, allowing the beads to roll beneath Yuesheng's fingertips. The wooden beads, warmed by Jiang Xingchen's skin, seemed enchanted, clamoring for further contact. Lu Yuesheng swiftly withdrew his hand, ceasing this flirtation with the beads. Jiang Xingchen, losing his support, did not rush, but instead bent slightly, clearing his throat softly, his voice raspy from the effects of alcohol, his already flushed cheeks becoming even more vibrant. "Have you had too much to drink?" Lu Yuesheng inquired. Jiang Xingchen rested his arm on the table, his head nestled in the crook of his elbow, his profile pressed against the cool tabletop. As he turned his head, a veil of moisture clouded his eyes, gazing hazily at Lu Yuesheng. "Brother, I no longer wish to move. I am weary," he lamented, the little fox exhibiting a vulnerable charm. Yet, Lu Yuesheng remained unmoved. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, ultimately appointing an underling to play a supporting role. He stepped forward, offering, "Let me help you carry him to the car." Mo Yun silently chastised, "Darling, it's not about throwing, the line is carry. This performance lacks professionalism." But professionalism soon emerged, leaving Mo Yun astounded. He opened his arms, and before he could act, a small box unexpectedly slipped from his pocket. It was the very box Jiang Xingchen had given him moments before. With a thud, the box landed on the floor, its transparent film catching the light and becoming strikingly prominent. Lu Yuesheng's gaze followed the box, his expression instantly darkening. He bent down to retrieve it, his cold fingers damp with perspiration. Without a change in demeanor, he returned the item to Zhou. "No need. I will take care of my own." Montakyun questioned. "Darling, was that intentional?" Zhou replied, "Just a few minor tactics." Chapter 8. The wooden beads awaken a tough nut to crack is often a result of the impatience of the one attempting to do so. Jiang Xingchen, who could endure 3 years of mental sparring with himself, possessed an abundance of patience. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware that Lu Yuesheng had been engaged in this contest of wits for 30 years, far more seasoned than he. Jiang Xingchen leaned back in the passenger seat, his left thumb rolling the sandalwood beads one by one. The silence of the base reverberated, leaving his ears lonely. "Brother, it's so noisy. I haven't said anything yet. I don't wish to hear your drunken ramblings." Lu Yuesheng pressed the brake, halting at a red light for 50 seconds. "When I've had too much to drink, you find me bothersome." An unarticulated irritation festered within Lu Yuesheng. "Your poor tolerance for alcohol, and yet you indulge so much. I refuse to converse with someone so dim-witted." He taunted Jiang Xingchen with his usual icy tone. Yet, he felt no anger. "If you don't want to talk to me, I shall listen to music. That is permissible, isn't it?" "It is." As the light turned green, the prelude to Anha Bridge began to play. The guitar's clear notes intertwined with the singer's voice, imbued with a bittersweet tenderness. "Let me see you once more, from south to north." Jiang Xingchen closed his eyes again, his long lashes fluttering, appearing to immerse himself in the music, as if surrendering to the soothing embrace of intoxicated slumber. In truth, his heart brimmed with joy. The icy exterior still concealed a warm heart. The vehicle glided smoothly onward, the melody echoing within the cabin in a continuous loop. Once, twice, thrice, until the 6th refrain played, at which point Lu Yuesheng brought the car to a halt before Jiang Xingchen's villa. "Let's disembark," he suggested. "Wait, let me listen a while longer," Jiang Xingchen replied. Lu Yuesheng, without uttering a word, simply sat in silence beside him. Within the confines of the car, the song reached its tenderest line. "Let me hear once more. The most beautiful words. You've returned home, and I await your arrival." Their gazes met through the windshield, neither aware of who felt the stirrings of emotion first. "Shall we go inside for a moment?" Jiang Xingchen leaned in to inquire, the invitation laden with unspoken understanding. "Not a chance. Return my lighter," Lu Yuesheng countered, "in exchange for the divorce agreement." "I won't." Within the cramped cabin, silence reigned, palpable as a falling pin. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 20, until Jiang Xingchen drifted into slumber. Outside, the ginkgo leaves had turned a half-hearted yellow, swirling in the wind as they fell beneath the streetlight, casting fragments of golden shadows. Lu Yuesheng gazed at Jiang Xingchen's flushed cheeks, his dark lashes creating an ethereal, intoxicated demeanor. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances. His tongue grazed his dry palate as he retrieved a medication bottle from his suit pocket, unscrewed the cap, and poured out 2 white tablets. Just as he reached for the bottle of mineral water nestled between the seats, Jiang Xingchen stirred awake. "How did you know I was thirsty?" he asked, swiftly snatching the bottle and tilting it back to drink nearly half, droplets cascading down his lips and staining his collar, an enticing sight. "Thank you, brother, it's quite sweet." Yuesheng averted his gaze. "There's still half left. Will you have some?" "This is the only bottle in the car," Jiang Xingchen inquired, tilting his head, openly wishing to share the bottle's mouth. "No." Yuesheng simply crushed the 2 white pills in his palm, consumed them without a flicker of discomfort, swallowing the bitterness whole. "What medication are you taking?" "None of your concern." Yuesheng caressed the steering wheel. "How long do you intend to stay?" "Until you no longer wish for me to leave." Jiang Xingchen reclined lazily in his seat. "Suit yourself." Yuesheng opened the car door. The man beside him remained steadfast, unperturbed as he leisurely adjusted his attire and reclined his seat, seemingly intent on passing the night in the vehicle. "Jiang Xingchen." "Here." Jiang Xingchen responded succinctly. "What exactly do you want? Isn't it obvious?" Jiang Xingchen turned to meet Yuesheng's gaze directly. "I want you to come back with me, to spend the night." The early winter breeze swept in with increasing ferocity through the open door, causing Jiang Xingchen to shiver involuntarily. Achoo! Bang! Yuesheng abruptly slammed the car door shut. Encountering Jiang Xingchen's unabashedly audacious gaze, Yuesheng's fair complexion appeared even more distant, a chill settling like frost upon his brow. "I have no interest in you. Do you understand?" Jiang Xingchen shifted his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he reached to unfasten the buttons of his collar. "Rejected, as anticipated." A secret thrill ignited within him. As the buttons parted, hints of his mammalian features emerged, the scent of cotton blossoms growing ever more potent. "I understand," Jiang Xingchen replied, his tone bordering on irreverence. Yuesheng felt a vexation tightening in his chest, growing increasingly suffocating. He quickly averted his gaze, donned his clothing, and exited the vehicle, urging, "Do not make me repeat myself. It was merely a matter of ventilation. After all, your interest in me is non-existent." Jiang Xingchen shamelessly unbuttoned a few more buttons. "I will trade you my lighter. Bring forth the divorce agreement." Jiang Xingchen fixed his gaze on Yuesheng's calm, unfathomable eyes, inching closer with a smile. "I can't be bothered to fetch it." His partially open shirt revealed a vast expanse of porcelain white skin, with the sharp yet graceful lines of his collarbone slanting downwards from his shoulder. His nose brushed against the collar of Yuesheng's shirt. "Brother, I will barter with something else." "With what?" Yuesheng met his gaze with indifference, his tone betraying no emotion. In the next moment, Yuesheng felt a nimble hand slip into the inner pocket of his suit, where he kept the silver lighter. It was taken away, while, simultaneously, a warm object was gently placed into the pocket. The hand did not withdraw immediately. Instead, it lingered, gently pressing from the outside, the fingertip caressing its outline through the fabric. It felt as if bidding farewell to a longtime companion, or perhaps bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. "Use this. Let us keep it to a minimum. Good night." Jiang Xingchen ceased further conversation, turning to push open the car door and step outside. The night wind whipped around him, the cold air dispersing the pent-up heat within him. He raised his hand to adjust his collar, noticing the emptiness at his wrist. The string of green sandalwood beads he had worn for over 3 years was no longer there. Wishing to play a game of barter? How simple that would be. He was more than willing to indulge in it. That night, the sound of wooden beads colliding echoed softly within Yuesheng's room. The gentle, rhythmic tapping persisted without pause, intimate possessions clashing and igniting another's desire. The delicate sounds, intertwined with the lingering scent of cottonwood, permeated the room, evoking memories of the hand that had intruded into his pocket, caressing, kneading, entwining. Suddenly, a friend request notification appeared in the WeChat window, shattering the quiet, intimate atmosphere. The sound of beads striking ceased abruptly, their surfaces polished to a shine. The hesitation in refusing the request stemmed from the message in the notes section. "Tomorrow is my sensitive period. Dear husband, help me." Chapter 9. The temptation of addiction. Jiang Xingchen's perilous ploy was not merely an act of drunkenness. The inebriated one's intent was never truly about the alcohol. 3 hours prior, in the Mo family's villa, 7 men and 1 woman sat in a circle, seemingly preparing for a significant endeavor. Mo Yun retrieved a silver-gray syringe from a climate-controlled box, its barrel embossed with the exclusive emblem of the Mo Pharmaceutical Company. Safe, yet disapproved of. A spirited woman should not engage in such games, should she? Mo Yun asked, "Are you certain you wish to use this? For normal individuals, it serves as a nutrient, but you are unwell." "Indeed, I am unwell," Jiang Xingchen replied, seated among the group as he accepted the syringe. "Quite unwell, indeed." Zhou interjected with a cold gaze. "So how many doses will allow me to enter the sensitive period?" Jiang Xingchen toyed with the syringe, reclining casually on the sofa, exuding a languid demeanor, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Tong Tong calculated precisely on her tablet, stating 3 doses. This nutrient is exceptionally nourishing and safe. However, the probability of an acute episode of pheromone disorder will surge from 30 to 75. Su Chomping cautioned, "Perhaps reconsider." "Linamo, handsome, you are all married now. There's no need to rush. Jiang Yu, don't bring up things best left unsaid. They're currently embroiled in a divorce." Jiang Xingchen is notably adept at socializing. Although he was only acquainted with Mo Yun, it seems as though this group of people has magically transformed into his friends overnight. All eyes are fixed upon him, while Jiang Xingchen appears despondent and relaxed. He simply removes the needle, injects a dose into his vein, and then takes up a second and third syringe, proceeding at a leisurely pace. A gamble, indeed. Though risky, the odds are greatly in his favor. For at 4:30 in the morning, Jiang Xingchen receives a message in small gray text. "I have accepted your friend request." After 3 long years, he has finally added Yuesheng as a friend. Quite the achievement, wouldn't you say? Jiang Xingchen discards his clothing, allowing the scent of the kapok flower to permeate the empty bedroom, and sends Yuesheng his first message. "Brother, I feel so hot." As a fellow alpha, Yuesheng understands the torment of the sensitive period. Especially for an alpha lacking the comfort of a partner, the plight of a single dog is particularly acute. Yet, as he gazes at the simplicity of these 4 characters and accompanying punctuation, Yuesheng stares intently for several minutes. Though the words are few, their impact is profound. With terms of endearment like husband and brother, he certainly knows how to charm. Where did he learn such skills? Yuesheng brushes the green sandalwood beads against his nose, each bead rolling over his cool skin. He cannot help but recall the 6 men in the Mo family villa. When those inquisitive or teasing gazes were affixed upon Jiang Xingchen, what was he doing? Jiang Xingchen was smiling, radiating a confident and unabashed joy that captivated all who beheld him. And he smiles like that at everyone. This is not right. The beads tremble under his grip. With a sudden thud, Yuesheng tosses his phone aside, but not the string of wooden beads. He slips them onto his wrist and rises to walk towards the open balcony for a smoke. As the flame of his lighter flickers to life, his gaze is drawn to the neighboring balcony. There stands a tall figure leaning against the railing, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. It is none other than Jiang Xingchen. The night is thick, and the dim streetlight from below casts a mix of light and shadow across his bare shoulders. Jiang Xingchen leans back against the railing, gazing up at the moon, one leg bent upon the step, exuding an air of languidness. In the moonlight, Yuesheng can discern that Jiang Xingchen is dressed far too lightly, donning only a loosely draped white bathrobe, its belt untied, swaying in the breeze to reveal the curve of his waist, embodying a carefree sort of laziness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated sound of his phone breaks the silence. Jiang Xingchen leisurely retrieves it. To his surprise, it is a voice call. He answers without uttering a word, continuing to lean back and admire the moon. Yuesheng, seizing the moment, quips teasingly, "Are you trying to catch a cold dressing so lightly during the sensitive period?" "Not at all. Time to head inside. The moonlight is truly beautiful." Yuesheng has neither cultivated a sense of calm over 3 years nor pursued anyone. The old tree has taken root on its own mountain, never blooming, finding the company of intriguing individuals scarce. I perceive most to possess a rather sordid nature. their principles shifting like the wind, and their emotions devoid of fascination. In the next moment, Jiang Xingchen subtly angled his face towards Yuesheng. The collar of his bathrobe slipped lower with the movement, revealing shoulders bathed in moonlight, porcelain-white skin shimmering softly. Jiang Xingchen bestowed a radiant smile. Yuesheng regarded him with an impassive expression. Jiang Xingchen raised his hand, bringing his phone close to his lips, whereupon his soft lips brushed against the microphone, leaving a gentle kiss. Not as beautiful as you. The breath transmitted through the phone made Yuesheng feel as though that kiss had landed upon his own ear. Ashes fell upon the balcony tiles, fracturing into tiny white remnants. If what transpired before had been merely a game of ambiguity, the present moment was sheer seduction. His fists clenched, truly hardened. During this sensitive period, he commanded back inside. Jiang Xingchen gazed at him with deep affection, his right hand suddenly absent. If I cannot see you inside, I will miss you. Yuesheng's pupils constricted, veins on the back of his hand bulging. As the increasingly hurried breath from the receiver filled the air, through the earpiece, that sound was amplified infinitely. Growing louder still, Yuesheng pressed the crimson hang-up button on his phone. With a cold demeanor, he turned away from the madness next door and retreated indoors. The call ended, and Jiang Xingchen lamented, was it merely a whim? Am I truly that shy? He then gazed at the stars and moon, indulging in a cigarette. Upon checking his phone, he discovered he hadn't been blocked or deleted, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of joy before retreating to sleep. Meanwhile, the cold water in the neighboring villa's bathroom continued to flow relentlessly. 2 hours had passed, yet the one seeking solace in the cold shower remained unsatisfied. Yuesheng struck the cold porcelain tiles of the bathroom with a fist, the pain piercing through his skin and burrowing into his bones, pulling him back to a semblance of reason. His mood plummeted as he retrieved his suppressants. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The alpha in need of suppressants slept soundly, while the one who did not required 3 doses. Was this world truly mad, or was it humanity that was distorted? Neither. It was merely a convergence of myriad causes, leading to a web of entangled consequences. The following dawn, as the morning mist lingered, the sleepless Yuesheng found himself standing at the entrance of Jiang Xingchen's villa. The door on the corridor was ajar, still unlocked, yet Yuesheng remained there, quietly steadfast. To Uncle Lu, it appeared as if he embodied the essence of unwavering resolve, neither moving nor yielding. Laughter drifted from the balcony above, where Jiang Xingchen stood in the same spot as the night prior. Did you miss me? Chapter 10. Ankles entwined around the waist miss you? Not in the slightest. In truth, he had tossed and turned throughout the night, plagued by insomnia and vivid dreams. The image of their gaze across the balcony lingered in his mind, the sound of breaths through the phone still echoing in his ears. Jiang Xingchen's coat, intentionally left behind, no longer satisfied Yuesheng's yearning skin. The symptoms of his insomnia intensified, and his skin's insatiable thirst began to resurface, all stemming from Jiang Xingchen. The memory of Jiang Xingchen's elusive right hand surfaced in his mind, making him realize that this person was perhaps a bit more troublesome than he had anticipated. He stood before the wash basin, his head slightly bowed, allowing the icy tap water to mingle with the soap as he rubbed his palms together. Repeatedly washing his hands dozens of times, he sought to dispel the pervasive emptiness that was spreading across his skin with a continuous flow of liquid. After cleansing his hands, Yuesheng took a long, cold shower, his boiling blood finally calming somewhat, yet the nerves at the back of his neck throbbed faintly. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Closing his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously caressed the sheets, creating deep and shallow creases, clenching and releasing, in a futile attempt to quell the restlessness that stirred within him. Yet, the more he tried to suppress it, the more that desire surged, the long-restrained thoughts rebounding with fervor, throwing his emotions into disarray. However, he could not allow his partner to be neglected. Thus, the following morning, he brought breakfast to tend to the sensitive alpha. Within a marriage, there exists a legal obligation to care for one's partner. If they were separated by distance, it might be excusable, but given that the other was just a few steps away, neglect was simply unlawful. Come down, it's time to eat. Yuesheng did not lift his head. his back remaining straight. Jiang Xingchen's kitchen was empty. During his sensitive phase, he lacked the strength to even cook. Clearly, Yuesheng had come for him. At 29 years of age, Jiang Xingchen had never experienced such exhilaration, his footsteps light as he bounded down the stairs, akin to a lovesick maiden rushing to meet her dream lover. The pheromones of the kapok flower spilled uncontrollably, and the sensitive alpha behaved like an exuberant puppy. Uncle Lu was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming alpha pheromone, his face paling, struggling to breathe. Unfazed, Yuesheng, also in S-class, addressed him, "Uncle Lu, you may return." Grateful for the reprieve, Uncle Lu hastily thrust the meal box into Yuesheng's hands and disappeared. An old man, he valued his life. The sensitive alpha was filled with a fervent desire, and even S-class individuals like Yuesheng and Jiang Xingchen could hardly maintain control. Moreover, Jiang Xingchen harbored particular proclivities. Such an alpha could swiftly devolve into a state of rampant debauchery, posing significant danger to an omega. Yet, before Yuesheng, also an alpha, Jiang Xingchen felt no need to hide. His audacity grew bolder, his desires unabashed. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he boldly declared, "Brother, my pants are wet." Yuesheng remained steadfast, responding coolly, "Eat first." Jiang Xingchen did not budge, leaning casually against the doorframe. His loose pajama pants rode up slightly with the movement of his ankle, revealing a slender, porcelain-white ankle bone. To his astonishment, a silver anklet encircled that delicate ankle. The anklet hugged his smooth skin tightly, as if kissing the bone, with tiny bells jingling softly in the morning breeze, producing an enticing sound. "Where did you get that?" Yuesheng's question slipped out before he could stop himself. He had no desire to pry into the other's private life, yet his tongue betrayed him, likely dulled by the overwhelming kapok flower pheromones in the air, or perhaps the insidious allure of temptation. Yuesheng strode into the room, placing the meal box on the dining table. "No need to answer, just eat." Jiang Xingchen followed, sitting across from Yuesheng. The two engaged in a playful verbal sparring. "Brother, I'm in my sensitive phase. I know, you're all I can think about. Then you should change your thoughts. My pants are uncomfortable. Are you eating or not? If not, I'm leaving." I'll eat. Jiang Xingchen raised his hand in surrender, obediently bowing his head to eat. He consumed his meal at a leisurely pace, and each time he chewed deliberately, his gaze drifted towards the sky outside, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Only a soul unbound and free could exhibit such an intoxicated expression. It reflected a yearning for the vastness of the world, as if nothing in this realm could truly tether him, nor could anyone restrain him. Conversely, Yuesheng was inherently stubborn, selfish, and arrogant. He resisted the feeling of being elusive and uncontrollable. After breakfast, Jiang Xingchen hoarsely called out, "Yuesheng, speak." Jiang Xingchen raised his head, his eyes intertwining desire with vulnerability, resembling a cornered beast, yet also a wolf long concealed in the grasslands. "Do you despise me?" Yuesheng remained as cold as ever. "I have no feelings for you." This was evidently a falsehood. As top-tier alphas, their pheromones clashed and repelled each other. The most fundamental emotion between them was aversion. The absence of feelings was, in fact, the most profound feeling. While others might be deeply hurt by such a frigid and unequivocal response, Jiang Xingchen, in his frail state, found solace in Yuesheng's impenetrable demeanor. A cold exterior coupled with a warm heart was the most enchanting. A decayed tree is difficult to carve, and he lacked an irreplaceable lover to guide him. As fate would have it, having practiced Buddhism for 3 years, he was well equipped for this. Thus, Jiang Xingchen decided to take another risk. Yuesheng silently sipped his coffee while Jiang Xingchen dried the corners of his mouth, lazily leaning back in his chair, his gaze wandering to the sky outside. Above the table, time was serene. Below the table, the wind chimes emitted a crisp sound, not stirred by the wind. The tips of his toes gently brushed against Yuesheng's pant leg, a teasing caress. "Is that pleasant?" The fingers gripping the coffee cup trembled uncontrollably, the warm liquid creating subtle ripples. "Don't move." The sensation of skin against fabric stirred Yuesheng's cravings anew. Ants crawled from his ankle to the inner thigh, provoking an urge to crush them with a single stomp. My apologies. Jiang Xingchen's laughter was unrestrained. I merely wish to see what else my elder brother possesses beyond stubbornness. He gazed at the clouds outside, ethereal and drifting, his thoughts already envisioning tearing open Yuesheng's shirt, biting his neck, shoulders, and collarbone, so brazenly desirous in treating affection, murmuring apologies while his actions grew ever more entangling. Yuesheng set his coffee cup on the table, ignoring the person before him who seemed to revel in the game. Jiang Xingchen was a vulgar and reckless rogue. Yuesheng's gaze inadvertently swept over a cardboard box at the doorway. It was filled with tea. Memories of the 6 men from the previous night, and the small box that fell from one of their pockets, flashed through his mind. He chose not to contemplate their connections. He did not look at Jiang Xingchen again, administering his suppressants, forbidding any exit. Yet, an alpha in a sensitive phase is not so easily placated. Jiang Xingchen approached Yuesheng slowly. I'm sorry, but I've shattered all the suppressants. Today, he would not let him leave. No suppressants, only you. Chapter 11. Please squeeze hard, Jiang Xingchen. There is no one in this world who can make me come when called and stay when asked. Jiang Xingchen swaggered over and extended a hand from behind, brushing against Yuesheng's side waist, deftly locking the door in front of him. Coincidentally, Jiang Xingchen's potent alpha aura enveloped the back of Yuesheng's neck, provocatively declaring that no one could come and go as they pleased in his presence. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, his lips nearly grazing Yuesheng's neck. Brother, you know best what an alpha in their sensitive period craves. Why run away? As an alpha, the desires during this sensitive period magnified exponentially. And Jiang Xingchen's ability to sit calmly across from him, finishing breakfast, was entirely reliant on 3 years of disciplined restraint. Yet, the recent teasing stirred his greed and desire. Deeply ensnared, he was tempted to test the limits. He had always pursued what he desired with relentless fervor. Reckless abandon during the sensitive period was merely part of his plan. An alpha must possess both patience and ambition in their pursuits. Otherwise, they are unworthy of their stature. The intense scent of kapok pheromones wafted against Yuesheng's neck, instinctively invoking feelings of threat and discomfort, yet the skin's craving surged uncontrollably, igniting a feverish heat throughout his body. Yuesheng's cold gaze darkened slightly. Open the door. I need to get my suppressants. Mr. Liu. Jiang Xingchen tightened his grip on the doorknob, patiently guiding him. We are still in a marital relationship. Consider this a routine obligation you must fulfill. As he spoke, Jiang Xingchen's left hand remained composed in his pocket, while his lips inched closer to Yuesheng's neck. Despite uttering polite words, his thoughts were laced with a predatory instinct. After all, we are both alphas. I should be quite appetizing. Yuesheng's throat tightened. Being with you disgusts me. Jiang Xingchen chuckled, his composure unwavering. Then find someone for me. Yuesheng fell silent for a moment, pondering his words. What did you say? Find me someone. Jiang Xingchen repeated audaciously, as if it were the most natural request. Before his words faded, a wave of potent eucalyptus pheromones surged into the room, overpowering the sweet aroma of kapok. An alpha of his caliber could not withstand excessive provocation. The inherent dominance of the male alpha, combined with his concealed possessiveness, unveiled his true nature, starkly contrasting with his indifferent facade. Yuesheng turned, his eyes swirling with fury and the menace of a superior, gripping Jiang Xingchen's neck tightly. Jiang Xingchen, say that again. A sickly alpha is essentially a blend of genius and madness. Yuesheng's fingertips pressed firmly against Jiang Xingchen's delicate skin, leaving visible red marks. A dominance that brought him a profound and secret satisfaction. The skin's craving resurfaced. As the eucalyptus pheromones ran rampant, Yuesheng found himself unwilling to release his hold. Then let me repeat myself. Jiang Xingchen grasped Yuesheng's wrist, not pulling away, but gently guiding it toward his own neck, the implication unmistakable. Please tighten your grip. Thus, Yuesheng instinctively obliged him. Jiang Xingchen struggled to breathe, nearly grinding out 2 words through clenched teeth, yet his face radiated a gentle smile. I want you. Blood pulsed through Jiang Xingchen's neck, while Yuesheng's palm felt as though it had been resurrected after years of dormancy. The vitality beneath his skin stirred with an insatiable desire for more. Yuesheng had never experienced such a vibrant sense of life. His blood surged wildly within his veins, and his pupils began to unfocus uncontrollably. Ironically, though he was the one grasping another's throat, he felt like the drowning victim, suffocating under the intoxicating allure of the skin against his hand, hormones surging uncontrollably. He gazed at Jiang Xingchen, whose head was forced back and whose eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and his heart softened unexpectedly, prompting him to ease his grip. "Forgive me. I need a cigarette." When he spoke, Yuesheng realized his voice was hoarse. Jiang Xingchen took the opportunity to release his wrist, not rubbing his neck or uttering a word, merely retrieving a silver lighter from his pocket with an air of nonchalance. Yet beneath the surface, his hand trembled slightly, a sign of disordered pheromones. The tremor stemmed from a mix of repression and excitement, while the disorder indicated an affliction with a 75% chance of being triggered by their encounter. Had he perhaps overstepped? For the first time, self-doubt crept into Jiang Xingchen's mind, likely a result of the condition's influence. He lit a cigarette for Yuesheng and another for himself. The two cigarettes were smoked in a heavy silence, which resonated deafeningly between them. The smoke spiraled in the air, mingling with the eucalyptus and kapok flower pheromones, creating an inseparable bond. The nicotine momentarily reclaimed their frayed rationality, gnawed at by an insatiable restlessness, crushing the cigarette, but Yuesheng broke the silence first. "Have you done it?" His peripheral vision remained fixed on the small box near the entrance. Jiang Xingchen exhaled the last ring of smoke and extinguished his cigarette beside Yuesheng's. "I await your guidance." Yuesheng inquired. "What is your relationship with those men from yesterday?" "Friends. All of them." "Indeed." Yuesheng leaned back against the sofa, his gaze fixed on the two cigarette butts lying side by side in the ashtray, his throat parched. "You have many friends?" "Brother Lu." Jiang Xingchen tilted his head to look at him. "If I desire, many would eagerly vie for my friendship." Though harsh, it was a candid truth. After a moment of silence, Yuesheng responded bluntly, "There is no possibility between us." Jiang Xingchen stared at Yuesheng's empty wrist, wondering where he had discarded his cherished sandalwood bracelet. A sudden pang of discomfort surged within him. The unexpected chaos of pheromones rendered him sensitive and vulnerable. He had always despised the disorder, feeling it stripped him of his identity. He loathed being ensnared by pheromones and confined by his affliction, preferring to endure hospital visits for medication rather than seeking solace in others. This sentiment resonated with Yuesheng. "Then why not let me seek someone else?" Jiang Xingchen pressed tentatively. Yuesheng replied, his expression unyielding. "After you sign the divorce agreement, you may pursue whomever you wish. Assisting your infidelity during marriage is out of the question." Nicotine could not grant Jiang Xingchen clarity for long. He had not taken any suppressants nor received any pheromone comfort, and his dwindling patience was exhausted by the unyielding alpha before him. "Brother Lu, grant me one night, and I shall sign." Yuesheng gazed at Jiang Xingchen in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Xingchen, for the first time, allowed his affliction to wreak havoc, struggling to articulate, "Just consider it a favor." At this moment, he was in dire need of solace. Yuesheng remained silent for a while, suddenly perceiving that the pheromones in the air were distinctly amiss. "Are you unwell?" Jiang Xingchen was somewhat taken aback, his gaze becoming unfocused, and then he nodded, his heart shattered. He did not wish for Yuesheng to discover his condition. Thus he suppressed his pheromones. Yet it was to no avail. Damn it, this wretched illness was utterly loathsome. Yuesheng quickly rose and made his way to the bathroom. "I'll take a shower. It won't take long." Chapter 12. Crossing boundaries between alphas. The sound of water trickled softly. Under the shower head, Yuesheng's skin was ablaze. The originally hot water adjusted to a cool temperature. However, recalling Jiang Xingchen's typically cool skin, he silently readjusted the temperature back to warmth. The hot water cascaded over his skin, igniting a burning sensation that amplified the latent sickness within him 1,000-fold. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang out abruptly. No one inside responded. Yuesheng turned off the water, donned a set of clean pajamas from the countertop, and exited the bathroom. The clothes were a bit snug on Jiang Xingchen, yet he made do. Upon stepping out, he found Jiang Xingchen curled up on the sofa, his eyes dazed and bloodshot, fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He was engulfed in a bone-deep ache, an overwhelming emptiness washing over him, instinctively yearning for a modicum of comfort. Jiang Xingchen raised his gaze to meet Lu Yuesheng's, his lips barely moving as he managed to utter 3 words. "I'm sorry." Little did anyone know the immense effort those words required from him. The apology stemmed from the suffocating entanglement of the pheromones in the room, a near combat of sorts. Chaotic and tumultuous. This was an alpha's aggressive pheromone, so potent that it caused Lu Yuesheng's nerves to throb with discomfort. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang again. Lu Yuesheng approached the door and opened it just a crack, his voice low. "Who is it?" "Delivery," came the reply from a beta, unaffected by the pheromones. Noticing Lu Yuesheng's silence, the delivery person added, "Sir, you ordered same-day delivery, and it's noted that it's from you, right?" Lu Yuesheng glanced down at the large box of small delights at the door, hesitating for 3 seconds before stiffly uttering 2 words. "It's me." Jiang Xingchen stifled a chuckle from the sofa. After dismissing the delivery person, Lu Yuesheng's expression darkened as he walked toward the sofa. With each step, he felt himself drifting further from his own reality. Once he crossed that unspeakable boundary, he would completely enter Jiang Xingchen's bizarre world. Approaching closer, Lu Yuesheng pinched Jiang Xingchen's chin, forcing him to look up. "Look at me." Jiang Xingchen's heart raced uncontrollably, the warmth of Lu Yuesheng's fingers causing him to flinch slightly. Lu Yuesheng refused to release his grip. Instead, he boldly kneaded the soft flesh of Jiang Xingchen's chin. "You're so warm." Jiang Xingchen replied. "Who am I?" "My husband." The heat within Lu Yuesheng dissipated in a rush. The faint scent of eucalyptus lingered around Jiang Xingchen, crisp and delightful. He inquired, "May I bite?" Without waiting for a response, Jiang Xingchen lowered his head and sank his teeth into Lu Yuesheng's palm. Devoid of any solace, he bit down fiercely and urgently. The silver chain around his ankle swayed with his movements, producing an alluring and exquisite sound. Jiang Xingchen's delicate feet, pale and slender, revealed a network of veins, with ankles so fine they could easily be grasped in one's palm. Jiang Xingchen, Lu Yuesheng knelt on one knee, his skin taut and tingling from the bites. He allowed the biting, calling out his name. Jiang Xingchen's reddened gaze held steady, his eyes concealing an elusive hint of suggestion. Lu Yuesheng extended his other hand, tentatively and with restraint, gliding slowly over Jiang Xingchen's collarbone. The warmth of his fingertip rendered his expression obscure and inscrutable. The other hand loosened, his gaze captured by the veins that bulged in his palm from the biting, his eyes growing increasingly dreamy. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen let out a laugh, not forgetting to provoke. "Brother, is there any foreplay?" The tip of his tongue brushed lightly against the lines of his palm. It was quite lethal. "Close your mouth. You'll call out later." Lu Yuesheng, as if addicted, traced Jiang Xingchen's bone structure through the skin with his fingers. For the collarbone to the jawline, then to the cheekbone and zygomatic bone. Jiang Xingchen seemed to particularly revel in such contact, tilting his head slightly, pressing his cheek more closely against Lu Yuesheng's fingertip. The delicate sensation of skin against skin was light, cool, and soft. The craving for touch grew ever stronger. Their gazes intertwined, and Lu Yuesheng caught a glimpse of pain and restraint hidden within Jiang Xingchen's eyes. That emotion lay concealed behind his habitual nonchalance. It revealed a crack solely to him. Somewhere deep within Lu Yuesheng, an icy barrier began to thaw. He knelt before Jiang Xingchen, meeting his gaze directly. "Will you regret this?" His demeanor resembled that of an ancient gentleman, earnestly inquiring about the other's consent before crossing boundaries. Jiang Xingchen replied, "What is regret? I have never known it." They were now mere inches apart, with no retreat possible. Lu Yuesheng commanded, "Open your mouth." Lu Yuesheng nearly forced a kiss upon Jiang Xingchen. His lips were fervent, kissing with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. His fingers initially cradled the back of Jiang Xingchen's neck, then applied a gentle pressure, transforming into a grip. A secret yet peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within him. Jiang Xingchen found himself ensconced in Yuesheng's sturdy embrace, the confined space obscuring his expression. He could only perceive the other's extraordinary kissing skills. The taste of their entangled lips was unlike anything Jiang Xingchen had ever experienced, soothing him for the first time with something other than substance. His kiss was sweet yet fervent, demonstrating remarkable technique. As the kiss ended, Jiang Xingchen opened his mouth to speak, but his pupils suddenly constricted. Yuesheng abruptly seized his hands, raising them, fingers interlocked and pressed against the back of the sofa, rendering him immobile. In the next moment, the instinctual pressure of a dominant alpha enveloped him, mingled with the intense and fiery aroma of eucalyptus. Warm lips descended upon his already flushed earlobes, rubbing against them with fervent heat. Jiang Xingchen struggled to breathe, his chest heaving violently, feeling as if he were ablaze. His ears and neck were lavished with passionate kisses. Jiang Xingchen's body trembled uncontrollably, stifled gasps escaping his throat. "Brother, it's so hot." The once chaotic essence of the kapok flower gradually transformed into a docile presence, entwined closely with the crisp aroma of eucalyptus, entwined in a tender yet sticky embrace. His ankles involuntarily tightened, the silver chain swaying with each movement, producing increasingly suggestive sounds. Yuesheng, cold and unyielding, was not one to readily embrace desire, nor was he particularly playful. He was a rigid elder. Yet, when engaging with Jiang Xingchen, he exhibited an innate talent and a self-taught finesse. "Do not move. Be obedient," Yuesheng admonished, casting his gaze down upon Jiang Xingchen's delicate, bony feet, their veins subtly protruding from the restraint, rendering them even more alluring. His fingertips glided slowly along the slender arm, brushing past the elbow, ultimately resting at the waist. Exploring with a sense of tentative discovery, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped Jiang Xingchen, causing him to stiffen suddenly. His breath became utterly disordered, yet he did not hesitate to stoke the flames further. "Brother, be gentle." Yuesheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he tightened his grip, kissing with increasing fervor. They indulged in a passionate dance of biting and caressing until the skin of his neck blushed to the brink of bleeding. When their lips finally parted, Jiang Xingchen's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, his breath ragged. Yuesheng pressed his forehead against Jiang Xingchen's, his gaze profound as though steeped in ink. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted Jiang Xingchen into his arms. To the bed. Chapter 13. Routine matters. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, Jiang Xingchen pointed towards the bedside cabinet. "The second drawer?" Yuesheng inquired. "You have quite a collection?" "A fellow traveler I assisted on the way insisted on gifting me some of his company as products as thanks." "I didn't expect it to be these," Jiang Xingchen replied, his confidence dwindling with each word. Perhaps it was the sensitivity of the season that had rendered his mental faculties fragile. "Oh, there is quite a variety." "You might." Yuesheng interrupted him with a kiss, pinning him against the doorframe. Jiang Xingchen found himself ensnared between the firm embrace of Yuesheng and the cold doorframe, his earlobe receiving another bite. There was a ferocity in his touches, bites, and kisses. It was intoxicating. Jiang Xingchen found himself inexplicably drawn to this treatment. He had always harbored little interest in omegas, likely due to the constraints of his condition. An alpha afflicted by illness cannot be understood through conventional logic. In that moment of fervent affection, Jiang Xingchen lost himself, his ankles swaying as he gasped and called out to him, "Lu Yi." He could not deny that he increasingly cherished every aspect of Yuesheng, including his fervent desires. The mere sensation of being caressed with such intensity sent waves of pleasure coursing through his mind. After a moment, Yuesheng narrowed his eyes, quietly observing Jiang Xingchen's swollen, lustrous lips, suppressing the urge to reach out and caress them. He simply asked, "Still warm?" The heating in Jiang Xingchen's villa was ample. He wore only a loose nightgown. "Very warm." Jiang Xingchen subtly hooked the door lock with his foot, the white nightgown slipping from his shoulder to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of his exquisite collarbone, hinting at the alluring depths beneath. No man could misinterpret such an invitation. Yuesheng embraced him, and approached the bed. "Lie down," he instructed, loosening the neckline of his garment while half-kneeling beside him, taking hold of Jiang Xingchen's ankle. The silver chain trembled delicately. "Does it hurt?" Yuesheng inquired, retrieving items from the drawer while caressing Jiang Xingchen's ankle bone. His movements flowed seamlessly, betraying no signs of inexperience. "Not at all." Jiang Xingchen gazed intently at Yuesheng with slightly dampened eyes. "Brother Liu, is this your first time?" The silver chain brushed against his ankle as his toes ventured beyond boundaries. "What is this? You're only asking now if it's too late?" Yuesheng firmly grasped his restless foot. "I have a cleanliness obsession." Jiang Xingchen smiled brightly at Yuesheng. "I do not desire what others have experienced." His smile was simply enchanting, so beautiful that it stirred wicked thoughts, a testament to the unfairness of creation. Outside, the sun had risen high in the sky, its rays filtering through the glass, reflecting off the silver chain adorning Jiang Xingchen's foot, the light caressing his delicate skin at the ankle, repeatedly rubbed by Yuesheng's hands. "How coincidental. I have a cleanliness obsession as well." Yuesheng's deep, resonant voice, with its unique cadence, was particularly alluring in the stillness of the bedroom. He leaned down, his lips brushing against Jiang Xingchen's ear, warm breath sweeping over sensitive skin, separate. For the first time, Jiang Xingchen discovered the ferocity of a man. All the calories from breakfast were expended, leaving him seemingly satisfied like a well-fed beast. When Jiang Xingchen opened his eyes again, the night had enveloped them in darkness. The dim bedside lamp cast a warm yellow glow as he reclined against the bare chest of the man beside him. Yuesheng was smoking, the smoke curling lazily from his handsome lips, exuding a languid sensuality. His lips parted and closed, looking irresistibly kissable, just as Jiang Xingchen intended to steal another glance. Yuesheng unexpectedly met his gaze. They exchanged a silent stare post their shared intimacy. "Does it hurt?" Yuesheng's smoky voice was undeniably tempting, their breaths intertwined, causing Jiang Xingchen's heart to race. "Brother, I am an alpha. Alphas are not afraid of pain." The blanket draped over Jiang Xingchen barely covered him to the waist, failing to conceal the deep and shallow bruises on his porcelain skin, a shocking array of marks. "You are also an alpha. Do you feel pain?" Jiang Xingchen looked at the deep bite marks encircling Yuesheng's wrist, the imprints crisscrossing, evidently embedded into his flesh, revealing the intensity of the moment. Alphas could not mark one another. They could only release their pent-up emotions in the most primal manner. Thus, both were adept at biting. "You bite me, I bite you. It's only fair." The desire for possession that weighed heavily on their chests was unleashed through the force of their bites. How much could it hurt to be nipped by a puppy? Yuesheng continued to smoke with an unperturbed demeanor. Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, tilting his head to inhale Yuesheng's smoke. As his soft lips grazed the tip of Yuesheng's fingers, the latter's knuckles stiffened momentarily. In the next moment, Jiang Xingchen held the smoke, taking a gentle puff. He inhaled little, but was left with the warmth of Yuesheng's fingers on his lips. Stealing a smoke. "Stulingokish, truly delightful." Yuesheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled with his composure. The smoke rings the two exhaled danced in the air, yet ultimately, it was Yuesheng's smoke that dissipated first. Unable to withstand it, he averted his gaze. "Do you feel discomfort?" His voice was low and husky. Two alphas, devoid of soothing pheromones to rely upon, found their bodies in disarray. Their reckless indulgence resembled pure release rather than pleasure. "I could be comfortable." "You, Jiang Xingchen." Gently caressed Yuesheng's chin. "How adorable." Yuesheng, ever the unserious one. "Brother, let me tell you," Jiang Xingchen said, pinching his cold, stoic face. "It's incredibly delightful." "What about you?" As you mentioned, Yuesheng extinguished his cigarette, his expression remaining unchanged, merely routine. Jiang Xingchen's carefree demeanor instinctively elicited a sense of losing control within him. Perhaps Jiang Xingchen had grown weary of the chase, like the wind rushing towards the next horizon. They were never meant to walk the same path in a narrow encounter. It is always the earnest one who loses. Yuesheng despised losing and abhorred the sensation of losing control. Thus, he chose to let him soar, refraining from investing too much emotion. Yet, every inch of his skin longed to hold on. The addiction gnawed at him, a curse of skin hunger. Jiang Xingchen did not withdraw his hand. Nevertheless, Brother Liu, he continued to toy with Liu Yuesheng's profile. You just bit me, and wouldn't let go. You were quite forceful. How could I plead with you? You simply couldn't stop. Is this how you conduct your routine? Liu Yuesheng remained unfazed. The first time, inexperienced. TSK. Jiang Xingchen mused, you speak such earnest nonsense. No sooner had the words left his lips than Liu Yuesheng suddenly raised his hand, the pads of his fingers calloused, gently tapping his cheek. Learned it from you, he remarked in a low voice. The thrill of skin against skin surged between them, clamoring for further intimacy. Just as Liu Yuesheng intended to withdraw his hand, Jiang Xingchen seized his wrist with fervor, fully enveloping the deep, visible bite marks. Inexperienced the first time, Jiang Xingchen tilted his head slightly, his lips brushing against Liu Yuesheng's jaw. Now how about another go? Chapter 14. You said no. You previously told me. Liu Yuesheng, feigning ignorance to Jiang Xingchen's overt seduction, merely tapped the cigarette box rhythmically, saying no, let me stop. He even claimed to regret it, that it hurt unbearably. With a strikingly handsome exterior, exuding an aura of distance, he possessed an impenetrable demeanor. Yet, he could utter such predatory words with utter seriousness. Jiang Xingchen's daring gamble bore considerable fruit. Brother, words of passion, Jiang Xingchen winked at him, are not to be trusted. Liu Yuesheng asked abruptly, do you have any truth? Right now, it's very true. Jiang Xingchen's mischievous gaze was unyielding, looking upon him with a seductive intensity. Liu Yuesheng remained unmoved, his fingers still tapping the cigarette box. I have an international conference tonight. I cannot accompany you. The art of seduction lies in the dance of pursuit. One must not press too hard. Brother, Jiang Xingchen murmured, observing Liu Yuesheng's cigarette box. Whenever you get anxious, you resort to smoking. The motion of tapping the cigarette box paused midair. This was indeed Liu Yuesheng's little habit. Even those who spent every day with him might not notice it. Yet, Jiang Xingchen, having seen him only a handful of times, had caught on. Did he observe others with such keen insight? Liu Yuesheng's gaze darkened, his expression inscrutable. He rationally attributed this emotion to the affliction of skin hunger rather than any superfluous sentiment. A long-suffering individual could scarcely differentiate between desire and affection. After a moment, he extracted a cigarette. You should eat. I'll have Uncle Liu bring something. A camel-lit dinner, perhaps. As Jiang Xingchen's eyes sparkled with inspiration, he suddenly sat up, realizing that there should be some scented candles in his suitcase. Liu Yuesheng instinctively supported him, perplexed by how someone so exhausted could still possess such boundless energy. Was it that he didn't exert enough effort, or was this little madman simply resilient? Clearly, this was his first experience in such matters. Who moves with those things? Liu Yuesheng mused, unconsciously caressing Jiang Xingchen's waist. Me, Jiang Xingchen replied, pointing at himself with an air of nonchalance. I have been cultivating Buddhism for 3 years. Liu Yuesheng was further struck by the absurdity of all. Scented candles for a camel at dinner? Jiang Xingchen pressed his palms together, exuding a devout and dignified demeanor that was quite captivating, despite his bruised and disheveled appearance. He resembled a spirit transformed in the presence of a bodhisattva, embodying both compassion and wildness. Tone it down a bit, little madman, Liu Yuesheng remarked, lighting a cigarette. Jiang Xingchen tilted his head. Liu Ge, I assure you, I am quite restrained in your presence. Behave yourself and eat. I'll stop by the hospital after my meeting to get you some medication, Liu Yuesheng said, standing to leave. Before departing, he draped a blanket over Jiang Xingchen, cautioning him not to wander. That was quite impossible, for Jiang Xingchen was inherently restless. Liu Yuesheng had previously only perceived Jiang Xingchen as someone who knew how to have fun, but he lacked a concrete understanding of what that truly meant, as his world had never included such individuals. However, upon returning to Jiang Xingchen's villa that night, he finally grasped that this little madman was indeed skilled in his own right. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a cream-colored linen tablecloth adorned the dining table, bathed in a warm golden glow. The flickering flames did not emanate from the expected scented candles, but rather from dozens of eucalyptus-scented candles. Moreover, the table was lavishly decorated with silvery green eucalyptus surrounding blooming kapok flowers, with a delicate silver chain tied to the branches. The lascivious sounds of the silver chain from the daytime still echoed in Lu Yuesheng's ears. How troubling. Jiang Xingchen, in high spirits, sat at one side of the table. Upon seeing Lu Yuesheng return, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, lifting his glass in a toast. "Luga, you're home. I've been waiting for you." Lu Yuesheng, accustomed to the extravagant displays of social gatherings, had never before found himself so enraptured by the candlelit ambience of a room, nor by the person within it. In the years to come, the image of Jiang Xingchen toasting him with the words, "I've been waiting for you," would linger in his mind, ambiguous yet vivid. Steadying his thoughts, Lu Yuesheng placed the medication for his hormonal imbalance on the coffee table. "Take your medicine. First, let us eat, Lu Ge. I'm going out for a smoke," he said, escaping into the courtyard, repeatedly attempting to light a cigarette with his lighter, only to find his hands trembling slightly for an unknown reason. After several futile attempts, he found himself devoid of strength and support, leaning against the old locust tree in the yard, feeling disheveled in the wind. 3 minutes later, his phone vibrated, and he hoped it was some inconsequential work matter that would allow him to excuse himself. But it was once again Jiang Xingchen. "I haven't had a meal yet. Please join me," he implored, his hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication. 33 seconds later, Lu Yuesheng sat down at the opposite side of the dining table. "How old are you?" Jiang Xingchen inquired while slicing his steak. 29, he replied, lifting his gaze to fixate on Lu Yuesheng, then popping a piece of steak into his mouth, adding, "It is indeed the age of seeking favors." The table fell into a tranquil silence once more. Lu Yuesheng observed that Jiang Xingchen seemed to only embrace silence during meals, presenting himself as a refined individual, while inherently possessing the traits of a cultured rogue. "It's gone cold. Is it still palatable?" Lu Yuesheng took a sip of wine, his gaze drifting to the flickering candlelight that danced across the wall, casting shadows of Jiang Xingchen. "I relish the pleasure of eating," Jiang Xingchen replied, his eyes twinkling with delight. Lu Yuesheng, however, had never grasped the concept of savoring food. For him, meals were merely a chore. Dining out often revolved around social obligations, while at home, he would hastily consume whatever he could, sometimes forgetting to eat altogether amid his busy schedule. In contrast, Jiang Xingchen savored every meal, chewing slowly and speaking little, unhurried and tranquil, occasionally sipping a bit of wine while listening to music. Perhaps having grown accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, not even the most sensitive periods could deter him from enjoying life so leisurely. Such a person would lead a fulfilling life, whether or not they had a partner. Lu Yuesheng was well aware of this. He had always been adept at judging character. Seated across from one another at a table adorned with candlelight, they dined as if transported back to the day they first met 3 years prior. Their glances would inadvertently collide, causing Jiang Xingchen's heart to race and Lu Yuesheng's skin to tingle. As their plates neared emptiness, Jiang Xingchen noticed Lu Yuesheng staring dreamily at the candle. "Like it? I can give you a few. Where did you get them?" "I bought them while traveling. They're souvenirs, scented perhaps." The aromatic candles exuded a crisp eucalyptus fragrance, reminiscent of Lu Yuesheng's pheromones. Such intimate associations were inherently private. The question carried an undertone of intrigue, yet it was merely a conversation about candles. Thus, Lu Yuesheng opted for silence. After a moment, Jiang Xingchen smiled and casually added, "I purchased many of these scented souvenirs, brother, though I typically do not buy souvenirs." Chapter 15. Breaking the silence of infatuation, was it a fleeting impulse? A case of love at first sight? Lu Yuesheng casually asked, and Jiang Xingchen casually answered. Seemingly nonchalant, yet deliberately so, both had unwittingly developed feelings. The veil of unspoken affection was lifted, transforming secret admiration into an open declaration of love. As the two adult men discussed their sentiments candidly, Jiang Xingchen, "We are not of the same ilk," Lu Yuesheng declared, filling his glass with wine. Before he could set the bottle down, Jiang Xingchen abruptly downed the remnants of his drink, then swiftly extended his empty glass, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. Jiang Xingchen's sudden maneuver was bold as a tiger, while Yuesheng remained oddly composed. Watching Jiang Xingchen cough until his face turned crimson, Yuesheng instinctively reached out to wipe the tears that brimmed at the corners of his eyes. His hand halted midair, pivoted instead to accept Jiang Xingchen's empty glass, opting not to refill it with wine, but rather poured a glass of juice. You can't drink anymore. You need to take your medicine soon. Yuesheng had intended to broach the subject of the divorce agreement, yet Jiang Xingchen's dramatic antics rendered him speechless. The intricacies of such matters hinge upon the right timing, favorable circumstances, and harmonious connections. However, the ambience of the candlelit dinner was far from ideal. The topics of conversation awry, and everything felt amiss. Brother Lu, your consideration for me is appreciated, Jiang Xingchen expressed sincerely, resting his chin on one hand, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he smiled deeply. At 30 years of age, could one still believe in love at first sight? Yuesheng handed over a glass of juice, his tone indifferent. Jiang Xingchen approached Yuesheng, took the glass, leaned closer, and gazed directly into his eyes, articulating each word. The moment I laid eyes on him, my brain rapidly released dopamine, igniting an intense sense of joy, and he was all I could see. The scent of the kapok flower enveloped them, while Yuesheng, focused on his drink, felt his fingers tremble slightly from a longing exacerbated by illness. His heart raced, breaths grew shallow, physiological excitement surged, hormones escalated, palms became clammy, cheeks flushed, pupils dilated, and his body trembled. As the night deepened, he found himself replaying every detail of the other person, even losing sleep, ensnared in profound infatuation. Jiang Xingchen placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "This is what they call love at first sight." Yuesheng swallowed hard, remaining silent. "Brother, you've never been in a relationship with anyone else, have you?" "No, it's too troublesome." "Then let us engage in one." "It won't be troublesome. Right now, it is indeed bothersome." The proximity ignited a restless sensation within him, akin to countless ants crawling beneath his skin. Jiang Xingchen mimicked his earlier behavior, slowly tapping a cigarette case, pulling out a cigarette, and igniting it with the flickering flame of the candle, the eucalyptus aroma mingling with the smoke. He then offered the cigarette to Yuesheng, who instinctively parted his lips to accept it, the tip becoming warm and moist against his mouth. "This is the cigarette I owe you," Jiang Xingchen remarked, turning the cigarette case with a carefree smile. "Smoking, for men, is an exchange of sorts, leaving no room for blame." Yuesheng's agitation intensified, memories of that cigarette shared between them resurfacing, the dryness and bitterness overwhelming him. He inhaled deeply, allowing the nicotine to unleash a fleeting numbness within his mind. Yet, what infiltrated his lungs alongside the smoke was Jiang Xingchen's pheromones. Each alpha experiences their sensitive period differently. Most undergo a dramatic transformation, behaving like entirely different individuals, with even the most composed losing control or revealing vulnerabilities. Yet, a rare few remain unchanged during this period, those who do not conceal their true selves. Living authentically, they boldly express their desires and aversions, akin to practitioners who remain true to their hearts without pretense. Jiang Xingchen embodies this rare breed. Without the intense pheromones, one might not even discern that he was in a sensitive phase. Yuesheng found himself somewhat admiring this, as he struggled with his own frail and unpleasant sensitive period. Yuesheng mused, his dark pupils reflecting Jiang Xingchen's alluring profile. "How long does your sensitive period usually last?" 5 days. "And yours?" 3. "Once every 6 months?" "Once a year." "Brother," Jiang Xingchen chuckled lightly, "it's not good to suppress oneself too much. Neither is it good to indulge excessively. But at this moment, I yearn for indulgence." Jiang Xingchen rests his chin upon Yuesheng's shoulder. "Is that permissible?" The air is thick with unabashed desire. In the fleeting seconds of Yuesheng's stunned silence, Jiang Xingchen's lips have already brushed against his earlobe. "You've tasted mine, and I shall taste yours. It's only fair." The devil's whisper resonates as Jiang Xingchen bites down, with a fervor both passionate and fierce. His skilled mouth caresses the soft flesh of the earlobe, the tip of his tongue teasing before his teeth apply a gentle pressure, a blend of pain and tingling coursing through the nerves with nowhere to escape. Yuesheng's fingers curl slightly, the alcohol igniting a fervent heat, making his breaths come heavier. Jiang Xingchen's hand wanders along his waistline, grasping his belt, refusing to relent. And inexplicably, he allows their bodies to draw closer, their breaths intertwining. He does not push Jiang Xingchen away. 3 mornings later, Yuesheng awakens on Jiang Xingchen's bed. Sunlight slips through the curtain's gaps, casting the usual traces of routine. The details of the past 72 hours flicker vividly in Yuesheng's mind. He perceives that the affection in Jiang Xingchen's eyes lacks authenticity. Yet, he is weary of playing games, as the restraint required during their encounters feels torturous. Jiang Xingchen's satisfaction remains unfulfilled. Where could he possibly wander when not beside him? Jiang Xingchen? No response. Upon entering the living room, he immediately notices the absence of the suitcase by the door. The vulnerable phase has passed, and the wildness has resumed. The table is impeccably tidy. Say for a note, I have an interview today. I'll take my leave first. You've worked hard these past few days. Remember to rest and think of me. The handwriting dances across the page, imbued with an unrestrained vigor, each stroke lacking formal structure, yet brimming with strength, concluding with a flourish that draws a heart. Yuesheng sets the note down, glancing at the medication beside it, 3 pills missing. It seems Jiang Xingchen has been diligent with his medication these past few days. Engaging in intimacy during a vulnerable phase is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The doctor's words echo in his mind. It is advisable to find him an omega partner with a compatibility rating of over 90. In the next moment, Yuesheng retrieves the villa key from his pocket, placing it where the note once lay, while the note itself is tucked away within his pocket. 5 minutes later, Yuesheng exits the villa, receiving a call from his assistant. Mr. Liu, someone is here for an interview. Chapter 16 sees the moment Jiang Xingchen rushes to Yuesheng's company for an interview. However, he does not encounter Yuesheng, as it seems this small delivery order for afternoon tea does not require the presence of the esteemed Mr. Liu. Well, it appears they look down upon those who deliver takeout. Jiang Xingchen is determined to deliver this meal himself, opting to take the entire company's afternoon tea order for Yuesheng. If he cannot see him, so be it. After all, he has shamelessly shared a bed for so many days. With a few casual exchanges, Jiang Xingchen passes the interview and turns to head towards the shop adjacent to Yuesheng's company, a mere 10 meters away. The establishment, named Suspended Indulgence, is a cafe by day and a bar by night. Upon entering, he is greeted by Jojo, the pastry chef. The manager has returned. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, we shall deliver afternoon tea to the adjacent building. Here is the order. It is remarkable that we have secured such a substantial order right after our grand opening. The manager is truly impressive. I will handle the management's portion of the delivery. Very well. As Qiao Qiao finally comprehended the situation, Jiang Xingchen had already ventured afar. She turned to the long-haired barista, Nanjia, and exclaimed, "The manager is personally delivering it? Does this mean we can accompany Brother Jiang on deliveries every day?" Nanjia replied, "Qiao Qiao, oh my goodness, I'm already reveling in happiness, but alas, the manager prefers men." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the coffee shop transformed into a quaint tavern, its door wide open. Jiang Xingchen donned the role of bartender, standing at the bar center as a living advertisement. When Yuesheng passed by after work, he witnessed Jiang Xingchen striking the bottle against the bar's edge. At the moment, the bottle shattered. The glimmering liquid cascaded in a silver arc, landing in the glass and shimmering with a brilliance akin to scattered diamonds. Flashbulbs illuminated the scene, and gasps of excitement filled the air. The crowd swelled, with a significant portion being Yuesheng's colleagues, all drawn by Jiang Xingchen's allure. Upon noticing the presence of higher-ups from the company, the staff discreetly dispersed, silently muttering, "What bad luck." A spirited young woman, bold and vivacious, asked the beta man accompanying Yuesheng Mr. Feng, could you assist me in obtaining the manager's contact information? He is an S-class alpha, and we little omegas dare not approach. Feng Yu replied, I'm always willing to assist a lovely lady, but that is certainly not possible. Yuesheng interjected, why not? Feng Yu became the mouthpiece for the female subordinate, while the petite girl fervently nodded in agreement. Why so strict after hours? President Liu is destined for singlehood. Yuesheng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the man at the bar. Feng Yu sensed something amiss and discreetly signaled to his colleagues, prompting them to tactfully retreat. Do you know him? Feng Yu nudged Yuesheng's arm. Yes. Your demeanor suggests there is something afoot. Speak candidly. Feng Yu and Yuesheng were classmates, and he had come today under the guise of a job interview for a senior engineer position, but in truth, he was there to assist an old friend and would soon return to Silicon Valley. Earlier that morning, Yuesheng had received a call from his assistant, and for a fleeting moment, he had imagined that the interviewee might be Jiang Xingchen. But how could he linger in the office? It was inconceivable that he would come merely for an interview. Yuesheng's gaze lingered on the ornate calligraphy hanging beside the sign, before the gods. 3 sticks of incense are not lacking. Life encompasses more than myriad sorrows. The handwriting belonged to Jiang Xingchen. I got married 3 years ago, Yuesheng spoke slowly. Oh, I am aware of that matter. Your family arranged it. Now, wait a moment. Could he possibly be the one? Indeed, he is. Goodness, my brother. How could you consider divorce when he is so handsome? Feng Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Am I not handsome? Yuesheng retorted coolly. Though we are brothers. I must speak frankly, be quiet. In all of Shanghai City, one could hardly find a man more visually striking. Have you lost your senses? Yuesheng's temple twitched. Why would a straight man find another man attractive? Oh, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Feng Yu rubbed his nose, recalling the sorrowful events from last year when he came out and was led astray by a scoundrel. It's better not to dwell on the painful memories. Come on, let's go. Don't just stand there. Feng Yu tugged him toward the bar. Jiang Xingchen was stationed there, mixing drinks for several patrons. The amber-hued base spirit glided down the walls of the glass into a goblet as he added a few drops of blue liqueur, the liquid swirling within the cup like a deep sea imbued with starlight. It was both worldly and romantic, undeniably dazzling. Indeed, it would be preferable for such a person to exit his life sooner rather than later. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? The Omega bartender inquired with a smile. Yes, with me. You may continue your work. A low voice came from behind the bartender. Upon recognizing the speaker, Omega's cheeks flushed crimson. Certainly, manager, he replied. Jiang Xingchen approached with a lively demeanor, only to find another man's hand resting on Yuesheng's shoulder. A flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, but he quickly averted his eyes, smiling at the two, concealing any sense of disappointment. Yet, that smile was so blinding that it forced Feng Yu's recently bent spine to bow even lower. What was once a path to redemption now seemed hopelessly twisted. Excuse me, do you have any seats available? Feng Yu asked, feeling slightly disoriented. Of course, please follow me, Jiang Xingchen responded, leading them through the vibrant labyrinth of suspended delight. Yuesheng appeared somewhat out of place in this dazzling, kaleidoscopic realm, where the throng bustled, music thundered, and the clinking of glasses created a cacophony that dazzled the senses. Jiang Xingchen guided them to a private room in the back, a stark contrast to the chaos outside, where the scent of incense wafted gently, and an air of elegance enveloped them. On the wall, for characters proclaimed, "Seize the day." As soon as they sat down, the Omega bartender brought forth a colorful array of cocktails and several appetizers. He couldn't resist sneaking glances at the manager as he departed. Jiang Xingchen reclined lazily on the sofa, directing his gaze toward Yuesheng while casually appraising Feng Yu. Their eyes met, and Feng Yu proactively handed Jiang Xingchen his business card. I am Feng Yu, a university classmate of Yuesheng. Jiang Xingchen accepted it and offered him a cigarette. Jiang Xingchen, a pleasure to meet you. He then extended another cigarette to Yuesheng, their fingers briefly brushing against one another. Jiang Xingchen picked up a nearby glass, igniting its rim with a lighter that sparked a blue flame. He gently pressed a slice of lemon against the fire, which extinguished in an instant. transforming into a pool of crisp white mist, mingling with fruity aromas. He pushed the drink toward Feng Yu. "Give it a try." Feng Yu stared in astonishment, quickly accepting the glass. "You should drink as well." They clinked their glasses together, with Jiang Xingchen adeptly steering the conversation. Noticing Yuesheng silently smoking beside him, Feng Yu smiled at Jiang Xingchen. "Could we connect on social media? My colleagues just outside asked me to procure your contact information." Jiang Xingchen retrieved a business card from the box on the table and handed it to Feng Yu. "The phone number is also my WeChat ID." "Thank you," Feng Yu replied, taking the card. Meanwhile, Yuesheng remained aloof, smoking alone, his gaze indifferent and disinterested, exhaling smoke like a solitary elder. Chapter 17. Return home on this snowy day. The atmosphere was filled with joy. After a few rounds of drinks and an array of delectable dishes, Jiang Xingchen, with his charming demeanor, engaged Feng Yu in delightful conversation, leaving him in fits of laughter, his eyes slightly glazed from the wine. Noticing Yuesheng's reserved silence and indifferent expression, Feng Yu seized the opportunity to withdraw, crafting a moment for them. As he departed, he successfully added Jiang Xingchen as a friend, flaunting it before Yuesheng, igniting a spark of mischief. "Buddy, such a wonderful person, and you let him go? He'll surely be snatched away before you know it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Life is fleeting, learn to cherish it." With a grand wave, Feng Yu exited the establishment, unexpectedly reminded of a former heartbreaker, his heart heavy, leaving him in solitude. As Jiang Xingchen saw the others leave, he drunkenly collapsed onto the sofa, resting his hand on his forehead, his shoulders sinking into the cushions, exuding an extreme sense of languor. Yuesheng approached, gazing down at him. "You should drink less if you can't handle your liquor. A little indulgence pleases the soul," Jiang Xingchen replied. His voice laced with the scent of alcohol, his eyes slightly reddened. Dressed in a stylish bartender uniform, the collar undone, his elegant collarbones were prominently visible, a tempting sight. "Excessive drinking harms the body. You've overindulged." "Speaking of harm," Jiang Xingchen said, moving his arm from his eyes, his gaze fixated on Yuesheng. "You made me feel quite unwell these past few days. From what I just saw, you don't appear to be in any discomfort," Yuesheng countered. The distance between them felt charged, the air thickening, likely from the effects of alcohol. Jiang Xingchen, momentarily dazed, found Yuesheng turning to leave. There was no time for hesitation. Hesitation would lead to defeat. "Brother," Jiang Xingchen grasped Yuesheng's hand. "Don't go. I beg you." In that fleeting moment of contact, a swarm of tingling sensations coursed through Yuesheng's body, as if parched skin had encountered a long-awaited source of moisture, greedily absorbing the warmth. Feeling a loss of control, Yuesheng's irritation bubbled to the surface. His expression darkened, his gaze icy. "Your pleas are futile. I have matters to attend to. Please, do as you wish." Such a hard heart. Jiang Xingchen released his grip, refraining from any foolish attempts to retain him, allowing Yuesheng to turn away while he sunk back into the sofa to rest, internally counting the seconds, awaiting the return of his quarry. The sensation of Yuesheng's touch lingered, the warmth that had just soothed him now igniting a more profound emptiness. This infuriating predicament was tiresome. As he stepped out of the tranquil private room, the cacophony of rock music erupted around him, the chaotic ambience infused with the aromas of smoke and alcohol. A stark reminder of their disconnection. No matter what, they did not belong to the same world, he mused. In that moment, he brushed past the bartender, who paused and bowed slightly. "Take care." It was the same Omega bartender who had blushed at Jiang Xingchen and had stolen glances at him. The admiration in his eyes and unspoken intentions clear. After taking a few steps forward, Yuesheng halted, turning back to observe. The bartender was making his way toward Jiang Xingchen's private room. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds, the prey returned willingly, and Jiang Xingchen stifled a laugh. When Yuesheng retraced his steps, the Omega bartender stood blushing beside the sofa, while Jiang Xingchen retained his previous posture. His eyelashes gently lowered as if he had succumbed to intoxication. "What do you wish to do?" The bartender, clearly startled, stiffened and hurriedly explained. "I am here to tidy up the manager's room." Very well. Thank you for your assistance, Lu Yuesheng replied politely, leaning his tall figure against the sofa. He slowly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Do you mind? His demeanor was elegant, yet imposing. Not at all. Please proceed. As the bartender gathered his belongings, he felt an icy gaze watching him from the shadows. Yet, upon stealing glances, he found no one was observing him. Nonetheless, the chilling sensation was palpable, reminiscent of wolves lurking in the deep mountains, causing him to shiver and hastily finish his task before retreating. Call me if you need anything. Are you on a night shift? Lu Yuesheng's tone was indifferent. Yes, I'll be here until 8 tomorrow morning. That sounds arduous. Not at all. It's to be expected. I shall take my leave now. Very well. The door clicked shut, isolating them from the world outside. The half-smoked cigarette remained between Lu Yuesheng's fingers. He approached Jiang Xingchen once more, leaning down to bring the damp cigarette, but closer to the other's lips. Take a drag. Jiang Xingchen obediently accepted the cigarette. Inhaling deeply, his exposed atoms apple quivering slightly as the mist of alcohol escaped his lips. Feeling more alert, Lu Yuesheng reclaimed the cigarette, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Jiang Xingchen's lower lip. Yet, Jiang Xingchen grasped Lu Yuesheng's wrist again, applying slight pressure to pull the cigarette back towards himself. Don't waste it. Let me have another couple of puffs. The skin on Lu Yuesheng's wrist felt as if it had ignited, searing with heat, prompting him to instinctively pull away. Their lips inadvertently met. A searing warmth exploded from his fingertips, rendering Lu Yuesheng momentarily disoriented. Jiang Xingchen, seizing this exquisite opportunity, took the tip of Lu Yuesheng's fingers into his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuesheng's heart raced uncomfortably, his pulse pounding against his chest, frantic and heavy. Let go. Jiang Xingchen, resembling an obedient kitten, leisurely released his grip and leaned his forehead against Lu Yuesheng's palm, gently nuzzling it. I apologize. This time it was truly unintentional. From Lu Yuesheng's unseen angle, Jiang Xingchen's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. After a moment, as the cigarette burnt down to its end, Lu Yuesheng finally spoke. I will escort you home. It's no trouble. I shall sleep right here. Lu Yuesheng frowned deeply, clearly aware that there was nothing in the room to provide warmth. Glancing at Jiang Xingchen, dressed so lightly and lacking even a warm coat, he questioned, Can you really sleep here? Is your standard for sleeping so low? Let's go back. Lu Yuesheng simply stated in a low voice. Brother, I didn't bring my keys. Jiang Xingchen's eyes glimmered with moisture. Will you accompany me home and help me unlock the door? I cannot. That's nonsense. You've been using the spare key to enter my home every day for the past few days. I left it on your desk this morning. Jiang Xingchen's expression of hope instantly faded, his eyes feigning sorrow as he lowered them, his voice wilting. Oh, then I cannot return home. He curled up on the sofa, turning his back to him. I will sleep here. Goodbye. No need to see me off. Lu Yuesheng coldly turned to twist the doorknob. Just as he opened the door, voices drifted in from outside. Xiao Ge, are you on the night shift today? Where's the manager? He's asleep in the room. It was that Omega's voice again, lingering like a ghost. Lu Yuesheng, irritated, shut the door tightly and said in a deep voice to Jiang Xingchen, Get up. Come home with me. Homeless. Jiang Xingchen felt gloomy. Come back to my place. Chapter 18. Tender temptation with his goal achieved. He followed Lu Yuesheng home. As soon as the car hit the ring road, Jiang Xingchen began to feel warmth spreading through him, his skin flushing and temperature rising. The pheromone disorder struck without warning. It's so hot. Jiang Xingchen tugged at his collar. The car filled with his pheromones, creating an atmosphere of restless chaos, radiating intense heat. Get out. A faint shimmer appeared in Jiang Xingchen's eyes. What do you think of me? He leaned closer to Lu Yuesheng, his palm warm. As he drew nearer, their heated breaths intertwined, making it difficult to distinguish their scents. He grasped Lu Yuesheng's wrist, unwilling to let go. Troublesome. His magnetic, deep voice was captivating, making Jiang Xingchen's ears tingle with desire. Say that again, I didn't catch it. Jiang Xingchen leaned his ear against Lu Yuesheng's Adam's apple, his warm ear grazing against his skin. The touch ignited a longing within, and Lu Yuesheng knew precisely what he desired. The heat clung to them, inseparable. Jiang Xingchen, Are you aware of your provocativeness? Brother, the mark you left has faded. Jiang Xingchen gazed intently at Yuesheng, his eyes brimming with emotion. A sultry blend of scorching sun and clear spring water intertwined. Leave another mark. Yuesheng swallowed hard, instinctively tightening his grip around Jiang Xingchen's neck, his fingertips pressing firmly. The skin met in a fervent exchange, the intensity increasing, an indescribable shiver traveling from his fingertips. If you're unwell, refrain from drinking. Intoxication leads to indiscretions, and you might end up in someone else's bed. The rich timbre of Yuesheng's voice penetrated Jiang Xingchen's ears, who smiled faintly and silently mouthed, "Yours." Back and forth. A tempest brewed between them. The corners of Jiang Xingchen's eyes shimmered with mischief, his gaze fixating on Yuesheng's thin lips. Without warning, he leaned in, his lips brushing softly, tracing the outline. A cunning fox bestowed a tender kiss. A touch, and it ignited. Yuesheng then tightly grasped Jiang Xingchen's chin. Fully aware that he shouldn't take a drunken person seriously, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to the question, "Who are you kissing?" "You." Jiang Xingchen's voice turned hoarse from a grip. "Get away. Just a kiss." Yuesheng's grip softened slightly. "You're drunk." "Brother, I'm not drunk." Drunkards always deny their state, and Yuesheng relinquished his hold, choosing to ignore him. His fingertips tingled against Jiang Xingchen's skin. "I can't take medicine after drinking." Jiang Xingchen buried his head in Yuesheng's neck, his nose twitching. "Give me a bit of your pheromones." "No." Yuesheng avoided looking at him. It did not push him away. The seemingly indifferent exterior concealed a gentle heart, and Jiang Xingchen yearned to possess that softness entirely. He extended his arms and gently whispered in Yuesheng's ear, "Then, let's embrace." How old are you to still seek such comfort? Only children plead in this manner. The inebriated Jiang Xingchen appeared somewhat endearing. "Then allow me to embrace you." For the remainder of the time, Jiang Xingchen nestled closely against Yuesheng, who felt his lips and tongue parched, yearning for a cigarette. The butler, noticing the car had returned, yet its occupants remained inside, approached and lightly tapped on the window. The window opened only a crack, and a disordered wave of pheromones spilled forth, causing the butler to cover his nose and cough gently. "Young master, what troubles you?" "Just dealing with a minor inconvenience," Yuesheng replied, his brow furrowed, irritated by the restless movements of the person beside him. "Brother, my head aches," Jiang Xingchen's voice emerged, laced with the scent of alcohol, prompting the butler to quickly comprehend the nature of the inconvenience. "I'll fetch some hangover soup for young Master Jiang. You should take him inside to rest. It's chilly at night. Why remain in the car? The stagnant air can lead to illness." It was evident that Uncle Lu spoke with a suppressed amusement. "Are you now taking it upon yourself to manage me?" Yuesheng retorted sharply, though his actions remained tender. He reached up to touch Jiang Xingchen's forehead, finding it warm, over 38 degrees Celsius. Uncle Lu took a step back. "I dare not." Observing Uncle Lu's struggle to suppress laughter, Yuesheng found it amusing. "Is it truly that funny?" "Not at all. Certainly not," Uncle Lu responded, deftly redirecting the conversation. "By the way, young master, I just dried and hung Jiang's clothes. It's not ideal to leave them under the pillow." A chuckle escaped Jiang Xingchen, who nestled against Yuesheng's neck, his warm forehead brushing against his jaw. "If you like it, I shall give it to you." Yuesheng, Uncle Lu, stifling his laughter, remarked, "I shall prepare the hangover soup. Young master, feel free to summon me should you require anything." Turning to leave, Uncle Lu finally succumbed to laughter. 3 minutes later, Yuesheng relented. The inebriated man's intentions were clearly not solely about the drink. Reasoning with a drunkard was a folly. Yuesheng found himself utterly at a loss against this capricious, drunken fool. He lifted Jiang Xingchen effortlessly, his footsteps heavy as he made his way to the bedroom. The person in his arms was anything but compliant. Warm lips grazed his jaw, then nibbled at his earlobe, the restless pheromones enveloping him with an insatiable longing. "Brother." Yuesheng's skin ached to be ignited. Yet his aversion to desire ran deep within him. The more he was provoked into a heated state, the more he instinctively suppressed it. As a natural leader, he was rigidly disciplined, allowing no room for chaos. The only way to confront the turmoil was to refuse it. Jiang Xingchen, however, resembled an intruding creature, disrupting his meticulously ordered world, leading to an increasing divergence from the expected path. Yuesheng wished for him to retreat, to recognize the boundaries. Change your clothes. He tossed Jiang Xingchen onto his bed, choosing to ignore him, and turned to the bathroom for a cold shower. Upon his return, the scene before him ignited the suppressed sense of terrifying chaos. Clothes lay carelessly strewn on the floor. Jiang Xingchen curled up in the center of the bed, tightly wrapped in the covers, with only his smooth ankles exposed, the silver chain around them swaying with the slightest movement. He buried his entire face into Yuesheng's pillow, his nose rubbing against the fabric, greedily inhaling its scent. The air was thick with tension, the alpha pheromones swirling uncontrollably around them. Yuesheng stood frozen in place, beads of moisture trickling down his fingers as his composure shattered in an instant. The insatiable thirst of his skin clashed violently with his resistance to losing control. He forced himself to suppress his anger and approached, questioning the absence of clothing. Eucalyptus-scented breaths drifted through the cotton layers. After a moment of bewildered silence, Yuesheng succumbed, tugging at the pillow. "Are you trying to suffocate yourself? Move aside." Jiang Xingchen rolled away, his features adorned with hues of crimson. "Then let me smell your pheromones." Chapter 19. Just for Brother Yuesheng's expression darkened, the atmosphere around him becoming palpable. Sensing the displeasure radiating from the person before him, Jiang Xingchen quickly raised 2 fingers in a mock vow. Just a sniff, nothing more. This declaration only deepened Yuesheng's scowl. He pressed his thin lips together, finally managing to utter, "Have a smoke, don't follow me." As he turned, he heard Jiang Xingchen's murmurs behind him. "Smoking, smoking, all you know is smoking. Is it more entertaining than me? Have I truly been drained from indulgence these past few days? Good heavens, will I be like this after 30? Jiang Xingchen possessed a remarkable talent for provocation. His few words made Yuesheng's veins throb, halting his steps as he whirled around to cast a steely glare, hoping Jiang would understand. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jiang Xingchen tenderly lifted Yuesheng's pillow and placed a kiss upon it. He must have drunk too much. A rational person wouldn't stoop to the level of a drunkard. 3 seconds later, Yuesheng stood on the balcony, allowing the winter night wind to disperse the smoke, yet his heightened emotions remained unchanged. The tendrils of smoke twisted and faded, and just as Yuesheng managed to regain some semblance of calm, he heard a noise behind him. "I told you not to." He turned, somewhat impatient, only to be met by the smiling eyes of the old butler. "Young master, why so fierce?" Uncle Lu stood at the balcony door, holding a bowl of hot soup. "Why do you speak to me like that?" Yuesheng shot a cold glance at the butler. "You raised me in my birthday suit. I'm not afraid of your glare." Uncle Lu retorted boldly without a hint of trepidation. Yuesheng's tone softened. "What is it, Uncle Lu?" The long-standing steward of the Lu family commanded respect not only from Yuesheng but also from the elders of the family. Young master refuses to drink the hangover soup. Uncle Lu's expression turned troubled, deliberately leaving the latter part of his statement unspoken. "Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Really don't want to hear it? If you want tea, drink, I'll pour it out." Yuesheng stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, gesturing dismissively. Too old to be indulging in such childishness. Uncle Lu shook his head, muttering as he turned. "Really, young master, at your age, still being so coy is unbecoming." Yuesheng furrowed his brow, halting. Uncle Lu turned back, respectfully inquiring, "Is there anything else you wish to command?" Yuesheng paused before asking, "What did he say?" "Young master said it was too bitter, and he would only drink if you fed him." Certainly, this dialogue has been refined by Uncle Lu, transforming the original phrase. "Uncle Lu, let me discreetly inform you, I am not actually intoxicated, into something more nuanced." As a man of stories in his youth, Uncle Lu, without hesitation, bestowed upon Jiang Xingchen an approving glance, and promptly proceeded to assist his wooden young master by providing a ladder. Yuesheng pondered aloud. "Why does the hangover soup taste bitter?" Uncle Lu, momentarily taken aback, found his thoughts racing and resolutely decided to sacrifice his own comfort for the greater good. I must be losing my wits. I added dried tangerine peel for fragrance, but in my clumsiness, I added too much, resulting in a bitter aftertaste. Young people are rather finicky, naturally finding it distasteful. Yuesheng stared at the steaming bowl of soup, falling into a contemplative silence. Alas, age renders one ineffective. I shall discard this and prepare a fresh batch. Come now. Yuesheng accepted the bowl of hangover soup from his hands, unwilling to indulge in such delicacy. Uncle Lu observed his retreating figure, stifling a chuckle as he departed. When will the young master mature? If he remains so oblivious, his wife may very well take flight. Approaching the bedside with the soup in hand, Yuesheng settled down, only to find Jiang Xingchen rolling over with his pillow in tow. Unpleasant as it may be, you must drink. Come here. I'm referring to you, with that overwhelming scent of smoke. Jiang Xingchen's face remained buried in the pillow, obscuring his expression. But his voice emerged, muffled and hoarse. Excessive drinking leads to dryness of the mouth, as alcohol irritates the mucous membranes of the oral cavity and throat, expediting the evaporation of moisture during respiration. Without timely hydration, one inevitably succumbs to heat. When the fire rages too fiercely, it cannot be extinguished. Now you're disliking the smell of smoke? Yuesheng suppressed the urge to pull him up and force the soup into him. Jiang Xingchen managed a hoarse acknowledgement. Jiang Xingchen. Do you understand the concept of moderation? Then come here. Do not make me repeat myself. In the next moment, Jiang Xingchen climbed up the pole and immediately drew closer. The scent of the kapok flower was chaotic yet clingy, difficult to shake off once it settled. He was flushed from the after-effects of alcohol, his movements somewhat unsteady. Yuesheng instinctively reached out to steady him, his hand brushing against Jiang Xingchen's forehead. Brother, your hand is too hot. It's unbearable. In the midst of speaking, Jiang Xingchen propped himself up, resting his forehead against Yuesheng's. This is proper. Too close. So close that Yuesheng could hear their hearts racing in a tumultuous symphony, deafening in its intensity. How noisy? Huh? Jiang Xingchen, perplexed, asked. What do you mean by noisy? You are intoxicated. You cannot hear. After a few moments of suspended air, Jiang Xingchen fixed his gaze on Yuesheng. Brother, your heart beats so rapidly. Yuesheng distanced himself and nonchalantly replied, drink the soup. As Jiang Xingchen reached for the bowl, intent on downing its contents, he was taken aback when Yuesheng, with surprising earnestness, scooped a spoonful and offered it to him. His astonishment was fleeting. Jiang Xingchen, bewildered, opened his mouth to receive it, swallowing hard as Yuesheng presented another spoonful. What is happening? This is unusual. Is it the effect of nicotine? The unexpected feeding brought clarity to Jiang Xingchen's foggy mind. When something is amiss, it must be investigated. If there is an anomaly, why not indulge? Contemplating this impulsively, he leaned his head toward Yuesheng's abdomen. Yuesheng. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Ah, brother, you seem quite spirited. With a playful air, Jiang Xingchen rolled onto the inner side of the bed, clutching a pillow and curling into a ball. Yuesheng remained frozen beside him, his expression obscured in the darkness, only his hand extending to reach for the cigarettes on the bedside table. Jiang Xingchen's voice, clear and resonant, drifted to his ears from a half-arm's distance. Do not run off to smoke. Stay here and keep me company. Was he issuing commands now? A bitter sensation rolled in Yuesheng's throat, and just as he was about to respond, Jiang Xingchen continued, this is my rightful tip. Good night. Soon, the sound of even breathing emanated from beside him. Yuesheng maintained his position, feeling an unprecedented tremor coursing through his skin. Ultimately, the cigarettes remained unlit, and after an entire hour of sleeplessness, his consciousness sharpened, while his heartbeat became erratic and his nerves frayed. At 3 in the morning, Yuesheng's gaze lingered in the impenetrable darkness, murmuring to Jiang Xingchen, are you insane? Unexpectedly, his voice soon came from slumber, reserved solely for his brother. At 4 in the morning, Yuesheng deleted Jiang Xingchen's friend from his contacts. By 5 in the morning, Yuesheng scheduled a private examination at the hospital and, casting a glance at the sleeping figure, departed. Chapter 20. Truly un amusing disaster. Agradable mist. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Xingchen awoke to the blaring alarm. His immediate reaction being this realization, for he had sadly discovered that he had been removed from the friend list. Previously, he had only been blocked, not deleted. The distinction between blocking and deleting is minuscule yet vast. Blocking signifies that there remains a glimmer of possibility for the relationship, while deletion conveys a desire for eternal estrangement. Jiang Xingchen smacked his lips, the lingering scent of eucalyptus still present in his mouth, and rose to drink a glass of water. His head remained somewhat foggy as he meticulously recalled the events of the previous night. Had he truly crossed the line? His stubbornness, coupled with an inkling of impatience, now surfaced. In the game of flirtation, one must master the art of relaxation and restraint. Relentless pursuit can force someone into a corner, and it is essential to ease up. Yuesheng, being both stiff and traditional, had unsurprisingly chosen this method of rejection, or perhaps he was merely playing hard to get. Jiang Xingchen had never been one to dwell on temporary gains and losses, so he decided to dismiss it from his mind. 30 minutes later, Jiang Xingchen stood before the mirror, tidying himself up to a pristine state, casually grabbing Yuesheng's attire from the table. He donned the outfit with ease, the subtle aroma of eucalyptus filling his lungs, and he cheerfully made his way to the cafe bar. Manager, as he pushed open the door, Xiao's eyes brightened. We thought you were nursing a hangover and wouldn't show up today. How could that be? Jiang Xingchen lightly tapped his forehead with his elongated fingers, a smile illuminating his eyes. I remember our promise to deliver afternoon tea at 4. He exuded a gentlemanly charm, his brows arched and eyes curving into a lazy smile that made Xiao's cheeks flush and her heart race, feeling a dizzying admiration. The manager looks so handsome today, and his outfit is splendid. Really? Xiao inquired. Isn't this outfit rather ordinary? Subsequently, Jiang Xingchen took Xiao and another beautiful employee, Nanjia, to deliver the afternoon tea. After making rounds at Yuesheng's company, he found several colleagues discreetly adding him as a friend, with many of them being representatives of the public, who, after connecting with Jiang Xingchen, proceeded to introduce him to their circle of friends. In the spirit of expanding his clientele while seamlessly integrating into the inner circle, Jiang Xingchen welcomed all visitors without reservation. After all, the profile picture of the person pinned at the top had turned into a gray, blank silhouette. Manager, aren't you going to deliver that document to the 6th floor? Xiao inquired, somewhat puzzled. No, Jiang Xingchen replied, shaking his phone, which displayed a low battery warning. I need to go recharge. Nanjia chuckled. Brother Zhang's phone has been vibrating incessantly since earlier, with a flood of messages piling up. No wonder, Xiao murmured, her tone tinged with concern. My best friend has already arranged to meet me at the cafe at 5 o'clock, and there are only 15 minutes left. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. You should return to the manager first, Nanjia suggested, casually twirling her long, wavy hair with a bright smile. I can handle things on my own. So don't worry. Let us go. Jiang Xingchen walked at a measured pace, neither hurried nor slow, allowing the petite girl to easily keep up with him. Xiao trailed slightly behind him, feeling instinctively bashful in the presence of the S-class alpha she admired. Her heart raced like a drum, and she repeatedly chanted in her mind, he prefers men. Despite her efforts, she remained unsuccessful in gathering the courage, her cheeks burning crimson. Xiao sighed inwardly, lamenting. In this day and age, not only do alphas attract omega admirers, but even men are competing for their attention. It's simply too challenging. She then shifted her focus to reciting the great compassion mantra. Perhaps the mantra was exceptionally potent, as Xiao became so lost in thought that she failed to notice an electric scooter speeding toward her at the intersection. Be careful. Jiang Xingchen reacted swiftly, pulling Xiao to safety, but the vehicle grazed his arm, drawing blood. Xiao exclaimed in shock, instinctively terrified, her legs giving way as she collapsed into Jiang Xingchen's embrace. Are you all right? Jiang Xingchen focused solely on examining Xiao's injury, oblivious to the familiar business vehicle that had just pulled up a mere meter in front of him. Coincidentally, Yuesheng had just picked up his medication from the hospital and was en route to the office, having picked up Feng Yu for an errand. The car came to a halt at the red light right at that intersection. Jiang Xingchen had intentionally avoided the 6th floor to escape an encounter. Yet fate had orchestrated their meeting here. Sometimes, no amount of careful planning can rival the whims of destiny. Hey, isn't that Jiang Xingchen? Why is he holding such a lovely girl? Feng Yu remarked, relishing the spectacle. From Yuesheng's perspective, Jiang Xingchen leaned slightly forward, his arm wrapped around Xiao Qiao's waist. While she gazed up at him, their posture intimate and ambiguous. What does it matter who he holds? Yuesheng's voice was icy. Feng Yu retorted, what is it to me? Can't I just take a look? He defiantly pulled out his phone to snap a photo, finding the sight of the handsome man and beautiful girl visually pleasing. How vulgar, Yuesheng stated flatly. I'm just an ordinary person, while you're the epitome of refinement. Feng Yu replied with bravado. With 20 seconds left on the red light, Xiao Qiao regained her composure, her nose delicately twitching as she pondered. What is that scent? A refreshing yet warm floral pheromone wafted through the air, subtly enveloping her. For an omega, the allure of an alpha's pheromones was irresistibly potent. The fragrance wafted through the air as she murmured unconsciously, overwhelmed by its allure. Jojo, following the scent, soon discovered that it emanated from Jiang Xingchen, whose arm was bleeding. The potent alpha's K-pop pheromones spilling forth with the blood. I apologize. Jiang Xingchen hastily covered his wound, lacking any sufficient bandages and needing to find a pharmacy urgently. Can you walk? The scent was so intoxicating that it left her dazed, her senses completely overwhelmed. This crisp aroma not only captivated her, but also caused passers-by to pause, inhaling deeply with curiosity. As the red light turned green, Yuesheng pressed the accelerator, and the business vehicle sped past Jiang Xingchen. The wind carrying the intense K-pop pheromones into the cabin, mingling with the faint metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, the sharp screech of brakes pierced the street, tires screeching against the pavement. Damn it, don't slam the brakes like that. Feng Yu gripped the passenger seat's armrest, his face paling. We'll get a ticket for stopping here. Yuesheng deftly unfastened his seatbelt and tossed the car keys to Feng Yu. You drive. Hey, where are you going? Feng Yu, unable to detect the pheromones, looked perplexed. Yuesheng stepped out of the car, striding to the trunk to retrieve a medical kit, and proceeded towards the roadside. And you call me vulgar, Feng Yu muttered as he begrudgingly switched to the driver's seat. You're the one who is utterly mundane. The black business vehicle vanished into the distance. Jiang Xingchen scanned the surroundings, but found no medical facility, so he opened the Gauda map for a thorough search. Don't bother. The nearest one is 2 kilometers away. The familiar bass reverberated, causing Jiang Xingchen's ears to flush with warmth. When crossing the street, do not look at your phone, avoid reciting the Great Compassion mantra, and be cautious of electric vehicles and all other traffic. Remember, Chapter 21, be more obedient next time. Brother, Jiang Xingchen called out, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. I'm sorry. He discreetly squeezed his arm to stem the blood flow, the scent of iron mingling with the K-pop pheromones intensifying. The pheromone leakage is not your fault. His apologies stemmed from having accidentally torn Yuesheng's clothing when he raised his injured arm. Yuesheng remained silent, locking eyes with him. The blood on Jiang Xingchen's arm starkly contrasted against his fair skin. The blood continued to flow. What kind of electric vehicle was so reckless? Yuesheng stood resolutely before Jiang Xingchen, who was supporting the dizzy Jojo, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Jiang Xingchen noticed Yuesheng's lips part slightly before pressing them tightly together, yet he remained mute. His gaze was fierce yet particularly cold, leaving Jiang Xingchen feeling a touch disconcerted, as though he had been caught in wrongdoing. This time, it was not his own mischief at play. The situation had taken him entirely by surprise. Although Yuesheng said nothing, Jiang Xingchen could sense his displeasure. It's merely an inconsequential piece of clothing. Yuesheng's deep voice broke the silence. If it's torn, just discard it. Jiang Xingchen was about to utter something to appease him when harsh words followed. People are the same, having overindulged the previous night, and now causing him further distress. The underlying message was unmistakable. You are insignificant. I wouldn't grieve your loss. Jiang Xingchen paused for a moment before responding. With the medical point 2 kilometers away, and for the sake of Yuesheng's medical kit, Jiang Xingchen found himself quite agreeable. Indeed, one is at a disadvantage when relying on others. As the conversation lapsed, Yuesheng's cold, austere visage darkened further. His obsidian eyes momentarily averted, drifting over Jiang Xingchen's wound. Ultimately choosing silence, he directly opened the medical kit, retrieving a bottle of portable antiseptic. Jiang Xingchen swiftly extended his hand, indicating a need for assistance. Yuesheng interpreted this as Jiang Xingchen's other hand being preoccupied in support of Xiao Xiao. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Yuesheng seized his arm, tearing away the soiled fabric. The extensive abrasions on his skin were revealed in full, appearing even more grievous than before. Jiang Xingchen attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Yuesheng's firm command, "Do not move." His voice, deep and alluring, brooked no dissent, and Jiang Xingchen complied, remaining still. Utilizing the antiseptic, Yuesheng gently applied it with a cotton swab, followed by a generous layer of ointment and a gauze wrap, ultimately sealing it with a protective adhesive. During the bandaging, Yuesheng's warm touch grazed the uninjured skin surrounding the wound, a sensation that lingered even after he withdrew his hand, leaving a residual warmth. Jiang Xingchen felt a flutter of nervousness within him, chastising himself for being so affected by a mere touch at his age. The proximity during the dressing made it appear to onlookers as if the two were engaged in a tender moment. The faint scent of eucalyptus pheromones from Yuesheng was unmistakable to Jiang Xingchen. Even after Yuesheng released him, Jiang Xingchen's heart raced, skipping several beats. "Thank you. Change the dressing daily," Yuesheng said with a nonchalant air before turning to leave, his gaze lingering momentarily on Xiao Xiao, a sweet and delicate omega, effortlessly evoking the protective instincts of an alpha. As Yuesheng retreated, he increased the distance between himself and Jiang Xingchen, establishing a clear boundary between them. The cotton-like pheromones were meticulously bandaged, leaving no room for intrusion, and the wind finally dispersed the lingering scent. Xiao Xiao gradually regained consciousness, only to find herself nestled in the store manager's embrace. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to," she exclaimed, instinctively springing away from Jiang Xingchen, profusely apologizing. But noticed Jiang Xingchen remained immobile, staring ahead. "Manager, are you all right?" "I think I'm about to experience a heartbreak," Jiang Xingchen murmured to himself. "It's all right, Brother Jiang. There will be someone better," Xiao Xiao responded without hesitation. Ahead, Yuesheng abruptly tossed the empty antiseptic bottle into a roadside trash bin, startling the wind into a brief swirl. Yet, Jiang Xingchen gazed at the tall figure with a smile, finding a peculiar joy even in the prospect of heartbreak. Xiao Xiao suddenly felt a disconnect with the man before her. He seemed untroubled, almost secretly pleased. A sly fox, a needle in the ocean. Disaster struck as Xiao Xiao glanced at her phone. "My best friend arrived 5 minutes ago. You should go." Jiang Xingchen gestured dismissively. "I have some matters to attend to." "All right, manager. I truly apologize for today. I'll treat you to a meal later." Xiao Xiao hurried across the street. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen turned away, dialing a number. "Hello. I am locked out of my house and require locksmith services." On the same street, Jiang Xingchen and Yuesheng walked in opposite directions, gradually drifting apart. Yuesheng's phone vibrated, and he instinctively assumed it was Jiang Xingchen, choosing to disregard it. The phone only trembled a few times before falling silent. It was then that Yuesheng realized it was not him. He picked up the device and opened it, revealing a few messages from Fengyu. "Bro, I have something stunning to share. Are you interested? Ignoring me means you'll miss out on a lot. It's truly remarkable. Trust me." Sly face, sly face, sly face. Just as Yuesheng was about to swipe away, a new message popped up. Message read: "Stop acting aloof. Check this out." Image: a handsome side profile of Jiang Xingchen delivering afternoon tea at Yuesheng's company, his eyes sparkling with a lazy smile. Isn't it captivating? Compelled by a force beyond his control, Yuesheng's fingertips tapped on the image, enlarging it, as his fingers unconsciously traced along the screen. outlining the sharp lines of Jiang Xingchen's exposed neck. For a fleeting moment, he was transported back to the instant he tended to Jiang's wound. The phone vibrated again, and his fingers froze. The image was silently saved into his album. Feng Yu's next message arrived promptly. Aren't you curious where I got this? Don't you care about your man? Afraid of someone stealing him? What a pity. I have even better ones. If you choose not to look. I guess at LL, just be shared with the hundreds of colleagues at the company. As soon as Feng Yu sent this message, he received a response from someone who had initially intended to remain silent. Yuesheng. Do not forward it, delete it. Others are sending it to me. Image, screenshot of the chat record from the fan group suspended devotion. 500 members. 20 screenshots were filled with candid shots of Jiang Xingchen taken by colleagues. Among them were several images featuring Qiao Qiao, shyly smiling beside Jiang Xingchen. There were also a few shots of another beautiful woman with long, wavy hair, handing coffee to Jiang Xingchen. Conversations among colleagues revolved around him. How many such fan groups could there be? Certainly more than 7. It seemed Jiang Xingchen indeed had an abundance of friends and thrived without needing a partner. Feng Yu's messages continued to flood in. Should I quit my secondary account and add you? If you don't respond, I'll take it as your consent. I can quit my alternate account, you know. Half a second later, I've added you, GKD. Upon seeing the group invitation link, Yuesheng hesitated. Chapter 22. Keep your distance. 3 seconds later, Yuesheng's finger uncontrollably clicked to request joining the group. He was greeted with a system notification. Group chat member limit reached. Unable to join. Feng Yu's message popped up instantly. Hesitation leads to defeat. Ha ha ha. Yuesheng swiped away Feng Yu's messages, allowing the latter to mock his plight alone in the chat box. He then dialed his assistant. Which supplier did we choose for the afternoon tea? Suspended devotion. The assistant replied promptly, adding for clarity, it's a newly opened shop near the company, with low prices and high quality. Colleagues have been raving about it today. Low prices? Yuesheng's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, President Liu, the cost is merely half of what other places charge, while the quality exceeds theirs by more than double. Yuesheng fell into a contemplative silence. However, there is one small issue. The assistant paused before continuing. The owner is exceptionally striking, and their delivery today caused quite a stir. Many colleagues are slacking off to chat with the staff from that shop. The assistant initially assumed that Yuesheng intended to address the issue of adverse effects. However, the other party's tone was cold and detached. Do you also find him exceptional? Although no emotion was discernible, the assistant felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. Should I switch to another supplier? No need, Yuesheng replied curtly before hanging up. Moments later, a message from Feng Yu appeared on the screen. Your man is performing at a bar tonight. Are you going to watch? Not going, Yuesheng quickly declined. Earlier that day, the doctor had advised him. Since you wish to avoid developing a dependency on skin conditions, it is advisable to implement proactive measures for biological isolation. In simpler terms, to keep his distance. You're not going? I will. Everyone in the group is speculating whether Jiang Xiaoga is single. Have you two separated? Are you that idle? If your workload is so light, why not fix the bugs the client pointed out today? Oh, come on. Do you know how much work that entails? If your department can't finish it, then coordinate with the product, operations, and data teams. Goodness. Are you trying to keep half the company up all night? Are you even human? I expect a report at tomorrow's meeting, Yuesheng stated without mercy. A wave of guilt surged through Feng Yu, prompting him to send a voice message, lamenting, Brother, I take back what I just said. I was wrong. Truly. Don't make me the villain here. What is done is done. Don't think I'm unaware of your discomfort, even with your eloquence. Preventing everyone from watching the handsome guy is futile. They will stream it live. I'm not aware of what you're talking about. In all honesty, Feng Yu revealed his trump card. I have a secondary account in the group. I'll provide you with the account and its associated phone number. What do you say? No. Additionally, I can share all the chat logs from today, along with the covert materials my colleagues have hoarded. Still no. And I'll throw in a small cake personally made by Jiang Xingchen. There are only 3 in the entire company, and I haven't touched mine. All right, you piqued my interest, but there is no going back. It's settled then. Goodbye. The call ended abruptly, leaving only the sound of a busy tone. Soon after, the chat logs and materials arrived, along with the secondary account and password. Yuesheng remained silent, slowly scrolling through the information with his fingertips. The strange restlessness bubbled up within him once more, gnawing at his insides, causing the veins on the back of his hands to bulge, while his skin clamored for solace. The pheromones stirred anxiously. Yuesheng retrieved a string of wooden beads belonging to Jiang Xingchen from his pocket, rolling them one by one, unable to let go. As the sun descended, its afterglow enveloped the villa district. "Mr. Jiang, it's quite rare to find someone still using such an antiquated lock these days," remarked the locksmith, squatting by the door, casting a glance at the figure leaning against the wall. Jiang Xingchen's arm was wrapped in bandages, and the tattered sleeve was stylishly tied in a loose bow at his side. With a cigarette held between his fingers, the smoke curled lazily as he lowered his gaze, exuding an indescribable languor that was undeniably alluring. Can it be fixed? Even if repaired, the security risks remain considerable. The locksmith stole another glance, unable to resist. "Sir, perhaps it would be better to switch to a smart lock. It's safer and more convenient." "Smart locks are difficult to operate," Jiang Xingchen replied slowly, taking another drag from his cigarette. "Oh, with the convenience of unlocking via fingerprint and password, it seems remarkably effortless." The young man appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend how such a stylish and dashing individual could find a smart lock cumbersome. Little did he know, Jiang Xingchen opted for a traditional lock cylinder precisely because it required no fingerprint registration, allowing him to lure others in effortlessly. A password, however, is indeed a useful tool. Gazing at the door, Jiang Xingchen exhaled a plume of smoke, reflecting on his birthday. The young man, caught off guard, looked up in confusion. "Nothing," Jiang Xingchen replied with a slight smile, extinguishing his cigarette and opting for the smart lock. "All right, please wait a moment. I'll fetch the lock from the warehouse," the young man exclaimed, rising to leave. "Your electric scooter is far too slow," Jiang Xingchen said with nonchalance, producing his car keys and gesturing for him to follow. "I'll drive you. I still have matters to attend to this evening." "Thank you," the young man replied, matching Jiang Xingchen's pace toward the eye-catching Lamborghini. As the young man settled into the passenger seat, Jiang Xingchen casually closed the door for him, lighting a cigarette by the door. Just as the last wisp of smoke was dispersed by the evening breeze, a familiar set of headlights pierced through the twilight. A black business vehicle glided to a halt before them, the wind it stirred carrying a chill that penetrated Jiang Xingchen's very bones. It was their second unexpected encounter of the day. With no reason to feel awkward, Jiang Xingchen beamed a smile and waved, the bow tie on his attire fluttering in the sunset glow. Lu Yi. The other party, however, seemed indifferent to his greeting. If he chose to ignore it, so be it. Jiang Xingchen extinguished his cigarette and tossed into a nearby bin before turning to start the car, lowering all the windows. The vehicle began to move slowly, passing by Yuesheng's car in the opposite direction. As they drew near enough to discern each other's features, Jiang Xingchen turned his head and softly spoke. "Brother, you've returned. I've been waiting for you." Yuesheng involuntarily glanced toward the sound, their eyes locking across the space. Jiang Xingchen's eyes sparkled with mirth, his ears tinged with a rosy hue. It was unmistakable, the subtle thrill of unexpectedly encountering someone one cherishes vividly etched upon his face. Even the corners of his eyes danced with delight. Then, Yuesheng's gaze shifted to the passenger seat, where an unfamiliar man sat, a barrier sticker affixed to the back of his neck. Yuesheng's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, an indescribable bitterness washing over him like a tide, constricting his breath. The Lamborghini's taillights gradually faded, leaving only a faint blue silhouette. Suddenly, the black business vehicle roared to life, surging forward. But who was Jiang Xingchen? He had already parked ahead. Chapter 23. A life-threatening situation. Are we not in a hurry? Why we stop to fix the lock? The young man was somewhat bewildered. "Shoo!" Jiang Xingchen placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The black business vehicle came to a steady stop beside the Lamborghini. The door flung open with a resounding thud. A tall figure emerged, exuding an air of authority, sharp features accentuated by a cold expression. Jiang Xingchen. Jiang Xingchen perched his hands on the car window frame, tilting his head slightly, fixating on Yuesheng like a docile cat seeking affection. The Lamborghini's top was down, allowing the evening breeze to sweep unimpeded into the cabin, causing the butterfly not on Jiang Xingchen's arm bandage to flutter wildly. "Isn't it cold?" Yuesheng looked down from his elevated position at Jiang Xingchen, who was dressed in light, rather audacious attire. "Your outfit is quite stylish. At your age, why sacrifice warmth for appearance?" Jiang Xingchen tilted his head and smiled. "This outfit is inconsequential to you, but for me, it's a matter of life and death." "How tiresome," Yuesheng replied with an indifferent expression, his heart feeling somewhat constricted. "Indeed, the boring ones are the first to leave." With long, dense lashes closed, Jiang Xingchen released his grip on the window frame, diverting his gaze from Yuesheng. "Good be, Liu Ye." He grasped the steering wheel and softly instructed the Omega in the passenger seat, "Buckle up." "Ah, yes, sorry, sir." The locksmith, suddenly locking eyes with him, felt his cheeks flush crimson and hurriedly looked down to fumble for the safety buckle, only to find it had somehow come undone, clumsily resecuring it. He glanced back at Jiang Xingchen, his gaze flickering. "Sir," he hesitated, catching a glimpse of the imposing Alpha standing beside the car, exuding an unspoken air of danger. The locksmith, mustering courage, suggested, "You are indeed underdressed for the night as chill. Why not return and fetch a warmer garment? I can assist you with the door." Jiang Xingchen was about to feign a retort when a brisk scent of eucalyptus wafted over him, and a shadow suddenly fell upon him. Looking up, he saw darkness descend as a warm coat landed heavily on his shoulders, Yuesheng's. "Put it on," came the cool tone, devoid of room for refusal. Jiang Xingchen donned the coat swiftly. Just as he finished, he turned to call out to Yuesheng, only to see him retreat into the black luxury vehicle. In the next moment, the car vanished from view. "All right," he murmured, hastening his steps. Time seemed to accelerate without Yuesheng. Moments passed swiftly. After completing the installation of a smart lock, the locksmith received a generous payment, expressing his astonishment at the sum. Jiang Xingchen merely smiled and brushed it off, declaring it was a tip for him, a reward for his eloquence. The locksmith, puzzled, could not fathom which words had struck a chord with his boss, and after expressing his gratitude, he departed. In the late hours of the night, Jiang Xingchen sat in the center of the suspended abyss hall, holding a wooden guitar, while Nanjia played the morincour beside him. Xiao Gu struck the Chinese drum, and Xiao Qiao aimed a camera at the trio for a live broadcast. The prelude unfurled. "Let me take one more look at you from south to north," a tune that Yuesheng had played in his car, on her bridge. The venue buzzed with activity, yet Yuesheng was nowhere to be seen. He leaned against the villa's balcony, smoking, with no sight of Jiang Xingchen beside him. The smoke curled from the cigarette between his fingers as he stared at his phone screen, filled with images of Jiang Xingchen. He had entered the live stream through a secondary account given by PhoneU, not entirely sure why he had clicked on it. Having entered, he found no inclination to leave. Jiang Xingchen, clutching the wooden guitar, sang folk songs with a languid, wistful tone, the audience listening in rapt silence. While the live stream comments flowed, I never cared for folk music until he recklessly filled my ears with it, and from that moment, both he and the melodies slipped into my heart. I truly wish I could be heartless and sever all ties with him, yet I have never managed to do so, nor could I ever. A person truly feels an overwhelming sense of solitude. Today, I stumbled and found myself unable to go anywhere. He is not by my side. 3 years after our separation, I remain single, and he must be living a better life than mine, though I prefer not to know the details. He once remarked that folk songs evoke poverty, akin to a cigarette or a bottle of wine. Yet, I am left with but a solitary cigarette, which I must draw out through the night, holding on to a mere fragment of love as I navigate through life. The cigarette of Yuesheng extinguished without a single puff taken. Since the moment I tuned into this live broadcast, my gaze has been transfixed, unable to shift. Yuesheng remained motionless, watching intently. At 4 minutes and 8 seconds, the song concluded, followed by a thunderous applause. Jiang Xingchen introduced the accompanying musicians, Xiao Gu, Nanjia, the live stream as Xiao Qiao, and other staff members. Leaving the stage to them, Jiang Xingchen departed with an air of nonchalance. As the figure vanished, Yuesheng exited the live stream. He lit another cigarette, the melody still echoing in his ears. His skin tingled, the wooden beads rolling under his fingertips as he rubbed them fiercely. Young master, the wind is strong outside, and the night is cool. Uncle Lu approached with a bowl of warm medicine, his gaze sweeping over Yuesheng's thin shirt, questioning, "Where's your coat?" The bitter medicine entered his mouth. But Yuesheng remained unfazed, discarding it. He used to cherish that coat so dearly, it was custom-made. "What business is it of yours? I dare not intrude," Uncle Lu replied, sensing Yuesheng's growing agitation and hastily changing the subject. "Sir and Madam said to come for dinner next Friday evening. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare their favorite dishes." There was a brief pause as Uncle Lu cautiously added, "They specifically requested that you invite young Master Jiang," expressing how much they missed him. "It's inconvenient," Yuesheng stated tersely, leaving no room for negotiation. "How could it be inconvenient when you live so close?" Uncle Lu's words were interrupted as Yuesheng's phone vibrated. He swiped the screen, revealing a notification for a live stream replay. Instinctively, he clicked on it, rewinding to 7 minutes and 59 seconds, where Jiang Xingchen appeared on screen, cradling a guitar and beginning to sing. "Isn't that young Master Jiang?" Uncle Lu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "I didn't realize he sang so beautifully. He is truly multi-talented." Yuesheng remained silent, merely tilting his phone slightly for Uncle Lu to see more clearly, his tone indifferent. "You see, he is quite busy tonight and cannot come for dinner." "Young master, you seem somewhat downcast," Uncle Lu remarked. "Did you know that?" "I shall take my leave," he added awkwardly, bowing as he retreated. Just as he turned, a blinding beam of headlights pierced the night from below. It was Jiang Xingchen's Lamborghini. Yuesheng calmly turned off the live stream replay, though it was a futile gesture, for the wind carried the faint echoes of the song upward. "So, hello, goodbye. Young master, may I speak?" "Speak." "Young Master Jiang is wearing your coat, while you hold his wrist beads." Before Yuesheng could respond, Jiang Xingchen's voice called out from downstairs. "Uncle Lu, good evening." Yuesheng remained silent, casting a glance at the passenger seat of Jiang Xingchen's car, which was unoccupied. "Good evening, young Master Jiang." Uncle Lu stepped forward to acknowledge him. "I will be away for a few days. Could you help me look after little Yaya?" Chapter 24. He is too bad. Jiang Xingchen bent over to retrieve a calico cat from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. A soft bundle of fur nestled in his arms. "Nay, Xiaoya," he murmured as the cat timidly burrowed closer into his embrace. Yuesheng remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at Uncle Lu, who immediately understood and stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "Young Master Jiang, where did you acquire this cat? I don't recall you ever having one before." "I just had her," Jiang Xingchen replied nonchalantly. "Surely, that's a jest. Alphas cannot give birth. How would one know without trying?" Jiang Xingchen lowered his head to nuzzle the cat's ear, eliciting a soothing purr. "Isn't that right, Xiaoya?" The soft purring accentuated the ambiguity of his words. Yuesheng, however, was deaf to such nonsensical remarks. Thus, Uncle Lu interjected, "I apologize, young Master Jiang, but our young master has never been allowed to interact with such small creatures. I, however, am quite free and can look after her for you." He refrained from mentioning the skin hunger syndrome, yet those in the know understood. "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Jiang Xingchen said with a bright smile, cradling the cat closer. "Xiaoya will stay at my home. I would appreciate it if you could come by every few days to replenish her food and water and clean up after her. I will send you the door lock code." Uncle Lu's phone chimed, displaying the digits 012310. He leaned closer to Yuesheng, waving the phone slightly. The latter maintained a stoic expression. "Received, young master," Uncle Lu replied, then asked, "How long will you be away?" "Uncertain, perhaps 10 days to half a month," Jiang Xingchen said, tugging at the black coat that enveloped him, conveying a subtle sense of dependence. "I will return as soon as possible. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoya." With that, he bent down to place the cat back in the passenger seat. The Lamborghini's engine roared back to life, and Jiang Xingchen leaned out to wave at Yuesheng. "Brother Lu, I shall bring you a gift upon my return." Before Yuesheng could respond, the vehicle changed direction, its engine fading into the night. leaving behind the lingering phrase, "Wait for my return," to entwine in the depths of his heart. "Young master, he is gone," Uncle Lu gently reminded him 5 minutes later. "I'll have a cigarette." On December 31st, his home code, "Is your birthday," Uncle Lu added, his tone laced with an unspoken understanding. Uncle Lu Yuesheng's voice, softened by the night breeze, held a hint of rasp. "Yes. What would you like to say?" Uncle Lu encouraged him to share more. The flame illuminated Lu Yuesheng's taut jawline. As he flicked the ash from his cigarette, he swallowed the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue, finally uttering with chilling calmness, "Do you believe I should not be so indifferent towards him?" Uncle Lu was taken aback by Lu Yuesheng's direct inquiry, but conceded, perhaps just a little. Lu Yuesheng slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. "What sort of person do you think he is? In a world filled with mundane individuals, truly interesting souls are rare gems. Young Master Jiang is undoubtedly among the latter." Uncle Lu spoke earnestly. "It's rare to encounter someone as vibrant and spirited as young Master Jiang. He is genuinely fascinating. But I am of the former ilk." Lu Yuesheng's voice was barely above a whisper, the scent of smoke mingling with the night air. "I am an uninteresting and selfish person. You are well aware of this." Uncle Lu was about to counter, but Lu Yuesheng interrupted him. "To be frank, it is unusual for me to speak so much tonight, as nicotine dances wildly in my chest. I do not dislike him." Lu Yuesheng's tone was remarkably calm, each syllable delivered with an unwavering steadiness, imbued with the authoritative force of an alpha. "You have stirred," he remarked, his voice devoid of any pretense. Lu Shu had nothing to hold back. The old servant had observed everything closely. Surprisingly, Lu Yuesheng refrained from being obstinate this time. His gaze lowered, the tip of his cigarette flickered with a spark, only to be extinguished by the night breeze. "There are many things you cannot see." He had a fondness for numerous things, yet his demeanor remained composed and restrained. "You only perceive his affection for me, failing to recognize that he has fleetingly cherished many things before. We exist in entirely disparate worlds." Lu Yuesheng was emotionally detached, always weighing pros and cons. From Lu Shu's perspective, his anxiousness betrayed a lack of depth in thought. There was a saying that the lady had expressly instructed to keep silent about, yet the old servant pondered and felt compelled to share. "Speak." "Years ago, when the gentleman and the lady insisted on facilitating your union with the Jiang family, it was largely out of consideration for the long-standing friendship between the two families, tinged with a hint of selfishness." This statement, though subtly articulated, held a kernel of truth. Lu Yuesheng's parents and Jiang Xingchen's parents had played together since childhood, having long ago arranged for their children to unite. Unfortunately, both families had produced exceptional alphas. The phrase "not suitable" had become tiresome to both sets of parents. Were it not for the intervention of a fortune teller, the marriage proposal of the past 3 years would have been even more challenging to secure. After much turmoil, the two still failed to appreciate each other, much to the frustration of both families. These two fools truly belonged to the same bloodline. Lu Shu lowered his voice further. Continuing, "The other elders of the Lu family have consistently opposed this match. Now that 3 years have passed, while young Master Jiang is reluctant to divorce, you persistently push him away, inevitably arousing some thoughts among others. I have gathered information that your second uncle has already proposed an omega heir from a prominent family, whose pheromone compatibility with you is remarkably high." Lu Shu could only convey this much. If you truly let go, reclaiming that person will not be as effortless as it is now. With that, he concluded, "Understood. You should rest early, Lu Shu." Lu Shu shook his head and departed, for there was no need for the eunuch to hurry when the emperor was not anxious. Lu Yuesheng stood on the balcony, gazing at the neighboring villa. The lights, which had been glowing, suddenly extinguished. Soon after, Jiang Xingchen emerged with his suitcase, and upon seeing Lu Yuesheng still on the balcony, he waved, not uttering much. Yet his smile remained as naturally warm as a spring breeze. This time, Jiang Xingchen did not dash out, but drove an SUV instead. Upon seeing the vehicle, Lu Yuesheng could only think of 2 words: durable. As that thought emerged, it uncontrollably led him to recall Jiang Xingchen in bed. The overwhelming sense of dominance he felt then was intoxicating. A covert yearning surged within him, as blood coursed through his veins, igniting a restless desire. Emotion and lust are inherently intertwined. It was not only the heart that stirred. In those days, after their encounters, he wished to tether that person to his side, unwilling to let him escape. A wild compulsion surged anew. He struggled to suppress that dangerously fervent addiction, for no one could endure it. He was too wicked. Thus, he cautiously released his grip. If reclaiming that person was no longer as simple as now, a voice within him resolutely declared, then do not pursue. That night, Yuesheng remained awake throughout, his left hand mechanically repeating a solitary action, rewinding the live broadcast to 7 minutes and 59 seconds to listen to Jiang Xingchen sing, only to rewind it once more. His gaze was restrained, yet profound. Chapter 25. A show of force. Jiang Xingchen embarked on this journey with a carefree demeanor. Driving from south to north, he chased the setting sun along the shores of Qingdao Lake, lay beneath the vast sky of the Taklamakan desert counting stars. And when fatigue set in, he would pitch a small tent to sleep under the expansive heavens while yearning for Yuesheng. Under the blanket of stars, he dreamt of rolling into Yuesheng's embrace, only to wake in the dead of night, restless and unable to sleep. Thus he called him. Expecting the call to go unanswered, he was pleasantly surprised when the other end picked up. Unfortunately, he had been deleted from the friend list. Otherwise, a video call would have been much more exhilarating. When the call connected, Yuesheng remained silent, and for a moment, only the sound of his heavy breathing filled the air. This voice, laced with both pain and desire, was one Jiang Xingchen knew all too well. As if he had slipped back into a dream. "Brother Lu," he ventured tentatively, "is anyone with you?" "No." Yuesheng's voice was hoarse, tinged with an inexplicable restlessness. He had just dined with his parents and met an omega named Jiang Xu, a scion of a prestigious family, cultured and refined, with a pheromone compatibility of 90%. His uncle had brought Ji to the gathering to express the family's intentions, only to discover that the latter had embarked on an impromptu journey. Yuesheng found the family dinner tasteless and was consumed by irritation, instinctively answering Jiang Xingchen's call that evening. "What a coincidence! I'm alone too," Jiang Xingchen replied, a smile gracing his lips as he bared his heart. "I just dreamed of you. I dreamt you kissed me, that we made love." Such brazen words slipped from his lips, and Yuesheng clenched the coat in his hand, now misshapen from his grip, listening to Jiang Xingchen's shallow breaths. "And you? Do you dream of me?" A rustling sound came through the phone, followed by Yuesheng's calm and measured response. "No." "Then may I continue to dream?" Jiang Xingchen's smile remained bright, his spirits lifted. "As you wish." Yuesheng replied nonchalantly. "Just indulge me." Jiang Xingchen chuckled, closing his eyes, genuinely drifting into a dream. "Brother Lu," he murmured in his dream, "you said you miss me." "I miss you so much." Jiang Xingchen's voice grew lighter, increasingly feeble, accompanied by a gradual intensification of his breath, a hoarse moan escaping his throat. "Brother Lu." Yuesheng listened in silence, as Jiang Xingchen's breathing became more heated. The phone warmed against his ear, slipping away slightly, as the soft murmurs continued, "I miss you too." Yuesheng remained silent for a long while, until the breathing on the other end grew more even. "Jiang Xingchen?" His voice was hoarse, a deep rumble resonating in the receiver as he softly attempted to call his name, but received no response. Yuesheng exhaled a long breath. He was just about to hang up when he heard Jiang Xingchen's indistinct murmurs, causing his hand to freeze in place, his fingertips hovering above the screen, trembling slightly. "What did you say?" He unconsciously softened his tone. "Brother Lu, don't get divorced." Jiang Xingchen's voice was heavy with sleep, sticky and drowsy. "Jiang Xingchen, are you still awake? Please, just for me. Is it good?" Jiang Xingchen murmured to himself, completely immersed in the script of his dreams, fearing that the figures within might not consent to his awakening. Time passed, and Jiang Xingchen finally ceased his rambling, fully surrendering to the blissful dreams, allowing the whispering winds to linger by his ears. Yuesheng clutched his phone, listening to the steady rhythm of breathing from the other end. His fingertips grazed the edge of the screen for quite some time, confirming that Jiang had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. Before ending the call, he softly uttered a single word into the receiver. Good. The following morning, Jiang Xingchen was stirred awake by the chirping of birds. The phone, having pressed against his cheek all night, left a red mark. He casually glanced at the screen, and the call duration glaringly displayed 5 hours and 20 minutes. What a fortuitous number. Energized, he promptly dismantled his tent and accelerated back home. The car surged forward unabated. The leisurely mindset he had while admiring the mountains and clouds, now a distant memory. The scenery outside blurred into indistinct patches of color. In Jiang Xingchen's heart and eyes were solely filled with thoughts of Yuesheng. As he passed through the cedar forest south of the Huai River, Jiang Xingchen suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Young man, would you like to buy a tree?" The mist enveloped the woods, and the towering cedars reached for the clouds. Dappled sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dancing golden rays upon the ground. An elderly gentleman, unnoticed until now, stood beside the car, his smile warm and perceptive. "Yes," Jiang Xingchen replied with a slight smile. "I'll buy it for my beloved." He parked the car and walked into the woods, emerging moments later with a small cedar sapling cradled in his arms, carefully securing it atop his vehicle. As he drove back to the city, the festive spirit of Christmas was palpable, with storefronts adorned in vibrant decorations. Yet none could rival the prominence of the tree atop Jiang Xingchen's car. "Isn't that a cedar? Wow, it's a real Christmas tree. That car must be worth at least $1 million. It takes a special talent to tie a tree on the roof like that." Did you catch a glimpse of the handsome driver? How many friends must he have? Having consumed quite a bit of wine at a business gathering, Yuesheng leaned against the back seat, eyes closed, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the wooden beads. Uncle Lu, acting as the designated driver, couldn't help but comment upon seeing Lu's pallid complexion in the rearview mirror. "You've been taking medication. Drinking can severely affect its efficacy. Even for business, you shouldn't indulge so much." "Too talkative," Yuesheng replied, his voice hoarse, pressing a hand against his throbbing temple. The effects of several bottles of white wine weighing heavily on him. "Oh, isn't that young Master Jiang?" "He asked back." Yuesheng glanced through the car window. Jiang Xingchen stood at his doorstep, gazing up at the moon. The smoke curled around him, a weary traveler bathed in moonlight, radiating sheer contentment. Perhaps it was the enchanting moonlight, or perhaps the alcohol, but Yuesheng's hand on his lap instinctively tightened, his heart racing uncontrollably. After a 10-day separation, Jiang Xingchen approached Yuesheng step by step. "Good evening, Brother Lu," he said, bending slightly, his elbow casually resting on the rear window frame, his face drawing near as he gazed obediently into the car. "Why did you secretly drink with others behind my back?" Jiang Xingchen caught a whiff of the heavy scent of alcohol. The aroma of tobacco mingled with the essence of kapok flowers enveloped him as Yuesheng, maintaining a steady gaze, simply replied, "Business. Come here, let us embrace." Jiang Xingchen disregarded Yuesheng's icy demeanor as he extended his arms and embraced him without hesitation. Yuesheng, taken aback, found himself enveloped in a familiar warmth, his nose brushing against Jiang Xingchen's neck, mingling the scents of dust and kapok flowers. "Let go," he uttered, his anger barely contained. All he received in return were those two simple words, laced with mirth, "Not letting go." In the next moment, he felt the wooden beads, warmed by Jiang Xingchen's palm, being gently extracted one by the other's fingertips, returning to their rightful owner, the beads rolling playfully yet shyly. "I embrace you because I miss you. I hold you tightly because I miss you dearly," Jiang Xingchen whispered softly in his ear. "Do you understand? You're being ridiculous." Yuesheng pushed him away. Jiang Xingchen, unfazed by the shove, chuckled heartily. "Lu, your serious expression makes it seem as if you were accusing me of marital misconduct. Do you wish to be reported?" Yuesheng raised a hand to smooth out his wrinkled shirt, lowering his gaze to conceal the tumult beneath, maintaining his usual aloof facade. "I do." Jiang Xingchen leaned closer, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's pheromones. He slightly leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Yuesheng's ear, his tone low and enticing. "I want you." Chapter 26. "I will follow you, brother. I have cleaned up." The alcohol surged through Lu Yuesheng's brain, causing a painful throbbing, and his forehead twitched as he rasped out two words, "Get lost." Jiang Xingchen, exhilarated by the low, alcohol-laden growl, felt a rush of heated desire in his eyes. "Uncle Lu, please head back. Hand me the car keys." Uncle Lu promptly handed over the keys, and before leaving, he inquired softly, "Do you need me to fetch anything?" "No need, I've got it," Jiang Xingchen replied, patting his bulging pocket. Uncle Lu understood. "Got it." He walked away, contemplating. A brief separation is sweeter than a honeymoon. Young Master Jiang possesses both strength and cunning. Jiang Xingchen took his place in the driver's seat and started the business vehicle. "Where do you wish to drive?" Lu Yuesheng leaned back in the rear seat. The alcohol dulling his senses, he craved a cigarette, yet his fingers felt weak and his skin yearned, all thanks to the same person. "I want to go anywhere with you." Jiang Xingchen's voice was filled with a captivating smile. His earnest gaze fixed on Lu Yuesheng in the rearview mirror. "Will you come with me?" "I want tea." "Lu Gu." Jiang Xingchen's eyes sparkled, finding Lu Yuesheng's cold rejection through the glass intoxicating. "I will follow you." "Stay with me," Lu Yuesheng replied coldly, their eyes locking from afar. "You have nowhere to go." "Then I shall remain by your side, never departing." Jiang Xingchen retrieved a pack of cigarettes, tapping the box lightly against the steering wheel, rhythmically rolling out a cigarette, repeating the action, joyfully mimicking Lu Yuesheng's nervous habits. "No need." Jiang Xingchen ignored his frosty remarks, choosing to demonstrate through action. The vehicle gradually rolled forward, but Jiang Xingchen did not steer Lu Yuesheng away. He simply parked steadily in the underground garage of his villa. As soon as the car came to a halt, Lu Yuesheng reached for the door. It wouldn't budge. "Jiang Xingchen, what tricks are you playing?" In the confines of the vehicle, the pheromones of the two alphas clashed amidst the diluted oxygen, causing Lu Yuesheng to breathe heavily, his tone becoming increasingly steely. "Brother, I have a dirty mind." Jiang Xingchen, in high spirits, clicked the lock shut, leisurely unbuttoning the top two buttons of his shirt, revealing his sharply defined collarbone, a grin illuminating his eyes. "Haven't you always known? It's the first time I see you so indiscriminate in your desires." With a darkened expression, Lu Yuesheng rose and reached for the spare car keys in the glove compartment. However, a sudden bite seized his neck, reckless and unrestrained. Lips and tongue following in fervent pursuit, their heated yearning wrapping the cramped cabin in a haze of tantalizing pheromones. Jiang Xingchen leaned closer, whispering softly into Lu Yuesheng's ear, "You'd best be forewarned." His cool fingertips slowly traversed Lu Yuesheng's warm skin. "I have a condition. I get easily hungry." His breath caressed Lu Yuesheng's neck like a lover's gentle touch. "Besides, how could wanting my own husband be considered indiscriminate?" "Darling, it's been a month since we last made love." The last syllable lingered, husky and enticing. "Dreams are but illusions. You are the reality." Lu Yuesheng remained silent, his fingers tightening in an attempt to push him away, yet his skin quivered, the strength drained by the potent alcohol. The intoxication muddled his mind. He was unaware of the intoxicating substances Jiang Xingchen had slipped him. It felt as if his neck was being grazed by sharp teeth, the alluring pheromones coursing through his veins, eroding his rationality. He was utterly defeated. Leaning heavily against the back seat, his voice low and restrained, he murmured, "I have my own issues too. Stop it, Jiang Xingchen." Jiang Xingchen smirked, unbuckling his seatbelt with a fluid motion, swinging his long legs over to settle in the back seat beside Lu Yuesheng. "Brother, you were right." He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Lu Yuesheng's flushed ear. "A business car indeed offers ample space and is more resilient." Slowly, Lu Yuesheng realized that all the unflattering words he had uttered would ultimately be returned to him like a boomerang by Jiang Xingchen. "You little rascal, you hold grudges." The distance between them shrank to mere inches, and Lu Yuesheng's taut spine subconsciously relaxed, his tones softening, laced with evident fatigue. "Stop it. Are you feeling shy?" "I like that too." Jiang Xingchen leaned closer. "Brother, let us." He then placed a kiss on the corner of Lu Yuesheng's lips, infused with affection. The foggy brain, muddled by alcohol, found the emotions in the car swirling and intertwining, blurring the lines between dreams and reality. The shadows cast by the tires layered upon each other. Wrong, Jiang Xingchen thought, feeling the twinge in his waist. Open your mouth. He instinctively parted his lips, accepting the cigarette that Lu Yuesheng offered, murmuring defiantly, "A smoke after is better than being a living deity." He then laid down beside Lu Yuesheng, his nose brushing against his skin, greedily inhaling the refreshing scent of eucalyptus. Before long, he curled up like a contented cat, nestled next to Lu Yuesheng, his breathing gradually deepening and evening out as he drifted off to sleep. Soon, he fell into a dream, instinctively turning over. Lu Yuesheng reached out to steady him, fearful that he might tumble from the chair. What a bother, Lu Yuesheng thought. Be gentle, brother Lu, Jiang Xingchen murmured indistinctly in his sleep, unwittingly echoing his earlier words. Despite being in a deep slumber, a faint smile graced his lips, deepening with the semblance of having dreamt another beautiful dream. How charming! This thought surged unexpectedly in Lu Yuesheng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, his fingers, as if enchanted, gently brushed against Jiang Xingchen's warm skin. The coolness of Jiang Xingchen's skin transformed into warmth, even a bit scorching. This was all of his own doing. A strange infatuation with this dominant feeling enveloped Lu Yuesheng, and he continued to caress for a while longer, the area under his fingers remarkably delicate. The more he touched, the more reluctant he became to stop. It was only when a spark from a fallen cigarette burned the back of his hand that Lu Yuesheng snapped back to reality. Abruptly withdrawing his hand and meticulously smoothing Jiang Xingchen's clothing, fastening the buttons, Jiang Xingchen stood before him, utterly unguarded, as Lu Yuesheng's arm brushed against his cheek. The latter turned his head, and their warm lips met. What a self-centered fool, Lu Yuesheng thought, yet his hand lingered, continuing with the pretense. He remained the one in control, but Jiang Xingchen felt like an intoxicating elixir. The sensation of being teased was not pleasant. Lu Yuesheng's temples throbbed as he forcefully inhaled the cigarette Jiang Xingchen offered him. Brother Lu, the dream figure began to stir again. Lu Yuesheng replied absent-mindedly. I like you. Afterward, the cigarette troubled his heart. He opened the company information, agreeing to an impromptu business trip. Chapter 27. Breathless surprisingly. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. Jiang Xingchen, accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, awoke to find only himself in the cabin. Unperturbed, he lazily stretched and sauntered into the villa's grand hall, confidently seeking out Uncle Lu for breakfast. Where is everyone? Caught an early flight for an impromptu business trip to Country A. Young master didn't he specify how long. Uncle Lu watched Jiang Xingchen eat slowly, his demeanor refined and indulgent, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. I want to plant a tree in your courtyard. Is that all right? The conversation took an unexpected turn, and Uncle Lu instinctively agreed before realizing the implications. Huh? Do you have pig feed? Jiang Xingchen beamed, and anyone who looked would assume this amiable gentleman harbored no ill intentions. Uncle Lu, thus, replied with utmost respect, only ordinary flower fertilizer. That'll do. 2 hours later, far away in Country A, Lu Yuesheng received a peculiar photograph from the butler. In the picture, Jiang Xingchen rolled up his sleeves, gripping a hoe, smiling with eyes crinkled, planting a young cedar into a pit with several bags of fertilizer neatly arranged at his feet, boldly labeled, organic feed. Lu Yuesheng swiftly texted the butler, what on earth? He says a gift for you, a Christmas tree. He also mentioned that if you like him, please add him back as a friend. Then came a voice message. Lu Yuesheng had just concluded an international conference and inadvertently activated the voice playback on his phone, unable to cancel it in time. The executives who remained in the room were taken aback as a man's voice resonated clearly from Lu Yuesheng's device. Considering how well I served you last night, please add me back, darling. The executives exchanged bewildered glances, then turned in unison to the assistant standing by the door, asking for a translation of this mysterious Eastern encrypted conversation. The assistant, pouting in refusal, replied, It's not that I don't want to share the gossip, but this truly cannot be translated. It relies on intuition. The executives left in disappointment. As the crowd dispersed, the assistant approached slowly, bowing politely and whispering, I had no idea you were already committed. Congratulations. She was acutely aware that the voice on the other end belonged to Boss Jiang, with whom the company had recently discussed a collaboration, quickly piecing together the connection. Alas, a moment of silence for the colleagues harboring secret affections for Boss Jiang ensued. How many days do we have left in our itinerary? Yuesheng's tone remained as cold as ever, yet he did not deny the implication, tacitly acknowledging it. 7 days. Just in time for Christmas. The client has invited us to the Christmas gala. Decline. We shall return before Christmas. Understood, the assistant replied with utmost respect. Refraining from unnecessary chatter, focused solely on her duties. Internally, she mused. Ending the trip early must mean he is eager to return and celebrate Christmas with his husband. The seemingly aloof Yuesheng and the audacious Boss Jiang. Their relationship is quite intriguing. Should I discreetly inform my colleagues? Meanwhile, the assistant pondered while Yuesheng gazed at a new friend request on his phone, remaining silent for an extended period. He ultimately did not accept it. 5 days later, on Christmas Eve, neon lights adorned the little tavern at the street corner, a thin veil of mist covering the glass windows. Jiang Xingchen sat at the piano, and as his fingers danced across the keys, a melodic tune flowed forth, accompanying Nanjia and Fengyu. Indeed, it was Fengyu. He had signed up for the Drowning Organization's Christmas Eve fan event, performing a duet with the stunning Nanjia. The sentimental piano piece thrummed with life as Yuesheng happened to drive past the tavern. Lowering the window slightly, he heard Fengyu, with a voice thick with emotion, sing, "Do you still love me? You understand me, don't you? You know I can't help but wish to return to your side." Fengyu sang with a heart-wrenching intensity, his voice trembling as if he might shatter on stage at any moment. At that time, Yuesheng could not comprehend the profound sense of vulnerability evoked by such a heartfelt ballad. Yet inexplicably, he pushed open the car door and stepped into the drowning. Just as he entered the tavern, the melody reached its conclusion. Jiang Xingchen stood from the piano, raised the microphone, and along with the audience, sang the final 2 lines. It turns out a lifetime is indeed very distant. When I finally reach my lifetime, you will not be by my side. The spotlight illuminated the faces of everyone present, bringing tears to their eyes, with Fengyu on stage weeping uncontrollably. Yuesheng stood alone in the corner, his expression impassive. Naturally indifferent, it was difficult for him to feel any empathy solely due to a love song. The collective sobs and tears of the audience failed to stir him in the slightest. Only 2 words and 1 person captured his entire attention. As the curtain fell, the large screen in the tavern slowly displayed the title, "Divorce in the Republic of Ghana." These words pricked him like a fine needle, reminding him of his intent to seek out Jiang Xingchen to discuss the matter. Fengyu, with tear-filled eyes, clung to Jiang Xingchen, wailing inconsolably. The reason for his embrace was simple. There were only 2 people on stage, and it wouldn't do to embrace Nanjia. Jiang Xingchen felt the weight of the masculine tears soaking his shoulder as he half-supported, half-led Fengyu off the stage. Raising his gaze, he unexpectedly encountered Yuesheng, who had just returned from a business trip. From the very moment he entered, Jiang Xingchen had been aware of his presence. Thus, as Fengyu wept, he deliberately took 2 steps aside, positioning himself directly in front of Nanjia. One was heartless, the other oblivious. Fengyu's pent-up grievances found an outlet for expression. Jiang Xingchen was a rogue, and a rogue who knew martial arts. "Brother Lu, you're back. Merry Christmas," he greeted with a composed smile, meeting Yuesheng's eyes. He then turned to the still-crying Fengyu, awkwardly yet politely remarking, "I can hardly breathe with him clutching me so tightly." Fengyu, still lost in his emotions and oblivious to Yuesheng's presence, buried his face deeper into Jiang Xingchen's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Yuesheng furrowed his brow and took a couple of steps forward, forcefully grabbing the nape of Fengyu's neck and pulling him away with an exasperated demand. "What on earth are you doing?" Realizing who it was, Fengyu, with snot and tears streaming down his face, turned to Yuesheng and shouted, "Brother, you stand there talking without a care. You have a wife and still want a divorce. Have you lost your mind? You're in a good place and don't even appreciate it." Yuesheng's expression hardened. "Have you said enough? Enough for you? Do you even know what it feels like to be abandoned? You have no idea. The only person bold enough to point a finger and scold Lu Yuesheng like that was Feng Yu, a true brother unafraid of consequences. I apologize for the trouble, Lu Yuesheng said, pulling Feng Yu aside and addressing Jiang Xingchen with courtesy. Brother Lu, Jiang Xingchen said, rubbing his shoulder sore from Feng Yu's grip. Why didn't you accept my friend's request? No need, Lu Yuesheng replied coldly, only to receive a sharp pinch from Feng Yu on his elbow. Oh, Jiang Xingchen acknowledged, his fingertips lingering on the damp spot on his shoulder. Just as the atmosphere thickened, the Omega bartender's voice broke the silence. Manager, your clothes are wet. Would you like to change? I didn't bring any spare clothes, Jiang Xingchen replied, turning to smile politely. It's fine, Xiao Ge. The bartender, hearing his name spoken by the manager, became more eager. You can wear mine. I brought extras. Chapter 28. As long as it's yours. No, thank you. Jiang Xingchen's alpha aura was too strong. Even a simple refusal left Xiao Ge at a loss for words. Take care not to catch a chill, manager, he added. Picking up a wooden guitar nearby, Xiao Ge quickly approached Jiang Xingchen, their shoulders nearly brushing together. Manager, may I borrow your guitar? Mine is broken. Of course. Jiang Xingchen gracefully stepped aside, allowing Xiao Ge to take center stage, his demeanor devoid of any discontent. Xiao Ge expressed his gratitude and soon ascended the stage, his figure fleeting. Their paths intersected for but a moment, yet Lu Yuesheng keenly detected a faint fragrance of osmanthus lingering on Jiang Xingchen. Despite the brevity of their encounter, the Omega pheromone belonging to Xiao Ge had effortlessly clung to Jiang Xingchen's attire, indicating a remarkable compatibility. An alpha possesses an innate possessiveness over their belongings, especially when it comes to a shared bed, which stirred an involuntary anger within Lu Yuesheng. The crisp eucalyptus pheromone surged uncontrollably from him, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Jiang Xingchen perceptibly sensed the invisible tension and raised his gaze. Lu Ge, please don't be angry. Apologetically, Lu Yuesheng realized he had lost his composure, clenched his fist to suppress his inner turmoil, and stated, I took him away first. Without waiting for Jiang Xingchen's response, Lu Yuesheng grasped the still sniffling Feng Yu and headed towards the door. Jiang Xingchen remained still, casually leaning against the wall, a subtle smile gracing his lips, confident that Lu Yuesheng would turn back. As Xiao Ji's melodious voice filled the air, infused with the gentle warmth characteristic of an Omega, it cut through the raucous atmosphere of the tavern. True to expectation, after a few steps, Lu Yuesheng turned back. Come with me to the car to change your clothes. You'll catch a cold like this. Jiang Xingchen's smile brightened, his eyes curving into a delightful arc. All right. Thank you, Lu Ge. With an uplifted spirit, he followed closely behind, casting all worries aside, eager to accompany him wherever he would lead. However, in their trio, one was reluctant to play the glaring third wheel. As they exited the establishment, Feng Yu abruptly pushed Lu Yuesheng aside, wiped his face, and exclaimed indignantly, Enough, I'll find a place to cry on my own. I refuse to endure this dog food. With that, he waved down a taxi, instructing the driver, just drive anywhere, find a quiet place to cry. The driver, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, could only sigh at the patrons leaving the bar. Lu Yuesheng watched as Feng Yu's taxi disappeared into the distance, rendered speechless. The next moment, a warm scent of kapok enveloped him as Jiang Xingchen hugged him tightly from behind, resting his chin lightly on Lu Yuesheng's shoulder, his voice tender. Brother, share some of your pheromones with me. I don't like the scent of others on me. I only want yours. Lu Yuesheng's hand, resting by his side, subconsciously curled slightly, his voice low, not here in the car. Okay, Jiang Xingchen obediently agreed. This time, Lu Yuesheng did not hold back. As soon as the car door closed, the rich eucalyptus pheromone filled the entire cabin, obliterating the remnants of osmanthus on Jiang Xingchen, leaving no trace behind. Much better, brother. Jiang Xingchen expressed freely, articulating his thoughts without reservation, unknowingly enticing Lu Yuesheng, which added to his frustration. It seems that this individual will never accommodate anyone. When he likes you, he adores you intensely, yet when he does not, he can elegantly turn away without a second thought. Such a person is truly terrifying. terrifying enough that Yuesheng sometimes finds himself harboring wild thoughts to bind him and keep him in a place visible to himself. However, he is acutely aware that a canary in a cage will eventually suffocate. Contemplating this, Yuesheng's expression subtly shifts. Jiang Xingchen. Finding a highly compatible omega is not a challenge for you. It is certainly simpler than pursuing you. Jiang Xingchen casually responded, not realizing that his offhand remark would cause Yuesheng's heart to sink. Yuesheng, too, did not anticipate that such a light-hearted comment would make his heart skip a beat. That missed beat might very well be the extra one he felt upon first meeting Jiang Xingchen. Upon noticing Yuesheng's suitcase in the business vehicle, Jiang Xingchen inquired from the back seat, "Brother Lu, which piece should I wear?" "Whichever," Yuesheng replied nonchalantly, his fingers tightly gripping the steering wheel. Jiang Xingchen's gaze flickered as he pulled out a coat. "You brought my clothes with you?" "Uncle Lu made a mistake," Yuesheng replied, maintaining his composure. "May I take this one?" After a brief pause, Yuesheng replied softly, "You may, but I do not wish for this one. It's inconvenient to carry. So please keep it for me." Sensing his hesitation, Jiang Xingchen returned the coat and retrieved a white t-shirt instead. "This one will do." He then proceeded to remove his shirt in front of Yuesheng. As the fabric fell away, the remnants of bite marks from several days prior were visible on his skin, each mark being pressed and kneaded by Jiang Xingchen multiple times. Thus, they appeared still vividly red, excessively glaring. Yuesheng could not help but curse himself inwardly. When he loses control, he is worse than a beast. "But I have no interest in omegas," Jiang Xingchen suddenly stated, his words devoid of context. This declaration detonated in Yuesheng's mind like a sugar-coated bomb, leaving him speechless. He could not articulate the sensation. In some way, it resembled recovering from severe illness. Almost immediately, he began to grow suspicious and pressed for clarification. "How do you know if Yuesheng tea tried?" "I do not wish to hear anything unpleasant." Jiang Xingchen lazily rested his chin on Yuesheng's shoulder. "Shall I say something sweet to you instead?" Yuesheng suggested. Jiang Xingchen leaned in slightly, his warm breath brushing against Yuesheng's ear. "Such as, 'Merry Christmas, Brother Lu.'" "I've heard that before." Yuesheng turned his face away. Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, playfully tugging at Yuesheng's earlobe before lowering his head to gently nibble on the tender flesh. Whether in the intimacy of a romantic encounter or the playful teasing of flirtation, he had a particular fondness for this area. It was as if this act could claim possession of this seemingly cold and unyielding person, revealing the soft, boneless parts beneath. Releasing his lips, he let his tongue lightly trace the bite mark, his voice dropping to a whisper like lovers sharing secrets, drifting into Yuesheng's ear. "I like you." "I've heard that too." Jiang Xingchen's gaze narrowed, much like a hunter fixating on its prey, as he focused on the nape of Yuesheng's neck. "I want to bite you," his fingertips gradually gliding over the skin here. Chapter 29. You should be worse. Your words are rather unpalatable. Yuesheng turned his head to gaze out the window, his demeanor cool and indifferent. An alpha cannot mark another alpha. If one insists on marking, it becomes a fierce confrontation between two lions, each desperately clawing and tearing at the other. The innate dominant pheromones of both parties ensure that neither will yield. Ultimately, it ends in either one dead and one wounded, or both suffering mutual destruction, leading to a grim fate of shared demise. Do you not ponder this? Jiang Xingchen's fingers lightly traced circles on the soft flesh at the nape of his neck, sending a tingling jolt of electricity coursing up Yuesheng's spine. Yuesheng clenched his fist, forcefully suppressing the surging heat within. "I do not wish to," he replied decisively. Yuesheng was certain he would not engage in such a mutually destructive endeavor. Adults are guided by a clear understanding of gains and losses. Impulsive actions devoid of foresight would only drag both into an abyss from which there is no return. "Remove your hand," he stated slowly, tapping his cigarette case and extracting a cigarette, his attitude frosty and unyielding. Jiang Xingchen observed Yuesheng's small ritual of tapping the cigarette with a sense of amusement, fully aware of the tension he was experiencing. He produced a silver lighter. "Here." Let me light that for you. As the flame flickered to life, it illuminated both their eyes with a fiery glow. Jiang Xingchen leaned in slightly, shielding the flame with his hand, and lit Lu Yuesheng's cigarette. Lu Yuesheng held the cigarette between his lips, leaning down to draw closer. At the moment the end of the cigarette ignited, Jiang Xingchen unexpectedly tilted his head, his warm, soft lips gently brushing against the corner of Lu Yuesheng's mouth. A soft pop echoed in the air. Lu Yuesheng froze for a few seconds. Amidst the flickering embers, he could distinctly feel the warmth of Jiang Xingchen's lips and the gentle caress outlining the contour of his own. The mingling pheromones of eucalyptus and bombax drifted through every corner of the car, leaving only lingering affection. A breeze swept by, causing ginkgo leaves outside to flutter and fall, dancing in the wind before landing on the windshield of the sleek black vehicle, forming a crooked heart shape. For Lu Yuesheng, whose life had always been mundane, this scene could indeed be deemed romantic. His lips parted slightly, and the cigarette slipped from his grasp, caught deftly by Jiang Xingchen's mouth. "Next time, share one with me," Jiang Xingchen said, the smoldering cigarette still between his lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "I enjoy smoking your cigarettes." Lu Yuesheng merely responded with an as he tapped out another cigarette, maintaining an expression devoid of any emotional shift. Jiang Xingchen appeared calm and relaxed in the back seat, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. The two shared a tacit silence, smoking together in an atmosphere laden with ambiguity. After a lengthy pause, Lu Yuesheng finally spoke. "Jiang Xingchen, I have something to discuss with you." His pupils seemed unfocused, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that even his smoking actions had slowed slightly. "I do not wish to hear unpleasant words." Jiang Xingchen recognized the tone of his voice. After just the beginning, he anticipated the conclusion, infused with a deliberate nonchalance. Lu Yuesheng furrowed his brow and cast a glance at him through the rearview mirror, swallowing hard without continuing. Silence enveloped the vehicle. The cigarettes were soon extinguished. Lu Yuesheng's gaze was profound, his thin lips pressed tightly together, the line of his jaw taut and defined. His voice, calm to the point of being frigid, cut through the quiet. "The Jiang family has only you as its heir." As Jiang Xingchen's heart raced like a drum, he pressed against his veins to feel the surging pulse of emotion. Lu Yuesheng, noticing his rare calmness and obedience, assumed he was genuinely contemplating, and thus continued, each word seemingly weighed with meticulous consideration. "The fortune teller we consulted 3 years ago was hired by our families. In truth, our fates are in conflict, isolated stars, opposing destinies, and an inherent clash. Our elders now deem this union unnecessary, and I wholeheartedly agree." After a brief pause, he finally uttered the words, "We are incompatible." "Lu Ge, I can't endure this any longer." Jiang Xingchen suddenly interrupted his serious discourse, leaning forward, his eyes sparkling with fervor as they fixed on Lu Yuesheng. "How can you speak such harsh words with such gentleness?" Lu Yuesheng retorted, "Gentleness? I haven't said anything severe." Jiang Xingchen, casually flippant, replied, "With this demeanor, how do you expect to frighten me away?" "Then allow me to rephrase," Lu Yuesheng said. "Jiang Xingchen chakil softly. No, it's no use, brother. My heart and eyes are filled with the thought of how adorable, gentle, and kind you are. Whatever you say next will be futile." As the car door swung open, Jiang Xingchen stepped out of the rear compartment, his long legs landing on the ginkgo leaves with a gentle rustle. The wind lifted the edges of his clothing and hair, swirling with an air of carefree elegance. After a while, the outside of the car fell into complete silence. Lu Yuesheng opened the car door and stepped out into the vast, tranquil street, now devoid of any presence save for himself. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Yuesheng assumed Jiang Xingchen had departed. Just as he turned to pull open the car door, a cascade of golden ginkgo leaves suddenly fluttered down from above. Instinctively, he looked up to find Jiang Xingchen standing on the second-floor terrace of suspended drowning, leaning against the railing and smiling at him, the silver chain around his ankle shimmering. "Lu Ye," he called out, "you need to be a bit more wicked to scare me away." Their eyes met across the distance, and the glimmer in Jiang Xingchen's smiling gaze seemed to outshine the stars. In that moment, Yuesheng felt he was more radiant than the celestial bodies. Understood. Yuesheng replied softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a Rolls-Royce sped onto the scene, halting beside Yuesheng's car. The door opened to reveal two men and a young woman stepping out, who immediately spotted Jiang Xingchen on the terrace. "Brother Jiang, Merry Christmas." Tang greeted him enthusiastically. "Merry Christmas." Jiang Xingchen responded with a courteous smile. Yuesheng recognized the two men. One of them, a tall figure, was a recipient of a package addressed to the charming little one, Mr. Zhou, a man of ample means. Yuesheng offered a slight nod, acknowledging their acquaintance. Dang. Linking arms with Mo Yun, inquired, "When did Brother Jiang open such a bar? Is this the latest edition?" Montak Yun replied coolly. "He has opened so many it's hard to keep track. This one just launched. Old Su said he would come by later. We needn't bother with him. Let us go inside first." "Zhou," he said as he parked the car and stepped out. "I could temporarily fill in for him. We're one short." Tang laughed. The three of them chatted jovially as they entered the bar, while Jiang Xingchen vanished from the second-floor terrace. The street, which had once held a hint of vibrant life, once again fell into quietude, leaving Yuesheng standing alone amidst a carpet of ginkgo leaves. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he chose not to leave, feeling an overwhelming sense of agitation. Leaning against the car door, his gaze remained fixed on the desolate terrace on the second floor. His phone vibrated, signaling a new friend request, perpetually from the same individual. The accompanying message read, "Lu Ge, could you please open the door?" Yuesheng responded tersely with two words, "No." Almost instantaneously, a reply appeared, "But I wish to intrude into your life." Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Yuesheng repeatedly scrutinized the message, remaining motionless. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. An hour. Finally, his fingertips lightly tapped the screen, and Yuesheng accepted Jiang Xingchen's friend request. Chapter 30. Breaching the defense. Did you come today specifically to bestow us with your monetary gifts? Mo Yun and Zhou had joined forces, raking in several thousand from Jiang Xingchen. Jiang Xingchen smiled absently, his heart elsewhere. After enduring setbacks in love, he found solace in the casino, losing happily. "It's quite a rarity to witness you lose at cards," Mo Yun remarked, shuffling the deck, handing the money to Zhou, who coldly insisted that Mo Yun keep it. "What manner of disappointment is this?" Mo Yun subtly nudged Zhou with his foot, trying to coax him. Despite employing both the tactics of feigned weakness and charm, he remained unmoved, intent only on divorce. Jiang Xingchen forced a semblance of a smile, though his eyes concealed a candid amusement. He glanced down at his phone, where the newly accepted friend request lingered, bringing him an unexpected joy. The more he was rebuffed, the more he immersed himself in the game, reveling in the thrill of it all. "I think you're rather twisted," Mo Yun incisively critiqued. "You seem to relish in suffering." Zhou added, "If you're sick, someone ought to remedy that." Indeed, Jiang Xingchen innocently nodded, relishing the idea of being cured by him. "Brother Jiang, your man is still downstairs, having finished a pack of cigarettes." Tang peeked through the curtain at Yuesheng, who was turning to head to a nearby convenience store for more cigarettes. "Let him wait." Jiang Xingchen recalled his 3 rejected friend requests, each vividly etched in his memory. Yuesheng had demanded 6 phone calls from him. Thus, he resolved that Yuesheng should ring the doorbell 6 times. A game of adults, tit for tat, fair play. Mo Yun turned to Tang, exasperated sister. "Steer clear of such individuals in the future. They're not quite right in the head." The cunning little lowly's eyes brightened. "He.S. coming up. I request to engage." And with that, she dashed away, leaving Mo Yun to sigh in resignation. As Yuesheng entered the bar, he encountered Tang racing down from the second floor. "Hello, brother." Yuesheng halted, gazing at the adorable Omega lowly before him. "Brother Jiang has lost everything, even his underwear." Tang blurted out, "Please take me upstairs." Yuesheng spoke politely, deliberately maintaining a sense of detached formality. Tang hesitated, her expression faltering as she warned, "You should prepare yourself. The situation inside is somewhat chaotic." Yuesheng replied nonchalantly. When the door swung open, Zhou was seen gathering the chips before Jiang Xingchen, a knowing smile on his lips. This treasure, are you truly willing to stake it? Brother, it's merely material possessions. Jiang Xingchen pushed a silver lighter towards him, exuding nonchalance. And I shan't hold back. Zhou accepted the lighter and continued shuffling the cards. The door swung open as Yuesheng entered, his movements silent and composed. Jiang Xingchen caught sight of the newcomer, his eyes instantly brightening as he rose to greet him. Lugu, you haven't left yet? Is that a problem? Yuesheng replied. Not at all, quite the opposite. Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, seizing Yuesheng's chilled hand, which had been numbed by the evening breeze. He leaned down slightly, breathing warmth onto the frostbitten fingers, gently caressing the stiff joints. Look at you, your hands are freezing. Tang Tang tiptoed behind Mo Yun, covering her mouth as she whispered, Jianggu is quite skilled. Don't you dare learn from him. Mo Yun and Zhou chimed in unison. Won't you introduce us? Yuesheng inquired, his gaze resting on Jiang Xingchen's face as the latter exhaled warmth onto his hand without a hint of retreat. Jiang Xingchen seized the moment, his palm pressing slightly against Yuesheng's as their fingers intertwined, his fingertips playfully tracing patterns on the back of Yuesheng's hand. Of course, he smiled, gesturing to each in turn. This is Zhou. Beside him is Mo Yun, and behind is Mo Yun's sister, Mo Tang Tang. Pausing for effect, he added, they've been happily married for many years. In a few simple phrases, he had made the introductions clear. I am Yuesheng, he offered politely. I appreciate your kindness towards me. A gleam of joy lit Jiang Xingchen's face as everyone averted their eyes. An extra chair was added to the card table, and Jiang Xingchen pulled Yuesheng over to sit. Do you mind having one more person? Not at all. Thus, the two couples surrounded the table, engaging in a silent battle. Soon, Yuesheng began to gain the upper hand. Yet, he clearly understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, winning back Jiang Xingchen's silver lighter with force before deliberately conceding 2 rounds. Zhou and Mo Yun observed closely, recognizing Yuesheng's exceptional patience. He could easily corner his opponent, yet he always left a sliver of dignity intact. However, once he relaxed, he would strike mercilessly. It was evident that he was a cunning old fox, refined in demeanor but shrewd in business. During a brief intermission, when Yuesheng excused himself to the restroom, Mo Yun leaned towards Jiang Xingchen, whispering, Brother, you can't win against him. He has too many layers. I mourn for your loss. Zhou nodded in agreement. He possesses considerable skill. Mo Yun was surprised. It's rare to see you acknowledge someone else. Zhou chuckled, pinching Mo Yun's cheek. Are you jealous? Perhaps, Mo Yun replied, nuzzling closer. As Jiang Xingchen watched their intimate exchange, a pang of discomfort stirred within him. Just as Yuesheng returned and settled back into his seat, Jiang Xingchen abandoned all decorum, becoming audacious. His hand climbed the back of Yuesheng's neck, repeatedly kneading the soft flesh there before leaning against Yuesheng's shoulder. Warm breath brushing against his ear, a mix of intimacy and desire swirling in the air. We should head back, Mo Yun said, pulling Zhou to stand. Unable to bear the sight of Jiang Xingchen's flirtation with Yuesheng in their presence. One remained aloof while the other was shrouded in ambiguity. Navigating the card game with caution was a mental strain in the presence of the two. Take care. No need to see us off. Let us arrange to meet again. Jiang Xingchen murmured, his head still bowed, his form clinging to Yuesheng, his eyes glistening with an unspoken longing, ready to lean in for a kiss at any moment. Stepping out of the room, Mo Yun finally breathed freely. Both individuals were unwell. Zhou wrapped his arms around the other, saying, Darling, it's Christmas Eve. Let us return to rest. The desire for slumber was not solely Zhou's. Jiang Xingchen audaciously settled onto Yuesheng's lap, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. Yuesheng instinctively steadied his waist, the warmth ignited by Jiang Xingchen's earlier caress enveloping him through the fabric of his shirt. Why haven't you left? Jiang Xingchen tilted his head to meet Yuesheng's gaze, fixating on his tightly pressed lips, his throat bobbing lightly, an ember of heat igniting within him. He yearned to breach the defenses, to taste. Lu Yuesheng's fingertips unconsciously kneaded Jiang Xingchen's supple waist, the exquisite sensation almost overwhelming. As his fingers yearned to explore further, but were firmly restrained by his own suppressed desires. "I don't know," he replied, honesty laced with calmness. Jiang Xingchen's heart trembled violently, suddenly ensnared by the unexpected sincerity emanating from this reserved, aloof, handsome man, momentarily uncertain of who the true hunter was. "You are so adorable. I truly cannot bear it," he murmured, his warm breath brushing against Lu Yuesheng's jawline, his teeth grazing the delicate skin, tempted to bite, yet holding himself back, leaving only a quivering kiss. "Brother, shall we?" Chapter 31. But I desire. Jiang Xingchen was unreserved in his cravings. In his eyes, besides Lu Yuesheng, lay a multitude of other desires. Lu Yuesheng's monotonous life had been fraught with deception, like the ever-shifting tides of card game, strategizing every gain and loss. Yet, Jiang Xingchen, in his reckless abandon, sought to shatter all his regulations, bursting into his impenetrable world with the fervor of fireworks. Lu Yuesheng's world would stifle him. He had always been a man of little affection. Could he ever experience a love as reckless as a moth drawn to a flame? Perhaps not. No one could endure his perverse possessiveness, and thus far he had not imposed it upon Jiang Xingchen, still granting him the freedom to escape. No, Lu Yuesheng remained indifferent, his lips barely moving, his gaze drifting from Jiang Xingchen. But the moment his eyes strayed, Jiang Xingchen's hand grasped his chin, forcefully redirecting his face to meet his own. "But I desire," he insisted, his voice low yet resolute. In the next instant, Jiang Xingchen disregarded all caution and leaned in to kiss him. Their breaths intertwined, tongues mingling. Jiang Xingchen employed the most primal method. His sharp teeth savagely pierced Lu Yuesheng's lips, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. The alpha's pheromones surged through the gaps of their teeth, mingling with the warmth of their tongues, forcefully invading Lu Yuesheng's throat. It was the most potent, seductive pheromone, domineering and fervent, searing through every limb. If the counterpart were an omega, even a trace of this pheromone, fused through their blood, would be enough to send them spiraling into uncontrollable heat. Do you know why I dislike omegas? Jiang Xingchen's kisses landed intermittently on the wound at the corner of Lu Yuesheng's lips. They are too obedient, too compliant. It's utterly uninteresting. He whispered into Lu Yuesheng's ear. "Brother," his fingertips traced the pulsing vein at Lu Yuesheng's neck, the pheromones in the air growing increasingly potent. "Almost intoxicating. You could do anything to me. I relish your presence." The devil's whisper, laden with the insidiousness of pheromones, was an irresistible temptation. Alphas were inherently aggressive, and Lu Yuesheng epitomized that nature. The final remnants of reason were utterly strangled. Lu Yuesheng seized Jiang Xingchen by the back of his head, his knuckles turning white with pressure, and leaned in for a fervent kiss in return. The crisp, bitter scent of eucalyptus pheromones erupted, engulfing the entire room, audaciously proclaiming his dominance. Jiang Xingchen smirked, a triumphant curve gracing his lips, his ankle chain trembling with fervor. This Christmas Eve, he had experienced both ecstasy and pain, lingering with a sense of satisfaction even in his dreams. The following afternoon, he awoke in Lu Yuesheng's bed. That fellow, undeterred by the aftermath, had driven him home, prepared warm water for his cleansing, and carefully nestled him into the plush embrace of the bed, demonstrating a tenderness that belied his cold exterior. Yet, Jiang Xingchen was too absorbed in his slumber to notice. Who said that being with Lu Yuesheng was undesirable? He found it quite the opposite. Everything was delightful, even his frigid demeanor, which was utterly captivating. However, there lingered a sense that Lu Yuesheng had not fully relinquished control, especially in bed, where a hint of restraint remained. "Young Master Jiang, you are awake," Uncle Lu announced, bringing breakfast to Jiang Xingchen. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. What a delicious meal have you prepared today?" Jiang Xingchen replied, smiling as he propped himself up on the mattress, only to be struck by a sudden, fierce ache in his lower back, causing him to gasp in pain, tears spilling uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. "Apologies, my young master can be rather fierce," Uncle Lu placed the meal gently on the bedside table. A knowing smile in his eyes, his tone teasing yet measured. A little fierceness is quite good. Jiang Xingchen rubbed his waist, where Yuesheng's fingers had repeatedly caressed, savoring the lingering warmth that seemed to remain. Uncle Lu assumed he was merely being polite, unaware that Jiang Xingchen genuinely relished the experience. Has he gone to the company? Ah, he left early in the morning, Jiang Xingchen murmured, still massaging his waist, unable to suppress a tinge of self-doubt. Was his approach incorrect? Or had that man never truly let go? How could he possess such boundless energy? Every time he donned his trousers, he would head to work. Was he so enamored with his pursuits that he neglected romantic endeavors? Youth Master Jiang, Uncle Lu chuckled, stepping back with a bow. Our young master is likely just shy. Please be understanding. Shyness can be charming, Jiang Xingchen remarked, capturing a photo of the meal to send to Yuesheng. With a note, remember to eat. As anticipated, the message was read but unanswered. Jiang Xingchen, undeterred, decided to escalate his efforts. Lifting his collar to capture a photograph of the alluring red mark upon his neck, artfully enhancing the image to accentuate its appeal. Brother, what if I have a scarred complexion that cannot fade? He texted. Again, the message was read but left unanswered. You bit down rather hard. I told you to be gentle, but you wouldn't listen. I am in such pain, I can hardly walk. Even going to the bathroom is a struggle. Brother, come home and hold me. A hug will ease my back pain, and I won't hurt anywhere. I crave a hug. This playful banter continued for a full 10 minutes until a succinct response finally arrived. Think carefully about the consequences before provoking me next time. Consequently, the smile at the corners of Jiang Xingchen's mouth never faded. He too sent a read receipt to Yuesheng without replying. Not receiving a response, Yuesheng tossed his phone aside and immersed himself in work, suppressing the inexplicable restlessness within him. However, 4 hours later, tea time arrived. To his surprise, Jiang Xingchen swaggered into Yuesheng's office accompanied by Nanjia and Xiao Qiao, instantly causing quite a stir. This was largely due to the fact that Jiang Xingchen wore a black shirt with a dangerously low collar, revealing several deep red bite marks on his neck. Brazenly on display for all to see. Anyone who caught sight of him would inevitably think, a one-night stand, no escaping it. The assistant, perceptive to the relationship between Jiang Xingchen and the general manager, led him to the door of Yuesheng's office, quietly advising, the general manager is in an online meeting. Thank you, Jiang Xingchen replied with a charming smile that made his eyes glimmer beautifully. The assistant, momentarily mesmerized by the smile, couldn't help but notice the glaring red marks on his neck, silently marveling at how well the boss was indulged. Jiang Xingchen raised his hand and gently tapped on the door. Who is it? Came a deep voice from within, familiar enough to send shivers down one's spine. Delivering afternoon tea. Yuesheng, engrossed in the meeting with headphones on, didn't quite catch who it was, and simply replied, Come in. As the door swung open, Yuesheng's gaze flicked over, his previously focused thoughts instantly disrupted. Maintaining a facade of calm, his fingers tightened momentarily as he pretended to continue the meeting. Jiang Xingchen, carrying coffee and small cakes, leisurely approached the desk to set them down, intentionally brushing his fingertips lightly against Yuesheng's hand. Yuesheng looked up, his eyes unexpectedly colliding with those sparkling with laughter, only to be drawn again to the open collar revealing the unmistakable red marks, boldly declaring last night's escapade. After placing the afternoon tea, Jiang Xingchen turned to leave, deliberately slowing down his pace as he adjusted his waist. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Just as he reached the door, Yuesheng's voice sounded from behind. Wait for me 10 minutes. Jiang Xingchen readily agreed. His steps light as he hurriedly settled onto the sofa in Yuesheng's office. The silver chain around his ankle swayed with his movements, casting tiny glimmers of silver light, revealing his exuberant anticipation. 10 minutes later, neither more nor less, Yuesheng concluded his meeting. When he looked up, he found Jiang Xingchen resting his head on one hand, tilting it to gaze out the window, his profile gently illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun. From Yuesheng's perspective, the crimson marks on his neck glimmered vividly under the rays of the setting sun that filtered through the window, their brightness almost blinding. Lu Yuesheng pulled open a drawer and retrieved a small, milky white medicine jar. "Come here," he uttered 2 commanding words. But who was Jiang Xingchen? He was notoriously disobedient. "Brother, my waist hurts. I can't move. Come over here." Jiang Xingchen rested his head on his hands, refusing to budge, insisting that Lu Yuesheng approach him. "You're in pain, yet still delivering afternoon tea?" Lu Yuesheng retorted coldly. "Brother, after a night of exertion, you still have the energy for work?" Jiang Xingchen chuckled. "I'm just learning from the model workers." Lu Yuesheng, taken aback by the teasing, fell silent, reluctantly striding toward the sofa with the small jar in hand. "Do it yourself," he said, extending the jar, which was already a concession. "You help me apply it." Jiang Xingchen looked up at him, his eyes adorned with a hint of alluring red, his tone both assured and slightly playful, clearly guiding him step by step. "Be a bit more proactive, brother." Jiang Xingchen was pushing his luck. Lu Yuesheng regarded him from above, his brows knitting together. Jiang Xingchen's posture was languid and relaxed, his mood exuberantly buoyant. "Is that all right?" "No." Lu Yuesheng coldly placed the small jar on the coffee table and turned to stride toward his desk. "Brother." Jiang Xingchen did not reach for the jar, still lazily propping his head up, his gaze lingering on Lu Yuesheng's tall figure. "The little cake is made by my own hands." Lu Yuesheng's steps abruptly halted. A soft call came from behind, the last syllable curling enticingly, imbued with an inexplicable tenderness. "Only for you." Those simple 4 words seemed to carry boundless meaning, truly a melodious expression in Chinese. "I don't eat little cakes." Lu Yuesheng's voice was devoid of emotion. "Alphas can enjoy little cakes too, brother. It's merely a personal preference, unrelated to gender." Jiang Xingchen chuckled, thoroughly enjoying Lu Yuesheng's serious demeanor when discussing principles. "So what now?" Jiang Xingchen continued to tease. "You've made it. It's too late to return it now." Lu Yuesheng found himself at a verbal disadvantage, his lips pressed tightly together, and he simply walked to his desk, tossing the cake along with its packaging into the trash bin. By the time Jiang Xingchen realized, his fingertips were trembling slightly. "You tossed it without even looking?" Jiang Xingchen stood up, inadvertently knocking over a glass on the coffee table. What a waste. The shards of glass scattered across the floor. "Sorry." Jiang Xingchen bent down to pick up the broken pieces, tossing them into the trash bin. The glass shards grazed his fingers, causing the scent of K-pop pheromones to spill uncontrollably. Unhurriedly, Jiang Xingchen took a tissue from the table and wrapped it around his wound. "I'm leaving now, Lu Ge. I want tea come tomorrow." He waved his hand nonchalantly as he departed. "Tomorrow is Saturday." Lu Yuesheng spoke too late. Jiang Xingchen had already vanished, leaving behind a lingering scent of K-pop in the air. Upon glancing back, he noticed the small medicine jar still quietly occupying its original spot. After a moment, he fished out a pack of cigarettes and lit one, but the nicotine did little to soothe his emotions. Instead, it exacerbated his restlessness, making the situation increasingly troublesome. His fingertips trembled uncontrollably, and the glowing ember of the cigarette unexpectedly scorched his fingertip, sending a sharp pang of pain through him, snapping him back to reality. Lu Yuesheng extinguished the cigarette butt and ambled over to the trash can, peering inside. There lay a beautifully packaged small cake, adorned with a delicate bow, discarded all alone and unopened. A few minutes later, the small cake vanished from the trash. Untying the bow, he found the cake inside had been jostled to the point of disarray, the cream and cake batter a disheveled mess clinging to the bottom of the box. Yet, Lu Yuesheng continued to eat it bite by bite until it was entirely gone. So far in his life, he had only consumed 2 small cakes, both crafted by the same hand. He truly did not have a penchant for small cakes, but he finished every morsel made by Jiang Xingchen, none left behind. Oblivious to the circumstances, Jiang Xingchen returned home without a hint of displeasure. "Little Yu, come here, let daddy hold you." The calico cat mewed softly, leaping into Jiang Xingchen's embrace, purring contentedly. "Patience is a virtue," he mused while stroking the soft fur of the kitten, and promptly decided to take the cat on an escapade. Thus, Jiang Xingchen tucked little Yu into a cat carrier and drove southward to behold the sea. The vast azure ocean, akin to the sky, possessed a soothing power, and Jiang Xingchen lounged on the beach, allowing the waves to caress his bare feet like a lover. The silver anklet, soaked by the sea, swayed gently, producing a tantalizing sound. With closed eyes, Jiang Xingchen found himself yearning for Yuesheng, yet refrained from sending any messages. Opening his phone, he snapped a photo of the waves, his pale feet barely visible amidst the splashes. The moment he posted it, a flood of 99 likes and comments ensued. Yuesheng's secondary account pinged with a new notification, and upon opening it, he found the very image of the waves and bare feet. However, when he switched back to his main account and accessed Jiang Xingchen's profile, the page appeared blank, with their chat history frozen on read. Thud! The phone crashed onto the floor with a jarring sound, startling the assistant outside. Has he been deprived of afternoon tea? What a temper! Amen. The phone, having been so violently thrown, began to vibrate incessantly, inducing a headache for Yuesheng. Frowning, he reluctantly approached to retrieve it. The screen lit up, but it was not the person he anticipated. Answering the call, Yuesheng's tone was icy. Is there something you need? Shall we have a chat? Came the gentle, courteous voice of Jiang Xingchen from the other end. Could we not converse over the phone? Yuesheng's impatience was palpable. I'll get straight to the point. Our pheromone compatibility is at 90, and our elders are keen on matchmaking. What are your thoughts? Boring, Yuesheng replied succinctly. I find it rather dull as well. Jiang Xingchen chuckled lightly, not masking the disdain in his voice. What era are we in? Still engaging in arranged marriages? Indeed. Jiang Xingchen shifted the conversation, returning to the main topic. Mr. Liu, I have a business proposal to discuss with you. A project worth 600 million. Are you interested? Chapter 33. Will you return home? Jiang Xingchen returned after a fortnight. During this time, he had immersed himself in the seaside, allowing the salty breeze to carry away all his pent-up emotions, leaving him with a profound sense of tranquility. He could be considered a half-hearted practitioner of Buddhism, as he found it easy to let go of worldly concerns, harboring no lingering grievances. Perhaps it was this solitude that fostered his serene state of mind. When alone, his pheromone disorder could be kept at bay, for after 3 years of spiritual cultivation, he had learned to combat his afflictions and maintain his inner peace. However, the moment he laid eyes on Yuesheng, his pheromones would inevitably spiral into chaos. Yuesheng had aptly stated that they were indeed incompatible. Their mere presence triggered mutual turmoil. Could such a connection ever thrive? Many relationships ultimately falter due to fundamental mismatches, a truth Jiang Xingchen understood all too well. Yet, he remained willfully reckless, embodying a stubbornness akin to if I do not descend into hell, who will? He followed his heart, unperturbed by whether his path lay upon smooth roads or amidst fiery trials. Jiang Xingchen parked his car beneath Yuesheng's office building. Xiaoye, how have you gained weight on this outing? He asked, stroking the fur of his beloved cat, Sanhua. Haven't you been fed enough at home? Mew. Sanhua purred contentedly, closing its round eyes and emitting soft, sweet meows, nuzzling its plump head against Jiang Xingchen's palm as if seeking affection. Jiang Xingchen was particularly fond of such displays, chuckling as he hugged Xiaoye a little tighter and playfully scratched its chin. It seems I've been neglecting you. As soon as he spoke, Sanhua seemed to sense something amiss, twisting its body and swiftly darting under the car seat, curling into a ball to hide. What's wrong, Xiaoye? Jiang Xingchen chuckled, about to reach out to coax it, when his gaze inadvertently drifted through the car window. He noticed Yuesheng walking out of the company building, accompanied by a tall, modestly postured young man. The two walked side by side, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation. The young man casually offered Yuesheng a cigarette, which he accepted with courtesy, the lighter flickering between them. Jiang Xingchen watched silently, his fingers rubbing against each other, producing a quiet clicking sound, a nervous habit he adopted to feign nonchalance. Inside the car, the alpha's pheromones surged uncontrollably, a chaotic mix of agitation and suppressed frustration. Beneath the seat, Sanhua trembled in fear, emitting soft whimpers. Without uttering a word, Jiang Xingchen pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward like an arrow released from its bow. As the vehicle sped past Yuesheng, The latter turned in surprise, his gaze sweeping over the driver's seat. Yet he saw nothing. The car sped away swiftly, but Yuesheng unmistakably caught a whiff of Jiang Xingchen's unique pheromones. Let us conclude our discussion here for today, Yuesheng remarked, glancing back at Jiang Wangshu. Very well. See you tomorrow, Jiang Wangshu replied, pausing at the door as if awaiting someone. Unperturbed, Yuesheng entered his car and swiftly drove home. The neighboring villa remained shrouded in darkness, with no sign of Jiang Xingchen's car at the entrance. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to call him, but the call went unanswered. It had been half a month since our last encounter, and the faintest whiff of his pheromones ignited a relentless yearning within me, overwhelming and nearly suffocating. Yuesheng, feeling agitated, tugged at his tie and turned toward the balcony, his fingers gripping the curtains tightly, creating countless creases. He stood there in the night breeze, gazing down the road, waiting for someone to return home. That someone, however, never appeared. After leaving Yuesheng's company, Jiang Xingchen headed to the hospital. It was not jealousy that plagued him. He was genuinely unwell. Waves of pain from his disordered pheromones surged, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. In such a state, he had no desire to entice anyone. All his energy was consumed in enduring the discomfort. Thus, he found himself unusually subdued, sitting quietly in the infusion room, receiving treatment. The little calico cat curled up beside him, a warm, comforting presence. The reason he did not answer Yuesheng's call was intentional. He simply wished to be pursued. Mr. Jiang, it is imperative to remind you that medication addresses symptoms but does not resolve the underlying issues. Your body has developed a resistance to the treatment, and it is advisable to find a suitable omega promptly. The doctor in the white coat entered to change the floor, casually dispensing medical advice. What constitutes suitable? Jiang Xingchen inquired nonchalantly. In medical terms, a pheromone compatibility of over 80 qualifies as suitable, the doctor replied while adjusting the infusion rate. Must it be an omega? Can an alpha suffice? Jiang Xingchen continued to probe leisurely. Theoretically, no. The doctor shot him a significant glance, recalling 2 historical cases where alphas forced a union, resulting in chaotic pheromone reactions. But Jiang Xingchen raised his gaze, smiling at the doctor. But the doctor's stern demeanor softened under that smile. In matters of the heart, everyone is the same. With his hands in his pockets, the doctor concluded, at worst, if one is ill, we shall treat the illness. Jiang Xingchen's smile deepened. Let us hope that when the time comes, I encounter a doctor as exceptional as you. The doctor shook his head. No. Let us hope it does not come to that. Learn to know your limits. Jiang Xingchen lifted his wrist where the needle was inserted, his eyes sparkling with mischief. If one is ill, we shall treat the illness, and I shall heed your advice. The doctor chuckled at his demeanor, said nothing more, and left the room. Stealing one last glance back at him, Jiang Xingchen leaned down to embrace the calico. Little Sanhua, will you learn to know your limits? The little calico mewed softly. His phone vibrated again, the caller ID reading Ice Cube. Jiang Xingchen released the cat and answered the call. Where are you? Yuesheng's hoarse voice came through the line. Nanhai, Jiang Xingchen replied lightly, as if it were a casual remark. I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. Yuesheng's tone shifted ominously. Jiang Xingchen pursed his lips, reluctant to disclose his hospital visit, and too weary to fabricate another lie. He simply fell silent. Don't want to speak? Yuesheng's voice deepened slightly. Jiang Xingchen let out a brief hum from his nostrils, a sound so succinct it seemed almost absurd. Yuesheng did not press him further, instead shifting the conversation. When will you return? This afternoon. When will you be home? I don't know. Jiang Xingchen lowered his gaze, gently caressing the soft head of the little Sanhua cat with his fingertips, his voice devoid of much inflection. Will you still come home? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Xingchen momentarily lost his bearings. It seemed he had never truly considered the notion of returning home regularly. The indulgence of his parents, coupled with his nomadic lifestyle, had led him to abandon the expectation of returning home for many years. Do you want me to come home? He retorted. Chapter 34. A plea for understanding this was a clever counter-question. Yuesheng was aware of what would bring joy to Jiang Xingchen, yet he refrained from expressing it. Your legs are long. Why ask me? Was the incorrect response. Jiang Xingchen's reaction was to terminate the call. The abrupt, busy tone exploded in the receiver, prompting a soft chuckle from Yuesheng. He had anticipated this outcome. Jiang Xingchen, when fond, would chase after you, yet when disinterested, he would distance himself effortlessly. This was his nature regarding all things he cherished. Even Jiang Xingchen himself was unaware of the presence of someone who had silently observed him from childhood. Yuesheng was 5 years his senior and had seen Jiang Xingchen at birth. When he was 5, he gifted the newborn Jiang Xingchen a small handbell. Initially, the infant delighted in it, but soon grew weary, a typical behavior for babies who are often enamored with novelty. On Jiang Xingchen's 6th birthday, Yuesheng presented him with a small bell again, and as he departed the birthday celebration, he noticed that the little bell lay neglected among hundreds of other gifts. Such occurrences happened several times thereafter. From that point forward, Yuesheng ceased attending any of Jiang Xingchen's gatherings, for he understood that Jiang Xingchen was never lacking in friends or gifts. Jiang Xingchen adored everything in this world, yet could relinquish it all effortlessly, drifting through the myriad flowers without a trace of attachment. Yuesheng comprehended him deeply and wished for him to live unburdened by any constraints. After completing his 4 drip, Jiang Xingchen felt the sluggish energy in his body rejuvenate, leaving him refreshed both physically and mentally. He exchanged a few gentle words with the doctor, and in a matter of moments, the white-coated physician relented and prescribed him a generous supply of restorative medicine. Anyone ensnared by Jiang Xingchen's charm would inevitably soften. Yet as the doctor departed, he made a point to add, "My surname is Su. Please remember me." Jiang Xingchen, of course, would not remember. He returned to the car, cradling the little Sanhua. "Xiaoya, will you be a bit softer on me too?" The little one nuzzled against his neck, purring obediently in response. "Xiaoya, you are my favorite," Jiang Xingchen cooed, planting a kiss on its fluffy, round face. The little one, feeling the affection, lifted its tail high in delight. Jiang Xingchen smiled with a tender, relaxed demeanor, gradually starting the car and driving towards home under the cool evening sky. As the vehicle glided past Yuesheng's villa, Jiang Xingchen glanced up at the 2nd floor. Indeed, the familiar silhouette stood upon the balcony, its form sharply defined against the encroaching night. Jiang Xingchen lowered the car window, gracefully waving at him, bestowing a playful kiss. The lingering affection in her brow sparkled vividly under the glow of the night lights. Yet the car did not halt. It glided slowly towards the neighboring villa, its headlights extinguishing gradually. Left alone, Yuesheng, holding a cigarette, stood in the night breeze, silent and unmoving. His gaze was cold, seemingly disinclined to linger, yet his hand, hanging by his side, tightly grasped a string of wooden beads, his fingertips repeatedly rubbing over them, until the cigarette but burned out. He turned and departed. After his departure, Jiang Xingchen finally stepped out of the car, cradling the little cat Sanhua as she approached the villa. Though she could have used her fingerprint to unlock the door, she insisted on entering a code. "Zio, your birthday is approaching," she remarked. Little Sanhua, looking perplexed, replied, "Huh? Am I not a June cat? What kind of gift do you desire?" Jiang Xingchen mused aloud. Little Sanhua, still befuddled, questioned, "Do humans really celebrate their birthdays every 6 months? Is it that ceremonial? I could give you to myself. Would you like that?" Little Sanhua decided to disregard all else. Meowing animatedly, Jiang Xingchen, buoyed by little Yi's antics, began rummaging through the house. Before long, the floor was adorned with an array of trinkets, scented candles, wooden bookmarks, perfumes, dried flowers, fragrant hanging pieces, and wooden refrigerator magnets, all imbued with the scent of eucalyptus. Satisfied, Jiang Xingchen snapped a family photo and shared it online with the caption, "Useless yet fascinating little things. Who exactly enjoys collecting trash?" Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa, a certain individual, sleepless and gazing out at the night, unexpectedly sneezed violently. The wooden beads in his fingers grew warm, their surfaces damp with sweat. The eucalyptus pheromones seemingly tangible, enveloping each bead tightly, creating an impenetrable barrier. His phone vibrated, and Yuesheng instinctively answered. It was a video call. As he opened it, he was taken aback by the warm, inviting textures filling the screen. Jiang Xingchen's lighting was soft, accentuating the smooth lines of his shoulders and neck. It was undeniably the aggressive, primal essence of a mature alpha. "Do you sleep without clothes?" Yuesheng's voice was hoarse, his throat constricted. "I don't wear clothes when I sleep with you either," Jiang Xingchen remarked, purposefully adjusting the camera angle to include his entire form. How shameless. Yet Yuesheng did not divert his gaze from the screen, his tone betraying neither reprimand nor reproach. "What is shame?" Jiang Xingchen chuckled lightly, leisurely pulling back the covers as he lay down, the sheets slipping to reveal a glimpse of his soft, pale waist. "Can one eat that?" Yuesheng, at 34, found himself unprepared for such direct and youthful banter. "Brother, I was ill today," Jiang Xingchen lamented, expressing his grievance. He had refrained from mentioning it in the hospital out of alpha pride, but now, with nothing to hinder him, he could speak freely. Jiang Xingchen was indeed that kind of person, always showcasing his most vibrant and flamboyant side, licking his own wounds, enduring his own hardships. "So you went to the hospital?" Yuesheng's tone softened, his final syllable unintentionally gentle. Jiang Xingchen, dismissive in his demeanor, sought a modicum of sympathy, while the doctor uttered some unpalatable truths. What was said? Yuesheng could likely surmise the repetitive drivel the doctor had delivered, having heard it numerous times before. "You should promptly find a highly compatible omega." Jiang Xingchen's tone bore a soft, pleading quality. "I concur," Yuesheng replied without hesitation. "Listening to you, even ibuprofen proves ineffective," Jiang Xingchen muttered, clearly discontent. After a moment of contemplation, Yuesheng grasped the underlying implication of that statement, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was a rare occurrence for Yuesheng to laugh, and this smile left Jiang Xingchen somewhat dazed. "Brother, you look truly handsome when you smile," Jiang Xingchen murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, lamenting that he hadn't recorded this historic moment. Of course, his gaze was not solely confined to his eyes. Yuesheng, maintaining his composure, reined in his laughter. "You are more handsome." Just those simple 4 words shattered Jiang Xingchen's defenses. His intention had merely been to initiate a pure video call, yet they gradually veered off course. "Allow me to share a phrase that resonates with the youth of today." Jiang Xingchen's left hand discreetly vanished from the frame, his voice thick and enticing as he leaned in closer. That phrase went unheard, for all that reached his ears were the increasingly deep and heavy breaths, one layered upon another, seeping through the receiver and igniting a fervor in his veins. After an indeterminate duration, Yuesheng ended the call. As his consciousness waned, a light whisper drifted into his ears. "The most lethal allure is the intangible." This was immediately followed by a plaintive sigh. "Brother, I cannot resist your charm." Yuesheng chuckled again, this time infused with deeper emotions. Jiang Xingchen had never witnessed such a smile from him. Should he see it, he would surely fall in love. Chapter 35. I have always been mad. Yuesheng set down the phone, inevitably reminiscing about more of Jiang Xingchen's past, which he had deliberately sealed away. In elementary school, Jiang Xingchen had spotted a stray cat drenched by an unexpected downpour and, under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, ventured out to shelter the feline with an umbrella. At that time, Yuesheng, observing from the middle school building, saw only the umbrella. For Jiang Xingchen had become distracted by the blooming flowers and dashed off to admire them. By the time they reached middle school, Yuesheng was nearing graduation from high school. During that period, Jiang Xingchen's circle of friends rapidly evolved. One day, he would play basketball with one group, and the next he would whimsically skip class to hike with another. One evening, after finishing his night classes, Yuesheng spotted Jiang Xingchen, who had no evening lessons, jogging on the playground, flanked by 7 or 8 seniors. The reason? He had encountered upperclassmen training and, on a whim, decided to join them, losing track of time in the joy of running. In the subsequent nights, Yuesheng saw him no more. Jiang Xingchen often acted on fleeting impulses, propelled by sudden desires without hesitation or consideration for consequences. He was quite unruly, his words as enchanting as they were. Yet he could just as easily sprint away at a moment's notice. Such a person would never linger for anyone. Initially, I intended merely to accompany Jiang Xingchen in a leisurely manner. Yet as Jiang Xingchen repeatedly overstepped boundaries, a long-suppressed, terrifying possessiveness within Yuesheng surged forth, uncontainable. The more I pondered, the more my agitation intensified, leaving a heavy sensation in my chest. How I wished that Jiang Xingchen's gaze was solely for me. In this state of unrest, a wicked thought crept into my mind, startling me. The indescribable restlessness and absurdity could not be soothed by external means alone. Reluctantly, Yuesheng rose and entered the bathroom, turning on the cold water faucet, allowing the icy stream to drench his entire being. However, unbeknownst to him, the chilling wind he had endured on the balcony for half the night, combined with the cold shower and sleepless nights of overtime, had taken a toll on his iron constitution. As the proverb goes, one reaps what they sow. It is also said that a wicked heart invites divine retribution. The next day, the normally robust Alpha fell ill for the first time in 100 years. With a fever of 39.6 degrees, Uncle Lu urged, "Young master, you must cease work. Is it truly that important?" In a flustered state, he considered disconnecting the internet but hesitated, weighing the consequences. "It's merely a fever," Yuesheng croaked, his voice hoarse, thermometer still in his mouth. "It hasn't even reached 40 degrees. Why the fuss?" Just as he finished speaking, a light sound interrupted the air. "Uncle Lu, I've received a text." Jiang Xingchen entered, a thin coat draped over his shoulder, illuminating the room like the dawn breaking in. "Oh, it's reached 40 degrees. Uncle Lu's keen eyes immediately noticed the thermometer rising further. Yuesheng spat out the thermometer. "Why did you call him here?" "Oomph," Uncle Lu grumbled, putting away the thermometer. "I cannot concern myself with someone who neglects their own health." He then turned slightly to Jiang Xingchen, bowing slightly, "Young Master Jiang, I entrust his care to you." "Of course," Jiang Xingchen replied succinctly. He approached Yuesheng's side, unhesitatingly reaching out to touch his forehead. 40 degrees? No need to check. Yuesheng turned his face away to evade contact. Jiang Xingchen's hand slowly descended, his fingertips brushing against Yuesheng's feverish ear. "Let me check. Can we fry an egg?" A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Yuesheng's mouth. "Smile more. It suits you." Jiang Xingchen, unabashed, casually sat on the edge of the bed, as if he were in his own home. Yuesheng unconsciously tightened his fingers, wrinkling the sheets beneath him. "Keep your distance. Do you wish to catch my fever too?" he said in a low voice. "I'm already quite distant, brother," Jiang Xingchen replied earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Yuesheng, unwavering. The atmosphere was thick with silence, punctuated only by Yuesheng's slightly labored breaths. An invisible line seemed to stretch between them, a palpable distance separating them despite being merely half a foot apart, the stark sense of alienation evident. "Leave." After a tense silence of several seconds, Yuesheng finally issued the dismissal. He could not fathom Jiang Xingchen's intentions and chose not to speculate. Gradually, he closed his eyes, shutting out the remnants of light, allowing himself to sink into an endless darkness, distancing himself from Jiang Xingchen. It was unclear how long had passed, but when he opened his eyes again, indeed, he found himself alone in the room. A peculiar restlessness coursed through his veins, relieved only by medication. Yuesheng had just poured the pills into his palm when he heard Uncle Lu's voice from outside, strained and breathless. "Young Master Jiang, how is it that you also have a fever of 38 degrees? "I went out for a ride and was caught in the rain," Jiang Xingchen replied, his voice tinged with amusement, sounding surprisingly delighted, as he found riding in the rain quite romantic and lingered in it a bit longer. "Riding in circles? Haven't you been indoors all this time?" Uncle Lu was perplexed. "I was kicked out," Jiang Xingchen said, his forehead adorned with cold, damp hair, his cheeks slightly flushed. "I apologize for wetting your floor." "Oh dear, you're still here apologizing? Quickly go lie down in the back room," Uncle Lu urged, and after a moment suddenly realized, leaning in and lowering his voice, was that intentional? Jiang Xingchen merely placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Uncle Lu was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Then, Jiang Xingchen swaggered into Yuesheng's bedroom. Yuesheng looked up, meeting the sight of Jiang Xingchen, drenched and disheveled. water still dripping from his hair, his shirt clinging to his back, outlining his figure in a tantalizing manner. Unable to restrain himself, he scolded, "Have you lost your mind?" "I've always been a bit mad," Jiang Xingchen replied unabashedly, beginning to peel off his drenched clothing right before Lu Yuesheng's eyes. "You should know me by now. May I use your bathroom for a hot shower?" Jiang Xingchen did not allow him to refuse and turned to enter the bathroom, leaving the door wide open as he stood beneath the warm water. Steam quickly fogged the glass, creating a warm, hazy atmosphere. Lu Yuesheng's gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the bathroom. Jiang Xingchen's fingers lazily traced the misty surface, deliberately sketching something. It was impossible not to notice. First, a large heart appeared, followed by another, and finally a neat line connecting them, two hearts pierced by a single arrow. Lu Yuesheng averted his gaze, yet his pupils struggled to regain focus. Despite having a fever of 38 degrees, Jiang Xingchen meticulously groomed himself in front of the bathroom mirror, only satisfied when he felt he looked handsome enough to overshadow Lu Yuesheng before striding out of the bathroom. "Brother, I feel a bit cold." "Cold at 38 degrees? Jiang Xingchen, wrapped loosely in a towel around his waist, had droplets cascading down his well-defined collarbone, disappearing into the towel's edge, leaving a trail of suggestive moisture. He stepped closer, his knees brushing against the edge of the bed as he leaned in. With a larger motion, the towel, already loosely tied, slipped down his waist, swaying at his hips before finally grazing the top of his thighs and fluttering to the floor. Unfazed, Jiang Xingchen slipped under the covers beside Lu Yuesheng. His voice husky from the fever. "I need a body at 40 degrees to warm me up." Chapter 36. You beg me, their skin touched, the heat igniting their senses. Jiang Xingchen's profile nuzzled against Lu Yuesheng's arm, his nose brushing against the delicate skin, imbued with the warmth of his recent shower. His voice low and enticing. "Let's go a little mad together." As Lu Yuesheng's breath hitched, he found himself unprepared for the soft kisses that cascaded upon the outer side of his arm. The warm and damp sensation spread, saturating his sensitive skin and igniting a fervor within his veins. "You ought to exercise some restraint," Lu Yuesheng said sharply, pushing him away with a sudden force. Jiang Xingchen, however, tightened his grip on Lu's wrist, revealing the full extent of an alpha's overpowering strength, the joints forming rigid arcs. With a primal force, he pressed Lu Yuesheng's hand back onto the bedding, leaning in closer, the playful glint in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an imperious tone that brooked no dissent. "Beg me." That was the first time Lu Yuesheng had witnessed such an expression on Jiang Xingchen's face. The dark brows shadowing a fierce aggression, the aura of a top-tier alpha radiating menacingly. "If you beg me, I might consider it." Faced with such blatant provocation, Lu Yuesheng's innate alpha instincts surged to life. Between alphas, there was always but one resolution: to retaliate. He leveraged his strength, flipping over and breaking free from Jiang Xingchen's grasp, swiftly locking his hand around Jiang's shoulder and pressing down. The force was so great that it caught Jiang off guard, sending him crashing onto the bed, the impact causing the mattress to emit a muffled thud. "Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Lu Yuesheng glared down, his eyes dark as ink, his expression chillingly severe. The pheromones of two dominant alphas erupted in the bedroom, clashing violently in an unseen contest. "Was that overwhelming scent?" came the startled voice of Uncle Lu from outside, the oppressive atmosphere seeping through the door. "Is something wrong?" Uncle Lu, risking life and limb, burst through the door. "Young master." He barely had time to register the scene before him, drawing a sharp breath. There was Jiang Xingchen pinned beneath Lu Yuesheng, their chests pressed tightly together, hair in disarray, breaths mingling. Upon closer inspection, Jiang's wrist bore the marks of Lu's grip, stained with crimson. "Have some mercy," Uncle Lu instinctively began, but Jiang Xingchen quickly adopted an innocent facade, his large eyes blinking innocently, voice filled with feigned grievance. "The courage came from my scalp. I spoke out of turn. You hurt me. Such a delicate husband, fierce as a tiger." "Get out," Lu Yuesheng coldly commanded, the oppressive tension in the room dissipating suddenly. Uncle Lu vanished at once, but not before muttering, at 40 degrees, still so eager. Youth truly is a blessing. You spoke far too loudly, do you realize? Yuesheng's temples throbbed as he shouted towards the door, a faint blush creeping up his ears. Uncle Lu made a hasty retreat. Tsh, always taking out your frustrations on this old man. What goes around comes around. Young Master Jiang 1T let you off lightly. Jiang Xingchen laughed heartily. Yuesheng, maintaining a stern facade, released his grip and shifted to the other side of the bed, deliberately creating distance. Yet the bed was scarcely large enough to allow for much separation. Mere seconds passed before Jiang Xingchen, like a formless piece of taffy, clung to him again. The heated arm gently rested upon his waist, the voice infused with a smoky rasp, imploring, "Are you not angry? I've kept you company through your fever. Will you forgive me? Do not feign innocence." Yuesheng turned his face away, his fingers unconsciously tapping the cigarette box on the bedside table. "I'm not pretending." Jiang Xingchen stubbornly leaned closer, pressing his warm forehead against Yuesheng's top muscles, his nose brushing against the soft flesh of his lower back. "I simply cannot bear to see you unwell." After a few moments of silence, his heart skipped several beats. Jiang Xingchen began to utter those nonsensical, seductive words again, his gaze flickering, fingertips grazing lightly. "Brother, I can bring you pleasure. Would you like that?" The veins on Yuesheng's hand bulged as he abruptly grasped Jiang Xingchen's hair, the force carrying a hint of uncontrolled intensity, compelling him to meet his gaze directly. "No, that's not acceptable." Jiang Xingchen winced at the painful grip, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. Yuesheng softened his hold, instinctively smoothing down his hair, and after a moment, spoke gently, "If you are ill, do not act out." Jiang Xingchen adored this whimsical dynamic of receiving a slap followed by a sweet treat, and he gently leaned his head against Yuesheng, releasing a low sigh from his throat. "Then I shall sleep. You must not leave, brother. Should you dare to go, I will." Yuesheng waited in vain for him to finish his sentence. "Jiang Xingchen?" Soon, Jiang Xingchen fell asleep, curled up beside Yuesheng like a cat. This was not the first time. Yuesheng marveled at his ability to fall asleep so effortlessly. Perhaps it was the freedom of a heart unburdened that allowed such unreserved slumber. For reasons unknown, Yuesheng, who typically struggled to find sleep, succumbed to slumber as well, likely due to the potency of the fever-reducing medication. When he awoke again, Jiang Xingchen's voice broke through his consciousness. "Brother, you hold me so tightly." As Yuesheng regained awareness, he felt a searing warmth against him. Looking down, he saw Jiang Xingchen's head nestled in his neck, a smile adorning his lips as he jested. "You've let your drool flow onto my face." Yuesheng instantly recoiled, raising a hand to wipe his mouth, only to find the skin beneath his fingers dry and hot. No trace of drool. That little deceiver. In the next moment, Jiang Xingchen's strong arms enveloped Yuesheng's waist, drawing him in tightly. "Have you learned? This is how one must embrace." "What you did earlier hardly qualifies as an embrace," Yuesheng murmured, his face nestled against Jiang Xingchen's warm shoulder. "That was merely an instance of marital harassment. I won't report you." Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, the tremor of his laughter resonating through their connected bodies, sending delightful shivers coursing through Yuesheng. What a marvelous situation that would be. Yuesheng found it difficult to breathe, the lingering effects of the fever-reducing medication clouding his mind, leaving him devoid of even the strength to be annoyed. "You speak too much," he rasped in a feigned reprimand. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen lifted his hands, warm palms firmly cradling Yuesheng's face, compelling their eyes to lock in mutual gaze. "Let's play a game," staring at one another without uttering a word. Jiang Xingchen closed his eyes, his long lashes casting a small shadow beneath. 3, 2, 1, begin. As his words fell, he smiled and opened his eyes, revealing a tenderness capable of drowning one. The pulse in his palm throbbed boldly, each beat gently caressing Yuesheng's cheek through his heated skin. In their gazes, only each other remained, their breaths intertwined in close proximity, the air seemingly suspended. Chapter 37. I have lost. This game has become trite. yet countless souls still falter within its grasp. One must choose to either remain stationary or to advance. But what if both have been scheming independently all along? Then it is a matter of who possesses the greater fortitude. In Lu Yuesheng's eyes, Jiang Xingchen bore no concealment. His gaze was sincere and fervent, untainted by ulterior motives. Those eyes contained him and could encompass the world's myriad wonders. A person's gaze is undeniably genuine. A perplexing restlessness surged once more within Lu Yuesheng. This uncontrollable alpha mentality began to wreak havoc as he recognized he was the first to concede in this game. Yet, just as his lips began to part, Jiang Xingchen withdrew his hand first, chuckling softly, awkwardly touching the flushed skin behind his ear, the warmth spreading to his neck. "Brother, I have lost." Jiang Xingchen did not intentionally let him win. He simply could not bear it, his heart racing so violently that even a single additional second of gazing would leave him breathless. Before Lu Yuesheng, he was eternally the loser. However, conceding to him did not seem so unfavorable. In fact, it brought him immense joy. He found himself somewhat obsessively enamored with the sensation of this tug-of-war with Lu Yuesheng. Pulling him fiercely, he remained unmoved when he withdrew slightly. An overwhelming possessiveness drove him to approach again, exhilarating and novel. Jiang Xingchen yearned to become ensnared in this game, for the person was his to toy with. "Why do you gaze at me so?" Jiang Xingchen blushed under Lu Yuesheng's fixed stare, turning his head away. "The game is over. You have won. Please stop looking. I cannot withstand it." "You truly cannot withstand it?" Lu Yuesheng suddenly leaned closer, his fingertip tilting Jiang Xingchen's chin, compelling him to return to their gaze. "Indeed, I see you reveling in it." Lu Yuesheng pressed his fingertip with more force, secretly relishing the thrill of this intimate touch. No matter how much he enjoyed it, enduring such scrutiny for so long was unbearable. Jiang Xingchen pointed to his heart. "Here, my heartbeat has never been normal." The depths of Lu Yuesheng's eyes concealed his emotions. The only honesty lay within his fingertips. His fingertip glided along Jiang Xingchen's cheek, gradually ascending, brushing against his heated cheekbone, ultimately resting on his forehead, gently pressing against it. "I must check your temperature," he remarked. Jiang Xingchen thought to himself. How could his temperature not rise under such a direct gaze? Yet outwardly, he obediently tilted his head back, opening his mouth, his long lashes lazily drooping, exposing a small patch of his fair neck. Soon, Lu Yuesheng sanitized the thermometer with alcohol and presented it to his lips. Jiang Xingchen took the thermometer into his mouth, his reddened eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuesheng, decidedly impudent. He deliberately tilted his head slightly back, elongating the curve of his neck, as pheromones delicately flowed from the pulsating veins along his neck, subtly enticing. Fever rendered him weak, yet it did not hinder his flirtations in the slightest. As the temperature gradually rose, Lu Yuesheng focused intently on the thermometer, deliberately avoiding eye contact. The needle finally settled at 39 degrees. "Take the medicine," Lu Yuesheng insisted, handing him antipyretics, which were only to be taken above 38.5 degrees. However, Jiang Xingchen declined, instead placing a hand on his empty stomach, feeling hunger pangs. He could not take the medicine on an empty stomach. Only then did Lu Yuesheng summon Uncle Lu to bring food, candidly admitting that he enjoyed watching Jiang Xingchen eat. He was particularly well-behaved and quiet. If only he could remain so compliant. Yet, Jiang Xingchen and the concept of obedience were worlds apart. With no lingering thoughts, he decided to abandon the notion. Jiang Xingchen claimed he despised being obedient, yet it was undeniable that Lu Yuesheng found it appealing, or at least he steadfastly believed so. "Take the medicine." After finishing his meal, Lu Yuesheng refrained from further idle chatter, pinching a pill and presenting it to Jiang Xingchen's lips. Jiang Xingchen obligingly opened his mouth, and as the pill slid down his throat, his tongue lingered on Lu Yuesheng's fingertip, eliciting a warm, teasing sensation. The medicine had already been swallowed, yet his lips did not part. Instead, he gently nibbled on the tip of Lu Yuesheng's finger, reminiscent of a playful little beast. "Are you a dog?" Lu Yuesheng withdrew his hand. Oh, if another alpha heard that, they would surely be furious, Jiang Xingchen chuckled. Do you think humans control puppies? When a puppy wags its tail, humans come running. It's clearly the puppy controlling the humans, you fool. Yuesheng. Jiang Xingchen raised 3 distinctly knuckled fingers, methodically bending them. 1. I could be your little dog. 2. I enjoy biting you. Jiang Xingchen paused deliberately, grinning mischievously. 3. I also like being with you. He was promptly met with a light slap on the head. I see you're quite delirious from the fever. The doctor had stated that maintaining a stable frequency of intimate relations within marriage was beneficial for recovering from pheromone disruption syndrome. Jiang Xingchen traced circles on Yuesheng's hand. Does this doctor realize we are both alphas? Yuesheng asked coldly. Does it matter? Jiang Xingchen retorted. Logically speaking, it is a necessary premise to draw conclusions. What nonsense logic? Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, then suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Yuesheng's waist. His heated breath brushed against Yuesheng's ear, his tone both cheeky and intimate. Let us go. Jiang Xingchen. His lips were sealed, and the remaining words faded into the mingled breaths. 3 hours later, both of them were at 40 degrees. Uncle Lu angrily commanded them to separate, forcing them to sleep apart. Jiang Xingchen was quite displeased with being sent away. Thus, he stormed into Yuesheng's bedroom, pushing him out with conviction. You go sleep in the guest room. Yuesheng, suppressing his irritation, replied, This is my home. You are the older one. You should be magnanimous. My work documents are in this room. Jiang Xingchen reevaluated his perception of Yuesheng as a diligent worker. Leaning against the door, he murmured in discontent, Is there something about me that displeases this old man? Aren't you tired? Why do you still have the energy to work? The impact of that statement was devastating. The consequence was that Jiang Xingchen was seized by the scruff of his neck and dragged into the guest room, the door slamming shut with a loud bang. As the door closed, the gaze of Yuesheng was etched in Jiang Xingchen's memory forever, a look brimming with aggression and a desire for control, leaving him regretting his entanglement with the older man. Yuesheng seized Jiang Xingchen by the neck. Undress yourself. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Young Master Jiang, young Master Lu, if you continue to break the bed, I shall resign. Uncle Lu's exasperation was palpable. Is it too much to ask for some awareness when you're feverish? You should not be squandered this way. Moreover, who among you jingles with bells? You're giving me a headache. There will be no meals tomorrow. I shall take a leave of absence. 2 alphas truly were a calamity. Despite this, after a series of coaxing and persuasion, Uncle Lu's ire dissipated, and he was taken to sleep in Yuesheng's bedroom. The latter, after embracing him, retreated to a new guest room, appearing quite unbothered. However, Jiang Xingchen did not manage to rise from bed until 3 days later. The good news was that Yuesheng's fever had subsided. The bad news was that Jiang Xingchen still suffered from mild fever. Chapter 38. Do not wish to see you behave. Merry Christmas. Yuesheng approached the bedroom door, only to discover that he could not open it. Who is it? Jiang Xingchen's languid voice floated from within. It's me. Oh, you cannot come in. The rustling of bedding could be heard through the door. You were reckless. I'm still in pain and do not wish to see you. Yuesheng's temples throbbed faintly. After a few seconds of silence, the voice from inside drifted out again. Are you still there? Speak. Your pillow, mattress, sheets, and blankets are all so comfortable. Jiang Xingchen's voice was sticky and sweet. Send me the links. I shall procure a set for my home. Once I have it, I will invite you over to sleep at my place, leaving your scent for me to enjoy. Surely, you would not refuse a handsome man with a fever of 38 degrees? Yuesheng remained silent for a long while before finally uttering 2 words. I wouldn't. Thank you. Now go to work. Our household needs you to earn a living. Jiang Xingchen rolled over, burying himself in the soft blankets, his voice muffled, a model worker. Though late, Yuesheng's retort was forthcoming. As he departed, he instructed the butler to report on Jiang Xingchen's condition every hour, explaining that a persistent low fever was more concerning than a high one, and if it did not abate, he should be taken to the hospital. You seem quite concerned for young Master Jiang. Uncle Lu replied with a smile. Do not dally in my home. Yuesheng stepped outside. Perhaps you should speak less and act more, Uncle Lu remarked, suddenly recalling I meant to say, speak less and do more. It was impossible for him to linger, for as soon as Yuesheng left, Jiang Xingchen emerged from the bed. Uncle Lu was startled to see him, fully dressed. "Where are you going?" He bore a pallid face, devoid of color, his typically bold features appearing almost innocent against his sickly complexion. Clad entirely in Lu Yuesheng's attire, the shirt's shoulders were a tad too broad, and the cuffs were carelessly rolled to his forearms, an incongruous sight that defied description. Jiang Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "I'm heading home to see my mother." Uncle Lu quickly intervened. "In your current state, it is inappropriate to meet her." "It's fine. I'm just a sickly person. She's used to it." As Jiang Xingchen arrived at the old Jiang residence after an 18-kilometer drive, he greeted Ms. Jiang with a warm embrace, expressing his gratitude for her care. "How could you bear to return and not see me?" Ms. Jiang promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Did you not ask me to bring that fortune teller back? Look, he is seated on the sofa." Once released from her son's embrace, she scrutinized him, her brow furrowing. "Why does your face appear so pale? Are you unwell again? What ailment do you have? Have you consulted a doctor?" Jiang Xingchen gently stroked Ms. Jiang's hand, reassuring her, "I am fine, just a minor issue. Seeing you makes all ailments vanish." "You are quite the talker," Ms. Jiang replied. "Throughout my journey, I have been praying for your health and safety. Your father is still in the temple reciting scriptures. My dear boy, do not worry your parents. Take good care of yourself. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood. Do not worry," Jiang Xingchen said, guiding Ms. Jiang toward the sofa. "By the way," Ms. Jiang whispered, "what is the status between you and that young man from the Lu family?" "Doing leaguing me." "All is well. You may enjoy yourself," Jiang Xingchen replied. "Is our involvement unnecessary?" "No need. It is a minor matter." Upon reaching the sofa, they exchanged pleasantries, and Jiang Xingchen spoke candidly. "There are solutions to the misfortunes we face. I kindly request you to provide one." The fortune teller shook his head repeatedly. "No, truly. To resolve your predicament would cost me my lifespan." Jiang Xingchen raised a finger to indicate a number. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Accepting your payment last time already broke the rules. It must not happen again." Ms. Jiang tapped the table lightly and gestured another number. "This is merely a deposit," she stated. The master also took a sip of tea. "As for the solution, allow me to elaborate slowly." 30 minutes later, Jiang Xingchen bowed with gratitude. "Thank you, master." Just as the fortune teller stepped out, he received cash, which he transferred to his disciple, explaining the situation. "Why have you broken the rules again?" the disciple asked. "Everything has its cause and effect," the master replied. "Did they offer you too much?" the disciple inquired. "Isn't this for you?" The master retorted, "It is indeed excessive." After bidding farewell to the fortune teller, Ms. Jiang once again touched Jiang Xingchen's forehead. "My dear, I genuinely worry about you." "All right, mother, I shall prepare dinner," Jiang Xingchen said, heading for an apron. "Cooking while unwell is not permitted," Ms. Jiang insisted, pulling him down to sit. "Why have you become so stingy lately?" "Huh?" Jiang Xingchen was puzzled. "Is our family lacking in funds?" Ms. Jiang gestured a number matching what Jiang Xingchen had previously indicated to the master. Jiang Xingchen chuckled. "Mother, I'm concerned about your finances, yet you speak of me. Of course, that Lu Yuesheng earns quite well, and you must learn to spend wisely. In a household, there's a need for both income and expenditure." "Oh, mother, your awareness is truly admirable." Ms. Jiang proudly tucked her hair back. "Throughout this journey, I have been." The mother and son conversed until late into the night, and it seemed that with his mother by his side, Jiang Xingchen's fever quickly subsided. As I bid farewell to Ms. Jiang, she earnestly advised me, "When you're with him, never allow yourself to be wronged. If he causes you any distress, simply kick him to the curb. I shall find you someone far better." "That's unnecessary," Jiang Xingchen replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I can manage on my own." "Now that's the spirit of my son." On the way back, Jiang Xingchen pondered Ms. Jiang's words, finding a semblance of truth in them. He then sent a message to Ice Cube. "I'm here for the tip." Lu Yuesheng replied, "Feeling better?" "Yes, the tip, please." "Are you in need of money?" "Desperately." The message was read, but remained unanswered. After his failed attempt at soliciting funds, Jiang Xingchen chose not to dwell on it. Before heading home, he made a special detour to the bar to pick up a few bottles of Mao Tai, driving to Lu Yuesheng's residence to deliver them to Uncle Lu, ensuring he had more than enough. Uncle Lu received them with a beaming smile and respectfully handed over a black gold bank card. Young master asked me to give this to you. The password is 4 zeros. Please take the trouble to visit the bank and update it with your information. Understood. Thank you. Jiang Xingchen accepted the card and turned to send Lu Yuesheng a message. You've been overly generous. The message was read, but went unanswered. With such generosity from Boss Lu, are you hoping to arrange another meeting with me? After a considerable wait, Jiang Xingchen finally received a reply from Ice Cube. Didn't you say you didn't want to see me? Chapter 39. I administered the medicine. Lu Yuesheng was met with the dreaded read, but not replied status. Jiang Xingchen smiled to himself. His spirits buoyed as he walked with a spring in his step. The following day, he went to the bank to change the password to the date of their first meeting, using the prestigious black gold card to purchase a matching 4-piece bedding set. He then recalled Ms. Zhang's earlier words, glanced at the price, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "My horizons haven't broadened." He promptly called Mo Yun. Is your research center under the supervision of the inspection department publicly soliciting funds? Mo Yun replied, of course. We warmly welcome the affluent second generation to support our research endeavors with their generosity. Jiang Xingchen toyed with the bank card. A sincere exchange for sincerity? If you're genuine, so shall I be. Mo Yun nonchalantly responded, love doesn't need to be abundant. Just a little will suffice. So, brother, are you considering investing a bit? No fucks. Send me the account details. Jiang Xingchen chuckled as he dialed in. Love truly isn't much, just a mere billion. Lu Yuesheng was in a conference room when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced down at the screen to find a notification of a substantial bank transfer, 300 million. Almost immediately, a message from the highest research institute appeared. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support of our scientific endeavors. We will strive to serve society to the best of our ability. Accompanied by an image, respect. Mr. Lu, regarding this product, Lu Yuesheng interrupted his subordinate's speech. He then sent Jiang Xingchen a brief message consisting of just 2 words. Thank you. Jiang Xingchen replied, spending my husband's money is quite delightful. The subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Is Mr. Lu smiling? Goodness, he definitely just smiled. This is terrifying. Are we about to face calamity? Eat a hearty dinner. There is a high chance we might be in for some serious trouble. Before they could even contemplate their fate, they were treated to Jiang's afternoon tea. Once again, the gathering featured handsome men and beautiful women, but Jiang Xingchen, coffee in hand, headed straight to the 6th floor. The colleagues downstairs couldn't help but gossip. Only 1 cup of coffee? Is he delivering it to a senior executive, perhaps Mr. Lu? It is indeed surprising. The aloof demeanor of Mr. Lu, with his cold indifference, has led to dire consequences for those who have dared to confess their feelings to him. Those who harbor affection for him seldom find a favorable outcome. Nan Jia and Xiao Qiao remained silent observers, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. On Christmas night, the 2 of them engaged in activities that left their room on the 2nd floor in utter disarray, reminiscent of a post-battle scene, with the scent of their clandestine affair wafting through the air for miles. Who would have thought that 2 alphas could be so fervent? It was indeed an enlightening experience. The assistant, ever adept, led Jiang Xingchen upstairs, where the long-closed door had been left ajar. Jiang Xingchen placed the coffee on Lu Yuesheng's desk, deliberately allowing his gaze to skim over the trash can, which held no small cake, as he knew it would remain untouched. Thank you, Lu Yuesheng said, his fingers grazing the cup's rim. I have added a little something. Lu Yuesheng turned to Jiang Xingchen, his expression untroubled, devoid of irritation, and he lazily lifted the coffee cup to his lips. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Jiang Xingchen swiftly produced 2 tissues to wipe the remnants of the medicine from his mouth. How could you still choke? What was in that? Lu Yuesheng averted his gaze, snatching the tissue from Jiang Xingchen's hand and discarding it into the bin. A spring remedy, Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, turning to wave him off with a casual air. Finish it all. Come find me tonight. I can't tonight. I have an engagement, Lu Yuesheng replied nonchalantly, resuming his drink. The flavor was reminiscent of ginger tea, infused with a subtle sweetness, yet had a hint of spiciness that tickled his throat. Jiang Xingchen paused, hands casually buried in his pockets. Turning back with an easy smile. A social gathering? Yuesheng offered a simple acknowledgement in response. What about tomorrow? A social gathering. The day after? A social gathering. The bed linens I purchased have arrived. What was your promise to me? Wait until I have the time. Goodbye, workaholic. Jiang Xingchen strode away with confidence, appearing utterly unfazed by the exchange. At midnight that evening, Yuesheng returned home to find the neighboring villa shrouded in darkness. The following morning was no different. As he passed by on his way to work, he noticed Jiang Xingchen's car absent from the entrance. By 4 in the afternoon, no one arrived to deliver his afternoon tea. Jiang Xingchen's inexplicable disappearances were not a rarity. Yuesheng refrained from speculating on his thoughts, for he could never truly discern them, nor did he find it necessary to do so. Restraining himself from caring was, for him, a remarkably effortless task. Thus, the days slipped by in a steady rhythm. Occasionally, he would check Jiang Xingchen's social media, only to find no new updates from either his main or secondary accounts. He had posted nothing at all. Jiang Xingchen was not one to frequently share updates. A glance at his annual record revealed only a scant few entries. He lived life spontaneously and in harmony with himself, posting only when the impulse struck him, which was infrequent. This individual had uniquely chosen to exclude Yuesheng from his online presence, and the reason was singular: reciprocity, a matter of fairness. Finally, at 4 o'clock that afternoon, there came a knock at Yuesheng's office door. "Guomin, I apologize for the intrusion. Here is your coffee," Nan Jia said, gracefully placing the cup beside Yuesheng. "The manager mentioned you had been unwell and unable to drink coffee, which is why we refrained from delivering it earlier. My apologies." "Thank you," Yuesheng replied, maintaining his usual composure and rhythm in his work. "Indeed, this is the event our establishment will host on New Year's Eve. Should you find yourself intrigued, we warmly welcome you to join us. As an esteemed SVIP client, all your expenditures will be recorded under the manager's name." Nan Jia politely handed a poster to Yuesheng before slipping away. Yuesheng raised his gaze to the poster, featuring fireworks, music, handsome men, and alcohol, the same worldly yet romantic elements. However, at the center of the poster were Jiang Xingchen, Xiao Gu, and 2 unfamiliar men, each clutching a musical instrument, standing rather too close for comfort, adorned in the garb of a rock band with revealing attire. A closer inspection revealed Jiang Xingchen's enticing smile, his muscular physique accentuated by the partially open collar, exposing his beautiful collarbones and the lines of his physique, exuding a languid charm akin to a content and alluring cat. Yuesheng rhythmically tapped his cigarette case, but as the rhythm faltered, he expressionlessly lit a cigarette, a flicker of irritation surfacing in his eyes. He crumpled the poster and tossed it into the trash bin. After a while, the poster vanished from sight, replaced by remnants of paper devoid of Jiang Xingchen. The cigarette, but discarded alongside, was crushed to fragments. At 10 that evening, Yuesheng returned home to find the neighboring villa shrouded in darkness. After a refreshing shower, he stepped onto the balcony, still met with the same sight. He opened the group chat with a small trumpet sound, scrolling through 999 messages without engaging, instead searching specifically for Jiang Xingchen's messages. The related notifications consisted solely of rehearsal videos, group photos, and promotional materials featuring Jiang Xingchen and those 3 men. After randomly selecting a few videos, he discovered Jiang Xingchen's remarkable talents. Not only did he play the piano, but he was also adept at the guitar, bass, and drums, his voice resonating powerfully in both love songs and rock anthems, rich and seductive. It was evident he was born to bask in the spotlight. Yet, Yuesheng knew nothing of music. Love songs failed to elicit tears from him, and he could not find himself bouncing along to rock. It was challenging to experience a spiritual resonance. He merely relished possession. Rarely did he pour himself a drink, but as the clear spirit cascaded into his glass, its rich aroma enveloped the air. It was indeed fine liquor. Just as the glass touched his lips, his phone vibrated with undeniable clarity. It was the first call from Jiang Xingchen in recent days. Chapter 40. I come to find you. Yuesheng did not answer. He slowly lifted the glass, the fiery liquid rushing down his throat, and, as the phone vibrated, it eventually fell silent. He retrieved the crumpled fragment of the poster from his pocket, his fingertips tracing the image of the star within. To this day, he attributed all of Jiang Xingchen's overtures to mere whimsy. He was not lacking in admirers or flirtatious encounters, and he was still young. As for a relationship with him, it was merely a source of amusement, destined to grow tiresome over time. He typically drank only out of obligation, unaccustomed to solitary indulgence. The phone screen lit up recklessly. 2 messages appearing in succession. I miss you. Do you miss me? Yuesheng downed the drink in one gulp, his expression unchanged as he typed. Do not waste your feelings on me. Then I will take my leave. A tremor coursed through his deep-set eyes, and his grip on the bottle tightened, yet he remained silent as he poured himself another drink. For reasons unknown, the liquid did not enter the glass. Instead, a significant portion spilled onto his hand, failing to quench the thirst of his parched skin. Yuesheng closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath, allowing the air to filter through his lungs before exhaling slowly. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated with a startling message. Just kidding. I'm here to find you. I'll be downstairs in 3 minutes. You still have time to run. Yuesheng finished the remaining liquor bit by bit, then leaned over the table, his cheek pressed against a crumpled yet smoothed-out poster, letting his consciousness gradually sink into a hazy oblivion. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the door was gently pushed open. Jiang Xingchen's silhouette appeared, backlit by the corridor light, his footsteps delicate and measured. As he approached, he removed his jacket, imbued with the coolness of the night air, and carefully draped it over Yuesheng's shoulders. He cast his gaze down at the empty bottle of Mao Tai on the table and the drunken figure beside it, feeling a tangle of emotions. The reckless pursuit of his own happiness had entirely disregarded Yuesheng's feelings. The calm and rational often come across as slow and awkward, believing they have nothing to fear losing, yet they dread the prospect of possession. During those deliberately distant days, it was Jiang Xingchen who clutched the clothing, inhaling Yuesheng's lingering scent repeatedly, suffering from insomnia as thoughts of him became an affliction. Meanwhile, Yuesheng found respite, his life returning to its original rhythm, which could be considered a blessing. Jiang Xingchen gazed at the reddened corners of Yuesheng's eyes and sighed softly within. The sight of him in such a disheveled state was not what he wished to witness. He pulled a chair beside him and firmly yet tenderly enveloped Yuesheng in his embrace. The poster clung to Yuesheng's cheek, and Jiang Xingchen casually tore it away. Brother, what am I to do with you? Jiang Xingchen's voice was gentle. Yuesheng, in a state of muddled awareness, breathed heavily, his cheek brushing against Jiang Xingchen's shirt, shedding the usual coldness and aloofness, resembling an innocent child, evoking protective instincts. Jiang Xingchen softly patted his back, saying, I no longer wish to manipulate you. How would you like me to proceed? This statement seemed to unlock Yuesheng's instinct for self-preservation, and he murmured, almost dreamily, divorce. Jiang Xingchen already knew his answer. He merely smiled and gently placed the poster on the table. All right, I agree to your wish. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against Yuesheng's feverish forehead. His tone soft and unsteady. What else do you desire? Shall I build a heavenly ladder to pluck the stars from the sky for you? Yuesheng fell silent, the steady rhythm of his breathing resonating in his chest, as if he had received a satisfactory answer and succumbed to a deep slumber. Jiang Xingchen continued to pat him, whispering, I understand. Sleep now, brother. Allow me to indulge in my capriciousness for a while longer, and I shall comply with your wishes. So it was said. The following day, Yuesheng awoke to find Jiang Xingchen beside him. The scene was a chaotic reflection of a night marred by indulgence. What happened last night? Yuesheng inquired. Jiang Xingchen slowly rubbed his eyes, appearing lazy and reluctant to leave the comfort of bed, his voice muffled yet persistent. Nothing significant. Just a matter of mutual assistance between adults, a consensual affair. Do not burden yourself too heavily with thoughts. After all, during moments of fervor, you may entwine with me in myriad ways, only to swiftly retreat to coolness in times of distance. In a few days, it will feel as though nothing ever transpired. I understand this well. I bear no resentment towards you for donning your armor of indifference. It is evident that I am merely an inconsequential companion to you, not yet of great significance. Though his tone betrays no emotion, Yuesheng diligently observes every subtle movement upon his visage, including the faintest expressions. Jiang Xingchen shifts the conversation abruptly. Ah, by the way, I inadvertently nipped your nape yesterday, for you bore the scent of another's pheromones at that time. Instinctively, Yuesheng raises his hand to touch his nape, finding the skin smooth and warm, devoid of any pain, let alone a mark of a bite. All that I have spoken is but a fragment of my dreams. Permit me to linger and slumber a while longer, dear brother. After a prolonged moment, Yuesheng realizes, was all this merely an excuse to prolong his repose? Jiang Xingchen's laughter rings with joy. Anyone witnessing that smile would deem his prior words mere fanciful nonsense. It is a smile untainted by artifice, radiating sincerity without a hint of discomfort. Yet, when Jiang Xingchen sits up and meets his gaze, his expression suddenly turns serious. You truly carried a hint of caramel fragrance yesterday. Do you not intend to elucidate this matter? Yuesheng finds himself momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, standing still in contemplation for a considerable duration. In earnest, he retrieves his phone and messages his assistant, inquiring whether anyone in the company possesses pheromones reminiscent of caramel. The assistant replies, no such scent is recorded in the public files. He then picks up the clothes worn the previous night, inhaling deeply for an extensive period. Aside from an overwhelming aroma of kapok mingled with eucalyptus, he detects nothing else. After this series of actions, when Yuesheng turns back to the bed, he finds Jiang Xingchen has succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping soundly, almost in a daze. Yuesheng remains rooted in place, ultimately feeling a twinge of unease. He calls upon Uncle Lu, asking if he detected any caramel-scented pheromones the previous night. Uncle Lu, however, wears an unhappy expression. You took my Mao Tai. I am unconcerned with your affairs. I shall procure another bottle for you. I do not want it. Uncle Lu retorts defiantly. That was a gift from young Master Jiang. It is not merely the liquor that I cherish, but the sentiment behind it. Yuesheng falls silent for a couple of seconds, then procure 3 cases. Cough, cough. Uncle Lu immediately clears his throat. Young master, I did not detect any trivial caramel-scented pheromones last night. However, I have a piece of insider information. Would you care to hear it? Speak. Uncle Lu suppresses a smile and huffs. I shall not divulge it to you. 10 cases. This time, Uncle Lu genuinely wavers. Yet he musters his strength to whisper. The young master of the Ji family possesses pheromones of a caramel scent. Chapter 41. Madness Shared Understood. Yuesheng turns and returns to the bedroom, standing quietly beside Jiang Xingchen's bed for an extended period. His gaze resting upon the serene profile of a young man lost in sleep, his lips slightly parted. Jiang Xingchen. The only response is the soft, rhythmic cadence of his breathing. Just a client. Yuesheng refrains from saying more, casting one last glance before retrieving his suit jacket and driving to the company. Jiang Xingchen finds his slumber exceedingly comfortable, having not graced Yuesheng's bed for several days, a longing welling within him. The familiar, crisp scent enveloped him in soft bedding, rendering him utterly reluctant to awaken. As for whether he had heard Yuesheng's explanation, no, he was not pretending to be asleep. With a mind free of secrets, he would effortlessly drift into slumber upon resting his head, and especially on Yuesheng's pillow, which possessed an unparalleled hypnotic effect, lulling him into a deep oblivion. When he finally roused, Yuesheng had already returned from work, standing over him with an imposing demeanor, questioning how much longer he intended to linger in his bed. Jiang Xingchen, still groggy, rubbed his eyes and asked the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. In a flurry, he snatched up his clothes and exclaimed, "Goodbye. I have a rehearsal to rush to." Yuesheng frowned, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately remained silent, his gaze dark and fixed upon Jiang Xingchen's retreating figure. After a while, Jiang Xingchen emerged from the bathroom, having groomed himself to an impressive degree, exuding a striking allure. A few rebellious strands of hair framed his face, accentuating his captivating peach blossom eyes. His black leather jacket hung open, revealing a fitted tank top that showcased his graceful shoulder and necklines, as well as the subtle outlines of his abdominal muscles. Young Master Jiang, you look so enticing. You'll surely capture many hearts with this appearance, remarked Uncle Lu as he passed by, unable to resist a lingering glance. I shall bring you some wine. Lu waved his hands dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Yuesheng standing nearby. Someone is willing to trade me 10 boxes of Maodai for just 1 bottle of yours. Make sure to take the lead at the anniversary celebration. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen snapped his fingers, turning to Yuesheng with a playful smile. Lu Ye, when is our wedding anniversary? Yuesheng nearly blurted out March 1st, but ultimately shook his head, admitting ignorance. Uncle Lu thought to himself that the young master was merely being stubborn. A wooden fellow like him could endure much, but encountering someone as broad-minded as Jiang Xingchen, he would have fled long ago if it were anyone else. Good night, sleep early. Jiang Xingchen bid farewell cheerfully, unaffected by any disappointment. Yuesheng remained motionless in place as the roar of an engine filled the air, gradually fading away with the night breeze. Once the surrounding silence returned, Yuesheng lifted a hand to loosen his tie, the knot twisted and misshapen. He allowed himself to slump back onto the bed, which was suffused with the scent of cottonwood, enveloping him completely, creating an inescapable cocoon that tantalized every inch of his skin, yearning for deeper contact and more intimate caresses. Yuesheng clenched the wooden bead bracelet in his palm, his knuckles protruding from the pressure, producing a series of cracking sounds. The whitened joints appeared menacing as he strained against the beads, which began to splinter under his grip. He closed his eyes in agitation, yet his mind was filled with the image of Jiang Xingchen just before he departed. A tempest of longing surged within him, difficult to contain. Jiang Xingchen, in this instance, was truly carefree, utterly indifferent to the notion of wandering out at 10 o'clock at night, adorned to the nines in search of another man to duet with. Yet, he was wild at heart and oblivious to the passage of time. Moreover, he held commitments in high regard, just as he had promised Mo Yun 3 years prior to ascend the Himalayas, and at this moment, he was bound to a rehearsal with friends. He would fulfill his promises to his friends just as he would to Yuesheng. He had never anticipated that upon returning home at 2 in the morning, Yuesheng would collapse in the bathroom, where cold water cascaded down while his skin burned with an alarming heat. In that instant, a bone-chilling dread coursed through Jiang Xingchen's spine, leaving him utterly disoriented. Brother Lu, he stumbled forward. In a daze, Yuesheng faintly heard Jiang Xingchen's voice, gasping as he struggled to utter a few words. Medicine, 2nd drawer, 3. Thank you. Trembling, Jiang Xingchen rushed to the bedside table, rummaging through the 2nd drawer to retrieve 3 pills, which he promptly administered. In a frenzied panic, he enveloped Yuesheng in his arms, attempting to soothe him with his pheromones. Yet, he was reminded that he too was an alpha. An alpha could not comfort another alpha. It would only exacerbate the distress. With reddened eyes, Jiang Xingchen could only wipe him clean and return him to the bed, continuously caressing his skin, lamenting how he had never mentioned the torment of skin hunger. Yuesheng lacked the strength to respond, instinctively grasping at Jiang Xingchen's flesh. The searing heat afforded him a modicum of release, only to surge back with greater intensity. What began as a gentle squeeze transformed into a fierce desire, all tenderness giving way to overwhelming force. The satiated beast broke free from its confines, baring its fangs at the only prey in sight. Brother Lu, gentle. The last time you said, Yuesheng's pupils dilated, blood vessels engorged, his gaze icy and unfocused. The tumultuous beastly nature and restrained pride coexisted harmoniously within him, as if he were a fusion of angel and demon. Do you wish for me to go mad with you? Jiang Xingchen's words were a plea for gentleness. Yet the subtle movements he made beckoned Yuesheng to exert more force, his eyes gradually shifting from purity to a tumult of greed and lust. He whispered alluringly to Yuesheng, "Join me in this madness. Come with me." It was unclear who initiated the brutal exchange of kisses, which quickly escalated into bites. Reminiscent of a hunt, everything spiraled out of control, It became impossible to discern who instigated the chaos and who was merely complicating matters. Reason ebbed away, leaving only an intense agitation that surged forth uncontrollably. When Yuesheng regained consciousness, he found himself gripping Jiang Xingchen's neck, pinning him to the ground. Jiang Xingchen's lips were as pale as paper, his chest heaving violently, yet he could not draw a single complete breath. Tears, born of physiological distress, streamed down his temples, while his pheromones were in utter disarray. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. Calmly, Jiang Xingchen fixated on him. What happened? Yuesheng immediately loosened his grip, helping Jiang Xingchen to sit up and offering him water, his voice hoarse with concern. Does it hurt? How much does it hurt? Jiang Xingchen, however, refused the water. Instead, he tightly embraced Yuesheng, trembling as he patted his sweat-drenched back, whispering, "It's all right, brother Lu, it's all right." Yuesheng glanced around, taking in the disarray. Jiang Xingchen's black leather jacket lay in tatters, revealing skin marred by intersecting claw marks, some so deep that traces of blood could be faintly seen. A sight both shocking and distressing. The pheromones were in chaos, and Jiang Xingchen was drenched in sweat. "Where's your medicine?" Yuesheng abruptly seized his shoulders, the force of his grip cracking Jiang Xingchen's bones. "In my pocket." Yuesheng remained silent as he meticulously administered the medication, then compelled himself to sit on the adjacent sofa, smoking to calm his nerves. Jiang Xingchen, drained of all energy, collapsed onto the bed, yearning for an endless slumber. Yet his concern for Yuesheng prevented him from succumbing to oblivion. Eventually, he rose and sat on the sofa beside Yuesheng, requesting a cigarette. Yuesheng discerned the hoarseness in Jiang Xingchen's voice, a telltale sign of recent tears. The orange-red flame flickered between them. In the instant the smoke wafted upwards, their voices intertwined, both uttering, "I'm sorry." Chapter 42. Not afraid of you. An unusual, tacit understanding enveloped the two, a rare silence between them. The reasons behind their apologies remained unexamined. The sudden confrontation unveiled the raw reality of their duel, pheromones surging uncontrollably. Jiang Xingchen found himself unable to articulate his usual teasing remarks, for there was no need to feign nonchalance. The silence was broken by Yuesheng. His gaze slightly lowered. "Did I hurt you?" "No," Jiang Xingchen replied earnestly, devoid of jest, his expression imbued with sincerity. "It truly doesn't hurt?" Yuesheng's eyes fell upon the varying depths of the scratches marring Jiang Xingchen's skin. Jiang Xingchen had anticipated harsh words or a distancing remark from Yuesheng, but instead he was met with an unwavering concern for his well-being. "Lu Ye." He observed the tension in Yuesheng's jawline. "You truly did not hurt me, nor did you inflict any harm." The words emerged from his heart, devoid of any pretense. "Would you mind if I applied some ointment for you?" Yuesheng extinguished the cigarette after several twists. "I don't mind," Jiang Xingchen instinctively replied, unaware of Yuesheng's intentions. It was only when the cool ointment met his wounds with a sharp sting that he realized Yuesheng was personally tending to his injuries. Kneeling partially on the ground, Jiang Xingchen felt a surge of compassion. The gory wounds on his body elicited a sense of guilt as he faced them. "I can manage this myself." Upon recognizing Jiang Xingchen's refusal, Yuesheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Don't worry, stay still. I'm not afraid of you." Silence once again enveloped them, both at a loss for words, as Yuesheng continued to apply the ointment. That smile from earlier was quite unattractive, Jiang Xingchen remarked, playfully pinching his cheek in an attempt to replicate that moment. Yuesheng turned his head away. "Didn't you say you liked seeing me smile?" "I prefer when you smile like this," Jiang Xingchen replied, lifting his face, his eyes curving into two beautiful arcs, demonstrating a radiant smile. "The way you smiled just now looked more like crying, utterly unappealing." Yuesheng was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected brightness of Jiang Xingchen's smile, which illuminated the room, lifting the weight of his own melancholy. "I understand," he replied, continuing his task with a composed demeanor. Yet, the scars were too numerous, extending from shoulder to waist. A small jar of ointment was insufficient. "I'll fetch another jar," Yuesheng murmured, bracing himself against the carpet to rise, but his wrist was gently restrained. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xingchen leaned down, his warm lips softly brushing against Yuesheng's. Without lingering, without deep kisses, a mere fleeting touch led to an abrupt separation. Subsequently, Jiang Xingchen enveloped him in his embrace, resting his chin atop his head, asserting that no excessive medicine was necessary. A kiss would suffice to mend all. This kiss was rather extraordinary, akin to an alpha's soothing gesture toward another alpha. Though it was merely a brief contact, Yuesheng found himself at a loss for words. A tumultuous sensation swelling within his chest, as if something long buried was striving to emerge, perhaps tears. Yet, an untimely rumble echoed from Jiang Xingchen's stomach. "Well, I haven't eaten all day." Jiang Xingchen sheepishly scratched his head. He had spent the day in slumber, rushed to rehearsals in the evening, and returned at dawn, only to be embroiled in urgent matters. Even a stalwart alpha could not withstand an empty stomach. "Just wait." Yuesheng finally emerged from the haze of that hurried kiss. This time, he did not call for Uncle Lu. Instead, he took it upon himself to prepare a bowl of beef noodles for Jiang Xingchen. When he served it, Jiang Xingchen appeared utterly enchanted. "You can cook noodles? Is cooking noodles such a difficult task?" Yuesheng retorted nonchalantly. Once Jiang Xingchen began to eat, he fell silent. As though a switch had been flipped, it was quite amusing. Not until the broth was licked clean did Jiang Xingchen let out a satisfied sigh. "My mother would surely love this. I should make her a bowl sometime." Yuesheng had not anticipated this remark and merely responded with an agreement. "After all, our mothers have certainly played their part in this matter." Jiang Xingchen's words carried significant weight. Yuesheng chose to remain noncommittal. After washing the dishes and returning to his room, Yuesheng discovered that Jiang Xingchen had fallen asleep. Gazing at his tranquil visage, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart finally lifted. He began to reflect on the events that had transpired, smoking one cigarette after another. Fragmented memories struggled to coalesce. He sent a message to Dr. Su, outlining the day as occurrences and posing a query. To his surprise, Dr. Su responded promptly in the dead of night. "Skin hunger syndrome cannot cause loss of consciousness. There is no such precedent in medicine. The cause of your loss of consciousness, leading to madness, should be attributed to the chaotic pheromones triggering an alpha's pheromone attack mechanism, resulting in a pheromone frenzy." Yuesheng, how can we prevent this from happening again? Dr. Su, either you or he should undergo omega pheromone treatment, though it is more advisable for him to do so, given that he is the one suffering from pheromone disorder. Of course, you can undergo it as well, which could help generate antibodies within you, providing some degree of resistance. Yuesheng, omega pheromones? Dr. Su, indeed, it requires a highly compatible volunteer. The hospital does not have omega pheromones readily available. They're typically sourced from partners. However, in your case, you must find a volunteer yourself. Yuesheng, I will consider it. Dr. Su, consider it swiftly. Once this occurs, a second instance will likely follow, as this is an alpha's defensive nature. Moreover, considering that both of you are S-class, it is uncertain whether the next occurrence might result in a fatality. Yuesheng kept his eyes wide open until dawn. He pondered extensively, his mind racing incessantly. In an effort to avoid repeating past mistakes, Jiang Xingchen prudently set an alarm this time. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the alarm blared, jolting him awake. He turned abruptly to greet, "Good morning, Liu Ye." Just as he was about to envelop him in an enthusiastic embrace, he noticed Yuesheng's face adorned with 2 prominent dark circles, the heavy scent of smoke clinging to him, and in a hoarse voice, he queried, "Can you accept an omega?" Jiang Xingchen's mind went blank for a full 3 seconds. Gazing into Yuesheng's eyes, he sensed a tumult of emotions, exhaustion or perhaps something else entirely, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Without hesitation, he retracted his hand and deftly rolled back under the covers, the blanket rising high above his head. "This must be a dream. I am undoubtedly dreaming." Yuesheng stared at the mount of the blanket, where Jiang Xingchen's muffled voice emerged. "Luga knows I dislike omegas. He wouldn't pose such a foolish question." Yuesheng lowered his gaze to the gently rising blanket, his throat tightening as he refrained from further inquiry. Any additional questions would only lead to misunderstandings. He departed quietly. For several consecutive days, Jiang Xingchen did not encounter him again. The two maintained a tacit understanding to keep their distance. Chapter 43. Are you serious? Inside the Xuan Drowning Bar, Jiang Xingchen sat opposite Nanjia in a cozy booth, while Nanjia cradled little Yeye in his arms, laughing at Jiang Xingchen. What are you laughing at? Jiang Xingchen murmured, feeling vexed. Nanjia replied, after knowing you for a decade, it's the first time I've seen you so hesitant. I laugh because you've been editing a single message back and forth for ages without sending it. It's just a text. Why be so cautious? You have no idea. He never cared where I went before. That day, I returned late from rehearsal and nearly fainted in the bathroom. I shudder to think what might have happened had I delayed further. He was particularly fierce that day, so I just let it go. Jiang Xingchen realized he was reluctant to voice his thoughts, his mind swirling with memories of Yuesheng's uncontrollable grip, and the heartache reflected in his eyes when he knelt to tend to his wounds. He was unwilling to confess to his friend that he felt somewhat unhinged, as he watched Yuesheng grapple against his instincts, ultimately surrendering all defenses upon seeing him and choosing to hold on tightly. Jiang Xingchen felt an unimagined satisfaction from the alpha's possessiveness. His hands trembled, and he allowed Yuesheng to pin him down, biting and gripping his throat. Frantic thoughts surged within him, and by the time he regained his composure, his pheromones had spiraled into chaos. Why am I an alpha? Jiang Xingchen lamented, his brow furrowed. Are you serious? Nanjia exclaimed, as if witnessing a new world, his striking eyes wide with surprise as they fixed on Jiang Xingchen. Do I not appear serious? Jiang Xingchen responded, deftly twisting the caps off 2 bottles of liquor, the sound of their opening resonating. To be honest, with that handsome face of yours, it's hard to see you as someone who would deeply invest emotions in anyone, Nanjia remarked, accepting the drink and clinking it against Jiang Xingchen's. Your words make me sound quite unfortunate, Jiang Xingchen retorted with a smile, but who has to say otherwise? At that moment, a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted guest approached, discreetly placing a piece of paper with a phone number in front of Jiang Xingchen before politely walking away. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Xingchen tore the paper into shreds and discarded it into the nearby trash bin. You see, Nanjia leaned back leisurely, observing Jiang Xingchen with a captivating charm that made anyone feel at ease in his presence. When they handed him their numbers, they were unconcerned with his relationship status, for he exuded an air of openness. Nanjia mused that her tolerance for using terms like scumbag for her friend was already generous enough. TSK, judging by appearances, who truly seems devoted? She pondered whom to emulate in that regard. Jiang Xingchen seized a bottle of liquor and took a swig. Your partner, well, if I were an Omega, I'd find your partner more reassuring. Nanjia also took a swig from the bottle. After setting it down, Jiang Xingchen, struck by a sensitive spot, muttered an expletive. The empty bottle was carelessly left on the table, rolling from Jiang Xingchen's side to Nanjia's, where it was pressed down by her slender fingers. Jiang Xingchen's expression clearly conveyed a desire for solitude, prompting Nanjia to click her tongue, remarking on the rarity of such a sight. What? It's rare to see you display such an expression. Now I believe you are serious. Jiang Xingchen did not respond to her statement. He picked up his phone, revealing a chat window with Yuesheng. He pondered whether to inquire about his current well-being. Was his skin hunger any better? Was he eating on time? Had his pheromones stabilized? Why'd he ask that morning if he wanted an Omega? Would he come to the bar to celebrate his birthday on New Year's Eve? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet not a single word was sent. In the past, he would not have hesitated or considered anything. However, after witnessing Yuesheng drinking alone, seeing the turmoil in his eyes when he lost control for him, and observing Yuesheng kneeling to tend to his wounds, Jiang Xingchen realized he might be serious, just a bit. What? Nanjia failed to grasp his meaning. Just a bit. Jiang Xingchen suddenly flipped his phone face down on the table, staring vacantly into the air. After a while, Nanjia realized his implication and shook her head. Then you're done for. Ambiguity and love are entirely different matters. The waves of hair swayed in the wind, and Nanjia chose not to elaborate further. Why am I an alpha? Jiang Xingchen buried his face on the table, fixating on the empty bottle that reflected his own image, once again voicing this question. Noticing the seriousness in his demeanor, Nanjia recognized he was earnest. It had been a long time since she had seen such an expression on Jiang Xingchen's face. He seemed adept at handling everything. Even flirtations with others came easily to him. Nanjia felt that once the novelty wore off, Jiang Xingchen would inevitably attract someone else's attention. Yet at this moment, he was troubled by his feelings. Nanjia tentatively asked, "Tell me the truth. Were you just playing around before?" "Initially, yes, I found this person intriguing. Since we were already married, I didn't think much of it. But now what? Will he think I'm frivolous? Will he consider me abnormal? Can he accept my flaws? Can he embrace a partner who can never be marked or soothed for a lifetime?" "Stop." Nanjia chuckled softly, shaking her head. "I'm truly amazed by you. Who engages in ambiguous relationships at their own expense? Is it amusing?" Suddenly, she found herself recalling her ex-girlfriend from years past, and her laughter faded. She uttered, almost absently, "If you take it seriously, you will lose." At that moment, Jiang Xingchen's phone chimed. He felt a strange sensation, his heart racing unexpectedly. Acting on impulse, he quickly retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and checked the message in one fluid motion. "Who is it?" Nanjia inquired casually. "A friend," he replied. Nanjia stood up, casting him a disdainful glance. "I believe that when pigs fly." "A friend? I'm leaving. Do take care of yourself." His emotions spiraled like a roller coaster. Just moments ago, he was in the depths of despair, but the 3 words and a punctuation mark from Yuesheng had lifted his spirits. Yuesheng had asked, "Have you eaten?" The bar was quite noisy, so Jiang Xingchen retreated to the quiet of the second-floor balcony, leaning against the railing, gazing at the stars. He contemplated calling Yuesheng. The night breeze gently caressed his ears as he rested his arms on the railing. The moon reflected in his eyes beside the twinkling stars. Unaware of the smile gracing his lips, taking a deep breath, he dialed Yuesheng's number. As he waited for the call to connect, his heart raced as never before. This was what it felt like to truly fall for someone, sweet yet agonizing. When the call remained unanswered, anxiety crept in, and he couldn't help but speculate why Yuesheng wasn't picking up. Finally, when the call connected, his heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. "Hello?" Jiang Xingchen spoke first, yearning to hear that familiar deep voice. It seemed that the moment he uttered a word, he would rush to embrace him. "I'm sorry, mister. Lu just went into a meeting, but it was not Yuesheng on the other end." Chapter 44. With him, without me, as if to deliberately punish him for his prior flirtations, he unexpectedly hit a wall. His enthusiasm was doused by a bucket of icy water, and Jiang Xingchen, with a stoic expression, inquired, "Who are you?" "Jiang Shu, Mr. Jiang," came the polite and humble response. "You know me?" "Of course. I've visited Mr. Lu's residence before, but you were conveniently out, resulting in our missed encounter." Alphas are instinctively sensitive to their domain, and while the other S words were courteous, they ignited Jiang Xingchen's innate defensive instincts. His tone darkened. "What brings you to visit me?" "It was at the behest of my elder." "Mr. Lu didn't inform you?" The question, seemingly innocent, was laced with provocation. Jiang Xingchen remained unmoved, stating, "Trivial matters do not warrant communication." Indeed, matters of divorce and remarriage were inherently absurd. The other party appeared to chuckle and shake their head. With that simple phrase, Jiang Xingchen grasped the full implications. The previously flirtatious atmosphere dissipated, leaving no trace of his earlier smile. "Since he is in a meeting, I'll call back later," Jiang Xingchen remarked, preparing to hang up. However, Ji Wangshu continued speaking. "A pheromone compatibility of 90 is indeed a rare occurrence." "It's all right," Jiang Xingchen replied calmly, betraying no emotion. "I've encountered 100s before." He was referring to Mo Yun and Joey. This time, it was the other party who was at a loss for words. Jiang Xingchen subtly added, "After all, there are all kinds of people in this world, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, Mr. Jiang." "Well then, goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xingchen's gaze fixated on the 3 characters ice lump, a sensation lodged within him, neither rising nor falling. He recalled the faint scent of caramel pheromone he had caught a whiff of on Yuesheng just a few days prior. Jiang Xingchen indeed possessed certain canine traits. For instance, his keen sense of smell allowed him to detect aromas that eluded the average person, with a pheromone compatibility rate of 90%. Even with a barrier in place, it would inadvertently cling to him, and he remained blissfully unaware, Jiang Xingchen thought bitterly. All the heartfelt words he intended to share with Yuesheng slipped from his mind, and in a fit of temper, he chose not to reply to messages or call Yuesheng again. On Yuesheng's end, he was preoccupied with a merger and acquisition case, and the impulsive message he sent to Jiang Xingchen went unanswered. He also lacked the habit of checking call logs. Once feelings become serious, misunderstandings and regrets may arise. During the ambiguity, such issues are less likely to occur, as both parties tend to be more relaxed. Thus, they missed their chance. On December 31st, Jiang Xingchen could no longer suppress his desire to see Yuesheng and once more venture to the 6th floor of Yuesheng's company with afternoon tea in hand. An inexplicable sense of suspicion had deprived him of sleep for several consecutive nights, a first for someone who typically fell asleep effortlessly. No wonder Nanjia would say, "Take it seriously, and you will lose." Jiang Xingchen composed himself, repeatedly reminding himself that the other party had not concealed anything and was under no obligation to report every detail to him, especially regarding inconsequential individuals. Holding a cup of coffee, he approached Yuesheng's office door. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a familiar voice from within. "You've slept through it all, and yet you won't take responsibility?" Although he had only heard it once through the receiver, Jiang Xingchen immediately recognized it as Ji Wangshu's voice. He halted his knocking motion. Silence enveloped the conference room as Ji Wangshu's irritation escalated. "So what if I was the one who initiated it? Can you change that fact? No words? Do you want me to leave?" Eavesdropping was not Jiang Xingchen's style, and as he felt his grip on the coffee cup falter, he promptly decided to turn and leave. Intruding upon any door without permission was, to someone of his good breeding, an inappropriate and undignified act. Suddenly knocking to interrupt an ongoing conversation also struck Jiang Xingchen as impolite. What could he do? He chose to depart. However, as he left, he could not maintain his grasp on the cup of coffee. At the moment his shoulder brushed against Nanjia's, the cup slipped from his hand, scalding coffee spilling onto him. Raising his gaze, he saw Nanjia hurriedly attempting to wipe the coffee off him before he realized what had just occurred. "Sorry, I was distracted. Your demeanor is off. What happened?" Nanjia asked in a lowered voice, while also picking up the fallen coffee cup. "It's nothing," Jiang Xingchen replied, his voice muffled. Nanjia clearly did not believe it. Noticing that Jiang Xingchen's hand was reddened from the heat, she retrieved an alpha barrier patch from her pocket. "I can't detect any pheromones, but just to be safe, you should apply it," she suggested. Jiang Xingchen remained motionless, appearing somewhat dazed. With an eye roll, Nanjia realized what might have transpired and seized Jiang Xingchen's hand to affix the barrier patch. From a distance, the scene appeared rather intimate, a moment not meant for prying eyes. However, at that moment, the door to Yuesheng's office swung open, and he emerged with an impatient expression, witnessing the unfolding tableau. Nanjia was focused on applying the patch to Jiang Xingchen, whose gaze was fixated on her, their bodies almost aligned in a shared posture. Yuesheng stood at the doorway until the voice of Ji Wangshu broke the silence, urging, "Don't leave. We need to clarify things." Only then did he tighten his grip on the doorknob and shut the door, isolating himself from Jiang Xingchen outside. His hands trembled. After affixing the patch, Nanjia draped her coat over Jiang Xingchen's shoulders, and they turned to depart together, oblivious to the fierce argument erupting behind the conference room. After a prolonged silence, Feng Yu slammed the glass cup before him, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuesheng. "Who the hell allowed you to collaborate with this guy? Listen here, Yuesheng. It's either him or me. Your choice. Don't drag me into your mess." Yuesheng's response was cold, his mood evidently sour. Feng Yu, still refusing to look at Ji Wangshu, defiantly continued to point at Yuesheng. "Who the hell is Ji Wangshu? A scoundrel, full of deceit, a trickster. Do you really trust someone like that? If you want to throw your life away, don't drag me down with you." Each word seemed less an insult to Yuesheng and more a lament for his own poor choices in companionship. "You all discussed this. I need to step out for a moment." Yuesheng had no desire to engage further. His thoughts lingered on the earlier scene. Don't you dare run away. Feng Yu lunged to grab him, his eyes bloodshot. You must fire him today, or I'm out of here. Frustrated by Feng Yu's persistence, Yuesheng finally shook off his grip, his temper flaring. The person you spent the night with was you, not me. Resolve your personal issues before discussing business with me. Finally breaking free from Feng Yu, Yuesheng hastily made his way down the sixth-floor corridor to a window overlooking the company entrance. Gazing down, he saw Nanjia and Jiang Xingchen walking away together. In that moment, Yuesheng found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He knew there was likely no real connection between the two, yet discomfort gnawed at him. It felt reminiscent of years past when he had seen Jiang Xingchen surrounded by upperclassmen, laughing and running on the track. It also took him back to a time after studying abroad, when he had inadvertently attended Jiang Xingchen's graduation party, catching a glimpse of him with an electric guitar, surrounded by bassists in a flirtatious atmosphere. Numerous similar memories converged, trampling the softened heart Yuesheng had been nurturing over the past few days, delivering a series of harsh blows. He was resolute in his belief that his partner should see only him. If that were not the case, he would prefer to be alone. He acknowledges that he can be somewhat domineering, with an excessive desire for control, and rather awkward as well. Yet, to love someone means to embrace both their virtues and their flaws. This is what it means to see only them. Clearly, Jiang Xingchen is not such a person. He loves everything, yet is detached from everything. Yuesheng inwardly cursed his misfortune, then returned to the incessantly quarreling conference room. Have you all argued enough? If so, let's discuss the acquisition. After a day of exhausting work, Yuesheng left the car behind and walked directly to Jiang Xingchen's establishment. On December 31st, the venue was hosting a rock music New Year's Eve event. Yuesheng pushed open the door, the stage awash in neon lights. Yet he did not see the anticipated figure. Four musicians sang with fervor, while Yuesheng began to scan the entire venue for Jiang Xingchen. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen was perched on the stairs, observing. From his elevated position, he took in every movement of Yuesheng upon his entrance. A hand clapped on his shoulder, and, turning around, he found it was Nanjia. She pointed in Yuesheng's direction. The person you're waiting for has arrived. Why not go greet him? Jiang Xingchen remained silent, gripping the handrail tightly, feigning indifference. I want to see him search for me a bit longer. What happened this afternoon? Nanjia frowned, unable to bear Jiang Xingchen's facade of calmness, masking his evident disappointment. It's nothing. This marked Jiang Xingchen's second refusal to answer the question. Nanjia realized that this time it was indeed a troubling matter. Among the crowd, several individuals approached Yuesheng for a chat, only to be coldly rebuffed. Several times, Yuesheng nearly caught sight of Jiang Xingchen, yet just as their gazes were about to meet, interruptions from those seeking conversation thwarted the moment. Fate conspired against them, ensuring their eye contact was perpetually obstructed by an invisible force. Shall we invite him to our New Year's tour event? We will see. Do you sense the jealousy in the air? Nanjia, noting his silence, continued to watch Yuesheng from her vantage point. Like two opposing magnetic poles, Yuesheng drifted further from Jiang Xingchen, his frustration mounting as he descended to the lower level. The bar was packed on New Year's Eve, filled with the thunderous pulsations of electronic music, a setting Yuesheng truly despised. Yet his patience exceeded Nanjia's expectations. She could not help but urge Jiang Xingchen. Don't wait any longer. If you do, you'll regret it when he leaves. Just then, Yuesheng suddenly sensed something and raised his eyes toward the area where they stood. Jiang Xingchen had no time to conceal his gloom. While Yuesheng was unable to mask the irritation etched upon his brow, and their gazes collided unexpectedly. The lighting around Jiang Xingchen was dim, and with keen awareness, Nanjia stepped aside to create distance between herself and him, leaving him momentarily alone. Meanwhile, Yuesheng was bathed in vibrant lights amidst a throng of people, his face illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors. The two seemed to occupy mismatched realms, each finding themselves in an atmosphere that did not complement their presence. In that moment of eye contact, it felt as though all surrounding sounds and lights faded into oblivion. At last, Jiang Xingchen saw only Yuesheng, and Yuesheng saw only Jiang Xingchen. Even Yuesheng himself did not realize that the moment he found Jiang Xingchen, the weight on his heart was lifted. His tense body instantly relaxed, the heaviness in his chest dissipating, and the feeling of agitation vanished in an instant. His gaze toward Jiang Xingchen was filled with tenderness as he mouthed the words, "Come down." Jiang Xingchen, hearing the rhythm of his own heartbeat, stood still, his tightly clenched fingers finally loosening. He then lowered his beautiful eyes, smiling as he responded to Nanjia's earlier question. "I sensed it." "What?" Nanjia was perplexed. Such a strong hint of jealousy. With long eyelashes fluttering down and then lifting again, Jiang Xingchen beamed a radiant smile at Yuesheng. "Here it comes," he said to Yuesheng before descending the stairs and walking toward him. Initially, Yuesheng did not grasp the deeper meaning behind "here it comes" until Jiang Xingchen pulled him out into the night. As Jiang Xingchen tugged him along, their pace quickened, the night breeze intertwining through their hair. The chill of winter was warmed by the intimate and enchanting atmosphere they shared, as if spring had arrived. Yuesheng felt as though he had been drawn into an alternate dimension, a place filled with wind, wine, and music, where there were no plans and perfect freedom reigned. Here, he could let go of all thoughts, with Jiang Xingchen orchestrating everything. He could bring you happiness, and he could grant you freedom. In that moment of running, Yuesheng held no thoughts, his rationality gradually fading until Jiang Xingchen halted, turning to embrace him tightly. Breathing heavily in his ear, he whispered, "Happy birthday, Luge." Simultaneously, fireworks erupted nearby, and Yuesheng instinctively looked up to see the sky above the suspended bar adorned with fireworks writing 4 words, "Wishing you happiness." As the heart of the entire city pulsed in countdown to the new year, the fireworks continued to bloom, marking the seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom! With the countdown reaching 0, the world was renewed, and the cannons fired, revealing another 4 large characters. "Happy New Year!" All the love in the world transformed into the colors of fireworks, exploding before Yuesheng's eyes. Now, his gaze contained not only Jiang Xingchen, but also this vibrant and colorful world. He turned to Jiang Xingchen with a smile. This time the smile that Jiang Xingchen adored. "Happy New Year!" Jiang Xingchen was still slightly breathless, marveling at Yuesheng's stamina after running for so long, without losing his composure, while feeling somewhat frustrated at his own recent lack of exercise. "I am sorry, Lu Yi. I didn't prepare a birthday gift for you." In truth, he had prepared something, a waist chain strung with bells. Yet, for reasons connected to that bottle of vinegar, he suddenly didn't wish to give it. The fireworks were beautiful. Yuesheng's expression softened, showing that he cared little for the birthday. Originally, Jiang Xingchen intended to tease him, saying he hadn't prepared anything since he knew Yuesheng did not like cake. But seeing that look in his eyes left him speechless, his heart fluttering instead. Neither spoke further. On the way back, as Jiang Xingchen sat in the back seat watching Yuesheng steer, he casually mentioned, on New Year's Day, "My friends from the band and I are going to the park for a performance. Would you like to come?" Chapter 46. Unable to catch up, no. Yuesheng immediately declined. If it were an invitation to someone else's concert, he would likely have accepted without hesitation. However, the thought of participating in Jiang Xingchen's music tour, donning revealing and seductive attire while singing incomprehensible songs with other men, was an ordeal he refused to endure. Jiang Xingchen anticipated his refusal, but was taken aback by its decisiveness, igniting his competitive spirit. Why not go? Under the open sky, amidst the night, with an audience that is ever-changing, you never know which stranger might pause to listen, nor their names or origins. Yet in those fleeting moments, you all press the pause button on life for the sake of the same song. Lugo, have you never witnessed a park tour? It's quite fascinating. Come on. As Jiang Xingchen spoke, his eyes sparkled with untamed vigor. The silence in the driver's seat lingered until Jiang Xingchen sought Yuesheng's gaze, only to be momentarily stunned by the complexity of his expression. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine under Yuesheng's penetrating stare. "You have a remarkable talent for coaxing others into making the choices you desire." Jiang Xingchen fell silent, The sensation of being seen through was rather uncomfortable. Yuesheng then averted his gaze and chuckled. Sometimes I feel you're not quite an alpha, but just now I confirmed what? Navigating a sharp bend ahead. Yuesheng steadied the steering wheel. You're a truly unique alpha. Alphas typically possess an innate ability to command obedience and submission. Yet this trait seemed less pronounced in Jiang Xingchen. He was refined and easygoing, exuding an aura that hardly resembled a dominant figure or a wealthy elite. Instead, he carried a grounded, roguish charm. Nevertheless, Jiang Xingchen always managed to lead others to align with his intentions. As one spent more time in his company, one's consciousness would gradually gravitate towards him, eventually embracing his values and the illogical nature of his actions. It was even discovered that being with him, devoid of worries, would elicit a profound sense of security. Much like a frog slowly succumbing to boiling water, one would find oneself ensnared before realizing it. Even an S-class alpha like Yuesheng would inevitably succumb to the fox's trap. Can this be considered your meager compliment to me? Jiang Xingchen observed him with genuine interest. Absolutely. So will you come? Let us discuss it later. Thus, Jiang Xingchen recognized his objective had been achieved. The matter concerning Ji Wangshu was swiftly cast aside. After escorting him home, Yuesheng ensured he was settled in, and once Jiang Xingchen had completed his evening routine, he collapsed onto the bed, entirely refreshed. Oblivious to previous thoughts, Jiang Xingchen possessed an extraordinary ability to forget all unpleasant matters. If it caused him discontent, there was no need to dwell on it. He had always been this way, especially regarding inconsequential outsiders. On this night, all of Yuesheng's gentle expressions were directed solely towards him. His gaze was sincere. He found himself completely immersed in this tenderness, with the New Year's tour merely a matter of awakening from slumber. According to the agreed-upon time, he and his bandmates set the stage for a street performance. The shadows of the trees danced chaotically, rustling softly, as Yuesheng stepped into the throng of onlookers. Uncertain whether it was the fourth or fifth song, his gaze swept over the crowd, his expression meticulous and enigmatic. Initially, Jiang Xingchen noticed the multitude of people, but as that figure approached, he could no longer perceive anyone else. Even the music transformed into an accompaniment for that individual. He yearned to leap off the stage and whisk that person away, oblivious to the world and time, to a realm beyond reckoning. Yet, fate played a cruel trick. Yuesheng's phone vibrated abruptly in his pocket. In an instant, Jiang Xingchen observed Yuesheng's gaze shift unexpectedly towards the illuminated screen. He faltered in his notes. Friends nearby cast him puzzled glances. A few curious eyes followed his stiffened stare into the crowd, catching sight of a tall, dashing figure that turned and hurriedly vanished into the shadows of the trees. As the song concluded, members of the band inquired of Jiang Xingchen, "A friend? A fling?" He replied with indignation. Ignoring his friend's astonished and probing looks, Jiang Xingchen promptly set down his instrument. "I must go. Xiaogu will take my place." The band continued with their next number as he hastened to pursue Yuesheng, who was rapidly receding into a mirda. The brief interlude of half a song had stretched the distance between them considerably. No matter how swiftly Jiang Xingchen moved, it seemed he could never catch up. What began as a walk escalated into a run, his light breaths transforming into heavy gasps. Just as he was about to close the gap, Yuesheng appeared to be called by someone. Turning his head towards the sound, a man, arriving ahead of Jiang Xingchen, stood beside Yuesheng, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. "I'm here to take you to the hospital." "Thank you," Yuesheng replied. The two made their way to a silver sedan parked by the roadside, and Yuesheng was ushered into the man's vehicle. The car sped away from Jiang Xingchen's sight, his focus shifting from one figure to two, and then swiftly to none. Jiang Xingchen rifled through his memories, searching for the silhouette of this man. Suddenly, it clicked. He remembered the man who had offered a cigarette when he returned from Nanhai, standing outside Yuesheng's company. The scent of caramel pheromones, a 90 compatibility match, the man who answered Yuesheng's call, the polite gentleman who reprimanded a one-night stand. These clues rapidly connected in his mind. Jiang Xingchen, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, dialed Mo Yun's number in haste. "Help me find someone." Mo Yun, startled, responded, "Your tone suggests your wife has run off with someone." A heavy silence fell on the line. "Wait, is that actually the case? Enough chatter. Will you assist me or not?" Jiang Xingchen pressed with a menacing tone. "You know the rules of our inspection office," Mo Yun said, scratching his head awkwardly. The next moment, Zhou Yi took over the call, disregarding Mo Yun's bewildered expression. "Who are we investigating?" "A person named Ji Wangshu. I can only provide the most basic information. Is that acceptable?" Zhou Yi's demeanor remained calm, betraying none of his dubious dealings. "Yes, thank you." As the call ended, Mo Yun tilted her head and inquired of her husband, "Commander?" Zhou Yi stretched his long legs and raised 3 fingers, declaring that there are 3 ultimate grievances in this world. Mo Yun observed him with a calm demeanor: paternal murder, maternal fratricide, and the usurpation of a wife. Moments later, Jiang Xingchen received the profile of Ji Wangshu, which, while labeled as simple, comprehensively detailed the entirety of the individual's life thus far, aside from interpersonal relationships. Upon reviewing the materials, Jiang Xingchen understood why the elders were intent on matchmaking these two. Not only were they from comparable backgrounds and their pheromones highly compatible, but most importantly, Ji Wangshu possessed a keen business acumen, revered in elite circles as someone whose upbringing was ingrained in their very essence. Jiang Xingchen closed the document and attempted to call Yuesheng, but the line was dead. After 10 calls, he realized he could not get through it all. Chapter 47. We are divorcing. When Yuesheng returned home that evening, he noticed someone standing beside the villa. Jiang Xingchen was still clad in his band's performance attire. His physique alluringly sculpted and robust, with a perfect delineation of his abdominal muscles that would leave anyone weak at the knees upon contact. He radiated the unrestrained fury of an erupting volcano. "You're back." Jiang Xingchen lifted his gaze, and that look lingered in Yuesheng's memory for a long time. It was both calm and yet seemed ready to lash out, though all was subdued beneath a veneer of tranquility. This was not the Jiang Xingchen he knew, yet it epitomized the fierce nature of an alpha. Yuesheng exited the vehicle, unable to mask the potent scent of omega pheromones that clung to him. Leaning against the car, he maintained a distance of a meter from Jiang Xingchen. "What's wrong? Can I reach out to you if nothing's the matter?" Jiang Xingchen's tone was laced with a palpable intensity. At this moment, anyone could discern that he was indeed a strikingly aloof and dominant alpha. He approached Yuesheng, the sweetly overwhelming scent of caramel pheromones wafting toward him even from afar. Yet he tortuously took step after step closer. Yuesheng had nowhere to retreat, the space between them closing to a point where no one could intervene. Jiang Xingchen fixed his piercing gaze on Yuesheng, questioning, "If you've come, why leave?" "A bit of business." What could be so pressing? Jiang Xingchen's implication was clear. What could possibly take precedence over listening to him sing? It was an impossible question, for any answer would be deemed incorrect. "The matter at the hospital." Jiang Xingchen scoffed. "So, apart from work, the hospital issue comes before me? Labor model. Just how far down the list am I in your heart?" Yuesheng found himself at a loss for words. He pondered how to explain the necessity of cultivating antibodies with omega pheromones at the hospital, but Jiang Xingchen's demeanor suggested he would be unreceptive. The atmosphere grew tense. Observing Yuesheng's silence only fueled Jiang Xingchen's ire. He seized Yuesheng by the neck and pulled him closer. Unlike their usual playful tussles, this grasp was imbued with full force. Yuesheng felt an unmistakable pressure, caught off guard, and rendered immobile on the spot. Then Jiang Xingchen was like a beast that had been starved for a long time, keenly inhaling the pheromonal scent wafting from Yuesheng's neck. With one hand firmly gripping his throat, Jiang's chest heaved with each labored breath. His fingers sank deeply into the flesh, inducing a slight sense of asphyxiation. And Yuesheng heard the strained sound of Jiang swallowing hard. "Do you not have anything to say to me?" Jiang's voice emerged, raw and guttural as if torn from his throat. "I'll go take a shower first," Yuesheng replied nonchalantly. Jiang gazed at him with an unfamiliar intensity before releasing him. The look unsettled Yuesheng, prompting him to add, "I don't smell very pleasant." "You're aware of that, aren't you?" Jiang scoffed with a short, mocking laugh. Yuesheng detected the disdain in his eyes and softened his tone. I apologize. There are matters that necessitate the use of omega pheromones. What matters? Jiang pressed insistently. After the last incident with the pheromones, I consulted an expert who suggested pheromone therapy. Knowing your aversion to omega pheromones, I sought alternative solutions to avoid a repeat of that situation. He bypassed the convoluted medical reasoning and directly addressed the outcome Jiang was most eager to hear. So, you used omega pheromones? I did not, Yuesheng clarified. I had the doctor extract them and place them in a culture medium to see if we could formulate specific medications. Then whose pheromones did you utilize? Jiang's demeanor grew aggressive, unyielding despite Yuesheng's seemingly reasonable explanation. They belonged to Jiang Xingchen. Yuesheng pondered everything he knew about Jiang Xingchen, questioning whether there was anything worth mentioning. The conversation stalled, and Jiang suddenly calmed. He retrieved a cigarette from Yuesheng's pocket, unceremoniously lighting one for himself. Adults, when it matters, do not beat around the bush. Taking a step back, he got straight to the point. Do you like him? Not really, Yuesheng responded honestly, embodying his usual cautious demeanor. Then what do you feel for me? The fervor that typically characterized Jiang's inquiry had diminished, leaving only a slight tremor in his fingers, betraying his anxiety. This was a question he had long wished to pose, yet the timing had never felt right. Presently, the moment still seemed ill-timed. But once the words left his lips, he relinquished control. He handed the initiative over to Yuesheng. After such a prolonged exchange, what Yuesheng would say next held significant weight. Regardless of the outcome, Jiang would observe his gaze intently, awaiting his spoken truth. Under Jiang's indifferent scrutiny, Yuesheng's reaction was laid bare. He spoke slowly. I usually do not favor overly aggressive individuals. This sentiment hinted at deeper implications, suggesting there was more to be said. Yet, undeniably, he had delivered a rather disheartening response to Jiang. For once, Jiang lost his patience. Unwilling to delve into the subtext of those words or to hear what Yuesheng might say next, he coldly uttered 4 words, effectively silencing the conversation. Understood. That is sufficient. There is no mention of affection or aversion. It appears he has drawn a clear boundary between the two of them. Jiang Xingchen retrieved a cigarette box from his pocket, extracted a cigarette, and placed it into Yuesheng's box. Subsequently, he returned the box unaltered to Yuesheng's pocket. This time, I owe you no cigarettes. A peculiar sensation of tightness and discomfort surged within Yuesheng, his palms radiating heat, as if he might lose something profoundly significant if he did not act. He instinctively reached for Jiang Xingchen's hand, only to have it politely evaded. Mr. Liu. The 3 words momentarily hollowed his heart. We're getting a divorce. Tomorrow, I will bring the divorce agreement for you to sign, along with your clothes. May I exchange them for my bracelet? Yuesheng experienced a bout of tinnitus. I apologize for the delay. I have wasted your time. Jiang Xingchen's demeanor rendered the unspoken words that lingered on Yuesheng's lips utterly insignificant. Jiang Xingchen extinguished the half-smoked cigarette, bidding good night. He departed decisively, not glancing back. Yuesheng remained rooted in place until Jiang Xingchen's silhouette vanished into the night. The words lodged in his throat ultimately remained unspoken. It was cold outside. The 2 expansive villas stood in deafening silence. Yuesheng lowered his gaze to the cigarette box that Jiang Xingchen had just touched and opened it. Inside lay a cigarette that had evidently just been placed there. It was of the same brand and model as the others, indistinguishable. If not for the faint aroma of cotton flower lingering on it, one would never discern that it had just been inserted by Jiang Xingchen. Clenching the cigarette box, Yuesheng's gaze fell slowly. A dull ache throbbed in his heart. Chapter 48. He too can weep. Jiang Xingchen pushed open the bedroom door, greeted by an enveloping silence. His gaze settled upon the bed, adorned with linens identical to those in the neighboring villa. Yet, it bore no trace of the refreshing eucalyptus scent. Yuesheng had not slept here. He had broken his promise. He too was free. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xingchen suddenly felt weary, staggering back a step until his back met the cold wall, gradually sinking down to a crouch. This curled-up position offered little sense of security. Jiang Xingchen never anticipated he would find himself in such a posture. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, a dull pain spreading like wildfire, shattering the facade he had maintained in the stillness of the night. The third cat sensed something amiss and scampered over to nestle in Jiang Xingchen's embrace. The feline purred and nudged him. The meow acted as a catalyst, and without warning, Jiang Xingchen's eyes reddened. Tears cascaded down, splattering onto the floor. He had thought that when this day arrived, he would face it with light-heartedness, unperturbed by sorrow. Yet the collapse of adulthood often occurs in a fleeting moment. He, too, could weep. The tears flowed more fiercely, uncontrollable pheromones spilling forth, potent and bitter, startled by the sudden surge of agitation. The little flower trembled and abruptly leaped from his embrace, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. "Have you forsaken me too, Xiaoya?" Jiang Xingchen murmured into the darkness, only to realize his voice was hoarse and ragged. No wonder he had frightened them all away. He let out a low chuckle, surrendering to the chaos of his pheromonal disorder. Raising his hand, he tore open his sleeve and forcefully injected the suppressant into his arm. A sharp pain coursed through his veins, but this painful remedy proved effective, swiftly alleviating the physical torment and temporarily silencing the mental anguish. The disorder of his pheromones was violently subdued. Yet the effects of the drug were fleeting, and before long, the suffocating discomfort returned with a vengeance. He grasped another syringe without hesitation, plunging it into his skin once more. One after another, the puncture wounds on his arm multiplied. In this position, he kept his eyes wide open, enduring the interminable darkness until the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. This was the longest sleepless night of his life. On the following morning, he arrived at the neighboring villa, divorce agreement in hand and carrying Yuesheng's clothing, and knocked on the door. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ji Wangshu's silver car parked at the entrance. The alternating needle marks on his arm mocked his helplessness, and recalling the nights he had spent with Yuesheng, he felt they shouldn't be up so early. A fleeting night of bliss, why disturb it? With a self-deprecating sigh, Jiang Xingchen placed the divorce papers at the doorstep, neatly folding the clothes atop them, and departed without waiting for the door to open. Jiang Xingchen was adept at both holding on and letting go. He no longer desired the string of beads, though he had painstakingly acquired each one, step by step, in front of the Buddha, beseeching for happiness that no longer mattered. The door was opened personally by Yuesheng, yet he found no one inside. Yuesheng bent down to pick up the items on the ground, while Jiang Xingchen's name was elegantly inscribed on every page of the divorce agreement, his forceful strokes leaving no room for error, the handwriting exquisite and untraceable. He concluded the relationship with a nonchalant grace. "I agree to the deal you proposed." Dressed impeccably, Ji Wangshu emerged from the house, his gaze landing on the conspicuous words divorce agreement with a hint of suspicion. Isn't the young man busy with the acquisition case for his family? Yuesheng inquired in a low tone. "What do you call him?" "Young Master Jiang," Ji Wangshu replied. Yuesheng merely acknowledged him with a sound, falling into silence. The atmosphere grew, so still it felt desolate. Ji Wangshu, accustomed to his quietude, murmured, "But without your mediation, I fear even his parents would be at risk." Yuesheng cast a sharp glance, his eyes cold. "Mind your words." Ji Wangshu nodded politely. "Of course, but my assistance does come with expectations. Aside from what is stipulated in the contract, what more do you desire?" The implication was clear. He was cautioning Yuesheng not to overreach, as the necessary exchange of interests had already been completed. "As for me," Ji Wangshu feigned a troubled expression, though his intentions were resolute, "I want Fengyu. I'm not involved in your matters with Fengyu. Your assurance suffices." "Thank you, Mr. Liu. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Farewell." Without waiting for Yuesheng's response, Yuesheng departed. The silver sedan departed from the villa district, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Xingchen arrived at the hospital. Before leaving, he discarded a bag of belongings into a trash bin. Uncle Liu, with keen eyes, noticed from a distance and, after some hesitation, decided to retrieve the garbage. After contemplating, he ultimately presented it to Yuesheng. "Take a look." As soon as the bag was unfastened, a rich scent of eucalyptus wafted forth. Yuesheng's pupils constricted sharply. It was a whole bag of souvenirs, all imbued with the fragrance of eucalyptus, a diverse assortment filling an entire sack. Jiang Xingchen had discarded all of it. Yuesheng gazed at the contents with an inscrutable expression, as if awakening from a long and bizarre dream, now realizing the dreamer was no longer present. He forcefully restrained the tumultuous emotions within him, twisting the cool wooden beads on his wrist, preparing to return this along with the garments he had left behind. Uncle Lu lowered his gaze and acknowledged with a respectful nod, asking no further questions as he took the items and withdrew. Jiang Xingchen returned exceedingly late. The dim light in the corridor elongated his shadow, rendering him appear exceptionally frail. He raised a hand to adjust his slightly open collar, his voice laced with fatigue. "Uncle Lu, it's quite late. Is there something you need? Young Master Lu sent me to return your belongings." Uncle Lu offered the bracelet and neatly folded clothes. Jiang Xingchen managed a faint smile. "Just throw it away. You don't want it?" Uncle Lu couldn't help but look up, his breath catching momentarily. Jiang Xingchen's right arm, bare at the sleeve, revealed his fair skin marred by countless tiny puncture wounds, the angry red of the needle marks slightly swollen. It's no longer important." Jiang Xingchen nonchalantly lowered his sleeve, concealing the glaring evidence. "There's nothing else. I shall take my leave. Young Master Jiang, it's late and damp. You should rest early. You too." Jiang Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, turning to step into the enveloping darkness of the night. Uncle Lu returned to recount Jiang Xingchen's words to Yuesheng. "Should I dispose of it then? Bring it here." Yuesheng took back the items, the words no longer important echoing repeatedly in his mind. A sharp pain gripped his chest. "Young Master, there is something I must tell you." "Speak." "I just saw that Jiang Xingchen's arm had at least 30 needle marks, as if freshly pricked. When one is struck by shock, reactions are often muted." Yuesheng blinked once, then again, momentarily dazed as he retrieved his phone. Despite having no messages from Jiang Xingchen, his mind was flooded with visions of Jiang Xingchen's face. Chapter 49. Sleeping with him, Yuesheng opened his phone and navigated to the conversation page, noting that the last contact with Jiang Xingchen was several days prior. The chat history lingered on his earlier message, "Have you eaten?" A solitary line, with no replies beneath. He recalled that shortly after sending the message, Jiang Xingchen had called him. However, he had been ensnared in a lengthy meeting, leaving his phone in the office, with the call ultimately answered by Ji Wangshu. His fingertips absent-mindedly brushed the edge of the screen as he began to compose a message. After considerable deliberation, he wrote, erased, and rewrote. He wished to inquire if Jiang Xingchen was in pain, whether he had rested adequately, what he was currently doing, if he needed him, if they should meet now, and if they might consider adopting a clingy cat together in the future. He intended to inform Jiang Xingchen that he had torn up the divorce agreement. Yet, almost as if guided by a mysterious force, he retrieved the shreds of paper and meticulously reassembled them with glue. Despite the myriad of cracks marring the reconstruction, Jiang Xingchen's elegant signature remained intact. However, he could not muster a single word to send. Yuesheng, agitated, flipped his phone face down on the balcony railing, leaning back as he stared vacantly into the void. He and Jiang Xingchen had come together as if by premeditated design, only to be pulled apart by a twist of fate. They were, after all, denizens of disparate worlds. A pairing of two A-types was inherently ill-fated. Yet, why did his heart ache? This man, who prided himself on rationality and decisiveness, suddenly posed a question to Uncle Lu. How does one woo someone? Uncle Lu was momentarily taken aback, then mused nostalgically about youth before concluding. A sincere apology, a bouquet of flowers, a kneeling confession, and await their return home. Yuesheng, lacking in the first three steps, pondered whether he could fast forward to the final one. But there was another crucial element, one you are adept at. What? Sharing a bed with him. Uncle Lu had hoped this remark might enlighten the young master, believing he would eventually come to his senses. However, after a long wait, he observed Yuesheng sitting stiffly in silence, utterly unmoved, which only served to heighten his anxiety. You two seem to be doing quite well recently. What caused the sudden split? Uncle Lu ventured cautiously. Yuesheng shot him a cold glare. Who said we broke up? Uncle Lu, sensing the tension, refrained from further inquiry, realizing it was best not to provoke. He sought an excuse to make a hasty exit. Just then, the voice of Jiang Xingchen wafted up from below. The villa area was tranquil, and under the vast, silent starry sky, even the faintest sound resonated with clarity. "Thank you. Next time just call for a delivery. No need to make a special trip." "It's no trouble at all," another male voice chimed in, exuding warmth. "The store manager lives here too. It's quite close to my home, so I just dropped by." Xiao Ge handed a black bag to Jiang Xingchen, but showed no intention of leaving. Yuesheng remained rooted on the balcony, his gaze fixed on the neighboring building for what felt like an eternity. Ashes fell from his cigarette, dusting the pristine surface of his shoes, yet he remained oblivious. Xiao Ge lingered, engaging Jiang Xingchen in light conversation, who patiently listened without extending an invitation for him to enter. He leaned casually against the doorframe, exuding an air of languid indifference. The warm glow from the yellow porch light cast a soft illumination, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere between the two men. Yuesheng noticed him smiling and could not resist stealing a few more glances. Perhaps sensing the intensity of his gaze from afar, Jiang Xingchen turned slightly. Looking in his direction, their eyes met but did not linger. Jiang Xingchen merely inclined his head, offering a faint, friendly smile that suggested he was in good spirits. In less than 5 seconds, he diverted his gaze back to Xiao Ge, with a more pronounced smile gracing his features. The cigarette burned down to a mere ember, searing his fingertips, yet Yuesheng felt nothing. His skin felt parched, the sensation of pain and discomfort long since replaced by an overwhelming emptiness. A low voice of reminder from Uncle Lu broke the silence, bringing Yuesheng back to reality. "Young master, your cigarette is burned out." Yuesheng pinched the charred end of the cigarette and pressed it into the ashtray on the balcony, his movements slow and heavy. This was unlike him. The delicate skin on the inner side of his fingers was blistered from the cigarette, but, while the cold night wind made his knuckles redden, Jiang Xingchen was engaged in light-hearted banter with others, which should have been of no concern to him, yet he remained steadfast on the balcony, braving the cold wind, embodying a stubborn resolve. The heavens were unkind. A drizzle began to fall, growing steadily denser. Raindrops, swept by the night breeze, dampened Yuesheng's shoulders, equally soaking Brother Zhao's thin attire. The rain clung to his shirt, revealing unwarranted glimpses of skin. Absently, Yuesheng lit another cigarette, while Uncle Lu held a large black umbrella to shield them from the downpour. Jiang Xingchen, too, returned to fetch a large black umbrella. He did not extend an invitation for Brother Xiao to come inside, but simply opened the umbrella and offered it, his voice calm and steady. "It's raining. Let me walk you out." As he spoke, he casually retrieved a coat from the hallway rack and draped it over Brother Xiao's shoulders. It was quite unexpected for rain to fall in this season. Brother Xiao adjusted the coat, his tone brimming with genuine delight. "I'll wash the coat and return it to you." This exchange mirrored the moments he shared with Jiang Xingchen. With Jiang Xingchen's coat now on Brother Xiao, an inexplicable chill crept over Yuesheng's shoulders. The cold slithered through the crevices of his bones, burrowing deep into his heart. A constriction gripped his chest, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Yet he maintained his composed, gentlemanly demeanor, sitting upright, looking down upon the two as they walked side by side beneath the umbrella, the rain drumming rhythmically against the canopy. Their laughter faded gradually around the corner of the alley. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Yuesheng found himself uncontrollably fixated on the intersection, his cigarette clenched tightly between his fingers. Once more, the cigarette extinguished, yet no sign of return from home appeared. The night grew late. After a sleepless night, he really ought not to linger awake any longer. Uncle Lu brought forth a steaming bowl of sleep-inducing soup. Yuesheng closed his eyes, an emptiness and ache settling within him, as if he could no longer hear the sound of rain. He had yet to return home. His voice was unnaturally calm, yet the more tranquil he appeared, the more tumultuous the storm within his chest became, suffocating him almost to the point of breathlessness. He raised his hand to reach for his lighter, but his fingertips trembled violently, and after several futile attempts to ignite it, he ultimately discarded the entire pack of cigarettes. "Do you smell vinegar?" Uncle Lu set down the soup. "Did you put vinegar in the soup?" Yuesheng replied, his expression difficult to decipher. I want to take the blame for this pot. I never buy such strong vinegar. Uncle Lu retreated a couple steps, seeing Yuesheng silent, absorbed in his smoking, and seemingly unresponsive despite the sourness that lingered within him. Uncle Lu felt compelled to stoke the flames further. People are most vulnerable when they are weak. I noticed that young man earlier was quite adept at seizing a moment. Uncle Lu said leisurely, "Do you think highly of him? Youthful, captivating, and an omega." Uncle Lu smacked his lips suggestively, leaving the astute to understand unspoken implications. Yuesheng abruptly downed the sleep aid, slamming the bowl onto the table with a clang. Uncle Lu chose silence, the only sound remaining the intertwining whispers of wind and rain. Yuesheng did not cast another glance at Uncle Lu. He seized a large black umbrella and strode purposefully towards the alley's entrance, his shoulders still damp. Chapter 50. The fierce woman seeks her husband. Yuesheng walked through the night rain, the splashes of water soaking his pant legs. He reached the entrance of the community, yet Jiang Xingchen was nowhere to be seen. Had he been able to see his own reflection, the expression upon his face would have frightened him. The man appeared solitary, his shirt drenched, his visage echoing the sorrow of a lost spouse, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy. Memories flickered through his mind like a film reel, each moment shared with Jiang Xingchen replaying with vivid detail. An overwhelming tide of images surged forth, breaking through his mental defenses in a relentless parade. Jiang Xingchen's earnest gaze met his in the rearview mirror. "Will you come with me?" Before the words could fully escape, he leaned in to kiss him, declaring, "I will remain by your side, never leaving for a moment." Jiang Xingchen imitated his mannerisms, playfully tapping out a rhythm with a cigarette, never tiring of the act. Over the cold telephone receiver, Jiang Xingchen's breathy voice coaxed him, "I like you." Set against a backdrop of eucalyptus-scented candles, Jiang Xingchen rested his head in delight, saying, "You're back. I've been waiting for you." Ginkgo leaves cascaded like blossoms from the sky as Jiang Xingchen shouted, "You need to be a bit more wicked to scare me away." On New Year's Eve, Jiang Xingchen took his hand and dashed through the streets, a feverish and impetuous elopement illuminated by fireworks overhead, as he turned to him, uttering, "Happy birthday." Countless moments of flirtation and romance vanished in an instant. A throbbing headache ensued, the minutiae of their shared experiences, those intimate, secretive touches, pricking at him like 1,000 needles. Yuesheng stood still, a heaviness in his chest. He felt like an observer, voyeuristically reliving their past, akin to witnessing the torrential rainfall. The sound of raindrops carried a lonely frequency, rhythmically beating against his eardrums. His ears privately longed for Jiang Xingchen's voice. The dampness on his shoulder, now chilled by the wind, prompted an ungracious sneeze. Yuesheng's expression turned frosty, his breath heavy and labored. Suddenly, a bitter smile crossed his lips. How could it be so resolute? No more searching. He would not return home. No cage could confine a canary. It was born to be free. With a moment's lapse, it would soar towards the towering heights of the Himalayas, towards the vast expanse of the sky, never looking back. Every action of Jiang Xingchen corroborated this truth. Had he not known all along? He could never be retained. He would not turn back. Half an hour passed. The rain showed no signs of abating, and Yuesheng awaited the return of that absent figure in vain. His slender fingers trembled slightly, and in the cold wind, he gripped the umbrella handle tightly enough to draw sweat. He recalled the game he had played with Jiang Xingchen. To remain stationary or to move forward, one must always choose. The chest quivered gently, filled with a tumult of sourness and fatigue. His feet felt as though they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds of lead, rendering him immobile. "Sir, your shoulder is wet." A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Xingchen. Yuesheng turned in astonishment. There he was, leisurely approaching from the shadows, clearly having waited in the dark. Just moments ago, Yuesheng had been lost in thought, entirely oblivious to a narrow path at the alley's entrance. Jiang Xingchen leaned closer, observing Yuesheng with a quiet chuckle. "You seem like," he began, trailing off abruptly, leaving his words suspended in the air, tantalizingly incomplete. Yuesheng gazed steadily at Jiang Xingchen. His voice unexpectedly choked. "Like what?" like a fierce woman searching for her husband. Their eyes locked, the atmosphere thickened, and after a long pause, Yuesheng finally uttered a soft His tone was low and hoarse, neither here nor there. It concealed a profound sense of unspoken grievance. Jiang Xingchen could not bear to see him in such a disheveled state. The mere sight of him ignited a yearning within him. A subtle expression, a quivering tone amplified his inner desires. But thoughts of Ji Wangshu reminded him that it was he who deserved sympathy. He must not succumb so easily to tenderness. Suppressing his feelings, he felt an inexplicable warmth spreading to the tip of his nose. Action supplanted words as Jiang Xingchen retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. "Do you mind?" "What?" Yuesheng was momentarily bewildered. "Your shoulder," Jiang Xingchen indicated, "is soaked." In truth, he thought Yuesheng resembled a forsaken, drenched puppy, so pitiful that it evoked an instinctive urge to embrace him. Yuesheng dazedly shook his head. Thus granted permission, Jiang Xingchen tenderly wiped the moisture from his shoulder. The cotton handkerchief glided across Yuesheng's cold shoulder through the damp fabric of his shirt, imparting a searing warmth. When the handkerchief withdrew, Yuesheng felt a hollowness within him, an overwhelming possessiveness that surged forth, akin to what might arise in the intimacy of a bed. They both held their large black umbrellas, rain cascading down around them, yet the proximity of their breaths felt as if an insurmountable distance lay between them. His chest tightened, rendering him speechless. When had Jiang Xingchen begun standing there? Was he waiting for someone? Why did he remain silent? Given their current dynamic, it seemed inappropriate to utter any question. Ultimately, Yuesheng steadied his breath, squeezing out a simple phrase, "It's raining heavily. Let's go home." Those 5 simple words, his voice rendered low and husky by the night wind and rain, were nevertheless tantalizing to the ear. Fortunately, as an unmarked alpha, he would not suffer the physiological response. Slowly, Yuesheng turned, only to find Jiang Xingchen extending his hand towards him. In that instant, his heart skipped a beat, and he imagined Jiang Xingchen was about to embrace him. Their shadows intertwined, yet Jiang Xingchen could not meet his gaze, suppressing the urge to touch his skin. Without affording Yuesheng a chance to react, Jiang Xingchen effortlessly removed the sandalwood beads from his wrist. "This I want back." The tremor in his voice was barely contained, fortunately masked by the gentle patter of the rain. Jiang Xingchen smiled faintly, a delicate facade to mask the turmoil within. The beads slipped from his wrist in an instant. This was my plea for love, kneeling on 18 steps, each bow resonating with reverence. Yuesheng's expression finally shifted. Instinctively, he reached out to seize them. Yet, Jiang Xingchen nimbly evaded his grasp. He adorned his wrist once more, his tone eerily calm, almost detached. "If you wish for a divorce, I shall acquiesce. If you prefer obedience, I shall grant that too. Just return this to me." Under the weight of Yuesheng's complex and inscrutable gaze, Jiang Xingchen felt no trace of reluctance as he turned away, murmuring to himself, "I respect you. You may do as you wish." His striking features were chiseled and handsome, and even while uttering such words, a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his lips, engendering no malice, only a profound ache within his heart. The guise Yuesheng had always deemed impenetrable began to fracture. Suddenly, as if awakening from stupor, he pursued Jiang Xingchen to the alley's mouth, seizing him with urgency as he rounded the corner, forcefully pressing him against the cold wall. Chapter 51. I am comforting you caught off guard. Jiang Xingchen found himself pinned against the wall by Yuesheng's single hand. The umbrella slipped from Jiang Xingchen's grip. A shadow fell overhead, replaced by the large black umbrella Yuesheng held, shielding them from the torrential rain. His heartbeat quickened, a mere second passing. The sound of his pulse echoed in his ears, drowning out all else. Jiang Xingchen felt a wave of anxiety. His left fingertips unconsciously dug into the icy wall. Yuesheng's long knees firmly restrained his legs, and a heated breath descended through the mist of rain, pressing heavily against his ear. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Xingchen lifted his gaze, only to be ensnared by the depths of Yuesheng's eyes, brimming with unrestrained desire. The intensity of the man's gaze had never been so explicit, so fervent. It was as if an alpha could indeed inscribe his desires within his very stare. In that silent confrontation, they stood close enough that the next moment might lead to a passionate kiss. After a moment of poignant silence, Jiang Xingchen took the initiative. "Are you attempting to subdue me with your alpha aura?" "No," Yuesheng replied, his expression darkening as he grasped Jiang Xingchen's hand tightly, refusing to let go. The latter's right wrist bore the imprint of red marks from the pressure. Yuesheng's hand, gripping Jiang Xingchen's wrist, revealed prominent veins, indicative of the tremendous restraint he exerted. The vibrant hues of the night were drowned in an inky darkness, while the frigid raindrops were swept by the night breeze, caressing their cheeks. Half of the rain splattered against Yuesheng's taut jaw, while the remainder clung to the side of Jiang Xingchen's neck. "Then what is it that you're doing?" Upon hearing this query, Yuesheng lapsed into deeper silence. The grip on Jiang Xingchen's wrist tightened further, a dull ache radiating through his nerves. Yet he refused to avert his gaze, determined to confront Yuesheng, daring to flirt with danger, unwilling to show weakness. "I respect you. Do you respect me? Is this amusing to you?" 3 questions were posed in succession, straining the facade of adult decorum. Especially when the thought of Yuesheng perhaps entwined with another lingered in her mind. A torrent of betrayal and indignation surged within. Jiang Xingchen averted his gaze, pursing his lips, resolutely deciding not to look at him again. Yet, he could not escape the scent of eucalyptus that inexplicably set his heart racing. The air was thick with Yuesheng's noticeably restrained breaths. Though Yuesheng's breathing grew heavier, he seemed to be frozen in place, sensing that something was finally about to unfold. First, his wrist was unexpectedly released, then his chin was gently grasped. Jiang Xingchen closed his eyes, acutely aware of Yuesheng's breath so close, seemingly poised to kiss the corner of his lips, yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly reconsidered. He tenderly lifted Jiang Xingchen's chin, drawing closer, bestowing a kiss upon the side of his neck, capturing a droplet of rain that was trickling down. His tongue glided over the skin, teasingly savoring it. Jiang Xingchen trembled, his fingers and toes curling in response. Only when the droplet had fully slipped into Yuesheng's mouth did his lips and tongue slowly retreat. With a heated gaze, he whispered, "I am comforting you." The two were impossibly close, their breaths mingling, inseparable. Jiang Xingchen remained silent, neither speaking nor pulling away. Yet his heart stuttered. Yuesheng's hand continued to caress Jiang Xingchen's chin, over and over again, persistently conveying an affection that seemed insatiable. Jiang Xingchen turned his face away, skin escaping the warmth of Yuesheng's fingertips, yet his legs felt weak. "I respect you." He paused, his throat tightening, his tone rough and lacking playfulness. 3 sentences answered Jiang Xingchen's 3 questions, each delivered with unwavering clarity. "You're not comforting me. This isn't decency. Let go." Yuesheng's expression shifted as he sensed an indescribable pressure. The scent of kapok flower pheromones enveloped him. This was the second time Jiang Xingchen released such an aggressive alpha pheromone towards him. The last time this happened, he had initiated a divorce. A profound sense of dread gripped Yuesheng, leading him to make an instinctive, erroneous choice. He released Jiang Xingchen. The rain pounded even more fiercely against the umbrella. Jiang Xingchen's neck flushed, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly exclaimed, "Damn." No sooner had the words left his lips than his phone vibrated wildly. Caller ID Ms. Jiang. In the dead of night, how could Ms. Jiang, who was known for her beauty sleep, be calling? Yuesheng seemed to anticipate the answer to this question. Upon glimpsing the name on the screen, his face paled, and in the next moment, he reached for Jiang Xingchen's hand, only to be deftly evaded. Jiang Xingchen stepped aside, bent down to retrieve his umbrella, and with his distinctly articulated fingers pressed the answer button. "Mom, why are you up so late? Missing me?" His tone feigned nonchalance, mirroring his usual languid demeanor. A careful listener might detect the slight tremor in his voice, but clearly Ms. Jiang on the other end was too preoccupied to notice such nuances. What followed in the conversation with Ms. Jiang remained unknown. As the smile gradually faded from Jiang Xingchen's face, his expression deteriorated at a visible pace. The wind whipped through the air, carrying a chilling gust that made the edges of his coat flutter, and his hand, grasping the umbrella, trembled lightly. He resembled a wounded cat, licking its own wounds in solitude. The minutes spent conversing with Ms. Jiang felt interminable, akin to a century. The surrounding sounds of rain seemed to recede into the distance, leaving only the echo of his mother's voice resonating against his eardrums. At some point, the call was quietly disconnected. Jiang Xingchen, turning his back to Yuesheng, spoke in a tone audible to him. "There's been a situation at home. I must return to the old residence." "I'll accompany you," Yuesheng replied. Jiang Xingchen's response was unexpected. "I'm a nuisance to you, Yuesheng. What gives you the right to accompany me?" His tone bore an eerie calmness, yet his breath was unsteady. He exuded a fierce determination, reckless in his resolve. Yuesheng, taken aback by the outburst, resembled a well-behaved dog, his thoughts and actions momentarily lagging. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Xingchen's figure vanished into the curtain of rain, disappearing with an undeniable finality. As Yuesheng felt his chest begin to recover, a delayed sensation of pain coursed through him, an alarming ache. It was as if he had suddenly awakened, and he took off running in pursuit. The wind howled past his ears, and, after only a few strides, his heart began to race uncontrollably, leaving him bewildered by his own emotions. A profound sense of unease gripped Yuesheng, an ominous premonition that something was terribly amiss. His steps quickened in urgency. Upon reaching the villa's entrance and searching thoroughly, Jiang Xingchen was nowhere to be found. He scanned the alleyway, yet still, no sign of him appeared. The night was thick as ink, shrouded in a misty rain that blurred all vision. Yuesheng's large black umbrella had long since disappeared, and he stared vacantly at several shadowy paths, uncertain of which route Jiang Xingchen had taken. Soaked by the rain, he received a call from Fengyu, who inquired, "What's going on, brother? The Jiang family has gone bankrupt. The news is everywhere. Is your man all right?" Chapter 52. Unable to find him. Happy New Year. As we usher in the new year, may all things be renewed. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have accompanied me through the summer, autumn, and early winter of 2025. To avoid disrupting the narrative, Jiang Zai's New Year's fireworks were released early in Chapter 45. May 2026 bring you happiness. The news of the Jiang family's bankruptcy trended for 3 days. Rumors spread like wildfire, and those who had slandered the Jiang family vanished, fleeing abroad, including the sole heir, Jiang Xingchen. For 3 days, Yuesheng searched tirelessly, day and night. His eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion, and he emanated an overwhelming sense of fatigue and despair. While driving, his mind buzzed incessantly, yet he remained oblivious to it all. Along the way, he stopped at a gas station and slept for 3 hours, during which he slipped into a shallow dream. In this dream, he found himself standing on a stage in a park, witnessing Jiang Xingchen turn and walk away from the crowd below. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued him, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. He called out Jiang Xingchen's name in the dream, his mouth moving without producing a sound, as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe. Almost as if he were being slowly tortured, his body jolted violently, awakening him from the dream. Yuesheng stared blankly at his phone. The updates from Jiang Xingchen's friends had ceased. The fan group was being managed as usual by Qiao Qiao and Nanjia, yet his presence was conspicuously absent. The villa's surveillance indicated that the Lamborghini remained parked next door, but the owner was nowhere to be found. It seemed as if Jiang Xingchen had merely taken a trip, poised to return at any moment. The frequency of his calls to Jiang Xingchen escalated from once every 3 hours to once every hour, and eventually to every 10 minutes. Ultimately, the chilling message on the other end transformed into, "The number you have dialed is not in service." After several hours, another attempt resulted in, "The number you dialed has been turned off." It felt as though he had either ventured abroad or retreated into the depths of the mountains. Regardless of the scenario, an unsettling feeling lingered. A gust of cold wind, laden with snowflakes, swept through the car window, sending chills down his spine. Yet Yuesheng paid no heed to closing it. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he instinctively answered. Young Master Zhang's cat, clever and sprightly, has just come to our place seeking water. The cat was still around. Lu Yuesheng searched every conceivable location, but found nothing. He returned home as darkness descended. Upon opening the door, a calico cat leaped towards him. This creature, which had always shied away from him in the past, now exhibited an affectionate demeanor. The little calico mewed and tilted its head, wagging its tail in a plea for attention. What does this mean? Lu Yuesheng asked Uncle Lu, perplexed. It desires your affection, he replied. How do I do that? Lu Yuesheng inquired. With your hand, Uncle Lu said, but sensing something amiss, he quickly added, scratch its chin, stroke its head, pet it gently. As he spoke, Uncle Lu crouched down, extending his hand towards the cat. Come here, little Yu. The young master cannot touch you. Due to his aversion stemming from a skin condition, Lu Yuesheng typically refrained from interacting with small animals. Nevertheless, he crouched down as well, tentatively reaching out to gently touch the cat's head. The moment he felt its warm body against his skin, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged within him. I cannot find him. He is nowhere to be found, he managed to say, attempting to maintain an air of calm, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his composure. As long as the cat is here, he will surely return, Uncle Lu reassured him. Yet Lu Yuesheng remained crouched, fixated on the calico. The cat looked at him with a hint of fear, shrinking back. Even Uncle Lu had never witnessed such a look, and a pang of sadness welled up within him. Uncle Lu helped Lu Yuesheng to his feet, and suddenly, the latter recalled something. I need to go out again. He thought of Mo Yun and Zhou. He sped away in his car, unaware of how many red lights he had run. In the dead of night, Lu Yuesheng rang the doorbell of the Mo family villa. I'm sorry, sir. Our young master went on vacation with his family for New Year's, and we do not know when he will return. The butler's voice came through the intercom. New Year's. Before the Jiang family's downfall. It had been a miscalculation. Lu Yuesheng endeavored to maintain his usual composure and rationality, scrolling through his call records on his phone. Seeking the unfamiliar number Jiang Xingchen had used to contact him via Mo Yun or Zhou's phone. However, as he scrolled, his movements suddenly froze. The call records reveal that on the eve of the divorce, there were 10 missed calls from Jiang Xingchen. He staggered back a step, his back colliding heavily with the cold iron gate, precisely at the spot where he had stood under surveillance. The last time he was here, Jiang Xingchen had spied on him through the monitor. This time, he stood alone in solitude. For the first time, he felt no urge to smoke. Lu Yuesheng lowered his gaze, one hand unconsciously gripping the lighter, while the other swiped across the screen to locate that string of numbers. The call was initiated. The sky was pitch black, and in the darkness, only the flickering light of the lighter accompanied him as he awaited the ringing tone. The busy signal resonated for what felt like an eternity until a female voice finally announced, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Just temporarily? Lu Yuesheng mechanically redialed. He had never before initiated calls with such frequency. His relentless persistence seemed to have persuaded the other party. After what felt like the umpteenth attempt, the call finally connected after several beeps. Hello. Lu Yuesheng's heart tightened suddenly, as if he had finally grasped a lifeline. Yet this lifeline was accompanied by ragged breaths. Ah, hold on, came a man's voice on the other end, accompanied by satisfied gasps. Get lost? Lu Yuesheng could faintly discern through the haze of words. A profound silence stretched across both ends for several seconds before Mo Yun's voice, deliberately husky, faintly reached him. Mr. Lu, is there something you need at this late hour? Of course, Mo Yun had not saved his number. It was merely a petty maneuver of the surveillance department that allowed for automatic identification. Lu Yuesheng wasted no words. I apologize for the intrusion, but do you know where Jiang Xingchen is? Mo Yun thought to himself that this call would surely lead to another day of being bettered for him. Indeed, it was quite an interruption. If I were to say I don't know, would you believe me? I would. Mr. Lu is a clever man. He is currently unavailable to meet with you. Lu Yuesheng remained silent, evidently awaiting further elaboration. Mo Yun had not intended to divulge more, but at that moment, Zhou was showing him the surveillance footage from outside his home. He was taken aback by the expression on Lu Yuesheng's face, which resembled that of a defendant he had once interrogated, an embodiment of despair masked by defiance. Mo Yun felt a twinge of pity and continued. I suspect he has gone to that temple in the Himalayas, The signal there is poor. This is only a guess, of course. Thank you. The supplementary information was deliberately vague, yet it sufficed. And Mo Yun, not wishing to meddle further in the couple's quarrel, sensed the impatience of those waiting nearby and hastily ended the call. Yuesheng refrained from inquiring which temple it was, as the emptiness at his wrist reminded him of Jiang Xingchen kneeling in prayer before the Buddha, bowing 18 times. There was no need to ask. He would seek him out. In truth, the moment he heard Mo Yun's voice, the tension that had gripped him for 72 hours dissipated. From the tone of the other party, he discerned that the person was safe. His fear was not merely about finding someone, but rather the dread of disappearance, or even more unbearable possibilities. At the very least, the temple was a sanctuary. At the very least, the person was still there. Upon departing from the Mo residence, Yuesheng felt a considerable lift in his spirits. However, upon returning home to the desolate emptiness of his room, he was beset by a profound sense of dull pain. A realization dawning on him with bitter clarity: his wife had vanished. She no longer wished to see him. The notion of inconvenience had morphed into an implication of unnecessariness. Jiang Xingchen no longer required his presence. A pang of anguish coursed through him, and his skin felt parched. Yuesheng seethed internally, questioning how he could have become so dispensable. Were her previous declarations mere fabrications? Was it amusing to disappear without a word? He felt compelled to retrieve her. If she refused to return, he would resort to coercion. In the following fortnight, Yuesheng immersed himself in an intense work regimen, to the point where even his assistant could no longer bear to watch. "Mr. Liu, your schedule is far too packed. Your health cannot withstand this," she ventured. In truth, she wished to express that each meeting felt like a recitation of a last testament. There was a palpable sense of impending doom permeating the company, leaving employees in a state of trepidation. Speculations abounded about the potential collapse of the company and the looming threat of unemployment. Yet, ironically, profits were surging, and the business was thriving. Interestingly, it had been many days since he had seen the dashing manager from the neighboring establishment, who had recently garnered attention on social media. To his astonishment, the manager hailed from a formidable background. How could such a distinguished individual be delivering takeout? Observing their company, one would surmise they were on the cusp of an IPO rather than facing bankruptcy. The reason behind the chairman's perpetually haggard visage remained a mystery. Had he lost a spouse? Did he possess one? The assistant suppressed all such gossip, revealing not a word to Yuesheng, for his countenance appeared quite fearsome. To provoke him at that moment would be akin to dancing on a grave. Fortunately, the anxious fortnight swiftly passed, and instead of the dreaded news of the company's demise, the employees were greeted with the announcement of the chairman's impending leave. A collective jubilation ensued. The king of the underworld was on indefinite leave, and the populace rejoiced with cries of "Long live the chairman." In truth, it was a solitary sentence of 6 months without his wife. Yuesheng's quest to win back his spouse was a grueling pilgrimage. Having never ventured to high altitudes, he succumbed to altitude sickness upon reaching the Himalayas, spending 5 days in a hospital bed receiving oxygen. Fortunately, this alpha, with his robust physique and remarkable stamina, quickly recovered. On the 6th day, he sprang from his bed, donned a parka, strapped on an oxygen tank, and plunged once more into the snowy wilderness. The mountain paths were treacherous, blanketed in heavy snow, and the biting winds howled around him. Initially, he endured 2 months of disconnected life, as the signal was notoriously poor. Nevertheless, his phone remained perpetually charged, for he feared missing a call from Jiang Xingchen. He was determined not to let another opportunity slip away. Simultaneously, he busied himself visiting numerous temples, gradually narrowing his search, painstakingly piecing together the evidence of Jiang Xingchen's life over the past 3 years. Jiang Xingchen often took a small stool to sit and gaze at the distant, undulating snow-capped peaks, cradling a well-worn scripture, though not always truly engrossed in its pages. More often than not, he relished engaging in conversation with the locals, boasting about his handsome husband. When one mountain dweller remarked that Jiang Xingchen was quite handsome in his own right, he would simply smile and concede that he was indeed not as striking as Yuesheng. The hermit questioned why, despite having a husband, one would still pursue a path of cultivation. Jiang Xingchen replied that her husband was ill-fated, and her own fortune was scarcely better. Thus, she needed to engage in more cultivation to reap virtuous rewards. The hermit remarked that their situation was akin to the principle of negation yielding a positive outcome, suggesting they were well suited for one another. Jiang Xingchen affirmed this, declaring them to be a match made in heaven. Ultimately, others commented that she had achieved nothing in her pursuits, merely indulging in daydreams and displaying affection. Jiang Xingchen lamented that her husband was difficult to win over, possessing a sour disposition and a fiery temper, which required her to devise a strategy. Yuesheng, who had been chuckling, found himself silenced by this revelation. The hermit inquired about his sudden change of demeanor, noting the redness in his eyes. Yuesheng replied, "The wind is strong in the mountains." The hermit further questioned his presence there, sensing he did not belong. Yuesheng simply responded with 2 words, "To pursue." Everyone shook their heads, bemused that, in this age where romantic pursuits seemed rare, 2 such anomalies had crossed paths. The hermit then quipped that his wife must have stormed off to this place in a fit of anger, which was quite a statement of character. Yuesheng smiled faintly, acknowledging the truth in the remark. After a quarrel, he mused, a handsome man like himself should easily placate a woman. If one does not take initiative, she may well slip away. Indeed, in this day and age, who would pursue a singular heart with reckless abandon? By the time one realizes their mistake, it might be too late. Amidst the banter, Yuesheng silenced the group with a single declaration. "It's not a woman, it's a man." As the hermit stood in stunned silence, Yuesheng gazed into the distance at the snow-capped mountains, murmuring to himself, regret has set in. Though he had defined his search parameters, it seemed the heavens were playing tricks on him. Every time he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xingchen, he would lose the trail upon reaching the vicinity. Thus, he continued his relentless pursuit, and before he knew it, half a year had slipped away, far exceeding his initial expectations. One day, leaning against the back door of a temple, he searched for a cigarette, gently tapping the box. Memories of how Jiang Xingchen often imitated this gesture flooded his mind, leaving him with a parched discomfort in his throat. Where could Jiang Xingchen be? Logically, he should be nearby, yet remained uncertain whether they merely passed each other by, or if he had departed long ago. He was compelled to confront the grim reality that he could not locate Jiang Xingchen. After what felt like the 100th ring of his phone, it was still not the anticipated voice. "Brother, your vacation has dragged on far too long. Is the company still keeping you on?" "Phone," you grumbled. "What is up?" Yuesheng lit a cigarette and inhaled. "You ask that as if you don't know. Every day is filled with endless trivialities, and I'm swamped. Why is your connection so poor? If it's not urgent, hang up. My signal is terrible." No, you may not care, but I'll take the heat for you. Just could you please turn him on?" "Who?" "Stop playing dumb. Jiang." So many faces had passed before him in the last 6 months that this name initially registered as somewhat unfamiliar. It took Yuesheng a moment to recall this individual. "Go ahead and turn him on." "Huh? What did you say?" "Hello?" Suddenly, the call disconnected, and Yuesheng, exasperated, raised his phone in search of signal. As he waved it around, his hand went empty. A slender, delicate hand swiftly snatched his phone away. Almost immediately, an unexpectedly familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Long time no see." The first to react was his nose. Yuesheng caught a whiff of the familiar pheromone of the kapok flower. The cigarette he held fell from his lips, unable to be contained as they trembled slightly. The message conveyed by the distinct scent of the kapok flower was crystal clear. Its owner was in a receptive period. With a new year upon them, it was undoubtedly time to make a move. Chapter 54. Lost and found. Yuesheng stood frozen, his back rigid, his deep-set eyes concealing an indescribable fervor. After searching for Jiang Xingchen for half a year, he had encountered him countless times in dreams, always running away with his back turned. Only once had Jiang Xingchen approached him, saying, "Go, let's elope." Yet, he cannot be pulled along, and Jiang Xingchen had smiled sadly and said, "Well, I'll be going then, go." Yuesheng had frowned and warned, "Do you dare to leave?" To which Jiang Xingchen had replied with a faint smile, Why would Ti dare? Since then, Jiang Xingchen had not even visited his dreams. His beloved had left, disappearing entirely. When Yuesheng occasionally smoked, he would sometimes feel as if Jiang Xingchen stood beside him, offering him a light. Was it an illusion now? He instinctively sniffed, but the scent of the kapok flower had vanished. It was only then that he turned in astonishment. Thankfully, it was no mere figment of his imagination, nor a dream. Jiang Xingchen was indeed standing behind him, casually placing a pheromone blocker on the nape of his neck, teasing him with a smile. He had traversed 3 mountain ridges to procure such a thing in the remote hills. Dressed in simple, flowing robes, he exuded an unencumbered grace. His face remarkably clean and handsome. His eyes remained bright and clear, filled with an indescribable emotion as they met Yuesheng's gaze, a longing intertwined with desire, and a deliberate veneer of indifference. Yuesheng found himself at a loss for words. He had never been adept at dealing with Jiang Xingchen. He recalled the snowfall he had encountered in the mountains not long ago, and in that moment, Jiang Xingchen felt like the overwhelming, soft snowflakes blanketing everything, beautiful yet cold, melting upon contact, overwhelming defenses. In the instant their eyes locked, his rationality crumbled. The only sound he could hear was the sudden, thunderous rhythm of his heart accelerating. Jiang Xingchen lowered his hand from his neck, gazing softly at Yuesheng. The address Mr. Lu seemed to trigger a hidden switch, and in that moment, Yuesheng resolved to take an unspoken stand. Jiang Xingchen was contemplating what to say to his seemingly wooden ex-husband when the latter was abruptly pulled into a familiar, sturdy embrace by an unforeseen force. "Long time no see." Yuesheng trembled as he uttered the same 4 words. "Long time no see, my wife. Long time no see. My once beloved Xingchen." He could no longer pretend, feeling the rhythmic thumping of the other's heart against his chest. Jiang Xingchen's heart involuntarily responded in kind. The wind rustled around them, the leaves stirred before him, and his heart danced along. He twisted slightly, but his shoulders were held tighter, unable to break free. Yuesheng held on far too tightly, constricting his chest and making it difficult to breathe. The pheromones surged uncontrollably, intertwining around his nostrils. This was troubling. There were no suppressants available in the mountains. Would reciting the Heart Sutra have any effect? It seemed like a mere drop in the ocean. The onset of pheromone disorder could occur in mere seconds before Yuesheng. He was always irresistibly drawn to him, especially today, the first day of the sensitivity period. "Let go." Jiang Xingchen managed to force a refusal from his throat. Yuesheng pretended not to understand his urgent intent and only tightened his embrace further. His chin rested against Jiang Xingchen's ear, hot breath sweeping across the contour, the softness igniting a spark in the skin of Jiang Xingchen's jaw. He knew he was on the verge of reclaiming what he had lost. Dreamily, he whispered in Jiang Xingchen's ear just a little longer. Jiang Xingchen felt an inner turmoil. Was this embrace a sign of dissatisfaction with his current partner post-divorce? Or was it merely the possessiveness of an alpha? Did Yuesheng even realize what he was doing? At that moment, Yuesheng found Jiang Xingchen and unreservedly embraced him. Coincidentally, his phone regained signal and obnoxiously chimed again. The disobedient device was held in Jiang Xingchen's hand. He turned to see the caller ID displaying the name Ji Wang Shu. In a fit of urgency, he pushed Yuesheng away with all his strength, causing both to stagger back a step. He was anxious. The warmth at the nape of his neck surged through his veins. His fingers clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. He hoarsely stated, "What are you hugging for? I'm in my sensitivity period." He shoved the phone into Yuesheng's hand, his tone irritable. "Go answer your call." With that, he turned to leave. Yuesheng's heart tightened suddenly. He was all too familiar with this gesture, having suffered deeply twice before. The first time, it was followed by Jiang Xingchen silently handing him the divorce papers. The second time resulted in 6 months of silence. To describe his reaction to such gestures as PTSD would not be an exaggeration. He could not endure a third betrayal. Without even glancing at the phone, Yuesheng rejected the call and strode after him. With an unyielding grip, he seized Jiang Xingchen's wrist. The distance between them evaporated instantly. Yuesheng only had to lower his head to kiss Jiang Xingchen, perhaps even mark him. His chest pressed against Jiang Xingchen's back, emanating an aggressive determination to possess. He fixed his cold gaze on the elegant line of Jiang Xingchen's neck. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiang Xingchen struggled, but could not break free, bemused by Yuesheng's newfound strength after half a year apart. Had he been practicing with his current partner? Without turning back, he provocatively retorted, "What is it to you? Who do you think you are to me?" Half a year later, the same question emerged from his lips, word for word, laced with the same sense of grievance, yet undeniable possessiveness. The audacity of an alpha was palpable. At that moment, Yuesheng truly felt the essence of a long-awaited reunion. The sensation coursed along his skin's nerves, igniting a warmth in his heart, causing his eyes to redden almost instantaneously. He was entranced by Jiang Xingchen, his gaze fixated on the elegantly defined contours of the other's neck, his Adam's apple bobbing with effort. He then tenderly caressed the delicate skin, the long absence of contact, making their touch an irresistible entanglement. Reluctance to part enveloped him. The pressure of his fingertips increased, fueled by an insatiable desire long suppressed. His voice emerged hoarse, each word imbued with fiery intensity. "Who do you think I am?" His shirt was buttoned all the way to the top, constricting his throat, presenting an air of unwarranted chastity and propriety. Yet, the gaze he directed at Jiang Xingchen was unabashedly fierce and predatory. The seemingly restrained pressure of his fingertips belied a trembling force, revealing an uncontainable yearning. The searing heat radiating from his chest against Jiang Xingchen's back clamored for possession. In this moment, the low, commanding tone, which seemed calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, was the most familiar to Jiang Xingchen. It made him realize something profound. His ex-husband was exceedingly eager to make love to him. The pheromones were the truest testament, a dangerous type, a miscalculation. All struggles proved futile. Jiang Xingchen found himself unable to move, entrapped by Yuesheng's embrace, his back pressed against the other's fervent chest. His pupils dilated slightly, lacking focus. Unclear of his thoughts, a searing touch grazed his neck, the intent to invade overtly apparent in the pressure of the other's fingertips. "You are mine," Jiang Xingchen whispered, tilting his head, addressing his ex-husband with a hint of deliberate coldness. Yuesheng's veins pulsed, his body taut with tension. He cast his gaze upon Jiang Xingchen's long, beautiful neck, skin as pale as smooth porcelain, evoking an irresistible urge to bite. Yuesheng's possessiveness was entirely incited by Jiang Xingchen's repeated, intentional provocations. Once, he had been more indifferent and composed than anyone else, a born leader. He pressed his index and middle fingers against Jiang Xingchen's lips, the soft, warm sensation sinking into his fingertips. Jiang Xingchen, silenced by the pressure, fluttered his eyelashes. The heat emanating from Yuesheng's fingertips was astonishing. The hunger suppressed for half a year palpably conveyed through their skin's contact, more intense than before. He applied slight pressure, caressing the softness of Jiang Xingchen's lips, commanding in tone. "Do not think like that." At that moment, the defenses of sound control crumbled, the overwhelming desire nearly consuming his reason. Thankfully, the remnants of clarity held him firmly in check. In the next instant, Yuesheng's fingers were enveloped. There was no time for reflection. A sharp pain surged from his knuckles as Jiang Xingchen bit down fiercely, his teeth sinking into flesh, muffled anger escaping his lips. "Don't provoke me." His skin was cool and pale, the bluish veins in his neck becoming increasingly visible. In instinctive humiliation and rage, he bit down recklessly like a furiously ruffled cat, maintaining an exterior of extreme restraint, though the skin behind his ears burned with heat. Yet, his teeth remained unyielding. Amidst a faint metallic scent, an unusual flavor unfurls. At this moment, the dormant beast within Yuesheng emerges after years of concealment. He does not withdraw his hand. "Have you been well these past 6 months?" He gazes at his long-lost lover, the turbulent undercurrents in his eyes potent enough to drown a soul. He scrutinizes every inch of Jiang Xingchen's skin as if assessing a prey finally ensnared after a wild chase. The sight invigorates him. In response, Jiang Xingchen bites down even harder. The eucalyptus pheromone seeps from the punctured skin, mercilessly filling the air around Jiang Xingchen's nostrils. His breath becomes unsteady. Adam's apple bobbing as he swallows. Of course I have. Yuesheng seems oblivious to the pain in his fingers, raising his other hand to caress Jiang Xingchen's waist. The pristine fabric of his garment crinkles under the touch. A suppressed gasp escapes Jiang Xingchen's throat instinctively. He turns his head away, his lips still tinged with the faint bitterness of eucalyptus. Yet, Yuesheng does not hastily remove his injured hand. Instead, he firmly covers Jiang Xingchen's mouth, as if to reprimand him for speaking out of turn. The air around them becomes thick with an aggressive aura, the unmasked pheromones tangible and enveloping Jiang Xingchen entirely. Though confined in his embrace, he is not entirely stripped of the ability to resist. This seemingly loose, yet tightly controlled grasp creates an illusion of being maneuvered, stirring within Jiang Xingchen a forbidden allure for this tug-of-war of intimacy. Yet, he cannot deny that between them, everything has irrevocably altered, hasn't it? The usually reticent Yuesheng finally speaks, each word unmistakably assertive. I've searched for you for so long. You must have noticed, right? Every time I draw near, you deliberately flee. Do you think I am unaware? Why are you out of the room during your sensitive period? Are you seeking me out? Do you need my help? Each statement, though phrased as a question, carries an undeniable certainty. After this barrage, he slowly releases his grip. As his thumb departs, he gently wipes away the blood lingering at the corner of Jiang Xingchen's lips, the action imbued with a rough yet tender affection. With a chance to breathe, Jiang Xingchen turns to face Yuesheng. His face is flushed, adorably irresistible. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, one radiates irritation while the other displays stubbornness. Yet both conceal an uncontrollable excitement beneath. After a pause, Jiang Xingchen's lips part slightly, his voice hoarse and raspy. I want to smoke. Noting Yuesheng's stillness, he irritably remarks, I finished the last pack last month. Suddenly, Yuesheng bursts into laughter, a deep sound resonating from his chest, reverberating against Jiang Xingchen's back, sending shivers through him. However, having been deceived by Jiang Xingchen numerous times, he no longer intends to let go easily. I can't spare my hands. He gazes down at the reddened corners of Jiang Xingchen's eyes, his voice laced with mirth. You know where my cigarettes are. As he speaks, his hand, resting on Jiang Xingchen's waist, begins to stir with a bold restlessness. As she whispered softly in his ear, eucalyptus entangled her words with a tender insistence. Take it yourself. Jiang Xingchen found it somewhat overwhelming to endure the overt advances of Yuesheng. His desires, stirred by the vulnerable phase he was experiencing, began to awaken. How infuriating he was. Indeed, a high IQ alpha, adept at learning swiftly, his methods of seduction even surpassed Jiang Xingchen's own. The student outshone the master. Or perhaps he had never been Yuesheng's rival at all. Jiang Xingchen contemplated surrendering, thinking that nicotine would provide the calm he so desperately needed. He feigned composure as he reached into Yuesheng's pocket, responding leisurely to the questions posed to him. It was the hermit from the temple who informed me of your search for someone. I am unaware of whom you seek, but I am indeed avoiding you. Evading my ex-husband is a part of my spiritual practice. I ventured out merely to purchase some barrier stickers. Encountering you is purely coincidental. His fingers brushed against the rigid edge of a cigarette box, extracting it to weigh it in his palm. A semblance of a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Ah, found it. This statement sufficed as a response to the fifth inquiry. Jiang Xingchen chose to disregard the ambiguous entrapment that Yuesheng imposed upon him. The latter remained silent, observing him with a leisurely demeanor. As Jiang Xingchen opened the cigarette box, his movement abruptly halted. The cigarettes within were neatly arranged, yet in the corner lay a crooked cigarette, distinctly different from the others, a brand Yuesheng had once favored. It bore a striking resemblance to the one Jiang Xingchen had placed there that day, after which he had remarked to Yuesheng, now I owe you no more cigarettes. Yuesheng said nothing, yet that cigarette spoke volumes. Jiang Xingchen pressed the box shut, casually declaring, I don't feel like smoking anymore. You still haven't answered my question. Yuesheng insisted, stubbornly seeking a concession. Jiang Xingchen merely smiled, feeling little need for elaboration. Before he could finish his thought, a stranger approached from afar, dressed in plain attire, tall and slender. Before the figure arrived, a voice preceded it. "Xingchen, why have you been gone for so long?" He could not escape. The wind would not write the end. Neither of them would let the other go. How could I contain my eager little hands? The review team murmured, "You understand a thing or two. Did you manage to obtain it?" "Of course," the newcomer replied, carrying a black bag. "You think I can't handle what you asked for?" As the man ascended the stone steps, a breeze followed him, accompanied by the refreshing scent of many herbs. It wasn't merely the wind. It was the essence of the individual himself, the scent of an omega. Upon seeing him, Jiang Xingchen's face broke into a genuine smile, one that was completely relaxed and natural. Yuesheng, unable to see his expression from behind, knew that whenever Jiang Xingchen smiled at others in such a manner, he was intensely focused, seemingly anticipating their encounter. The sight of Jiang Xingchen smiling at another stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Yuesheng with each approaching step, the pressure around him diminishing, his breath becoming increasingly labored. His gaze was fixated on the newcomer, so intensely focused that he almost forgot to blink. When he regained his senses, a sharp, aching sensation suggested his eyes were about to burst. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jiang Xingchen managed to break free, smoothing out the creases in his attire. The fabric at his waist had been somewhat distorted, a result of an unyielding grip, leaving him feeling an exhilarating thrill. In the blink of an eye, the man had approached them, his vacant yet precise gaze landing on Jiang Xingchen. Jiang Xingchen accepted the black bag from his hand, peeking inside. "Ah, you certainly have your methods. And who might this be?" the man inquired, tilting his head in the direction of Yuesheng. The potent and assertive scent of alpha pheromones enveloped the air, conveying an unspoken sense of menace. Jiang Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "He is my ex-husband." A fleeting look of panic crossed the other man's face, quickly replaced by a semblance of understanding mixed with awkwardness as he nodded in a friendly gesture towards Yuesheng. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Lu." Yuesheng instinctively tightened his grip on his phone, his nails digging into the screen. The few seconds that passed felt interminable, as an unusual rationality suppressed the surging waves of anger within him. Beneath a calm exterior, he exchanged pleasantries. Soon learning the man's name was GCI. A recluse from the mountains, he had met Jiang Xingchen 3 years prior, and their conversation had flowed smoothly. "Mr. Lu, I have a few words to exchange with Jiang Xingchen." GCI turned, a cold sweat soaking his back, requesting a moment to speak privately. Jiang Xingchen strolled alongside him, seemingly unfazed. Yuesheng stood silently, his reddened eyes fixated on the two. After a few steps, GCI lowered his voice to ask, "Do I appear convincing enough?" "Not quite," Jiang Xingchen critiqued. "You fall short compared to that G-fellow." "TCH, GCI shook his head, "Play the part. Keep your voice down and manage your expressions." He turned his back to Yuesheng. "You're mistaken. That old fox has 1,000 eyes watching." Jiang Xingchen gradually inched closer to Itzi, their heights and attire similar, resembling a close, well-matched pair from behind. Yuesheng's mood darkened with each exchanged glance between the two. A cold, dangerous gaze pierced through him from behind. GCI shivered, a chill coursing from head to toe. "I have a feeling something ominous is about to unfold." "What are you panicking for?" "I am far too familiar with this sense of impending doom." GCI caught sight of Jiang Xingchen's sly smile and quietly questioned, "You're actually enjoying this, aren't you?" "You owe me." Jiang Xingchen blinked innocently. "I didn't ask you to commit murder or arson. Seducing your ex-husband. You truly are twisted." GC's mind was flooded with the earlier scene. A male fox, indeed a sight to behold. The one I've set my sights on. Jiang Xingchen leaned in close, whispering he wanted to escape. GCI instinctively turned his head away, muttering, "And if you don't get him, then I shall destroy him." The moment those 3 words fell, Jiang Xingchen's previously emotionless face suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile, strikingly innocent and seemingly harmless. "You lunatic," GCI muttered under his breath, yet the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. A formidable sense of oppression enveloped him, a manifestation of the absolute intimidation characteristic of a top-tier alpha. Omega instincts urged him to flee. If not now, when? I'm done here. Remember to settle my appearance fee. In cash. With that, he swiftly slipped through the back door into the temple, daring not to glance back as the menacing figure of the deity loomed closer. Hey! As Jiang Xingchen attempted to follow, he was abruptly yanked back by Yuesheng's arm. He stumbled into the other's embrace, pain shooting through his wrist as though it might shatter, physiological tears uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his eyes. Where are you going? Yuesheng's nose pressed against Jiang Xingchen's scent glands, his tone cold and domineering. Stay beside me. Have you developed an addiction to sexual harassment? Jiang Xingchen gasped, a hint of breathlessness in his voice. Perhaps. Yuesheng's reply was curt. Jiang Xingchen paused, opening his mouth. A cigarette was forcefully pressed against his lips, and instinctively, he took it in. Looking down, he recognized it as the very cigarette he had once placed there himself. Yuesheng, devoid of rational restraint, thrust the fiery cigarette into Jiang Xingchen's mouth, the orange flame casting a rosy hue upon his lips. Remember, you owe me a cigarette. Jiang Xingchen feigned composure, inhaling deeply. But before he could exhale a smoke ring, the cigarette was forcibly yanked away, releasing a pungent cloud of smoke. The end of the cigarette, previously held by Jiang Xingchen, found its way into Yuesheng's mouth, who then lowered his head to exhale the smoke towards Jiang Xingchen's nose. Cough, cough, cough. The mingling scent of eucalyptus and nicotine overwhelmed him, turning his face crimson in an instant. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Yuesheng shoved the cigarette, now shared between them, back into Jiang Xingchen's mouth. Finish it. Then, without any permission, he seized Jiang Xingchen's waist with one hand and supported the back of his neck with the other, lifting him effortlessly into his arms. Ashes drifted down, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Yuesheng's gaze settled on Jiang Xingchen's delicate jawline, gently cradling half of his face with an insatiable desire to confine him. You've lost weight. Jiang Xingchen, rendered immobile, abandoned his struggle and turned his face away to smoke. Being thinner has its benefits. The cigarette, only half consumed, fell to the ground, for its owner was ruthlessly tossed into the backseat of the car. Yuesheng leaned in with a dominating posture, pinning him against the seat, his palm pressing down on Jiang Xingchen's shoulder blade. Are you insane? Jiang Xingchen's hands were firmly restrained behind his back. Perhaps. Yuesheng's response was still limited to that singular word, cold and devoid of warmth. Before long, the car door was slammed shut, locked, and the curtains drawn down, creating an impenetrable space. Outside the ascetic and sacred temple, the aggressive aura of the Alpha surged violently within the confined quarters. The barrier at the nape of Jiang Xingchen's neck was torn away, the action slow and deliberate, ostensibly gentle yet lacking any true tenderness, instead infused with a near-cruel torment. Who are you? Yuesheng's expression darkened, reminiscent of a storm-laden sky, his low voice laced with menace. Think carefully before you speak. Jiang Xingchen could not discern his expression, yet he sensed that something dreadful was about to transpire. In the blink of an eye, he feigned indifference with a dismissive chuckle. It's none of your business. A sharp pain radiated from the nape of his neck throughout his body. To destroy what one cannot possess. How fortuitous, a mere passerby. Chapter 57, Caught You. Jiang Xingchen's visage flushed crimson. The excruciating agony from his nape intermingled with the invasive pheromones of another S-class alpha. He could not suppress a pain groan, his body trembling uncontrollably. Endure it. Yuesheng's labored breaths detonated in his ears. An alpha cannot mark another alpha, as one would an omega. Yuesheng's method was both crude and straightforward. He bit into the tender flesh at the back of the neck, forcefully injecting the eucalyptus pheromones into Jiang Xingchen's bloodstream, mingling with the rushing blood without an ounce of reverence. The only semblance of decorum was his assurance that no one outside the compartment could witness the act. This initial marking, though not truly a mark, prolonged indefinitely. Jiang Xingchen could only futilely stifle the chaotic, fragmented sounds of his breath. This interminable ordeal finally reached its conclusion. Cold sweat drenched his attire as he gasped for air. Yet, in the next moment, his breath hitched. Yuesheng leaned down, bestowing a languorous and sticky kiss, gently licking the wound on his neck. In stark contrast to his earlier ferocity, his current demeanor was imbued with an unsettling gentleness, akin to a feral hound tenderly soothing the cub it had captured. The incompatible pheromones surged into his veins, bizarrely clashing with his own, creating an uncanny effect of negative yielding positive. Simultaneously, an extraordinary tingling sensation spread from the nape of Jiang Xingchen's neck, coursing through his limbs and bones, rendering his internal organs feeling alien. This was not the symptom of a sensitivity period. Jiang Xingchen, drained and agitated, suddenly detected the once crisp scent of his own kapok flower pheromones morphing into an enticingly sweet aroma. In an instant, the content of his high school biology class flashed before his eyes. This is impossible, simply impossible. The fragrance of kapok pheromones grew increasingly saccharine, almost dissolving into a rich, sweet mist, entwined with the eucalyptus essence, seemingly yearning for more solace. Jiang Xingchen's body softened, the tingling sensation surpassing the earlier excruciating pain. In this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his face flushed, cold sweat beading, and his gaze unfocused and vacant. He felt vulnerable, like lamb awaiting slaughter. The scent of his male counterpart infiltrated not only his bloodstream, but permeated through every pore, an overwhelming sensation of possession flooding his senses. A terrifying emptiness swiftly consumed him. It felt as though an insidious force was luring him to surrender himself to be hunted by another of his kind. Jiang Xingchen once again recognized with startling clarity that this was far from a sensitivity period. He was not alone in this realization. This has nothing to do with me, right? Yuesheng grasped his chin, compelling him to lift his gaze, his moist, crimson eyes locking onto Jiang Xingchen's. His fingertips pressed firmly against his skin. I forgot to tell you. He leaned down, his lips brushing against the reddened corner of Jiang Xingchen's eyes, gently licking away the tears that had escaped. The divorce agreement lay torn apart. Jiang Xingchen slightly parted his lips, his throat dry and burning, producing only breathy sounds. Let me go first. Yuesheng remained silent behind him for a long moment, showing no signs of relenting. Only heavy breaths filled the air. Who am I to you? Your ex-husband? Yuesheng suddenly chuckled softly, affectionately caressing Jiang Xingchen's flushed cheek. You are not being obedient. You should call me husband. The sudden surge of desire severely hindered Jiang Xingchen's thoughts. It took him a long while to comprehend Yuesheng's meaning. By then, his vision had begun to blur. Seemingly sensing his struggle, Yuesheng made a move. Jiang Xingchen strained to turn his head and saw Yuesheng pick up the black bag that GCI had previously given him, shaking out 3 suppressants, and crushing them with one hand right before him. The liquid mixed with glass, shards flowed down Yuesheng's palm. You don't need this. It's hard to find. Jiang Xingchen's consciousness gradually dimmed, his speech fragmented. In a daze, he heard Yuesheng whispering into his ear, slowly articulating something. After a while, he realized it was, I've caught you. Alphas possess an innate possessiveness over their marked ones, especially after the latter goes into heat. No one else is allowed to touch them, not even a finger. The thought of GCI from earlier ignited a fierce desire for control that overwhelmed his rationality. In his hazy state, Jiang Xingchen felt a warm, heavy breath drawing near, followed by a familiar yet strange embrace. There was no time left for contemplation. His chest felt constricted. The wildness was laced with tenderness as a deep voice resonated. Don't move. I fear it may hurt you. The tires rolled over the pavement, casting layers of shadows. When Jiang Xingchen awakened again, it was already night. He was still in the car, a rich, sweet, metallic scent lingering in the air. His clothes had been completely changed. The plain garments he wore before were nowhere to be found, replaced by an oversized shirt and trousers that clearly belonged to the driver. The vehicle sped smoothly along, the night scenery retreating swiftly outside. Let me sleep a bit more. Yuesheng's gaze remained fixed on the rearview mirror, his tone eerily calm. Where are you taking me? Jiang Xingchen startled himself with his own voice, hoarse as if every drop of moisture had been wrung from his body. His throat felt scratchy and tight, leading to a light cough as he spoke. "Drink some water." Yuesheng unceremoniously handed him a bottle of open mineral water, reminiscent of the one he had previously snatched in his car. Chapter 8. Upon closer reflection, the water level seemed to halt at nearly the same mark. Jiang Xingchen hesitated to take it, tentatively asking, "It isn't the same bottle I drank from before, is it?" "Yes," Yuesheng replied nonchalantly, as if jesting. "Are you trying to murder me? Why do you say that?" Jiang Xingchen mused. Mineral water can't be consumed after half a year. He rubbed his sore, aching waist, each movement pulling at the dull pain in his muscles. "In my contemplation, Yuesheng truly embodies the essence of a beast in human attire. As inferred from past experiences, at least thrice. It is not a matter of mere months." Yuesheng's tone suddenly softened, stating, "It has been 219 days, my dear wife." Chapter 58. A beast in human attire at the tender address. Jiang Xingchen found himself momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. He gazed into the rearview mirror, meeting Yuesheng's unfeigned, profound gaze, realizing how arduous it was for him to utter such endearing words. For someone as stoic and meticulous as Yuesheng, expressing love seemed as arduous as scaling a mountain. Even in the throes of passion, he remained parsimonious with his words, often repeating a mere handful. "Are you afraid of pain? Does it hurt? I fear you may be in pain." Yet, for all his tender words, his actions were often brusque. The stark contrast of his nature was vividly apparent. In moments of fervor, he was disquietingly silent. He redefined the notion of quietly getting things done. Just moments ago, while in a luxury vehicle, he had uttered only 3 phrases over the course of several hours. "Don't move. I fear you may hurt. Call me husband. Be obedient." Even when Jiang Xingchen lost consciousness in the midst of their fervent connection, Yuesheng had not uttered a single romantic phrase, nor had he called him wife. "Do not address me in that manner." Jiang Xingchen felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks as he reached for a bottle of mineral water, examining it closely. The production date on the cap revealed it was from 3 days prior. He muttered, "Are you deceiving me? What have I deceived you about?" Yuesheng maintained his gaze forward, his tone devoid of emotion. Jiang Xingchen dismissed his inquiry, twisting the cap off the bottle and gulping down a couple of swigs. The icy water coursed down his parched throat, swiftly replenishing the fluids that had been drained from his body. Once refreshed, he continued, "This is not the bottle I had left over. Indeed, that bottle was likely discarded by you." Upon hearing this, Yuesheng suddenly glanced at the rearview mirror, and Jiang Xingchen found himself caught off guard. Meeting his gaze, his heart skipped a beat. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yuesheng's lips curled into a subtle yet commanding smile, his striking features sharply defined. "I did not throw it away." Jiang Xingchen recognized that smile. It was a distinct expression of affection typically reserved for an alpha gazing upon their omega, a possessive tenderness that declared the dominance of the hunter. Being an alpha himself, he too could display such an expression. Damn it, he had been outmaneuvered. He should not have been courteous or engaged in the polite flirtation. There had been far too much decorum. Jiang Xingchen held his gaze with Yuesheng through the rearview mirror. A shiver ran down his spine, an involuntary reaction to the presence of an alpha asserting dominance over another alpha, while his fingertips trembled with excitement from the temporary marking. "Trust you? Not a chance." Jiang Xingchen turned his face away, tossing the empty bottle of mineral water carelessly, the plastic landing neatly in the car door's storage compartment with a soft sound. An attempt to mask his unusual physical reaction. "Yuesheng," he said, his voice tinged with suppressed fury, "why do you treat me this way? And how do I treat you?" Since their meeting, Yuesheng has either countered Jiang Xingchen's remarks or commanded him, which has increasingly irritated Jiang Xingchen, disrupting his rhythm. "What do you think?" Jiang Xingchen, unrestrained, leaned closer and whispered a counter-question into Yuesheng's ear. "Are you unaware of what you've done?" The tug-of-war between adults often involves a subtle competition to assert dominance, and this is particularly true between two alphas. No matter how many schemes or misfortunes arise, they cannot alter the underlying subconscious desire of both parties to take the lead in some aspect. Even if faced with false pretenses, The innate pride of an alpha cannot be extinguished. After all, alphas inherently occupy the pinnacle of the competitive biological hierarchy. When they lose their tempers, they inevitably seek a victor. Why are you silent? Jiang Xingchen leaned even closer, the distance between their skin barely allowing a piece of paper to slip through. Speak. How have you treated me? Yuesheng felt Jiang Xingchen's warm breath against his ear, infused with the sweet, floral scent of the kapok tree. It was a sensation both nostalgic and refreshing. In that fleeting moment, when Jiang Xingchen leaned in, Yuesheng's alpha instincts urged him to kiss, to claim him entirely. Had it been 6 months prior, he would have restrained himself from such an act. Yet now he slightly turned his head, the car's speed slowing. His lips grazing Jiang Xingchen's cheek like a feather, a fleeting touch. By the time Jiang Xingchen processed what had occurred, the car's speed surged once more. Just a kiss. Just a bite. Yuesheng focused ahead, a smirk gracing his lips, his tone deceptively casual. What can I do to you? Jiang Xingchen thought to himself that this beast in human clothing still excelled at evading accountability after the act. A mere kiss left his lips swollen. A single bite rendered him passively receptive, a state reserved for omegas? What a narcissist, a show-off, an utter beast in tailored clothing. Observing Yuesheng's hand on the steering wheel, the defined knuckles and sharp profile, it was maddening that he could engage in such reckless behavior while feigning decorum. The more Jiang Xingchen contemplated, the more his resentment grew. Yet beneath that animosity surged a deeper, more tumultuous affection, tightening around his heart. Suddenly, he altered his tone, softening. It hurts so much. Please stop and massage it for me. Yuesheng's response was to laugh and press down on the accelerator, saying, just bear with it. We'll be there soon. The car's speed increased once again, and Yuesheng added one word. Good. Jiang Xingchen was bewildered by the extent of Yuesheng's transformation over the past 6 months, so profound that he found himself irresistibly drawn to him. Does distance truly foster beauty? If so, this was overwhelmingly beautiful. Previously, he had been the one pulling Yuesheng along, while now Yuesheng was the one leading him, and he was content to go along with it. However, once the opportunity arose, he would certainly settle the score with interest. Where exactly are you taking me? Jiang Xingchen reclined in the back seat, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the bite marks on his skin, which still held the lingering scent of eucalyptus. The remnants of arousal still lingered, making his pants uncomfortable. Yuesheng drove swiftly. The rear seat of the G-Class was remarkably stable. Yet, Jiang Xingchen could still distinctly feel the faint vibrations of the car, transmitted through the seat. His thighs trembled uncontrollably. This sensation feels remarkably familiar, akin to the peak of a pheromone disorder, where one becomes utterly helpless and languid. Yet, all the sharp pangs of pain have transformed into a prolonged sensation of pleasure that renders one weak all over. The distance between heaven and hell appears to be strikingly close. Let me take you home, Yuesheng replied earnestly. Those 4 words resonated with an unusual sensuality, igniting a flurry of thoughts. Jiang Xingchen turned his head to ponder the pitch-black night outside the car window, and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming to Yuesheng, no, I must return. Turn around. Damn, he still hadn't settled the cash with GCI. Jiang Xingchen was never untrustworthy to his friends, even if he was currently bankrupt. The wind seemed to whisper, the refined beast and the little fox gradually becoming bizarre. GCI remarked, make sure to settle my appearance fee. I refuse to work for free. Chapter 59. I ask, you answer. Yuesheng remained silent, his skin pressed against the steering wheel, an insatiable desire emanating from him. The car moved steadily forward, disregarding everything, while the scenery outside blurred into indistinct hues. Hey, can you not hear me? Jiang Xingchen's tone grew increasingly impolite as he addressed Yuesheng. Turn back now. I have matters to attend to. After several hours without a cigarette, Yuesheng suddenly reached for the cigarette box on the passenger seat, tapping the hard cardboard slowly against the dashboard. One tap after another. A gesture Jiang Xingchen knew all too well. Yet, the box remained unopened, clearly indicating that no matter how many times he tapped, no cigarettes would emerge. The rhythmic sound echoed sharply in the confined space of the car, laden with palpable tension. Yuesheng, have some respect for me. You just bit me and enjoyed it. I haven't even settled that with you yet, and now you're silently taking me somewhere? I genuinely have matters to address. Jiang Xingchen spoke unabashedly. Yuesheng maintained a cold gaze forward, his long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, exuding a subtle air of restraint and control when silent. Jiang Xingchen helplessly contemplated the possibility of an electronic transfer, only to remember that all his bank cards were frozen, and his cash was locked away in a mountain retreat. It dawned on him that he was utterly destitute. Even his attire had been carelessly discarded by Yuesheng. If Yuesheng truly abandoned him midway, he would be left utterly destitute. Jiang Xingchen cursed silently in his mind. Fortunately, he possessed a thick skin. If a direct approach failed, he would resort to a softer one. Thus, he leaned closer once more, pleading, "Brother, I beg you." Yuesheng's motion to tap the cigarette box faltered, yet he remained silent, his expression dark and dangerous. "Once we finish, you can do as you please, all right?" Jiang Xingchen pressed on, attempting to coax him. Yuesheng cast a heavy glance at him and finally spoke. "Will you accept whatever I choose to do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xingchen almost instinctively replied, "Yes." The moment those words left his lips, Yuesheng abruptly wrenched the steering wheel, deftly maneuvering the car into the nearest parking space, the tires screeching against the asphalt. As the brakes were fully engaged, he commanded, "Get out." The two exited the vehicle almost simultaneously, shutting their doors behind them. As soon as Yuesheng stepped out, he turned to face Jiang Xingchen, his hand gripping Jiang Xingchen's neck with a fierce intensity. Jiang Xingchen then realized that his eyes were fiercely red. He harbored no fear of being intimidated by an alpha. Rather, he reveled in the thrill of being grasped. Maintaining his composure, he inquired of Yuesheng, "What are you doing? Did I permit you to speak?" Yuesheng tightened his grip, asserting dominance over the delicate skin of Jiang Xingchen's neck. "I asked you to respond." Jiang Xingchen, with a calm demeanor, nodded submissively, secretly noting this encounter in his mind. As Yuesheng held him closer, the distance between them diminished, their noses nearly touching. "Can you accept being bullied?" he asked. "MHM." Yuesheng relaxed his grip slightly, the crisp night air mingling with the warmth of Jiang Xingchen's breath. "Can you accept this?" Yuesheng asked flatly, presenting a second question. Jiang Xingchen found himself momentarily taken aback by the seriousness with which Yuesheng spoke, his mind struggling to catch up. Observing his reaction, Yuesheng let out a peculiar laugh. "If you can't handle this, don't tease me. There are far worse things." "Oh, this is hardly anything," Jiang Xingchen quickly responded, a smirk tugging at his lips. After all, he had engaged in such activities before. "This is acceptable." "That is acceptable." As the pressure on his neck eased further, their proximity grew once more. Their warm breaths intertwined, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity within the confines of the car. Yuesheng posed a third question. "Can you accept repeated marking?" Jiang Xingchen's breath hitched, a flush creeping up his neck as he hesitated to recall the destructive moments from just hours prior. Such a crude and forceful method yielded only fleeting results. The pheromones of one alpha would dissipate rapidly through the body's metabolism. Recognizing Jiang Xingchen's silence, Yuesheng mimicked his earlier tone, lightly countering, "Oh, so you claim you haven't settled the score with me yet?" His fingers pressed into the tender flesh of Jiang Xingchen's neck, satisfying his own desires with every word he pronounced with deliberate emphasis. "I still have an account to settle with you, little beast. You vanished without a word for half a year, knowing full well I was searching for you while deliberately evading me. Just moments ago, you were throwing yourself at me, and now you implore me to return you. Business to attend to?" Yuesheng's tone turned icy. "Are you sending your little lover on an errand?" To this, Jiang Xingchen, instead of growing flustered, burst into laughter. "Little lover? Don't you have one?" Their gazes locked, and to his surprise, Yuesheng laughed in return, his hand rhythmically pressing against the soft flesh of Jiang Xingchen's neck. "None. Truly none?" As they spoke, Jiang Xingchen suddenly seized Yuesheng's wrist, pulling him outward with all his might, his eyes turning fierce, like a cat with bristling fur, concealing a whirlwind of emotions. "None. And I have none either." The current state of their relationship was delicate, both restraining one another as if enemies poised for a fight. Yet their eyes brimmed with a yearning that suggested they might kiss at any moment. Between them, the unarticulated misunderstandings seemed inconsequential. What truly mattered was their genuine feelings toward one another. As for Jiang Xingchen, he had never placed importance on a mere piece of paper, whether it be a marriage or divorce agreement. His heart is unbound by any constraints, yet he keenly observes the instinctive reactions that emerge from a person at pivotal moments. Whether it is stirred emotions or cold indifference, the choices made in fleeting instances often reveal everything, rendering deceit impossible. Jiang Xingchen excels at discerning the innermost thoughts of others through such means. In truth, whether or not a divorce has occurred or the existence of a promise book matters little to him. What disappoints him is Yuesheng's reaction that day. His refusal to explain, coupled with a clumsiness and restraint that borders on irritating rationality, prompts Jiang Xingchen to decide to give him some time. After all, patience is in abundance for Jiang Xingchen, who is more than willing to engage in a battle of endurance. For Yuesheng, Jiang Xingchen's unwavering enthusiasm and commitment manifest like a breathtaking view at the edge of a precipice, both perilous and alluring. It irresistibly draws him forward, immersing him in its depths while simultaneously instilling a persistent fear that a moment's lapse could result in Jiang Xingchen's sudden disappearance. Over time, this becomes an addiction akin to a severe case of skin hunger. Initially resolved to break free, he finds his will eroded by 6 months of pursuit and self-torment. Ultimately, his overwhelming possessiveness and desperate desires obliterate any semblance of rationality. The person he longs to possess must be entirely his in heart and mind, and Jiang Xingchen evidently requires him to take the initiative. So he does. He draws closer, and Yuesheng, disregarding Jiang Xingchen's grip on his hand, uses his other hand to grasp his waist, firmly pulling him into an embrace. Resting his forehead against Jiang Xingchen's shoulder, he fixates on the nape of his neck. Once I begin, there is no stopping. Will you still accept this? Chapter 60. Beastly hearts behind human faces outside the carriage. The flamboyant cotton trees and eucalyptus exude an entangled pheromone that is inextricable. Jiang Xingchen can hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. Since their reunion after a long separation, Yuesheng's every reaction has been gratifying. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen releases Yuesheng's hand, transforming it into a kiss that hovers near the throat. Murmuring indistinctly, he says, "If you let go of me, I will tell you." This kiss instantly reminds Yuesheng of a past icy kiss. A person suffering from skin hunger holds vivid memories of any physical contact. The fusion of ice and fire is a memory etched upon the skin. This time, Jiang Xingchen does not merely brush his lips lightly. He delicately licks at Yuesheng's Adam's apple, teasingly grazing the tender skin of his jaw with the flush tip of his ear. Yuesheng, momentarily lost in a haze of emotions, unconsciously loosens his grip and gently embraces Jiang Xingchen's waist. "I've let go, so what will you say?" Each time he adopts this gentle demeanor, Jiang Xingchen finds it exceedingly pretentious. If only he could tear away this veneer of hypocrisy and witness Yuesheng lose control, that would be truly delightful. Jiang Xingchen reciprocates the embrace, tracing the outline of the Adam's apple he just kissed with his fingertips. "What did you just say?" "No stopping." "Who told you to stop?" "So, are you accepting this?" Yuesheng gazes at the nape of Jiang Xingchen's neck with a fervent, obsessive look, his desire palpable. "No, I do not accept." Jiang Xingchen refuses him with a smile, yet his arms tighten around him even more. Unless what? Yuesheng undeniably relishes the experience of being actively kissed and embraced. The so-called dominator is, in truth, the one who yearns most for love. Only by receiving that unwavering trust and closeness could his deeply ingrained desire for dominance attain its utmost fulfillment. "Unless you take me back," he pouted, leaning somewhat languidly against Yuesheng, suppressing his smile as he reiterated, "I truly have matters to attend to." "Dream on," Yuesheng coldly rebuffed, "you must come with me. In the past, when I urged you to accompany me, you refused. Now, what gives you the right to command me?" Jiang Xingchen leaned entirely against his chest. His ear pressed against the firm, hardened muscle. He greedily absorbed the powerful rhythm of Yuesheng's heartbeat, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the assertive and heated eucalyptus pheromones. He was in dire need of this alpha's essence. Jiang Xingchen never denied himself. The sensation of his ear against flesh was exquisite, the pheromones emanating a fervent warmth. Yuesheng naturally extended his hand, his fingertips gliding gently along Jiang Xingchen's brow bone, coming to rest at the reddened corner of his lips, where his fingertip caressed the soft petals of his mouth. "You can only rely on me now. What are you saying?" Jiang Xingchen teased, his expression unyielding. "Years of pheromone disorder have hardly affected me. How can a mere false mark bring you such pride?" The words were as callous as his lips were tender. Noticing Yuesheng's finger lingering at his lip corner, he instinctively enveloped it with his mouth, sucking and playfully teasing. Yuesheng felt the warm softness transmitted through his fingertip. A longing brewed in his eyes, almost palpable. His other fingers caressed Jiang Xingchen's delicate cheek, imitating his earlier words with a sting. "I have touched every part of you. There is nothing extraneous. You are my clothes, my pheromones flow in your veins. I care for you, and thus I have left you a phone." "How kind of you?" Jiang Xingchen bit his finger with force, his teeth embedding into flesh. Then, illuminated by the moonlight, he admired the ring-like bite marks left on his finger. "But brother, the phone you left me only has 5 battery. How can that be considered caring?" Yuesheng gently grasped his chin, tilting it slightly upward, the moonlight streaming from the corners of his eyes, casting a silvery glow. "Because for the past 182 days, I have charged that phone daily, calling and texting you, waiting for your replies, yet I received nothing in return. So, you're angry with me?" Jiang Xingchen feigned realization, grazing the veins on his hand with an innocent tone. "No." Yuesheng elevated his head slightly, his heated breath brushing against his lashes. "I am angry with myself for my previous rigidity and lack of compassion, for my inability to protect my wife's assets. I am furious at my own inferior reasoning, which allowed you to sign the divorce agreement with your own hand and then escape right before my eyes." He belittled himself with his words, yet wore a natural smile, revealing his true nature. Jiang Xingchen was momentarily captivated, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, as if he had discovered a new world in the formidable alpha before him, who had just marked him with such dominance. The love that lies dormant in the depths of his heart surged forth uncontrollably, as if driven by madness. Yet, with unfinished debts still lingering, how could he possibly let go so easily? At this moment, Yuesheng gently caressed Jiang Xingchen's nape, noting the absence of cash, barriers, or suppressants. There was no half-finished conversation to tantalize him. "Is there nothing?" Jiang Xingchen inquired. Yuesheng leaned in to kiss the tip of his ear, his expression hinting at a fierce bite that could come at any moment. "Where have your ankle bracelet and wrist beads gone?" Yuesheng brushed back his hair. "Well," Jiang Xingchen feigned weakness, "my family went bankrupt. I have nothing left. You're my lawful wife. What is mine is yours. How can you claim to have nothing?" "You see," Jiang Xingchen smiled brightly, "I dislike using my ex-husband's belongings. So what if you tore up the divorce agreement?" Here, he pointed his heart, then to his temple. "I'm already divorced from you. Apologies, but I do not recognize the law. I only acknowledge my own signature." Surprisingly, Yuesheng did not take offense at his words. Instead, his gaze bored dangerously into the nape of Jiang Xingchen. "You remain as disobedient as ever." "What does it mean to be obedient?" "I have never known." The last time Jiang Xingchen spoke this way, he was expressing no regrets about their routine matters. Heavy breaths filled the air, accompanied by the sound of suppressed swallowing. "Not a single thing of yours can be missing." Suddenly, Yuesheng lowered his head, trailing kisses from Jiang Xingchen's ear to his neck, almost obsessively marking this alpha with his scent. "Tell me, where have they gone? To be honest, I am not angry with you." Jiang Xingchen's fingers clutched at his clothing, unable to articulate the thrilling danger of the moment. When he spoke again, his voice was dry and hoarse. As Yuesheng grasped his waist and pulled him forward, Jiang Xingchen's back pressed against the car. "Think carefully before speaking. If you give it to someone else, I won't be angry." Though he spoke these words, Every gesture warned him of the consequences of careless speech. The more Yuesheng acted this way, the more invigorated Jiang Xingchen became. He tilted his head, rubbing against Yuesheng's cheek, whispering into his ear, "You didn't want it before, and now you do? If you desire it, you must show some sincerity. Return me to where I belong." Chapter 61. First satisfy my hunger. Is that all you wish to return? Yuesheng asked coldly, gripping his waist with a hint of impatience. He seemed to struggle against his own irritation, while Jiang Xingchen remained unfazed, even snuggling closer to him. "Is this such a small request? Must you really refuse me, brother?" Jiang Xingchen asked, his tone light and filled with laughter. "Think carefully before you respond." His boomerang would always return unchanged. In the realm of top-tier alphas, no one could truly dominate the other. Perhaps Yuesheng was momentarily enchanted by the title of brother, and he genuinely pondered the matter. His fingers rubbed repeatedly over Jiang Xingchen's empty wrist, lost in thought. After a pause, he suddenly stepped back, releasing all constraints. Jiang Xingchen felt an overwhelming emptiness enveloping him, as the night breeze, previously kept at bay, found its way through the gap created by the distance between the two. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. "All right, I agree," Yuesheng said, his hands tucked into his pockets, concealing the faintly protruding veins on the back of his hand. Standing at over 6 feet tall, impeccably dressed, and exuding an air of elegance, he resembled a true gentleman. "So, can I take your words as binding?" "Of course." Jiang Xingchen stepped forward, closing the distance between them as he inhaled the eucalyptus pheromones that lingered in the air. "As long as you take me back, I'll handle a few matters. I accept all 3 conditions." Yuesheng restrained himself from looking directly at him. For no alpha would tolerate being coerced by someone they had marked, especially not to the extent of personally escorting them away. But Jiang Xingchen was the exception. He perpetually defied all norms, standing as the singular anomaly. Fearing he might waver, Yuesheng turned away with a frown and opened the car door. However, as soon as the door swung open, Jiang Xingchen pressed it shut again. Yuesheng turned to glance at him. "What is it?" Jiang Xingchen leaned closer, his fingers trailing from the door handle to Yuesheng's. Pausing at the spot he had recently bitten, gently circling the marks left behind, the cotton flower pheromones weaving an intimate atmosphere. "Before we go back," Jiang Xingchen met his gaze, "make sure to satisfy me first." Immediately, Yuesheng was enveloped by an even more potent aroma of sweet, musky cotton flowers, signaling the onset of the second wave of heat following their marking. It was no wonder alphas relished marking omegas. The sensation of being desired was exhilarating, almost euphoric. He chuckled softly, grasping Jiang Xingchen's wrist and pulling him into an embrace from which escape was futile. Leaning close, he whispered into Jiang Xingchen's ear, delivering a playful barb. "I warned you that your little run wouldn't suffice. Only a powerful G can withstand my teasing. You enjoy this, don't you?" This jest disregarded the distance of nearly 60 chapters that had separated them. Without Jiang Xingchen's defiant spirit reemerging, he mimicked Yuesheng's stubbornness. Their reunion was devoid of the previous barter-like exchanges. Instead, they engaged in a role reversal of verbal sparring. Yuesheng pinned Jiang Xingchen's shoulder down with one hand, rendering him immobile, including his lips. "You little dishonest creature, you understand a thing or two," Yuesheng commanded before kissing him, insisting on his authority. Jiang Xingchen found it hard to articulate the sensation evoked by those 3 words, feeling an uncontrollable urge to comply with Yuesheng's wishes. Perhaps it was the eucalyptus pheromones coursing through his veins that induced this peculiar submissiveness. Yuesheng kissed him with a fervor that bordered on madness. An unusual loss of control. At first, Jiang Xingchen managed to withstand the assault, even daring to bite him fiercely amidst their entangled lips. Yet, within mere minutes, he succumbed to Yuesheng's aggressive kisses, rendered utterly defenseless, his legs turning to jelly. The relentless caresses of their tongues left him aching, and he could only intermittently murmur, "Get in the car. There are 3 more words I haven't said. You doge." Did he wish to enter? Yuesheng let out an enigmatic chuckle, freeing one hand to pull out 2 strips of fabric from his pocket. Jiang Xingchen immediately recognized them as the material of his plain clothing. This beast, he had torn his own garments. As if that were not enough, he was now repurposing the remains. "Don't move," Yuesheng commanded, pressing one of the strips over Jiang Xingchen's eyes. Darkness enveloped him in an instant, causing Jiang Xingchen to stiffen. He instinctively tried to pull it away, but his wrist was swiftly seized by Yuesheng. With decisive efficiency, Yuesheng bound Jiang Xingchen's hands in front of him, the knot neither too tight nor too loose, rendering him immobile. Had a passerby chanced upon them, they might have glimpsed the towering alpha pinning another alpha against the car door in the dark, likely terrified, convinced they had stumbled upon a midnight abduction. The car door was finally pulled open, and the two tumbled into the back seat, still entangled. Jiang Xingchen found himself in complete darkness, his face burning with heat, his heart racing fiercely, and his mind a blank slate. When sight is lost and the body is restrained, other senses amplified dramatically. He found himself entirely reliant on Yuesheng. Jiang Xingchen felt something warm slide across the bare skin of his neck. His hearing became acutely sensitive, and Yuesheng's heavy breaths filled his ears. "Kneel," he commanded, his eyes brimming with dominance. Jiang Xingchen instinctively struggled, but as soon as his shoulders lifted slightly, an overwhelming force pressed him back down, leaving him with no room to resist. The once boastful little fox was now bewildered and subdued in the back seat. He heard the whisper of the seductive demon, "Understand your place." A tingling sensation coursed through his spine. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen ceased his struggles, gently rotating his wrists to ensnare Yuesheng's neck with his bound hands. He hung on to him, unwilling to kneel due to the pain in his knees. This unexpected assertiveness left Yuesheng momentarily taken aback. The vehicle fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by their heavy, intertwined breaths. After a moment, he regained his composure, his eyes reddening with overwhelming excitement. He lowered his head once more, capturing Jiang Xingchen's lips. He withdrew only when Jiang Xingchen's lips were swollen and sore, then commanded, "Sit still," as he graciously shifted positions. "Unbuckle my belt." Chapter 62. Crying from your kiss outside. The night was pitch black, the moon obscured by clouds. A perfect time for slumber. It was stiflingly hot. His throat felt parched, and his skin itched with discomfort. "You have a fever." Inside the luxury vehicle, an unabashed desire grew unchecked. Jiang Xingchen, his eyes covered, found himself in total darkness. His bound hands slowly wandering from the edge of his suit pants, a smirk playing on his lips. Though he could see nothing, he expertly avoided the metallic buckle at his waist. Where would he touch? Yuesheng chuckled softly, his fingertips tightening around the fabric binding Jiang Xingchen's wrists. Jiang Xingchen's hand rested against his taut mermaid line, the searing heat permeating through the thin fabric, while beads of sweat trickled down the contours of his neck and shoulders, filling the compartment with an intoxicating atmosphere of desire. "Where can't I see?" The tone was so innocent. If the white cloth were to be removed at this moment, one would likely glimpse a pair of reddened eyes, glistening with a hint of moisture. Yuesheng merely tugged at the fabric, making no further movements from a certain angle. It appeared as though a father was playfully leading a spirited little dog. Yet, that little dog yearned to turn the tables and dominate its master. The eternal question of who truly holds dominion at either end of the leash remains unanswered. Unable to find a solution, Jiang Xingchen leaned in closer. His beautiful face mere breaths away, his fair skin, flushed with physiological heat, radiated an alluring crimson hue, reminiscent of a ripe red apple, tempting one to take a bite and savor its succulent juice. After a prolonged silence, Yuesheng involuntarily asked, "Are you still an alpha?" It appeared as if an omega were being provocative. Jiang Xingchen, incensed by the remark, abruptly reached for the metal clasp. "What? Have you ever seen an omega in heat? Who is it? Do I know them?" With a sharp tug, the metal clasp attached to the belt was torn away. "You do," Yuesheng replied, laughing as he indulged Jiang Xingchen's temper, brushing aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead. "I don't want it anymore, you bastard." Jiang Xingchen turned his head, summoning an unknown strength to free himself from the fabric. The moment the cloth fell away, He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Yuesheng did not flinch, accepting the blow, his jaw tightening and then releasing. Use things from others are dirty. This statement carried a formidable weight, and after a moment, Yuesheng regained his composure. Who do you think I'm talking about? I meant our mother. Jiang and Lu, both ladies, are Omega. Jiang Xingchen realized this too, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Who knows if you meant anyone else? The slap he had delivered transformed into a fervent kiss upon his lips. A slap followed by a kiss. The warm, genuine act of swallowing was distinctly felt by both. Their kiss, initially led by Yuesheng, soon morphed into a chaotic, biting exchange dominated by Jiang Xingchen. His restless desires slithered like a serpent's tongue as he vented his frustrations upon the long-lost lover. Just as the kiss was about to conclude, he realized that the hand that had been supporting his waist had now found its way to the nape of his neck, firmly preventing any escape. You bastard! Making me cry with your kisses. Jiang Xingchen then noticed the sticky tears upon the damp cloth. Yuesheng gazed at him, exhaling a resigned sigh. Is there a misunderstanding between us? Did you think I was referring to some Omega? Are you seriously asking me? The one left in disarray after the slap was not Yuesheng, but Jiang Xingchen, whose feverish heat had drained him of strength. Yet, the push and pull of their confrontation felt almost flirtatious. I have never touched an Omega, not a single one. Jiang Xingchen experienced a sense of frustration, akin to being cornered. Yet, shortly thereafter, Yuesheng, whispering playfully in his ear, teased him about his feelings, suggesting that if he were to truly form a connection with someone else, it would bring him immense pleasure. Had he been envious all along? Was a reason for his journey so far rooted in jealousy? Had anyone ever mentioned to him that Jiang Xingchen's cheeks had turned a deeper shade of crimson, and that soft gasps escaped his throat as he clenched his teeth to utter two words? What? You are adorable when you're jealous. Yuesheng's voice was soft, laced with a hint of obsession. Pure and desirous, he longed to engage with him intimately. Yuesheng gazed intently at Jiang Xingchen, whose ears burned with an intensity that felt as though he might bleed from embarrassment. In an audacious manner, Jiang Xingchen teased, "What's the rush? Did you summon me?" The words, though domineering and harsh, were delivered with an unexpectedly gentle tone. Then, without mercy, he exclaimed, "Damn you," as more tears soaked into the fabric. The vehicle was suffused with a complex aroma of pheromones. A makeshift blindfold lay carelessly tossed upon the seat. "Tell me, have you misunderstood?" Yuesheng's tone bore an elusive yearning. He stubbornly sought an answer. Jiang Xingchen turned his head away, closing his eyes, utterly fatigued and yearning for restful slumber. "I'm so sleepy. Let me rest." He and T enjoyed a good night's sleep in ages. Ever since the Jiang family fell into disarray and he had chosen to leave, sleep seemed to have abandoned him, and during bouts of insomnia, it felt as if an impenetrable wall stood in his way. Has the misunderstanding been resolved? Yuesheng, gripping his waist, rephrased his inquiry persistently. Jiang Xingchen's eyelids grew heavy, consciousness fading, as he had one foot already crossing the threshold into the realm of sleep, responding with a muffled "What?" Yuesheng pulled him back. "You're infuriating, Yuesheng." Chapter 63. The Fallen Young Master. It wasn't that there was no update at midnight. It was that he had been invited for tea. Too much tea, it turned out, leading to revisions and limitations. That tea was toxic. To all my dear readers, if you spend time reading, please leave a rating. I would be immensely grateful. After several more attempts, the feverish symptoms receded, and Jiang Xingchen finally managed to fall asleep. The driver seemed to be in high spirits, realizing that the chaotic misunderstandings were not indicative of a lack of love. This revelation served as a balm, soothing the anxiety and unrest that had plagued Yuesheng for the past 6 months. This is my person. I possess him. Although both were alphas, what did it matter? He could mark him repeatedly. Perhaps it was because Yuesheng drove steadily and swiftly, coupled with the comforting eucalyptus pheromones lingering in the car, that Jiang Xingchen slept exceptionally long and deep. One must admit, excellent driving was one of Yuesheng's few commendable traits. Of course, his physical strength, thoughtfulness, vitality, and ability to earn were also notable attributes. Half awake, Jiang Xingchen was fed several mouthfuls of water, the eucalyptus pheromones intensifying around him, lingering stubbornly. Yet, no matter how Yuesheng attempted to rouse him, Jiang Xingchen remained steadfast in his resolve to reclaim the sleep he had missed over the past 6 months. Back in Yuesheng's presence, he was finally able to collapse into slumber once more. The man's ability to sleep was taken away, but now it has returned. Hey, where's the money? Frustrated, he wondered who was nagging in his ear. Jiang Xingchen's eyelids felt heavy, and he was reluctant to open them. He shifted and leaned back against the soft seat of the car, burying his face in it, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Money for what? Yuesheng inquired. Oh, Mr. Lu, good day. It's the rent for half a year, along with some miscellaneous errands. This fellow owes me 100,000 in cash, GCI replied. Does he rent from you? Yuesheng asked. No, I helped him rent someone else's place. I'm broke. I don't have a house to rent him. GCI thought to himself, unwilling to admit it was his residence, as that would be an obvious trap. He was not foolish. Why cash? Yuesheng pressed. GCI scratched his head and replied softly, to be honest, I've come to hide in the mountains. My brother has frozen all my assets. In essence, I'm tied to Jiang Xingchen. We are both fallen young masters, despised by dogs. Who are you calling a dog? Yuesheng's gaze turned dangerous. In an instant, GCI felt the threat of a hunter's gaze upon him, and he quickly declared, only I am despised by dogs. He hastily added, only I am fallen. At last, Yuesheng withdrew his intimidating stare, refraining from pressing him further. He turned to the storage compartment of the car, retrieving a large bundle of cash secured with a rubber band. He then pulled out a pen and paper, swiftly jotting down a note, which he placed atop the money before handing it over. Don't count it now, just take it. If it's not enough, call this number. Chi. Upon glancing at the thickness of the bundle, discerned it was more than 100,000. Should I count it? This is too much. It's inconvenient without some cash in the mountains. Keep the excess or donate it as offerings. It's up to you. I do not have the habit of counting money. Yuesheng replied. If you have time, take it to where he lives, Yuesheng continued. GCI felt he had no right to refuse the patron's request, so he took the passenger seat as a guide. As they conversed, Yuesheng gradually let go of his hostility towards the fallen young master. However, GCI, under Yuesheng's lead, found his eyes reddening. That is not incest. Otherwise, I wouldn't be hiding so far away. We aren't even blood brothers. Behind them, Jiang Xingchen had awakened at some point, rubbing his eyes and sleepily saying, Isn't he your father's adopted son? An adopted son climbing into his brother's bed? To the outside world, that appears to be incest. Give up the struggle. Jiang Xingchen finally roused fully, stretching lazily, his joints cracking softly. He languidly leaned against Yuesheng's seat back, tilting his head to GCI and saying, You've been marked by him. He will find his way here sooner or later. GCI cursed, Damn, don't mention it. Thinking about that rutting phase makes me want to find a place to end it all. Do you alphas know what that feels like? I haven't even had my first time yet. Let me mentally prepare. Yuesheng silently chuckled, not entirely understanding the context. Jiang Xingchen, evidently still haunted by the notion of being marked, glared at the back of Yuesheng's neck. GCI sensed the undercurrents between the two, pondering, in essence. You two seem like you're truly entangled. Who is with whom? Alpha can also mark Alpha. He bore an expression as if he had just unlocked a new realm. Reveling in the chaos, Jiang Xingchen, in irritation, remarked that he was incomparable to his younger brother. GCI was left momentarily speechless. The Alpha adopted brother had surreptitiously climbed into the bed of his Omega brother, who was 6 years his senior, leaving a mark. In the aftermath, he displayed no remorse, even freezing all of his fleeing brother's assets to compel him to return home. Such a melodramatic tale fell upon the unfortunate GCI. Thus, GCI in silence steeled himself mentally before mustering the courage to inquire, Is it truly unbearable? Can't one endure it like a typical heat period with suppressants? His gaze traversed between the two alphas before finally settling on Jiang Xingchen. You must be the one who shares my plight. Lu Ye, caught off guard, retorted coldly. Who shares your plight? GCI slapped his own mouth in a silencing gesture and then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket for his benefactor. Brother Lu, please indulge me. I shall refrain from further indiscretions. When handing over the cigarette, one must also be attuned to the unspoken cues. Noticing that Lu Yuesheng had not declined, GCI eagerly proffered the cigarette. However, Jiang Xingchen intercepted him midway. Jiang Xingchen lit the cigarette and placed it between Lu Yuesheng's lips. Brother Lu. No need for thanks. GCI exclaimed, TSK, flaunting affection, it's hard to watch. Jiang Xingchen lazily leaned back, beckoning GCI with a finger. Give me one, and I shall reveal to you what it feels like. GCI complied, his anticipation palpable. Let me put it this way, Jiang Xingchen feigned a thoughtful demeanor. Taking a couple of puffs before slowly shaking his head, you cannot endure it alone. Even someone as resolute and pure-hearted as I cannot manage it, let alone you. You are resolute? Indeed. You are pure-hearted? Indeed. GCI, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Brother Lu, such a brazen rogue deserves to be tied up and beaten. Jiang Xingchen pondered for a moment, considering the suggestion favorably. Remember, beat him until he obeys. Noted. Lu Yuesheng nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette. His fingers absently tracing the steering wheel, lost in thought about some undisclosed matter. If all else fails, I might as well seek out a duck. GCI slumped in the passenger seat, exuding a sense of despair. There are no ducks in the mountains, and it's unsanitary, Jiang Xingchen replied. So what am I to do? Master Jiang, are you not the most resourceful? Offer me a suggestion. Jiang Xingchen extended his hand, 100,000. GCI covered the bundle of cash. Are you robbing me? Jiang Xingchen shook his head kindly. We are not fated. I implore you to fend for yourself. Chi. Exasperated, unleashed a tirade. Jiang Xingchen, for the past 6 months, I have assisted you in procuring suppressants and medications for your pheromone disorder, without a single complaint. You simply cannot stand to see me use your husband's money. How petty. Jiang Xingchen showed no hint of embarrassment, boldly rubbing his face against Lu Yuesheng's ear. Isn't that the truth? GCI tossed the cash into the back seat. Speak. Meanwhile, Lu Yuesheng, unable to withstand the provocation, turned back and gently kissed Jiang Xingchen's cheek, indulging in the moment. The subtle gestures of two individuals were inadvertently witnessed by GCI, who had just discarded a handful of cash. Was he truly unaware of their presence? Jiang Xingchen, lost in his own desires, continued with his antics, his hand hovering to trace the soft flesh along Lu Yuesheng's neck, eliciting a tingling sensation. He remarked, with a hint of intrigue, that he knew someone who would be perfect for Lu, a professional adept at addressing the physiological concerns of an omega, albeit with a busy schedule and a hefty fee. If needed, he could arrange an introduction, waiving the referral fee. GCI, eyeing the thick stack of bills in the back seat, swallowed hard. Contemplating the nature of such a person, was he truly adhering to proper decorum? Fear not. He caters to your requests and will certainly meet your expectations, should you manage to secure an appointment. Lu Yuesheng's expression turned perilous. Chapter 64. Submission achieved. GCI. That does not sound like a respectable individual. Is it possible to avoid any physical interaction? Jiang Xingchen retorted, what is the difference between seeking a companion and not allowing intimacy? Akin to a monk refraining from reciting scriptures? Suddenly, Lu Yuesheng interjected, his breathing becoming more pronounced. Have you sought such services before? Jiang Xingchen smiled slightly. Why would I? Brother Lu, do I strike you as someone who requires such specialized assistance? Lu Yuesheng, it is best if you haven't. Indeed, I could truly haven tea. Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly, leaning towards Lu Yuesheng's ear, deliberately mimicking his previous teasing and flirtatious tone. If I had, wouldn't that be utterly delightful? GCI felt goosebumps rise. What tone is that? Are you aware that you presently appear quite debauched? With an air of calm and composure, Jiang Xingchen stated, you may negotiate the terms yourself. I merely serve as the intermediary. Suddenly, the harsh sound of tires screeching against the pavement pierced the air. Jiang Xingchen, caught off guard, lunged forward, his soft lips inadvertently brushing against Lu Yuesheng's sharply defined jawline, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. The latter yearned to pull him back for another kiss, but restrained himself. Upon parking the car, Yuesheng surveyed their surroundings. Fixing his gaze on the small yard enclosed by a fence, furrowing his brows, is this truly where you reside? Jiang Xingchen and GCI stepped out of the vehicle, both instinctively countering, what's south wrong with this place? In this remote mountain area, having a well-furnished independent courtyard was quite respectable. Yuesheng murmured in disbelief. No wonder the rent for half a year is less than 100,000. Jiang Xingchen, GCI, are you truly this impoverished and yet fail to reach out to me? Are you a fool? Jiang Xingchen was left speechless. During his years as a backpacker, he had endured accommodations far worse. Under bridges, in tents, or in leaky hostels, none of which could compare unfavorably to this. The young master from the Jiang family had never been coddled. As long as there was food to eat and a place to sleep, that sufficed. Although the small building appeared somewhat aged, it offered a private courtyard and was still a two-bedroom unit. The Jiang family had never been one to flaunt extravagance, never even hiring a butler, thriving amidst the ordinary. Resilient and adaptable, the Jiang family could withstand bankruptcy. With just a piece of land, they could wield a hoe. Even reduced to scavenging, their innate qualities and intellect provided them with methods superior to the average person. You are the fool. Indeed, you are a prime specimen. Jiang Xingchen reiterated the crude remarks from the previous day in the vehicle. Time and hardship left no visible trace upon his face. Instead, they rendered him more eloquent. Beside him, Jisai stood amidst two fully charged alphas, gesturing to himself. Gentlemen, I am still here. Shall I take my leave? Yuesheng replied. No need to see you off. Jiang Xingchen interjected, wait. The two spoke in unison, causing GCI to pause and glance around. Whose word shall I heed? Jiang Xingchen ignored him, proceeding to unlock the door and, moments later, emerged with a stack of cash. Here is 100,000. Take it. Chi, with a sense of righteousness, declined. No, this is a referral fee. Do not think of shirking your obligation. What 100,000? Jiang Xingchen extracted a smaller pile from the stack and pocketed it, shoving the remainder into a black bag and thrusting it into GC's hands. It's not that expensive. A mere 10,000 will suffice for the referral fee. Only then did GCI grasp that Jiang Xingchen genuinely did not wish for him to accept money from Yuesheng, thus taking such a roundabout route. He could never quite understand Jiang Xingchen. If one were to call him magnanimous, he could also be exceedingly petty in certain respects. If labeled a rogue, he remained affectionate and devoted throughout. Resigned, GCI said, Thank you, brother. Do remember to invite me for drinks. Are you also vying for a spot at the main table? Jiang Xingchen chuckled, counting on his fingers. Apologies, but I fear there may not be a seat for you. GCI, holding the 90,000 he had been given, conceded. I shall merely offer a token contribution and take my leave. Though I cannot sit at the main table, perhaps you can treat me to dinner later? Yuesheng interjected, There is room. As long as you show up, I will handle the rest. GCI remarked, it seems one must still heed the first. The idle zero is utterly unreliable. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Lu? Before Yuesheng could respond, Jiang Xingchen kicked him. Aren't you just another lazy one not contributing? Get lost. And so, GCI retreated, yet he wondered when they would meet again. Who was the savior he had sought? Surely his brother would not truly come? He felt unprepared to face him, so he decided to dismiss the thought and let fate take its course. If he could avoid him for a day, he would do so. As GCI walked away, Yuesheng's veined hand rested upon Jiang Xingchen's waist, his fingers gently stroking with a significant air of warning. Who was he? He seemed irked, unwilling to let matters slide easily. Brother Lu, do you intend to oversee everyone around me? Jiang Xingchen did not shy away, leaning into his side. Am I not allowed to care for my own? You are not, Jiang Xingchen remarked, deliberately tracing circles over the veins on Yuesheng's hand. Brother Lu, curiosity killed the cat. With a sharp slap, he applied a bit of force, causing the place struck beneath the ample fabric to flush. You just said, what will happen if one is disobedient? Yuesheng inquired slowly. What did I say? Jiang Xingchen remained motionless, only to receive another sharp slap in the same spot. Disobedience. Yuesheng's expression was as calm as his actions were unceremonious, striking until compliance was achieved. Though he spoke thus, the force soon transformed into a tangled embrace of affection. Jiang Xingchen nuzzled his forehead against Lu Yuesheng's chin, exuding a sense of affectionate entreaty. Just then, a passerby, Shanren, who was chasing the sunset, stumbled upon the scene of the two handsome young men embracing and initially thought it was a mirage. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Jiang Xingchen and Lu Yuesheng, both renowned figures in the mountains. Curiosity piqued. He quickly went to summon his friends. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen felt his back soften under Lu Yuesheng's touch. "Brother, has your skin hunger worsened?" he teased. "The doctor said only by finding you can it be cured without medication." The scent of eucalyptus pheromones enveloped them, and the gentle caress of Lu Yuesheng's fingertips was filled with tenderness. Jiang Xingchen felt a delightful ache from his touch. "Shouldn't you be wary of me now?" he inquired. "A little," came a reply. "Then tell me, who is that person?" The conversation meandered, perpetually returning to Lu Yuesheng's line of questioning. Jiang Xingchen, unable to withstand the incessant teasing, finally confessed, "Of course, it's his younger brother." As per the usual arrangement, the main couple's romantic narrative takes precedence, while the supporting couple storyline is reserved for supplementary chapters. Chapter 65. Elopement. Lu Yuesheng paused for 3 seconds, his fingertips still gently gliding over Jiang Xingchen's delicate skin at his waist. After a moment, he managed to utter a bland response. "Do you know his brother?" "Brother," Jiang Xingchen replied, tilting his head to look up at him, his nose brushing against Lu Yuesheng's jawline. "Do you also envy the jealousy of my peculiar younger brother? He's 3 years younger than me, and I'm not fond of younger partners." "Indeed," Lu Yuesheng admitted, somewhat taken aback by how readily Jiang Xingchen acknowledged his feelings. Jiang Xingchen swallowed hard, leaning back slightly, unable to resist the magnetic pull. Once the fervor subsided, his body felt as pliable as a puddle, with his waist and limbs tinged with a delightful numbness. Lu Yuesheng leaned back ever so slightly, allowing Jiang Xingchen to rest against him, the sweet, floral scent of the kapok tree's pheromones still exuding a strong sense of dependency, his hand never leaving the other's skin. This state of mutual reliance was likely due to the misunderstandings harbored in their hearts, which began to dissipate like mist under the sun. This was also attributed to their bond. It turned out that even with a pheromone compatibility of 0, the act of marking and physical contact could still provide a soothing taste from each other's pheromones. How much physiological pleasure could two compatible AOs or EAOs derive from one another? Merely contemplating it was enough to incite a frenzy of jealousy. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of a camera shutter abruptly shattered the tranquility outside the courtyard. The villagers' phones habitually set to maximum volume, fearing their voices might go unheard. The boisterous banter of the onlookers echoed, tinged with playful sarcasm. "Oh look, they're still embracing. City folks really are quite affectionate. Old man, lower your voice. They were about to kiss, and you're creating a ruckus here." Beside him, a woman chimed in even louder. "I don't appreciate that remark." "What do you mean? Creating chaos? Who doesn't he know our little Jiang has a rather temperamental husband? Who doesn't he know how many times he has bowed his head for him? We are all witnesses to their love story. After all, what a pity. I promised to help those 10 omegas at the village entrance deliver room keys. No. Play matchmaker. 10. Wang Ma, do you really think you can play matchmaker like that? ISNT expressly prohibited? What is this? How is it that you young people cannot keep pace with the times? This is called the arena of competition, a trendy term. A young man beside corrected, "What slaughterhouse?" "It's the arena of competition," Wang Ma retorted. "Isn't it all the same? And honestly, 10 ISNT too many, right? I heard that Jiang Shaoge received quite a bit in one night." Suddenly, a male voice interrupted Wang Ma's precarious remarks. It turned out that Lu Gu had harbored a secret crush on Jiang Gu since elementary school. What? Wasn't he it Jiang Gu who liked his husband 3 years ago and relentlessly pursued him, only to retreat in defeat? Your account suggests a mutual crush between them. Huh? The version I heard indicated that the gossiping spirit of the people had ignited, and for over a decade, there hadn't been such an entertaining tale of love circulating, pieced together by the onlookers into various versions. The weight of this information made Jiang Xingchen and Yuesheng's expressions grow increasingly grave. In the end, under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Xingchen seized Yuesheng's wrist and fled. "Lu Ge, will you come with me?" This time, Yuesheng did not push him away. "Where to?" "To elope." The setting sun gradually sank into the valley, painting the horizon with a gentle orange-red hue as golden rays washed over the rolling green mountains, flowing along the winding dirt path outside the courtyard, bestowing everything with a warm glow. Jiang Xingchen clutched Yuesheng's wrist, their footsteps hurried and rapid. "Lu Ge, tell me, has my stamina improved?" "You didn't even pass last night," Yuesheng scoffed. The villagers' gossip faded into the background, leaving only the sound of the wind and their hurried, intimate breaths. Yuesheng allowed himself to be pulled along, his profile appearing exceptionally soft in the sunset. It was uncertain who initiated the gesture, but the grip on his wrist gradually loosened, fingers tentatively intertwining, soon becoming entangled. Jiang Xingchen's fingers were slender, while Yuesheng's palm was broad and warm. In that moment of their fingers interlocking, an electric current surged through their limbs. The setting sun elongated their shadows, stretching their clasped hands far into the horizon. Suffused with the glow of dusk, the courtyard and the gossip had long since blurred into the backdrop, leaving only the orange light and the two of them, fingers entwined. Upon reaching the riverbank, Jiang Xingchen abruptly halted, turned, and grasped Yuesheng's collar, lifting his chin for a kiss. Yuesheng, in response, pulled Jiang Xingchen closer, their lips meeting with precision and fervor. His hands caressed the soft flesh at Jiang Xingchen's waist, gripping tightly, then releasing, with a hint of uncontrollable intensity. A mix of pain and pleasure coursed through Jiang Xingchen, who let out a muffled sound, breathlessly murmuring, "Be gentle." Yuesheng ceased his ministrations at Jiang Xingchen's waist and instead cradled his face, gently rubbing his thumb over the reddened corner of his eye. Their noses brushed against one another, and the urgent kisses rendered their lips numb, while the grass beneath them was crushed, producing a soft, rustling sound. The river, bathed in the orange twilight, overflowed with an endless tenderness. The two of them found it impossible to contain their emotions, like a volcano erupting, unable to control their burgeoning desires. Stumbling towards the riverbank, the two remained entwined, with Jiang Xingchen retreating only to be drawn closer by Yuesheng. Eventually, they parted ways. But Jiang Xingchen warned, "If you step back any further, you'll fall into the water." Yuesheng laughed heartily at this. Jiang Xingchen felt his lips flush, warmth spreading from the nape of his neck to his heart, which raced uncontrollably, his mind momentarily bewitched by Yuesheng's smile. Instinctively, he took half a step closer, colliding with Yuesheng's chest. "Whose heart races faster, yours or mine?" he inquired, taking Yuesheng's hand and placing it over his own heart. "Thump, thump, thump," Jiang Xingchen teased. "Why are you blushing more than I am?" In response, all words melted into tender kisses as Yuesheng persistently showered him with affection, moving from his lips to his nose and finally to his forehead before gasping, "Because you're my alpha." The old man's cheesy flirtation was nearly unbearable, causing Jiang Xingchen to blush deeply. He believed it was unfair for only him to feel embarrassed, so he tugged at Yuesheng's collar and playfully asked, "I heard you had a crush on me since elementary school." Yuesheng, nervously caressing the soft flesh at Jiang Xingchen's waist, maintained a calm demeanor while recalling, "I brought a gift when you were born, and I even attended your subsequent birthday parties, but you were too young to remember." He clumsily avoided the topic of his secret admiration, reminiscing instead about the past. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingchen suddenly smiled and playfully nudged his nose against Yuesheng's, their skin brushing together in the setting sun, fingers interlocking. "Didn't you ask where my anklet came from? Don't those bells ring a bell?" Yuesheng's expression turned to one of astonishment as realization dawned upon him, yet he maintained a composed facade. Jiang Xingchen began to recount his story. "When I was born, you gifted me a handbell." "What s with that expression? Curious how I remember?" Yuesheng's gaze fell upon Jiang Xingchen's cheeks, tinted by the sunset, and he merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "It was because our mothers were exceptionally close. Jiang Xingchen laughed teasingly. The gifts you gave were like treasures to her, constantly flaunted in front of me, leading to those bells popping up in my fragmented childhood memories. Under the golden hue of the setting sun, Jiang Xingchen playfully draped his arms around Lu Yuesheng's neck. Later, you sent me a hanging bell, a wind chime. I pondered over who this young man was, so devoted to gifting bells. Did you realize that all these gifts had bells? Lu Yuesheng genuinely had not noticed. He had merely aimed to select charming trinkets, assuming these casual gifts would be disregarded. Who could have known that one was oblivious while the other was intent? Jiang Xingchen discerned the hint in Lu Yuesheng's expression. You weren't that invested either, were you? That makes me upset. Without a moment's thought, Lu Yuesheng replied, It's my fault. Thus, the charm of distance proved true. The 6 months of separation allowed time to gradually smooth over their past grievances. In this moment, the world was enveloped in the gentle glow of the setting sun, and the air was thick with the sweet tension between them. Jiang Xingchen continued, I used to receive your gifts every year, but then suddenly they stopped. I asked my mother what happened, and she told me you went abroad for your studies and didn't have time to visit me. You have been away for many years. So long that I have almost forgotten you. Lu Yuesheng interrupted Jiang Xingchen, mentioning the bell. Jiang Xingchen obediently fell silent, refraining from broaching the subject of forgetfulness. His arm languidly draped over Lu Yuesheng's shoulder, tilting his head slightly back, while his fingers gently traced the nape of the other's neck. The bell was an easy topic. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, I desired a sense of ritual. Back then, tattoos were all the rage. But I was not fond of marking my skin. Instead, I thought of crafting a personal item. After wandering through a shop filled with musical notes, devoid of inspiration, it happened that my mother was tidying up at home. The tinkling sound of the bell sparked an epiphany in me. A bracelet would be quite special. I sought out a craftsman renowned for transforming old items into treasures. Can you guess what he said? Lu Yuesheng gently brushed aside the wind-tousled strand from his ear and inquired, What did he say? Jiang Xingchen, mimicking the craftsman's scrutinizing gaze, replied with a serious tone. Well, young man, making a bracelet for your girlfriend? Wearing it yourself? That's inappropriate. Perhaps consider a necklace or something else. What? An anklet? How old are you? I want to take on that project. Jiang Xingchen chuckled at the memory of the craftsman's expression. Lu Yuesheng asked, How did you ultimately persuade him? The usual 3 tricks, Jiang Xingchen said, counting off on his fingers, playfully charming and coaxing, wielding the power of cash. Which was the most effective is self-evident. Lu Yuesheng inquired, Where is that item now? Jiang Xingchen's gaze softened as he looked at him, deliberately nudging Lu Yuesheng's tailored trousers with his foot. A series of bright, delicate jingles danced through the evening breeze. It's right here. The sound was clear and gentle, as if it harbored the joys of their youthful days. Brother, I just retrieved it from my room. You're so aloof. What else would you expect? Jiang Xingchen pressed closer, feigning grievance. Alas, after half a year, we've grown somewhat distant. In response, Lu Yuesheng embraced him and kissed him, with Jiang Xingchen's back pressed firmly against the tree trunk. The golden rays of the setting sun flowed over their intertwined silhouettes, shadows dancing as fabric brushed gently against one another. The bell chimed softly in the wind, whispering secret words of affection. Jiang Xingchen clung tightly to Lu Yuesheng's neck, his hair tousled by the evening breeze, his movements imbued with a hint of recklessness. An inexplicable heat surged through him. Both the nape of his neck and his skin craved connection. Lowering his gaze, he saw only himself reflected in Lu Yuesheng's eyes, increasingly able to decipher the emotions within. At that moment, the repressed and concealed affection surged forth. Relax, Lu Yuesheng urged, and then leaned in for another kiss. The sensation of their lips meeting was fervent. As they intertwined, their breaths began to quicken in a delightful chaos. Just as they parted slightly, drawn together once more by their pheromones, they found themselves in a passionate embrace, reluctant to separate. This continued until the sun sank below the horizon, the night unfurling its cloak, and the stars and moon quietly adorned the darkened sky. Should anyone pass by, they would undoubtedly witness two entwined figures beneath the ancient trees by the riverbank. Their forms bathed in the ethereal silver light of the moon, their shadows lingering together in tender embrace. In the darkness, desire roamed freely, as Jiang Xingchen was kissed breathless. The sounds escaping his throat mingled with the soft chime of bells, transforming into a melodious love song that floated into the vast night. Yuesheng held him against himself, half embracing his waist with an assertive demeanor. The two were deeply concealed in the shadows of the night, and as time slipped by, Yuesheng's voice turned husky. Xingchen. Jiang Xingchen's breath became utterly disordered. What? Yuesheng gradually buried his head into the crook of Jiang Xingchen's neck, inhaling his pheromones. A restless sensation, akin to ants nibbling at his nape, surged through Jiang Xingchen, causing him to tremble, unable to withstand such teasing. The hand encircling his neck tightened instinctively, while his words remained defiant. No. Thus, Yuesheng began to repeatedly call out his name in a whisper. They had shared more intimate moments before. Yet Jiang Xingchen had never witnessed Yuesheng in such a manner. So clingy, so sweetly coaxing. His waist felt pliable under Yuesheng's gentle caresses. Unable to endure such provocation, it was Jiang Xingchen who succumbed first, mumbling a plea for mercy. All right, fine. The river shimmered under the moonlight, revealing the two harboring untold secrets and unspeakable words of affection. Time passed unmarked. The branches ceased to sway, and all sounds of the night gradually faded into the whisper of the wind. Breaking the silence was Yuesheng's deep voice, tinged with a hint of reproach. Did 10 Omegas send you the room card? Jiang Xingchen felt a cold sweat trickle down, overwhelmed yet powerless. His tone sticky with reluctance. Brother Liu, that's all nonsense from the Andes. What counts as something I've never seen? Well, 10 cards are nothing, Yuesheng said, kneading the damp nape of his neck, his tone betraying no discernible emotion. How many have you actually received? He wore an expression that suggested he would devour Jiang Xingchen whole if he didn't confess, as if he might seize his throat and rob him of breath. Yet, his gaze held a leniency that indicated he would not truly harm him. Understanding he was permitted to act as he wished, Jiang Xingchen nestled closer, his waist and legs aching. Help me massage it. All right, Yuesheng replied promptly. You should take action instead of just talking. Jiang Xingchen nudged him playfully. Men's words are deceitful. Answer my question first. No lies. Yuesheng remained unyielding, his hand sliding to Jiang Xingchen's waist, applying a gentle pinch as a mild reprimand. Brother Liu, there is hardly any truth left in this world. Jiang Xingchen leaned against Yuesheng's warm embrace, tilting his head to gaze at him. A single blush was more expressive than a lengthy dialogue. Then, he, drenched in sweat, placed a gentle kiss on the corner of Yuesheng's lips. Just this one kiss softened Yuesheng's heart, and he was unaware of his own smile. Do you not see me? Jiang Xingchen cradled Yuesheng's heated cheeks with both hands. The myriad stars reflected upon the river's surface, their twinkling lights composing the image of the two embracing by the riverbank. Yuesheng and Jiang Xingchen locked eyes, the latter's gaze as shallow as water, holding the reflection of Yuesheng within. After a moment of astonishment, Yuesheng finally let out a low, husky hum. He then honored his promise, tending to Jiang Xingchen's sore waist and calves, calm and gentle, as one would treat fragile treasures. The tender caress swiftly transformed into a fervent kiss, stirring emotions that neither could resist. Jiang Xingchen remained composed, while Yuesheng leaned in, pressing him against his thigh, bending down to kiss him. No, I must return to bathe. Breathless, and suddenly feeling a sharp pain at his waist, his scalp prickled. He hadn't even changed his clothes. Are you a dog? How can you bite so fiercely? Beneath the vast sky, Jiang Xingchen limped ahead, distractedly guarding against the large dog trailing behind him, lest it lunge for the nape of his neck once more. Who would have thought that Jiang Xingchen, the epitome of excellence, would find himself in a predicament akin to fending off both a dog and a thief? Wasn't he supposed to be tormenting Yuesheng in his pursuit of love? How did it end up being this exhilarating? Jiang Xingchen belatedly realized he had suffered a significant loss. The path narrowed, He couldn't help but curse under his breath, reaching back for a cigarette. What greeted him instead was a kiss resting in his palm. Immediately, a deep, enchanting voice whispered in his ear, "To hit is to love. To scold is to care." So what does this have to do with a mad dog biting? Jiang Xingchen turned to rummage through Yuesheng's pockets for a cigarette. Yuesheng unceremoniously pulled him close, softly stating, "So, when I bite you, it is because I love you." Their breaths intertwined, eyes locking. Jiang Xingchen was caught off guard by these words. In the distance, the sun began to rise over the horizon. Golden rays pierced through the clouds, casting a luminous glow upon the earth, reflecting the astonishment and bewilderment in their eyes. At this moment, it was unclear who felt more embarrassed. Both their cheeks were tinted a rosy apple hue by the first slant of morning sunlight. Perhaps they were blushing all along, flushed with shyness, excitement, and warmth. Jiang Xingchen heard clearly the declaration of love. In an instant, an incredible, unbelievable emotion enveloped him, causing him to forget to breathe. He had never imagined such words would escape Yuesheng's lips. After all, even in his own waywardness, he rarely spoke of love. He had yet to utter those words to Yuesheng, who had now stolen the chance. Jiang Xingchen, touched, softly murmured, "Say it again." Yet, Yuesheng did not oblige. Instead, he slowly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, drawing one out. Afterward, he gently placed the cigarette between Jiang Xingchen's slightly parted lips. As if he were a divine being, he smiled softly, saying, "From now on, consider yourself a deity, and I shall provide for you." His thumb tenderly grazed the faint red mark left on Jiang Xingchen's lips by the cigarette. Before Jiang Xingchen could respond, Yuesheng suddenly squeezed his cheek firmly. "Ouch!" Jiang Xingchen groaned in pain, feeling a mix of irritation. "Hey, who changes their mind so quickly?" The other merely gazed at him calmly. "I misspoke. You were always a little deity." The mountaintop was enveloped in silence, the sun's afterglow stretching across the sky, casting long shadows of the two intertwined on the bluish-gray rocks, indistinguishable from one another. Struck by such a corny love confession, Jiang Xingchen suddenly felt that all his grievances and awkwardness paled in comparison. Indeed, they seemed insignificant. Jiang Xingchen held the cigarette between his lips, tilting his head to point downwards at a small black dot on the mountainside. "Brother, do you see that spot ahead?" "Yes." "Do you wish to kiss me?" "Yes." "Then let us have a competition." Jiang Xingchen hastily shoved the unlit cigarette back into Yuesheng's cigarette case. Thus, alongside the neatly arranged cigarettes, there lay a crooked one that had been in Jiang Xingchen's mouth. What could it compare to? It was not a matter of who reached the destination first. Ignoring the lingering soreness in his waist and abdomen, Jiang Xingchen began to jog slowly against the morning breeze. As he ran, he turned his head and said, "If I win, you can kiss me." A distinct smile flickered in Yuesheng's eyes, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he joined in the run. Though his long legs could easily catch up in just a few strides, he deliberately maintained a pace that was neither too close nor too far. The wind generated by their running rustled through the branches and leaves of the mountains, creating a soft sound that quickly faded into tranquility. After a night of restless tossing, the two suddenly found themselves brimming with energy. Half an hour later, their figures stopped one after the other before a temple. The long staircase before them sloped down from the mountainside, stretching far beyond the eye could see. Yuesheng frowned, disallowing any ascent. A kiss agreed upon could not take place in such a location. The stakes were merely a flirtation. He could not bear to let Jiang Xingchen climb such a long flight of stairs. Jiang Xingchen leaned against his knees and looked back at him, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline. "This time, I'll heed your words. I won't go up. However, you must. I have something up there that I need a person to keep safe." Jiang Xingchen, panting, pulled a coin from his pocket and handed it to Yuesheng. "Here, you go up and give this to the young monk at the entrance. He will know what to do." "What is it?" Yuesheng inquired. "You'll find out soon enough." Jiang Xingchen replied cryptically. "Once you have it, it will be yours." Yuesheng took the coin, uneasily instructing him, "Just wait for me to return." Jiang Xingchen merely nodded. A single admonition was insufficient. Yuesheng could hardly resist looking back multiple times as he ascended the steps. Watch the stairs, don't look at me. Jiang Xingchen called out with a smile. The steps ahead were indeed steep, slick with morning dew, prompting Yuesheng to suppress the urge to glance back at him. As he watched Jiang Xingchen's figure shrink, ultimately vanishing atop the stairs, Jiang Xingchen disregarded his advice. The moment Yuesheng's shadow disappeared, he made a hasty retreat. There were still some belongings left at home, and a quick path back would allow him to return in a mere 15 minutes. Moreover, he was extremely eager to change into clean clothes. The desire to do so was immediate, leaving him no patience to wait even a moment longer. Soon he arrived at the door, inserting the key into the lock, which turned slightly. Just as the lock clicked, a sudden sound emanated from within the room. Jiang Xingchen instinctively sensed something was amiss. He had locked the door and windows securely before departing. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, it was too late. The door swung open violently, and an astonishingly strong hand yanked him inside. Chapter 68. I will ruin you. Jiang Xingchen's mouth and nose were covered by a handkerchief imbued with a pungent odor. An odd medicinal scent invaded his nostrils and penetrated his lungs, and in mere seconds, everything began to spin. With a thud, the door was shut and locked, plunging the room into a suffocating darkness. Jiang Xingchen finally realized that something was terribly wrong. He was accustomed to drawing the curtains wide open to let the sunlight flood into the room. Yet now, despite it being daytime, the heavy drapes were drawn tightly shut. One must always remain vigilant, for there are always unscrupulous individuals lurking, ready to inflict harm. Jiang Xingchen intended to release the alpha's oppressive pheromones, but, ironically, his body's pheromones suddenly became erratic without warning. He was struck by a sudden ailment. Clearly, the other party had been well prepared. The drug on the handkerchief caused his body to heat up rapidly, leaving his limbs weak and powerless, and his pheromones spiraling out of control. Who was this person? Who bore him such deep-seated animosity? Were they attempting to abduct him, poison him, induce an episode? He had already lost everything. What value could he possibly hold? Jiang Xingchen's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation. The most probable scenario involved mountain bandits. Yet he was not an Omega, incapable of bearing children. What purpose would they have in abducting him? Could it be that they sought to seize Yuesheng's wealth? It was not entirely implausible. Yuesheng drove a luxury G-Class, a vehicle worth millions, and it was evident that the mountain folk, with their incessant gossip, would quickly uncover his whereabouts. Desperate men in dire circumstances fear nothing, and if provoked, they could resort to extreme measures. A life could be extinguished and disposed of in the mountains with ease. Jiang Xingchen broke into a cold sweat. The dampness on his back intertwined with the rising heat, causing a discomfort so intense that he nearly retched. Is the pain just beginning? The other party suddenly spoke, their voice oddly familiar, yet elusive in memory. Familiar faces often commit acts that are more comprehensible than those of strangers. However, with so many individuals he had encountered, Jiang Xingchen struggled to place the voice. The malevolence of humanity often lurks in the shadows, and one can never anticipate who may harbor jealousy or malice towards them. People can be more terrifying than ghosts. Before long, Jiang Xingchen found himself utterly incapable of thought. His mind was violently torn asunder by an onslaught of excruciating pain. It felt as if countless insects were burrowing into his bones, gnawing and tearing at him. The agony surged from his limbs into the depths of his glands, accompanied by spasms wrought by the chaos of his pheromones, overwhelming his entire being. He curled backward, 3 mere steps away from the door, to escape. Yet, the pain coursing through him made him tremble violently, his teeth clenched tightly against his lip, blood pooling in his mouth, his consciousness fracturing under the intensity of the torment. Observing Jiang Xingchen's distress, the individual let out a chilling, calm laugh. This is the pain I endure. I merely wish for you to experience my anguish. How does it feel? Is it unbearable? Jiang Xingchen gritted his teeth. Who are you? The voice turned sinister. You will remember my surname. How could you possibly forget? Jiang Xingchen's consciousness began to fade. In a moment of desperation, he stealthily hooked his foot around the chain at the table's edge, quietly dislodging it. The sound of the bell was drowned out by the ominous voice of the other party. If you must harbor hatred, let it be for Yuesheng. He is the one who left you vulnerable, the one who drove me to madness. What nonsensical ramblings were these? Yuesheng had driven him to madness? What connection did they share? Former lovers? A mere backup? Or perhaps a secret admirer? Before losing consciousness, Jiang Xingchen detected a familiar yet intricate pheromone, a blend of eucalyptus and caramel. Exuding warmth, intense pain surged through him. As awareness returned, he struggled momentarily, only to find himself tightly bound. A high fever dulled his senses. Minutes passed before a pungent scent of disinfectant invaded his nostrils, mingled with dust and the musty odor of leather. Gradually, he became aware that he was confined within the trunk of a car. The cramped space was suffocating, forcing him to curl up. The assailant deliberately avoided highways, opting for secluded country roads. The jarring bumps of the tires against the uneven surface jolted his ribs. Jiang Xingchen gasped in pain, glancing at his filthy clothes. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yuesheng's clothes were toxic. Once donned, they could not be discarded. Why not kill me? He pondered in a haze. If the intent was to avenge Yuesheng, he could have easily finished him off and disposed of the body in the wilderness. The locals were well aware that Yuesheng was pursuing him. His sudden disappearance would raise no suspicions. Even if Yuesheng searched for him, he would be the prime suspect, leading others to believe it was a case of a thief crying "Stop thief." Why would this person refrain from such action? Unless he still held some value. Jiang Xingchen forced himself to remain calm in his predicament when suddenly the vehicle came to a halt. Footsteps approached, and the trunk lid was pulled open. As a gap appeared, he quickly shut his eyes. Still unconscious? A kick landed on his abdomen, as if he could sleep without a care. Jiang Xingchen clenched his jaw, refusing to flinch. Only beads of sweat trickled silently down his forehead. Then a strong waft of smoke enveloped him. The assailant took a drag from a cigarette, sneering, "Tell me, if I were to dismember you and preserve your remains in formalin as a gift for him, would he be pleased?" Jiang Xingchen's face turned pale. His lips pressed tightly together, striving to maintain steady breaths. Disinfectant, medication, formalin. He recalled the surname that had been explicitly mentioned, the dual pheromones of Yuesheng and Jiang Xingchen. In that moment, he realized who this individual was. No wonder the voice sounded familiar yet elusive. They had only met once. "My surname is Su. Please remember me. Dr. Su." Fragments of memories regarding this person rapidly pieced together in Jiang Xingchen's mind, leading to a horrifying speculation. During a sudden pheromone disorder episode at the hospital, his regular doctor was absent, and he had been attended to by this Dr. Su instead. If that encounter had been a calculated approach, then the medication prescribed to him upon departure must have been compromised. This could explain the subsequent day when his pheromones spiraled out of control, uncontrollably attracting Yuesheng, culminating in a violent confrontation where Yuesheng nearly choked him. It was precisely due to that loss of control that led to a series of misunderstandings, prompting Yuesheng to seek omega treatment. A web of causality intertwined, forming a terrifying net. Dr. Su, while smoking, began perusing Jiang Xingchen's phone. "You claim that your household is in disarray, yet you continue to entice others like a siren. What audacity do you possess, you brazen temptress? Jiang Xingchen, I could obliterate you with the greatest of ease. Regrettably, you remain blissfully unaware, unable to witness the agony etched upon your visage. Such a disappointment it would be. Come now, let me capture a final portrait for him to behold." In Chapter 633344247, the deep-seated explosive has detonated, reverberating with a resounding crash. In Chapter 69, he is driven to madness, cursing the absence of a signal. Dr. Su delivers another kick to Jiang Xingchen's abdomen. The latter grits his teeth, yet betrays no sign of reaction, even as his internal organs are mingled with shattered blood. It appears that endurance is also a hallmark of an S-class alpha. How lamentable it is that he cannot appreciate such a striking expression. The trunk's door slams shut with great force, and moments later, the vehicle resumes its journey. Jiang Xingchen exhales in relief. At least he has not yet met his demise. However, it is likely to come soon. He bitterly muses that when the time comes for his execution, He must not be afforded any opportunity. Otherwise, the outcome may not be as definitive as one would hope. At the temple, Yuesheng has awaited the young monk for quite some time, a sense of unease creeping over him. Yet, due to Jiang Xingchen's instructions, he is compelled to wait patiently without the items he seeks. Finally, a young monk hastily approaches, apologizing, stating that his master has just returned from worship. "And this is for you." Yuesheng receives and unfolds the monk's cloth, discovering a string of sandalwood beads belonging to Jiang Xingchen. How they come to be here? The young monk respectfully explains that Jiang has entrusted his master to recite prayers for blessings, stating that when the time is right, someone would come to retrieve them. Yuesheng, adorning the beads upon his wrist like a treasured possession, expresses his gratitude and swiftly makes his way back. The young monk calls after him several times, but he does not look back. The urgency he feels is indescribable, as if foreseeing some impending calamity. The ascent took 20 minutes, yet the descent required only 5. However, the one he had promised to wait for is not present. At the desolate mountain trail's entrance, there is no sign of Jiang Xingchen. Yuesheng searches frantically, repeatedly dialing dozens of calls. The response on the line is always that cold, infuriating female voice. "We apologize, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." Frustration mounts as he runs his fingers through his hair, unable to locate anyone or connect via phone while traversing unfamiliar terrain. The sense of unease intensifies. Yuesheng, lost in his frantic search, collides with countless individuals, inquiring, "Have you seen Jiang Xingchen?" The villagers, either bewildered by his inquiries or teasing him, respond, "Has your man run off again? If you do not know where he is, how can we possibly know? Do not fret. He has always been with you, has he not? How could he not be anxious? He is on the verge of madness. Just this morning, he professed his love to Jiang Xingchen. Just moments ago, he accepted the hand string Jiang had gifted him once more. At this critical juncture, Jiang Xingchen has no reason to evade him. This is highly unusual. What if he is deliberately avoiding him? If this is merely a game to him? With the phone out of service, Yuesheng contemplates a dreadful yet plausible possibility. Something has befallen Jiang Xingchen. In moments of extreme terror, some individuals paradoxically exhibit an extraordinary calmness. Yuesheng is one such person, remarkably composed in critical situations. He promptly reported the incident to the police, only to be met with a dismissive tone on the other end, indicating that since the disappearance had not exceeded 24 hours, an investigation could not be initiated. This was hardly surprising. The local police often took the path of least resistance. Understanding the circumstances, he explained that his partner's door was locked and that he lacked a key. He implored them to send someone to forcibly open the door and search for potential clues. What if evidence lay within? Should someone enter uninvited, they risked compromising the scene and possibly becoming the prime suspect themselves. Yuesheng, adept at negotiation, managed to persuade them with just a few words. Before long, a police vehicle arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. The lock was pried open, and the scene was meticulously cleared of any traces. Inside, only Jiang Xingchen's fingerprints remained, while all others had been meticulously wiped away. "It appears there is no issue here, sir," remarked one of the officers, casually surveying the area. "Perhaps your partner simply wandered off into the mountains and lost track of time. After all, many places here lack signal, and it has only been a little over 4 hours." Yuesheng sharply interrupted, "That is impossible. He has lived here for 3.5 years. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a glimmering object at the corner of the table leg. There, something sparkled with fragmented light. Instantly, Yuesheng knelt to investigate. The moment he discerned what it was, his pupils constricted violently. It was Jiang Xingchen's anklet. "What is it, sir?" inquired the nearby officer, leaning in to glimpse the table leg, yet failing to grasp its significance. The inability to recognize such an obvious clue rendered these individuals unreliable. "Nothing," Yuesheng replied curtly. "If he is not found within 24 hours, I urge you to expedite the investigation." The officer responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement, took Yuesheng's protection fee, and departed. Clutching the delicate chain tightly in his hand, Yuesheng knew precisely whom to contact. "Hello, Jiang Xingchen is in trouble. He has likely been kidnapped." "What?" On the other end of the line, Mo Yun was taken aback. What happened? Yuesheng methodically recounted the recent events. He has been missing for 5 hours, cannot have gone far, and could not have taken a highway. Check the rural roads. All city surveillance footage should be under your office's purview. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mo Yun responded, his phone has no signal but still has battery life. You should still be alive. We are already reviewing the surveillance. Now, let us go through the contacts who know your whereabouts. The call extended for quite some time. Meanwhile, Yuesheng drove along the rural routes suggested by Mo Yun, meticulously searching for any signs. 7 hours had elapsed since Jiang Xingchen's disappearance. A vehicle with a specific license plate was identified by Mo Yun and Zhou Yi, based on distance and time estimates, in conjunction with the clues captured on surveillance. It could be inferred that this vehicle had abducted Jiang Xingchen. Yuesheng fixed his gaze upon the license plate, his jaw clenched tightly. I recognized the owner. His voice was low, reverberating with intensity. The engine roared to life as he sped down the targeted rural road. In response to Yuesheng's description, Mo Yun's team urgently began to investigate the information on Dr. Su. As Mo Yun pursued the group inspection, he did not forget to advise Yuesheng. Your current speed has surged to 180 km/h. We have arranged for colleagues to intercept you, so please remain calm and prioritize your personal safety. Moreover, you must not act impulsively. Mo Yun emphasized, you are an S-Class Alpha, while our colleagues are merely C-Class. You must also ensure their safety. And of course, the safety of the criminal is paramount. Impulse is the devil. Halfway through his words, Mo Yun's gaze flicked to the video window, silencing him. He had caught sight of an exceedingly grim face, and the realization that only C-Class Alphas were going to rescue him made it even more terrifying. Beside him, Zhou Yi turned Mo Yun's shoulder to face him. Did you see that? Look at me. Montauk Yuan replied, Commander, I merely wish to fulfill my duty of educating the populace. Zhou Yi retorted, there's nothing to be done. The speed is at 220 km/h. He has gone mad. Chapter 70, All Villains' Pain. Damn it. Each jolt aggravated the dull ache in his abdomen, sending waves of pain along his nerves, cold sweat soaking his body. Another jolt. Jiang Xingchen rolled into a deeper corner. Suddenly, he felt something hard in his palm. It was the fixed bolt from the spare tire compartment. The sharp edge was perfect for cutting a rope. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Xingchen used the car's turning momentum to press the rope against the bolt's edge, concentrating the force on that sharp angle, relying on each jolt to sever the rope. The pressure was difficult to control, and soon the edge cut into his wrist, the thick scent of alpha blood seeping out. The car screeched to a halt, and Jiang Xingchen's forehead slammed against the car wall with a thud. Was he nearly dead? Dr. Su opened the trunk with a scalpel in hand. I'm sorry, but to preserve the specimen, the biological entity must remain alive for optimal appearance. He loomed over Jiang Xingchen, gripping his ankle. Blood oozed from Jiang Xingchen's wrist, the pheromones so potent they could kill. Yet, it had no effect on Dr. Su. Submerge those fox-like eyes of yours in formalin, and he will surely thank me. The scalpel drew closer to Jiang Xingchen. Tentatively, it grazed his eyelid. Jiang Xingchen remained still. I thought alphas were formidable. With just a little drug, you're reduced to this. Hardly impressive. However, Dr. Su opened a video recording on his phone. Your face is truly captivating. Come on, smile for a photo. As he leaned in, positioning the front camera to capture both faces, Jiang Xingchen's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. You, with no time to react, Jiang Xingchen swiftly seized the scalpel from him and plunged it forcefully into his knee, the knee being one of the body's most vulnerable points. With a squelch, Jiang Xingchen pierced through the joint. Cold, swift, precise, and efficient. Withdrawing the scalpel, blood gushed forth as Jiang Xingchen rolled out of the trunk, targeting Dr. Su's right knee for another strike. Every movement was purposeful. Kneel. Dr. Su barely had time to utter a sound before his legs gave way, collapsing before Jiang Xingchen with a thud. His eyes, filled with a ferocious crimson hue, uttered the words, "You wretched creature," as he plunged a syringe into Jiang's abdomen. The coldness of the drug seeping in. Jiang staggered back, his glands heating rapidly. After years of practice, Dr. Su methodically poured disinfectant over his bloodied knees, unfazed by the blood pooling at his feet. Have you ever encountered a lustful alpha? He taunted. What does my drug feel, I wonder? Kidnapping and illicit substances. These two charges alone could imprison you for a lifetime. He strained to maintain his composure, forcing himself to remain silent as he snatched a phone to reveal a photograph. Moreover, I possess evidence of your attempted murder. Consider your predicament. In this desolate place, your demise would go unnoticed. Dr. Su chuckled softly, a sickly pleasure evident in his tone. Are you still waiting for Yuesheng to rescue you? Such folly. Do you see that village ahead? What do you think will happen when they encounter a lustful alpha, especially one as exquisite as you? As Jiang trembled, a smile broke across his face. In the next instant, he lunged forward, driving the scalpel toward Dr. Su's eye. In moments of extreme peril, the primal instinct for self-preservation ignites. Dr. Su reflexively reached for the approaching blade. Meanwhile, Jiang extracted a glass vial from his pocket, uncapping it and pouring several pills into his mouth. What? Dr. Su's expression changed, disbelief washing over him. He wanted to inquire how Jiang knew the substance was Yuesheng's pheromone serum. He mentioned it to me once, during his time at the hospital cultivating antibodies. I sensed it when you bound me, Jiang replied nonchalantly. Dr. Su paused, then feigned nonchalance. What a pity. Being an alpha, his drug is ineffective against you. I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate, Jiang stated, his tone calm and indifferent. He bit me a few days ago, right here. Jiang pointed to the nape of his neck, a place marked by possession, love that seeped through to his very bones. He shook his head. What a pity, you know nothing. Dr. Su, thoroughly incensed, shouted with reddened eyes, a beta knows nothing? Indeed, I do not understand. He has always relied on me. I cured his skin hunger. Why did he change upon your return? What is there to gain from two alphas, both afflicted? Unless you're all madmen or masochists, reveling in pain. He could accept an arch-nemesis with zero pheromone compatibility. Why not a beta devoid of glands? I have been by his side for 23 years. Who are you to challenge that? Oh, Jiang said, extracting the scalpel, blood oozing from Dr. Su's palm. He has been watching me since my birth. What? Dr. Su gasped, wide-eyed in astonishment. I only just discovered it myself, Jiang replied with a smile. Why are you all mad? Dr. Su suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, recklessly brandishing a lighter and hurling it towards a nearby, idling vehicle. In a flash, Jiang Xingchen was unable to retreat in time. Yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through the lighter. Bang! Another shot followed. The lighter ignited midair, and the sound of police sirens approached from all directions. Don't move. Jiang Xingchen clung to consciousness with his last ounce of strength, a dull ache and lingering heat surging within him, as darkness closed in around his vision. He turned his head to see a familiar figure swiftly approaching through the smoke and debris. Relief washed over him, and he collapsed into a warm embrace. Yuesheng looked down, their eyes meeting, his gaze unexpectedly calm and gentle. It's all right. Those three words carried an irresistible, soothing power. Jiang Xingchen parted his lips, and just before slipping into unconsciousness, he grasped Yuesheng's collar and murmured. He kicked me in the abdomen twice, held a knife to my eyes twice, drugged me 3 times. He is infatuated with you. Darkness enveloped him, his breaths growing weaker. The last thing he heard was Yuesheng's soft, trembling voice close to his ear. Sleep now, dear. Chapter 71. I'll comfort you, we can't keep hitting him. If something happens, we must stop him. Broken ribs, paralysis of the lower limbs, loss of vision in the left eye, ruptured organs. An S-class is truly ruthless. Yuesheng witnessed the bloody scene when the department head and their partner team up. Even an S-class leaves no survivors, only living witnesses. Hurry up and clean this mess before the pheromones overwhelm us. You're all alphas. Why are you so incompetent? Did I somehow reincarnate as a C-class due to my lack of effort? The world seemed to be enveloped in a hazy, white glow. The sounds fading until only a vast expanse of white remained. Time passed. How long? He could not tell. Jiang Xingchen opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused and scattered. In his dazed state, he noticed a tall figure standing by his bedside, clad in a crisp white coat, their face obscured from view. A jolt of anxiety gripped Jiang Xingchen as he struggled to see clearly. It was only when the figure turned, revealing familiar brows and eyes, that he recognized them. A slender tube was inserted into the nape of their neck, a transparent catheter connected to a medical bag, drawing out his pheromones. Darling. Yuesheng gazed at Jiang Xingchen, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It was worth every bite. Jiang Xingchen's consciousness lingered in a haze. His eyes fixated on Yuesheng's nape, each word escaping his lips faintly like a whisper. Does it hurt? Previously, it was always Yuesheng asking him if it hurt. This time, the roles were reversed. Yuesheng's gaze flickered. My dear, even though so many adore you, in the end, only my pheromones can save you. Do you understand? The room was so quiet that the beeping of the machines and the rhythm of Jiang Xingchen's heartbeat were distinctly audible. He turned his head, resting his cheek against the slightly firm hospital pillow, and understood. The pheromone medical bag gradually swelled, and Yuesheng detached the infusion tube, slowly approaching to poke the soft flesh bulging from Jiang Xingchen's face. Can I kiss you now? Jiang Xingchen closed his eyes, surrendering as Yuesheng gently turned his chin. Just as their lips were about to meet, Jiang Xingchen suddenly inquired, Who helped me change into the hospital gown? Who else but your husband? In the darkness, Jiang Xingchen distinctly felt his lips being caressed with fervor. A mix of desire and ambiguity soothed the lingering pain. Just changing clothes, nothing more? Jiang Xingchen tilted his head back with his eyes still shut, the loose hospital gown revealing his elongated neck and beautifully defined collarbones. The pale skin bore marks that could not be concealed, and within, faint traces of crimson wounds were discernible. The mere thought of those hideous scars made Yuesheng's fists clench tightly, producing the sound of bones colliding, overwhelming him with the urge to return and eliminate that bastard. No alpha could tolerate the marks left by others on their mate. Not just now. If Jiang Xingchen were to open his eyes and gaze upon Yuesheng's current expression, he would find an intensity in his stare that left no room for escape. And now, Jiang Xingchen asked softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He sensed Yuesheng's heated breath drawing nearer. Now I wish to ask you, didn't I tell you to wait for me? Yuesheng's gaze upon Jiang Xingchen was tender yet heavy. However, the force with which his fingers tightened around Jiang Xingchen's chin and the veins bulging on the back of his hand were assertive and commanding. Why didn't you listen? Why did you run away while I was gone? Why did you go back alone? With 3 consecutive whys, Jiang Xingchen realized he had provoked Yuesheng's anger. He finally opened his eyes and nudged Yuesheng's nose with his own. Their breaths mingled, and their lips seemed poised to touch. Yet, Yuesheng merely pressed 2 fingers against Jiang Xingchen's lips, pinching the soft flesh with increasing intensity. The area being squeezed turned red and white, becoming even more moist. Those hands, always yearning for skin, were now gently soothing him. As they brushed against the edge of the wounds, Yuesheng, restraining his heavy breaths, spoke in a deep, subdued tone. You are too disobedient. You promised to wait for me, yet you ran away alone and easily deceived me. Under normal circumstances, such a question from Yuesheng would be perceived as flirtation by Jiang Xingchen. But now, a sense of dread crept in. He felt a chilling sensation, for he could not answer any of Yuesheng's inquiries. In a hoarse, pleading tone, he addressed Yuesheng, Brother, considering I'm a victim here, please let me off this time. The dim yellow light illuminated a lamp above them, and Jiang Xingchen's long, thick eyelashes made him appear quite pitiful. Yuesheng's hand then reached out, gently resting his thumb against Jiang Xingchen's delicate neck. Their proximity drew closer, allowing Jiang Xingchen to distinctly hear the sound of Yuesheng's nostrils flaring as he inhaled his pheromones. Yuesheng's voice, deep and laced with suppressed fury, penetrated the air. You truly are disobedient. I am furious, yet I can't do anything to you. Jiang Xingchen, tell me how you became so formidable. His words trailed off, unfinished. As Jiang Xingchen unexpectedly kissed him, he cooed, do not be angry. The kiss swiftly transformed into a contest of dominance. Their breaths intertwined, lips colliding, as the air thickened with the ambiguous scent of pheromones. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a multitude of nurses turned in unison to witness the fervent scene by the VIP bed. Logically, they should have either maintained their professional demeanor and approached calmly to check on the situation, or politely retreated to avoid any impropriety. Yet, as if choreographed, they stood frozen, eyes wide and unblinking, even muffling their breaths. Clearing his throat, Jiang Xingchen was the first to regain composure, turning his head to pull the blanket up to his chin. His ears flushed. Meanwhile, Yuesheng stood beside him, calmly wiping the moisture from the corner of his lips. This action elicited knowing expressions among the nurses, an understanding shared without words. After a moment of perplexing silence, the nurses imposed a facade of calm to conduct their rounds, departing reluctantly while ensuring the door was securely closed behind them. In the following days, Jiang Xingchen experienced a blend of confusion and warmth. The confusion stemmed from the medication, while the warmth arose from the constant presence of someone by his side, day and night. Whenever he awoke from slumber, that person would immediately envelop him in their embrace, as if ever vigilant over his every move, providing comfort and solace. This sensation of being cherished left Jiang Xingchen feeling unfamiliar, yet undeniably more dependent on that individual. It was so delightful that he believed Yuesheng had forgiven him, thinking that a single kiss had soothed any lingering resentment. However, it wasn't until he sat in Yuesheng's car on their way home, only to find the front door securely locked, that he realized Yuesheng had come to settle the score. Will you dare to disobey again? Will you dare to ignore my calls? Will you dare to deceive me? Chapter 72. Confinement and reckoning. The Alpha's presence encroached, their bodies pressing closely together. Yuesheng's expression was stern as he grasped Jiang Xingchen's hand, gripping his waist, his breath brushing against Jiang Xingchen's neck. In truth, Jiang Xingchen could hardly discern what Yuesheng was asking him. Their intimate yet perilous posture left his heart in disarray. I was wrong, brother, Jiang Xingchen conceded, opting for appeasement first. What did I do wrong? Everything, he replied, unable to articulate the myriad of faults, yet feeling undeniably at fault. Jiang Xingchen leaned up, nuzzling against Yuesheng's chin. His coaxing seemed effective, as he noticed Yuesheng's breathing ease into a gentler rhythm. Will you dare again? Having narrowly escaped a reprimand, Jiang Xingchen hesitated. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. The sandalwood beads on his wrist rolled between their skin. Jiang Xingchen surveyed the surroundings. His bedroom was immaculate, the door firmly shut. In the darkness outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows was pierced only by the faint glow of streetlights, casting their intertwined shadows in a tender embrace. When my assets were liquidated, the bank seized this house. Does our entry now constitute breaking and entering? The foreclosure process requires the signature of a partner. Do you lack both biological and legal knowledge? Yu ascends to higher education with purposeful intent, expertly returning every boomerang thrown his way. Who said that? I possess a modicum of understanding regarding ABO marriage laws. For instance, Jiang Xingchen extends his foot to caress the skin of his counterpart, causing the bell to jingle softly with the movement. It is unlawful to imprison a partner within a marriage, and I could take legal action against you. Yu swiftly grasps his ankle, his fingertip brushing against the bell as he leans closer, whispering in a voice deep and sinister as a demon. Go ahead. The doctor has informed you that you cannot live without me. If they were to apprehend me, you would have to accompany me. The so-called medical miracle likely lies in the fact that the doctor attempted numerous treatments on Jiang Xingchen, only to discover that none were as effective as Yu's pheromones. That crude, yet simple mark ultimately saved Jiang Xingchen's life at a critical juncture. Without it, the drug administered by the assailant would have rendered any alpha utterly incapacitated. The sole side effect of pheromone therapy is that Jiang Xingchen must, for a time, cling to his alpha partner for the pheromones, much like a cub relies on its master. There are myriad methods to acquire pheromones, and Yu effortlessly undoes the top 3 buttons of Jiang Xingchen's shirt collar. The porcelain white skin reveals scars inflicted by the abduction. His fingertip traces those varying depths of wounds, from shoulder to waist and down a thigh. When his hand pauses at the stomach, lingering over a prominent scar, his tone turns icy. Did you do this? Jiang Xingchen indicates the area on his abdomen, recalling. He kicked me there. I was bound at the time, otherwise I would have made him suffer more. Lu Yu remains silent, seemingly unable to see clearly. As he turns on his phone's flashlight to scrutinize the area further. Stop shining that in my eyes, Jiang Xingchen protests, feeling a bit embarrassed as he pushes Lu Yu away while shielding his eyes. I regret it. Lu Yu gently presses his finger over the scabbed wound. A tingling sensation coursing through Jiang Xingchen's lower abdomen. Regret what? He inquires. Lu Yu simply replies with a flat, nothing. However, Jiang Xingchen is well aware of what Lu Yu regrets. This is due to Mo Yun's 3 phone calls. The first announced that the criminal had been sentenced to life imprisonment. The second informed that the perpetrator had been rendered paralyzed and required the instigator to attend a tea session at the Oversight Bureau. The third relayed that during this tea session, Lu Yu, unrepentant, boasted that not killing the criminal was his greatest regret. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Xingchen muses, I heard he'll spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair in prison. Mercy should be granted where it can be. Let it be. With a lower body disability and upper body fractures, being able to sit in a wheelchair is a blessing indeed. Lu Yu lifts Jiang Xingchen's hand, tenderly kissing the bones of his fingers. My wife plays the zither beautifully and wields a knife with precision. Observing the mixture of tenderness and irritation on Lu Yu's face ignites a destructive impulse within Jiang Xingchen. He relishes witnessing a composed individual lose their composure. Jiang Xingchen's fingers graze Lu Yu's lips. Do not speak recklessly about matters devoid of evidence. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know. This is our secret. He then tilts his head back, leaning closer to whisper, ultimately, you were the one who rendered him disabled. Were you not? He adored you. It must be immensely satisfying to have destroyed him with your own hands. Lu Yu's expression darkens, enveloped in silence. Jiang Xingchen provocatively hooked his fingers around the other's neck, teasingly murmuring, Brother, locking me in here without doing anything seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? The other party's gaze darkened as he locked onto him, the taut muscles of his neck visibly tense. What did you just call me? In an instant, the pheromone concentration surged, filling the air with an intimate humidity. Brother, Jiang Xingchen breathed, and with a sudden force, he was pulled into a scorching embrace. As the flashlight extinguished, a fabric was torn apart with a rip. Yuesheng's fingers sank deeply into Jiang Xingchen's disheveled hair, compelling him to tilt his head back, their lips brushing against the curve of his ear. Ultimately, who is it that does not heed my words? My wife. Jiang Xingchen's beautiful face sank into the soft mattress, his porcelain skin partially obscured by tousled hair. As he let out a breathy gasp, softly conceding that all pleas would lead to adverse effects, Jiang Xingchen ignited a fire within Yuesheng's heart, a blaze that would consume them both entirely. Yuesheng, as if entranced, lifted his face, his gaze fixed on the misty allure of Jiang Xingchen's captivating eyes, missing not a single shift in his expression. His voice was hoarse and thick with yearning. What's the rush? Look at you. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the moonlight vanished behind heavy clouds, and the dense darkness swept in like a river, drowning the last remnants of rationality in the room. Once, Jiang Xingchen had longed for Yuesheng to warm his bed. Now, the scent of eucalyptus pheromones enveloped not just the bedding, but all the furnishings. Brother, please. Jiang Xingchen's voice took on a pleading tone. Yuesheng gazed down at his face, a blend of desire and beauty. What do you want? A broken whimper was swallowed between their lips, and the remaining words melted into unspoken sentiments. You clearly enjoy this. It's only in this way that you will behave, that you will listen. That night, Yuesheng ensured Jiang Xingchen experienced an unforgettable evening. It was only when Jiang Xingchen, hoarse and tearful, called him husband that he was finally released. The following day, Jiang Xingchen did not rise from bed. The day after that, he remained in bed. Day after day, Jiang Xingchen, indeed, I am submerged in the waters of this narrative. 7 days later, he finally saw the first rays of morning sunlight, as Yuesheng carried him out onto the balcony to bask in the sun. Brother, The world outside is truly beautiful. I want to go. Yuesheng interrupted him. What did you just call me? Chapter 73. Don't even think about going outside. Jiang Xingchen leaned half of his body against Yuesheng, the other half resting against the balcony railing. The skin on his forehead warmed under the sunlight as he glanced up at the man beside him. Brother. Yuesheng leaned in from behind, insisting, call me husband. I won't. Jiang Xingchen turned his head, resting his chin on his shoulder, his stubbornness flaring. If you don't even think about going outside. Jiang Xingchen was momentarily speechless, and he retaliated by stepping forcefully on Yuesheng's foot. Yet, Yuesheng seemed impervious. Not only not retreating, but tightening his embrace, completely enclosing Jiang Xingchen within his arms. His palm caressed him with a blend of desire and affection. As the warm sunlight spilled over the railing, casting amorous shadows upon the two of them. Over the past 7 days and nights, Jiang Xingchen had been in a state of near oblivion, his consciousness flickering intermittently. At times, the situation became so severe that it resembled the disorientation of intoxication. He could scarcely recall what Yuesheng had done to him or how many times he had been administered medication. All that remained were his aching limbs and the swollen patches on his skin. Whenever his consciousness briefly returned, Yuesheng would immediately draw near, inquiring with a low, gentle voice, do you dare to disobey again? Yet, the grip on his hand was as unyielding as a vice. Jiang Xingchen could not remember how many times he had uttered, I dare not, truly I do not. Nevertheless, his interlocutor remained undeterred, persistently asking, at times with an air of interrogation, and, at others, almost as if pleading. Last night, Jiang Xingchen was jolted awake by a searing sensation. Ye, do you intend to keep me confined like this forever? Yuesheng's tone was calm, devoid of emotion. I could certainly do that. Jiang Xingchen stared at him, taken aback. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the streetlights from the villa district outside, filtering through the trees and casting a shadow on his sharply defined profile. The corners of Yuesheng's lips were tightly pressed, devoid of any curvature, resembling a chiseled sculpture. At that moment, Jiang Xingchen acutely realized that Yuesheng was entirely serious. Breathless, he managed to force out a semblance of composure. Gu, I truly do not. His voice fractured into ragged breaths. Yuesheng gazed deeply into his eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swirling beneath the surface. Akin to turbulent waves held firmly in check, as he softly uttered, darling. The hand that had initially rested lightly on his shoulder tightened its grip, overpowering him until he was helplessly enveloped in Yuesheng's embrace. Leaning closer, Yuesheng exuded an unmistakable air of dominance. What did you call me? Jiang Xingchen's gaze wavered, momentarily lost, before Yuesheng gently tilted his chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. The long lashes cast a fan-shaped shadow as he tremulously uttered the two words Yuesheng yearned to hear. Husband. On the balcony, basking in the sunlight, Jiang Xingchen reached towards the azure sky, exhaling a long sigh. You cannot keep me confined like this forever. I am, after all, an alpha with personal freedom, an S rank, capable of protecting myself. Indeed, Yuesheng replied nonchalantly, his demeanor calm, embodying the essence of a gentleman with a restrained disposition. Though he appeared amiable, beneath the surface lay a formidable presence. Then I shall go out. Yuesheng paid him no heed, as if he had heard nothing, and proceeded to smooth the disheveled strands of hair blown by the wind. Jiang Xingchen, exasperated, called out, Husband. Yuesheng responded with a mere before adding, in a few days. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xingchen pressed, in a few days? Yuesheng playfully squeezed his waist, once you gain another 5 pounds. Each day, Yuesheng prepared meals for Jiang Xingchen, personally tending to the culinary tasks with meticulous precision. He watered the plants, fed the cat, cleared the weeds, maintained cleanliness, washed clothes, brewed medicine, and ensured Jiang Xingchen was bathed and dressed, attending to every household chore with unwavering dedication. Occasionally, when Jiang Xingchen regained his senses, Yuesheng would not forget to carry him to the sofa for a brief respite, watching television to alleviate his boredom. Every day, Uncle Lu delivers items. And Feng Yu has visited a few times, merely sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard to finish his work without ever stepping inside. Even Mo Yun and Zhou, he only exchanged a few words with Lu Yuesheng before departing, never having laid eyes on Jiang Xingchen. Observing Lu Yuesheng's various behaviors, Jiang Xingchen felt an unsettling realization that he might truly be confined indefinitely. The repercussions of the kidnapping incident weighed far heavier on Jiang Xingchen than on Lu Yuesheng. This unexpected event served as a harsh wake-up call, shattering the restraint he had previously upheld as a model gentleman, revealing the deep-seated possessiveness that lay within him. Jiang Xingchen glanced at the reflection of himself on his phone screen. His cheeks had become noticeably rounder since a few days prior, prompting him to let out a resigned sigh and seek a new topic to divert his attention. "What were you and Zhou discussing in the courtyard the other day? You talked for so long without letting me listen." Lu Yuesheng handed him a cup of water to sip, casually responding, "I asked him how to pursue a wife." Coughing abruptly, Jiang Xingchen was taken aback by Lu Yuesheng's straightforwardness, his eyes glistening with tears. After finally catching his breath, he asked, "You asked him? What did he say?" Lu Yuesheng began counting on his fingers, stating earnestly, "He said to express your feelings sincerely, give gifts and flowers, and propose on one knee." Jiang Xingchen replied, "I can't do any of that. I need to learn." Lu Yuesheng gently caressed Jiang Xingchen's reddened earlobe, maintaining his composure as he added, "He said I'm useless." A gust of cold wind swirled between them, leaving Jiang Xingchen with mixed emotions. Lu Yuesheng continued, "He also asked if I knew what a love-struck brain was. I told him I could see that from you. Then he suggested that someone like me, who isn't afraid of being deceived, should take the time to improve, since there's nothing to lose. He said he could only say so much, and the rest is up to my own understanding." Jiang Xingchen replied, "What does that even mean?" Lu Yuesheng stated, "I believe that rather than indulging in superficialities, one should be more direct." Jiang Xingchen retorted, "So your direct approach is to keep me locked up? My dear brother, that lacks creativity." Lu Yuesheng responded with his typical cold indifference, leading Jiang Xingchen to realize that his words were falling on deaf ears. "Brother, what is your name?" Jiang Xingchen fell silent, turning his head away in frustration. Soon, he felt Lu Yuesheng lean in closer, gently grasping his chin to redirect his gaze. In a low, commanding tone, he intoned, "Darling, I need to establish some rules for you." A chill ran down Jiang Xingchen's spine, foreseeing that something was about to transpire. Before long, the mattress sank significantly, the sheets marked with deep impressions. Chapter 74. The good wife Lu Yuesheng intensified his approach, meticulously testing Jiang Xingchen's limits. He resembled an old-fashioned gentleman, lowering his stance with each advance. "Are you unhappy? You can halt this at any moment." For someone who is sensitive to sound, his voice was extraordinarily soothing, so gentle it became beguiling, compelling Jiang Xingchen to shake his head and instinctively choose honesty. "No." In turn, Lu Yuesheng discovered that certain behaviors were permissible. "Darling, you are so obedient when you listen." Lu Yuesheng gently rewarded him with kisses on his forehead, on his sweat-drenched earlobes, and on his sharply defined collarbones. Whenever Jiang Xingchen could no longer endure and called for a halt, Lu would feign concern, enveloping him in a warm embrace, softly asking, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Tormented by the chaos of pheromones, Jiang Xingchen found himself in a state of excruciating vulnerability before someone 5 years his senior. "Everything feels wrong," he murmured, like an agitated little beast with reddened eyes, filled with a sense of grievance and despair. As he parted his lips, he discovered that his pale words merely transformed into fragmented gasps. "Is that so? My dear is so obedient." With a firm grip on his shoulders, he inhaled the soothing scent of eucalyptus pheromones. Each time he clumsily called out husband, Lu Yuesheng would respond with tender praise, "My dear is so obedient." These 4 words sent shivers down Jiang Xingchen's spine. In moments when he could scarcely articulate a response, he pondered whether this person, with a heart of a beast, was imposing rules upon him in such a manner. Unfortunately, there was little time for contemplation. Time became an elusive concept. Jiang Xingchen buried himself in Lu Yuesheng's embrace, tears streaming down his face as the pain in his neck overwhelmed him. The habit of ending with a cigarette transformed into a mere bite. Light or heavy, Lu would always inquire, "Is this all right? How about this?" Jiang Xingchen lost count of how many times he called out husband in his haze, nor could he remember how often he heard the phrase "so obedient." He truly had become obedient, he thought. Tears from the corners of his eyes were gently wiped away, and the pheromones coursing through his veins soothed his frayed nerves like a balm. "Are you still human?" Jiang Xingchen weakly inquired. "MHM," Lu Yuesheng replied softly, his palm pressed against Jiang's sweaty back, rhythmically patting him with an almost obsessive patience. "Who has such abundant energy? Don't you need to sleep? Rest, my dear husband. I haven't seen you close your eyes in days. Even beasts need to rest." Although he obediently called him husband, Jiang Xingchen wished he could knock him unconscious with a single blow. Like a diligent ox? "You sleep, and I'll sleep later. Rest assured, I'm here." Jiang Xingchen found it utterly incredible that a 30-year-old could be so easily lulled to sleep by a single word. Just before succumbing to slumber, he glimpsed a hint of satisfaction in Lu Yuesheng's gaze and couldn't help but doubt whether he would be imprisoned forever. This man seemed as if he truly never slept. Bathing him afterward, bringing him water in the middle of the night, carrying him to the bathroom, and asking if he was hungry or uncomfortable. Such unwavering companionship was terrifying. Being cared for so thoroughly day and night would gradually lead one to become utterly dependent on that person, akin to an infant relying entirely on its mother. The so-called imposition of rules was, at its core, a form of psychological control. Yet, aside from lying there as a mere shell of a person, he truly had nothing else to do. His physical scars gradually faded, his once slender frame became more robust, and under Lu Yuesheng's guidance, even his pheromones began to respond obediently. It seemed Lu Yuesheng cared for nothing but him, attending to his needs and never leaving his side. Reflecting on this made the situation all the more unsettling. Could he possibly regress to an embryonic state? That, of course, is utterly impossible. Just a fortnight later, on a certain day, Lu Yuesheng scrutinized him from head to toe, leaving no detail, not even the minutiae of his skin, unexamined. Jiang Xingchen felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and turned his head slightly to inquire, "What's the matter?" Lu Yuesheng's tone was devoid of emotion. "You have recovered." Jiang Xingchen glanced down at himself. The bruises on his wrists had long faded, and the wounds on his body had healed to mere faint scars. Even his skin had become more radiant and fair than before. It was undeniable that Lu Yuesheng had taken exceptionally good care of him. To put it in an inappropriate metaphor, standing before the mirror, he resembled a porcelain doll of considerable height, with just the right amount of flesh. "So, may I go outside now?" Jiang Xingchen asked tentatively, adding a playful husband at the end, understanding the old man's conventional ways. Lu Yuesheng replied with a nonchalant nod. Jiang Xingchen found it difficult to discern whether he was merely being dismissive or genuinely showing kindness by ending this absurd confinement. "Can I step out now?" The urge to act outweighed his hesitation. If he was to leave, it had to be now. Surprisingly, Lu Yuesheng seemed to be in a good mood today and did not dismiss him. "Where do you wish to go?" Jiang Xingchen smiled and teased. "Will you follow me to bask in the sun, to bathe, to use the restroom, and even when I go out?" Lu Yuesheng calmly retorted, "Is that not permissible?" Jiang Xingchen nearly blurted out that it was not, but he restrained himself. In crucial moments, his wits were sharp, and he avoided unnecessary trouble. For Lu Yuesheng could easily keep him bedridden for a week if he so desired. During this time, he had gained a deeper understanding of this older man. The gentler his words, the deeper the trap he laid. Once you stumbled into it, he would not let you escape easily. If not for mutual consent, it would undoubtedly spell a life of solitude for him. The fortune teller's claim that he was fated to encounter a lonely star was indeed well-founded. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xingchen presented a reason he believed Lu Yuesheng could not refuse. "I wish to see my parents." Lu Yuesheng retrieved a photo of Mrs. Jiang and Mrs. Lu from his phone, along with their chat history. "They seem to be enjoying themselves quite well. I think you need not worry about them." Jiang Xingchen stared at the phone screen, observing his pretentiously aloof father, his mother feigning innocence, and the affluent in-laws who generously supported them. These four individuals living well was more substantial than anything else. Jiang Xingchen added, I want to check on my store. I wonder who it was sold to and where my employees have gone. Yuesheng switched to a secondary account, which contained a fan group, and he made no effort to conceal the fact that he followed Jiang Xingchen using this account, even showing him the messages in the group. After scrolling for a bit, he could only describe the situation with 4 words. As usual, before Jiang Xingchen could transform into a curious child, Yuesheng made a commanding statement. You have a total of 28 stores, all under my name now, which means they are still under yours. They remain just as they were before. Jiang Xingchen gazed at him, a smile forming as he murmured, how come I never realized before that I had such financial prowess? Yuesheng did not respond immediately, but instead pondered for a moment, his expression still as calm as water. If you truly believe that, would the Jiang family still face bankruptcy? Jiang Xingchen was taken aback, staring at Yuesheng in disbelief. You knew. Last night, he had fallen asleep while writing, which was why he hadn't sent it out at midnight. Today, there should be another chapter. Chapter 75. I fear you. There are some things you have concealed from me, but that is of no consequence. I will investigate. Yuesheng spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any excessive emotion. I have looked into it. However, Jiang Xingchen discerned an indescribable warning tone in his voice. Perhaps it was due to their constant companionship over the past few days. He instinctively began to guess Yuesheng's thoughts and even his joys and sorrows regarding that acquisition case. I investigated thoroughly and ultimately discovered that it was a performance orchestrated entirely by your family. My dear, care to explain? Jiang Xingchen awkwardly adjusted his forehead, his ears slightly flushed. I never expected my mother to be so ruthless. The situation turned out to be far beyond my anticipation. Do you believe me when I say that? Yuesheng chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through their closely pressed bodies. I believe everything you say. As he traced his fingers along Jiang Xingchen's skin under the pretense of examination, it felt more like an open act of infidelity, as if everything belonging to Jiang Xingchen was already his possession. Jiang Xingchen took Yuesheng's hand and placed it against his temple, the latter naturally massaging the delicate skin there. My mother may have gone mad. Jiang Xingchen sighed contentedly. I know she can be reckless, but I didn't expect her to let go to such an extent. The most baffling part is that with my father's unconditional support, she has become even more unhinged. I once asked my mother, Yuesheng suddenly interjected, his voice low and melodious. Why is it that so many people fail to connect? Yet she has such a good relationship with Ms. Jiang? Jiang Xingchen listened calmly, turning to meet his gaze. My mother said it was because she is simple-minded, madly in love, to the extent of being willing to forsake everything. A charming little madwoman. Yuesheng's fingers glided to Jiang Xingchen's chin, giving it a gentle squeeze. Such a person seeks nothing but affection. If you are sincere with her, she will be unwaveringly devoted to you. In his gaze, there is suddenly an unmistakable hint of desire. I never understood before, but this adorable little madwoman was willing to let the Jiang family go bankrupt just for us. Who can say otherwise? Jiang Xingchen had heard many evaluations of his mother from others, both praise and criticism. Few truly understood her. Most only saw the surface and not the essence, never having witnessed her true nature, thus failing to capture her attention. Yet, when spoken by Yuesheng, it sounded like a hymn of reverence. Admiration is always mutual. Ms. Jiang had also held a deep-seated fondness for Yuesheng since childhood. The two were never meant to be, yet it was their mothers who invested heavily to forge this connection. But dear, why must it lead to bankruptcy? Yuesheng questioned, puzzled. Isn't losing wealth to avert disaster the simplest solution? To be honest, Jiang Xingchen chuckled helplessly. Do you remember that fortune teller? I asked him for a solution to break this deadlock. Buddha does not save people. People must save themselves. Yuesheng scoffed lightly. Jiang Xingchen blinked. But what he said made a lot of sense. He mentioned that one must break before one can establish. That is merely the jargon of a charlatan. Yuesheng pinched his cheek. And you believe that? Yes, why wouldn't I believe it? In the grand edifice, where guests were entertained, the structure eventually collapsed. As is the nature of all things, rise and fall alike. Jiang Xingchen met Lu Ji's gaze with calmness, acknowledging that even without him, the Jiang family had reached the point of dismantling the building. Flowers bloom and wither in their own time. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuesheng suddenly leaned in, pressing his palm against Jiang Xingchen's shoulder and lifting his chin with a single hand, compelling him to meet his gaze. You say there's no one, Jiang Xingchen quickly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, insisting there were no conditions, none at all. Observing this easily manipulatable position, Lu Yuesheng, with an austere expression and slightly parted lips, remarked, very obedient. The mere utterance of the word obedient triggered Jiang Xingchen's PTSD, and he hastily covered Lu Yuesheng's mouth, exclaiming, No, I'm afraid of you. Is that not permissible? Lu Yuesheng's voice was muffled, resonating through Jiang Xingchen's palm. No, absolutely not. My back hurts terribly. Did you not say you would take me out? Let us go, shall we? I haven't stepped outside in 20 days. If I don't soon, I fear I will lose my mobility. My legs feel weak. I beg you, he pleaded. All right. Lu Yuesheng finally relented. I shall assist you in changing clothes. I can change myself, Jiang Xingchen insisted, yearning to reclaim his autonomy. You cannot. Cannot. Are you saying I cannot? Jiang Xingchen retorted, a mix of amusement and irritation in his voice. Indeed, I am 30 years old, an alpha S-class. Without further ado, Lu Yuesheng scooped him up in his arms. You differentiated at 12, 3 years earlier than the average, the only alpha in your class, and the youngest S-class in the school, a boy remarkably beautiful. Your birthday is on January 10th. I missed your 30th, but I promise to celebrate all your future birthdays with you. Is that agreeable? The firm embrace left no room for refusal. Jiang Xingchen, resigned, allowed himself to be dressed anew. The new garments, of course, were not his own. With a smile, Jiang Xingchen quipped, celebrating my birthday every year. Are you proposing to me? Although they had been married for nearly 4 years, their relationship had followed an unconventional path, obtaining their marriage license before embarking on a romance. Do you wish for it? Jiang Xingchen felt a flush of warmth spread across his face. Well, not particularly. Clearly, you desire it. Understood. Is this attire suitable for you? Jiang Xingchen gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He appeared dapper and refined, save for the slightly oversized clothing, which nonetheless rendered him a strikingly handsome young man. After being cared for by Lu Yuesheng for 20 days, he felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed a decade. Jiang Xingchen could not help but indulge in self-admiration, contemplating how charming he must have been in his youth. No wonder he could captivate others so profoundly. Very well, just don't inquire of me again. It makes me quite bashful. Jiang Xingchen truly struggled to endure Lu Yuesheng's incessant requests for his opinion. The latter merely responded with a soft, affirmative sound, and honored his promise to take Jiang Xingchen outside. As Jiang Xingchen delightedly greeted the flowers and greenery along the path, he internally critiqued Lu Yuesheng for his apparent obsessive tendencies. For instance, during meals, Lu Yuesheng would ask the same type of questions in various forms. Do you enjoy this flavor? Is there anything you find unpalatable? You prefer spicy food. But spicy dishes are not conducive to healing. Is this level of spiciness acceptable? You are accustomed to having warm milk before bed. Should I add sugar? Is this sweetness satisfactory? While it might not be love in the conventional sense, it was certainly a meticulous attention to detail. If one were to articulate it, it could only be described as his unique set of rules, respecting you and granting you the power of choice. Yet all things must adhere to defined boundaries. As long as you follow Lu Yuesheng's rules and avoid crossing the red line, he will regard you as a deity. Jiang Xingchen felt that he, the lazy soul, had indeed struck gold. Aside from a bit of physical exertion, there were no other downsides. Where shall we go? Lu Yuesheng followed him slowly, stating, I will accompany you wherever you wish to go. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen found himself at a loss. He was unsure of his desired destination, as everything he saw, be it the sky or the flowers, seemed to be infused with Lu Yuesheng's essence. Even the breeze that brushed against his ear carried the scent of eucalyptus pheromones. It felt as though he had no desire to go anywhere. Every destination seemed devoid of meaning. I don't know anymore. It's your fault. Jiang Xingchen halted, spreading his arms wide. Lu Yuesheng approached and lifted him up. Then I shall take you. Where to? To buy a ring. Chapter 76. Is it worthy of the eye? Isn't there one already? Stop being wasteful. After living alone in the mountains for half a year, Jiang Xingchen exhibited a remarkable frugality, quite unlike a young master. His only expense was a music subscription. His demands were modest. A vinyl record was sufficient for his enjoyment. Beyond that, his highest expenditure was on medicine. It was uncertain how little he needed to sustain himself. Only Yuesheng indulged him with lavish care, ensuring he was well fed and well cared for, changing the sheets 3 times a day without complaint. Aside from the sheets, there are no other troubles. In the fading memories, there seemed to be a pair of rings prepared by their mothers for the engagement banquet. Although intended merely as props for the occasion, they were crafted from genuine gold and silver, and given the generosity of the 2 mothers, they must have procured the finest quality. I earn enough to support 3 of you. Yuesheng placed him in the car and fastened his seatbelt. Jiang Xingchen leaned against the passenger's seat, imagining a scene with 3 versions of himself orbiting Yuesheng, and couldn't help but chuckle. You wouldn't be able to manage. You'd surely wear yourself out. His charming eyes narrowed as he gazed at Yuesheng, his words bold and carefree. What are you thinking about all day? Yuesheng playfully flicked his forehead and started the car, heading straight for their destination. Oh, it's because you kept me cooped up for days that my mind is filled with nonsense. Brother, will you take responsibility for your person? Of course. Yuesheng cast a brief glance at him. Sit still. The car traveled steadily for 40 minutes, passing the suspended bar and Yuesheng's office building. Jiang Xingchen gazed out at the familiar architecture and streets, suddenly experiencing a sense of disconnection, as if he were in a different time. When do you return to work? Jiang Xingchen languidly leaned back, basking in the sunlight. Today. Jiang Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. There's a dinner gathering tonight. Will you join? Jiang Xingchen felt displeased. So, you took me out today because you have a social engagement tonight. No, I simply want to take you out to relax. That gathering pertains to your family's acquisition case. I found someone willing to take it over. If all goes well, it might mitigate some losses. Yuesheng approached his work with the mindset of a pure businessman, which left Jiang Xingchen with an indescribable sense of contrast. It's better if I don't get involved in my family's affairs. Jiang Xingchen waved his hand. You go ahead, but drink less. If you get drunk, you'll end up taking it out on me tonight. You're really not coming? No. All right. Later I will prepare a meal for you before I leave. Jiang Xingchen chuckled softly. The lingering annoyance in his heart dissipated by this sudden burst of warmth. There's no need to cook. I haven't moved around for too long. I plan to visit Nanjia and the others tonight. They have food there. Yuesheng maintained an impassive expression, remaining silent. Jiang Xingchen could not quite articulate why he immediately understood his sentiments. He was displeased. Jiang Xingchen added, after your social engagements, could you kind of pick me up early? All right, came the prompt response. As they spoke, the car had already come to a stop in front of a high-end jewelry store. Upon entering the counter, they were greeted by a young alpha who appeared to be just in his early 20s, his features tinged with youthful innocence. The young man regarded them with an inscrutable gaze, as if assessing something, which made Jiang Xingchen feel inexplicably uncomfortable, a sensation akin to having something precious coveted by another. After a few minutes, the young alpha cautiously inquired, Mr. Liu? Long time no see. I'm Shaoli, your assistant for 3 months. Yuesheng was engrossed in examining a high-end ring, his focus elsewhere, oblivious to Jiang Xingchen's watchful eyes scrutinizing Shaoli. After graduating high school, my father introduced me to intern with you for a summer. You interviewed me, and I assisted you for 3 months. It's understandable if you don't remember me, given how busy you are. As he spoke, his excitement grew, gazing at Yuesheng with admiration. Seeing Yuesheng's demeanor remain patient, he assumed that his father's reputation had left a favorable impression on him. Oh, Yuesheng lifted his head slightly, not engaging in much small talk, merely pointing to the most expensive pair in the high-end collection. What's the production time for this? What kind of customization would you like, Mr. Liu? Following this design, with a blue diamond on the left, hand-carved stars, and a corresponding moon on the right. Shaoli meticulously reviewed the details with him, and soon an AI-generated sketch of the rings appeared on the screen, exquisite and unparalleled. Mr. Liu, Your taste is impeccable, but such intricate craftsmanship will require some time. Typically, it takes 3 months, but I can expedite the process through the VIP channel in as little as 28 days. Would that work for you? Yuesheng displayed a varying degree of politeness, elegantly nodding, then effortlessly showed the screen to Jiang Xingchen. Does this meet your approval? Unbeknownst to the flirtatious Yuesheng, Jiang Xingchen's mood was deteriorating with each utterance of Mr. Liu from Shaoli. Average, Jiang Xingchen replied curtly. Having spent so many days together, both were acutely sensitive to each other's emotional shifts. Yuesheng detected a hint of displeasure in Jiang Xingchen's tone. Do you dislike it? Or do you feel uncomfortable? He set down the tablet and naturally placed his hand on Jiang Xingchen's forehead to check his temperature. Jiang Xingchen's mood suddenly lifted, and he candidly admitted, uncomfortable. What do you feel uncomfortable? Yuesheng pulled him closer, as if oblivious to the surrounding onlookers, poured a glass of water, and, after tasting it to check the temperature, offered it to Jiang Xingchen. Jiang Xingchen accepted the water with a smile. I've been craving a smoke. You haven't let me indulge these past few days, and my mouth feels itchy. He then drank from the spot Yuesheng had just sipped from, and after placing the glass down, intertwined his fingers with Yuesheng's. Shaoli stood behind, lost in thought. Jiang Xingchen suddenly turned and remarked, the styles here seem quite youthful. Shaoli immediately donned a professional smile, replying, indeed, sir. If you do not fancy that particular style, we have other collections for you to peruse at your leisure. It is not that I dislike it, it is rather unique. However, having been married for nearly 4 years, I find such youthful styles inappropriate, Jiang Xingchen stated, disregarding any response from Shaoli as he confidently reached into Yuesheng's pocket, effortlessly retrieving a pack of cigarettes. May I inquire where the smoking room is? My apologies. The smoking room is just over there, to the left, and then a right. Shaoli regained his composure. Initially believing that Lu Zong had merely brought along a male companion to select a ring for fun, only to realize that he had been married for quite some time. Oh, I forgot to mention, the smoking room requires a password, which is 4 zeros. But Jiang Xingchen had already wandered off. Yuesheng seemed to sense something amiss. He chuckled softly at Jiang Xingchen's retreating figure. As my wife just suggested, perhaps you could find some more styles. I'll accompany him for a smoke. Goodness. Shaoli's heart raced once more. Could it be that the usually stern Lu Zong could smile? His smile was truly captivating. Due to irregular business trips these past few days, I will strive to resume updates at midnight by the day after tomorrow. Chapter 77. A declaration of possession. Please enter the password. Jiang Xingchen felt awkward, reluctant to return, and asked Shaoli for the code. So he leaned against the wall beside the smoking room, lost in thought. He had no desire to purchase a ring. He only wished to return home and rest. Being out was hardly enjoyable. Home was far more pleasant. In a state of utter despondency, he reflected on how easy it was to transition from frugality to extravagance. Yet how challenging it was to revert back. 0000, he muttered, and the electronic lock emitted a soft beep, the door to the smoking room swinging open. Just as Jiang Xingchen was self-deprecatingly sighing, a tall shadow enveloped him, exuding a warm presence and ushering him into the smoking room. Yuesheng's voice brushed against his ear, low and husky, laced with a teasing pressure. Feeling restless, The automatic door slowly closed behind them, and Jiang Xingchen found his hands once again entwined with Yuesheng's, his body trapped between the wall and Yuesheng's chest. The sound of their heartbeats resonated in the silence of the smoking room, their heated breaths intertwining, saturating the confined space with warmth. Jiang Xingchen lifted his chin, pressing against Yuesheng's shoulder, murmuring, I feel quite uncomfortable. You need to soothe me. He gazed at Yuesheng with displeasure, pondering why he had never noticed this fellow's capacity for flamboyance before. Observing Shaoli's wide-eyed admiration, he mused that such fleeting romances were often drawn to innocent young men. You find 7-digit rings beneath your notice. How am I to placate you? Yuesheng feigned ignorance. Seeing the playful glint in his eyes, Jiang Xingchen tugged at his tie, drawing him closer, declaring with a haughty demeanor, hand me a cigarette and let me catch a whiff of your pheromones. I am easily appeased. Without further ado, Yuesheng seized his shoulders, leaning down to kiss him. In the instant their lips met, the crisp scent of eucalyptus enveloped him completely. Jiang Xingchen staggered backward, his back colliding with the automatic door switch, causing it to swing open just as Shaoli stood at the entrance, holding several samples. In a public setting, two alphas seemed utterly indifferent to the scrutiny of onlookers, lost in a fervent kiss. Shaoli observed as President Liu possessively wrapped his arms around Mr. Zhang's waist, drawing him firmly into his embrace. With one hand cradling Zhang's face, he tenderly stroked the reddened corners of his lips, deepening the kiss with shifting angles. Jiang Xingchen felt himself grow soft under the kiss, instinctively tightening his hold around Yuesheng's neck, pressing himself closer, his throat betraying him with unrestrained gasps. The smoking room was filled with the delicate sounds of their entwined lips. Shaoli felt his face flush with embarrassment. Jiang Xingchen's back inadvertently brushed against the sensor switch, causing the automatic door to slowly close, completely shutting out Shaoli's gaze. Slightly turning his head, Jiang Xingchen broke the kiss, his lips flushed and breath slightly ragged. Playfully chiding, "You owe me a cigarette for that kiss." Yuesheng held his head, burying it back into his embrace, kissing his forehead and gently running his fingers through his hair, murmuring, "Have I comforted you?" Their cigarette box lay forgotten on the floor, neither of them inclined to retrieve it. Jiang Xingchen felt sticky and comfortable in Yuesheng's arms, acknowledging the sense of security it provided. Ever since the kidnapping incident, he had often awakened from nightmares, only to find Yuesheng holding him close. This feeling of safety had become addictive. It seemed he was increasingly dependent on him after the ordeal. Zhang's face flushed. Was he being overly indulgent? A 30-year-old teasing a pure-hearted youth of 20? "I'm asking you a question. Why are you so concerned for him?" Yuesheng asked, amusement lacing his voice as he mimicked Zhang's phrasing. Jiang Xingchen reached out. His voice hushed. "No, just give me a cigarette. Smoking is bad for your health. Stop pretending. Just give it to me." If it weren't for the fact that they had shared a bed the previous night, smoking the same cigarette together, one might mistake him for a serious person. Yet, Yuesheng leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, "Wife." Jiang Xingchen froze. "What?" "Your heart is racing," Yuesheng said, pressing Jiang Xingchen's wrist against his own warm ear, feeling the pulse throb through their skin, reverberating against his eardrum. Jiang Xingchen found himself momentarily speechless. "Does claiming you excite you that much?" The tone of Yuesheng filled Jiang Xingchen with a sense of pride, prompting him to evade the question. Yet, his neck flushed crimson. The earlier public kiss hadn't made him blush as deeply as this, the veins beneath his skin subtly visible. "Are you happy?" Yuesheng inquired once more. Jiang Xingchen swallowed hard, coughed lightly, then whispered, "Would you like him that way?" Yuesheng chuckled contentedly, leaning down to nip at Jiang Xingchen's flushed ear, answering earnestly, "Since the day you were born, no one else has captured my attention." It sounded a bit twisted. "If you weren't being so adorably obedient right now, I wouldn't have even said it." He then leaned closer, whispering, "Darling, your jealous demeanor is simply too charming. Let's go book a room." Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen tugged at his collar, pulling him down for a kiss. In a confined smoking room, the atmosphere quickly filled with a suggestive ambience, the soft sounds of furniture colliding, mingling with their breaths, creating quite a commotion. This time, it was not just Shaoli. The other staff members also sensed the intense drama unfolding. A few gossiping faces immediately crowded around the surveillance screen, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the excitement, only to realize that the camera could only capture the corners where the two individuals' clothes fluttered slightly. They were in a blind spot of the surveillance. Unable to purchase the ring, the two hurriedly left the smoking room and rushed to the neighboring five-star hotel. The situation only concluded when Jiang Xingchen cried out for his husband. Afterward, Yuesheng was in an exceptionally good mood, cradling the feeble Jiang Xingchen in his arms, gently running his fingers through his damp hair and soothing him. "Don't drown in despair. Be good. Just wait for my return." Jiang Xingchen languidly leaned against him, his voice thick with nasal tones. "What about dinner? Will I starve?" Yuesheng assured him that he would arrange everything so that he wouldn't go hungry. Jiang Xingchen, feeling uncomfortable from the warmth radiating off him, struggled to extricate himself, and crawled to the bedside to find his clothes, muttering, "No." This fellow seemed to be in high spirits, while he himself felt utterly drained. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "I miss my friends. I want to eat meat. Drink. What are you going to do?" Yuesheng found himself hugging air, frowning slightly. "I said I'm going to drink. Just because you can drink, does that mean I can't?" Jiang Xingchen retorted, understanding his implication, his tone irritable. Thus, Yuesheng realized he had indeed crossed a line just a bit. With no choice but to agree, he said, "Drink less. I'll come and pick you up as soon as I can. No need to rush." Jiang Xingchen, fully dressed, strode out the door without looking back, huffily declaring, "It's fine if it's a bit later." At that moment, he had no inkling of how crucial that dinner would turn out to be, a regret he would revisit countless times in the days to come for not accompanying Yuesheng to the banquet that night. Chapter 78, Missing My Husband That Evening. The warm yellow light of the bar enveloped the soothing jazz, creating an exceptionally relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Xingchen languidly sank into the familiar booth as Nanjia animatedly recounted the latest happenings at the store during his recent absence, with Xiao chiming in occasionally. After more than 6 months apart, the friends had a never-ending stream of conversation. "Why are you eating so little?" Nanjia asked, placing a piece of roasted chicken wing onto his plate. "You don't look like you've lost weight. Your face seems a bit rounder. Has your appetite shrunk?" "Has it?" Jiang Xingchen set down his chopsticks and took a sip of the lemonade on the table. The icy liquid slid down his throat, slightly alleviating his inexplicable irritation. "Of course it has," Nanjia frowned. "Is my cooking not good?" "It shouldn't be. These dishes have been praised by my girlfriend." On the table were roasted chicken wings, Italian risotto, and crispy shrimp, all of which Jiang Xingchen adored. Yet today, he found himself eating only a few bites, feeling as though something was missing, the food tasting as bland as chaff. It suddenly dawned on him that it wasn't the food that was lacking. Rather, his palate had been spoiled by Yuesheng's finicky tastes. That guy had obsessive tendencies, a meticulousness for detail. The ingredients had to be fresh, the cooking precisely timed. And even dishes that had cooled halfway through would be taken back to the kitchen for reheating before being served to him. Jiang Xingchen scoffed at himself for 3 seconds, realizing that after indulging in such refined tastes, everything else felt as unpalatable as the chaff. "I'm just not very hungry today," Jiang Xingchen replied ambiguously, his gaze fleetingly scanning the phone screen before darting away again. He deftly changed the subject. "Have you found a new girlfriend?" Nanjia noticed his distracted demeanor. "Huh? What did you just ask me? I didn't quite catch that." Jiang Xingchen momentarily failed to register the depth of his distraction. Beside him, Xiao and Nanjia exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent laugh. Xiao turned to Jiang Xingchen, making a gesture with her hand. "Jiangge, you used to never look at your phone while eating. In the past half hour, you've checked it 8 times. Nanjia pointed towards a cozy corner of the bar. "That's my new girlfriend over there. An hour ago, she came over to greet you. You smiled charmingly, complimented her hair, and remarked how it accentuated her fair complexion." Jiang Xingchen fell silent, his throat suddenly feeling parched. He felt as if he had been transported back to his high school days, when a teacher called on a student who was daydreaming, utterly unprepared to respond. When the teacher turned to write on the board, the classmate next to him would lean over and curiously ask if he was thinking of someone. Now, he found himself in the position of that student as Xiao and Nanjia leaned in together, laughing in unison. "Who are you thinking about?" Initially, Jiang Xingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon seeing the mischievous smiles of the two beauties, his discomfort dissipated. "I'm thinking of my husband." Ignoring their teasing, Jiang Xingchen picked up the nearby drinkware and promptly mixed 3 cocktails. A blue Hawaiian for Xiao and 2 Long Island iced teas for Nanjia, as an apology for you and your new girlfriend. Upon receiving her Long Island iced tea, the beauty at the booth cast Jiang Xingchen an appreciative glance, accepting his sincerity for the evening. Consequently, Nanjia's mood brightened considerably. "Well, look at you. Seems you found your match. When are you treating us to a celebration?" "I don't know. You'll have to ask him." Jiang Xingchen lounged lazily in the booth, embodying the demeanor of someone being pampered. "Didn't he see that you were such a devoted husband?" Nanjia laughed, slapping the table. Indeed, Jiang Xingchen shamelessly admitted, if he doesn't T-check on me for a day, I feel utterly out of sorts. Nanjia shook her head, mockingly commenting, I think you were born to be a masochist. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. Yet, Jiang Xingchen's gaze inexplicably drifted back to the phone screen. The display was dim, devoid of new message notifications. The last message was from Yuesheng, sent at 9 o'clock. Eat more, I'll come pick you up. He raised his hand to illuminate the screen, glancing at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within him. Was he truly becoming unhinged? How could he feel so restless after merely a few hours apart? The more anxious he became, the more he feigned calmness, repeatedly telling himself not to be overly sensitive. Persuading himself it was merely an adjustment to being alone for too long. This self-brainwashing proved remarkably effective, likely an attempt to dissipate his inner turmoil. As Jiang Xingchen began to drink one glass after another, when the conversation turned to gossip, everyone found it easy to chat, and before long, they had all indulged a bit too much. Just before midnight, a slightly tipsy Jiang Xingchen finally received a new message. Something came up unexpectedly. I need to step out for a bit. Please return safely on your own. Be good. Amidst the cacophony of the bar, Jiang Xingchen found his senses dulled by the alcohol that had long since numbed his neural pathways. He caught only a glimpse of the initial words and the final term obedient, chuckling lightly as he tossed his phone aside, dismissively remarking, come pick me up. What a lie. The following morning, Jiang Xingchen awoke on the sofa in his room, disoriented. It was only then that he noticed the message from Yuesheng, which included the words on a business trip. A business trip at night? That seemed incongruous. What legitimate matter could a man have that would keep him away from home after dark? Jiang Xingchen let out a derisive, short laugh and attempted to call Yuesheng. But the call did not connect. He sought out Uncle Lu to inquire with Yuesheng's assistant, who informed him that Lu was absent and had no scheduled appointments. When Jiang Xingchen questioned about the social engagement from the previous night, the assistant confirmed there had indeed been such an event, attended by both General Ji and General Feng, neither of whom had come to the office that day. Jiang Xingchen then tried calling Feng Yu, only to reach his voicemail. He also asked the assistant to contact Ji Wangshu, but that too proved fruitless. Having experienced a kidnapping incident in the past, Jiang Xingchen was all too familiar with the ominous feelings that began to creep over him. A chill spread from his feet to his heart, constricting his breath. Wasting no further time, he decided to drive directly to the inspection office to find Mo Yun and Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, the couple had been dispatched on a mission 2 days prior, a top-secret assignment that severed all external communications. The duration of their task remained unknown. Standing in the cold wind, Jiang Xingchen felt an overwhelming chill envelop him. He instructed Uncle Lu to immediately reach out to his parents, deliberating whether to alert the authorities. Uncle Lu, more anxious than Jiang Xingchen himself, hurried off in response. After a thorough search and countless attempts to reach them failing, Jiang Xingchen continued to call, hoping against hope that he might connect. Just as he was on the verge of losing his sanity, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. Jiang Xingchen swiftly answered, but refrained from speaking, holding his breath to listen intently for any sounds on the other end. As he was preoccupied with his duties, he feared the disruption of communication, lamenting his lack of prepared content. The book would conclude by the end of the month, and for those who had not rated it yet, he urged them to leave a beautiful mark. Simultaneously, he sought requests for side stories, playfully adding, la la la. After a moment of silence, lasting 5 seconds, a familiar, clearly strained breath emerged from the other side of the line. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Xingchen felt as though he had collapsed into his chair, yet his heart remained suspended, tightening with anxiety. The connection was poor, and the voice was low and guarded, almost a whisper. Nevertheless, Jiang Xingchen could discern the words, "Do not call the police." Perhaps it was a telepathic understanding born out of their bond. But Jiang Xingchen realized he must refrain from speaking recklessly. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his chest, and he forced himself to respond with a simple acknowledgement. The line fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by their labored breaths, intertwined with the static of the connection. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen heard a tender laugh on the other end, followed by what felt like a kiss through the receiver. Tears welled up in Jiang Xingchen's eyes, and he felt a swell of emotion. "Just wait for me," obediently. Yuesheng should have ideally uttered just 2 words, or perhaps nothing at all. Yet he still murmured 4. Before Jiang Xingchen could respond, a sudden disruption occurred on the other end of the line. A sharp crackle resonated, followed by an eerie silence. The signal was lost. The entire conversation barely lasted a minute, with their exchanges amounting to no more than 3 sentences and 9 words. Jiang Xingchen stared at the screen, displaying a series of jumbled, unfamiliar numbers, and when he attempted to call back, it unequivocally indicated a disconnected line. In this manner, Yuesheng conveyed his safety. Jiang Xingchen found himself devoid of the opportunity to inquire further, nor did he dare to act impulsively. Yet his trust in Yuesheng was unwavering, intertwined with an indescribable sentiment, a profound certainty of shared existence and demise. Thus, Jiang Xingchen composed himself and reached out to Uncle Lu, instructing him not to contact the police. Uncle Lu, still flustered, replied, "Young master, I have yet to reach Mr. and Mrs. Lu. As soon as I do, I will clarify the situation immediately." Jiang Xingchen urged him to proceed with all matters as usual, to continue investigations without revealing any signs of disruption, as if nothing had transpired. Once he had communicated all that was necessary, he stared blankly at his phone, the nape of his neck slightly warm, as if he could still feel Yuesheng's kiss through the receiver. What on earth had transpired? The terms acquisition case, Feng Yu, Ji family, Dr. Su, and Jiang family bankruptcy formed an incomprehensible puzzle with the limited information Jiang Xingchen possessed. He anxiously berated himself for his habitual laziness and indulgence, regretting why he hadn't accompanied Yuesheng to the banquet. After a lengthy self-reproach, he finally muttered through gritted teeth, "Yuesheng, you scoundrel." A week elapsed without a single message or call from Yuesheng. Jiang Xingchen dialed Yuesheng's number daily, but it was met with an incessant deadline. Was this to be considered karmic retribution? He experienced the frustration and helplessness of unanswered calls. His phone never left his side, even during sleep, for fear of missing an unfamiliar number. 7 days, 180 harassing phone calls, yet none from Yuesheng. He had never yearned for someone's disturbance so intensely. Not being able to contact the police implied he could not reach out to the inspection office, nor could he act recklessly. Another week passed, and Jiang Xingchen began to hallucinate as he gazed at his phone. He started to wonder if Yuesheng had driven him to madness. Was it possible that from the moment he stepped out that day, it had all been a dream? Could it be that even that phone call was merely a figment of his imagination? Was the banquet and the anonymous call simply a dream within a dream, and that awakening again would reunite him with the one he longed to see? Yet, as he forced himself to sleep, upon waking, he found the space beside him empty, devoid of familiar warmth, and without Yuesheng turning to embrace him tightly. Barefoot, he searched the house, but could not find the person he yearned for. The cushions on the sofa, the cup on the coffee table, the utensils in the cabinet, all items bearing Yuesheng's essence gradually faded away. Even the mark on the back of his neck was close to vanishing. In the kitchen, the groceries Yuesheng had purchased spoiled and rotted, ultimately being discarded into the trash by Jiang Xingchen in one sweeping motion. The vast refrigerator, emptied and returned to the time before Yuesheng, stood desolate. 3 weeks had elapsed, and Jiang Xingchen visibly wasted away. A mountain of documents concerning the acquisition cluttered the table. Feng Yu's network of connections, the Ji family's business landscape, the financial flow of the Jiang family before and after bankruptcy. All this information resembled a tangled web of threads, capable of piecing together countless conspiracies, yet restoring the truth felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Immersing himself in this overwhelming volume of information was Jiang Xingchen's sole refuge from madness. When Yuesheng spoke of divorce, he felt no sense of powerlessness. During the bankruptcy, he felt no despair. Even when facing the brink of death during his kidnapping, he remained unfazed. Yet, at this very moment, he found himself ensnared in an immense labyrinth, unable to locate an exit or grasp the truth. A tide of helplessness eroded his spirit. Jiang Xingchen gazed at the empty room, lost in thought, wondering where Yuesheng might be. Why had he not returned? Was he safe? The more he pondered, the deeper his dread grew. Insomnia became his constant companion. Cigarettes were consumed one after another, and his meals dwindled. Whenever tormented by disordered pheromones, he resorted to injecting suppressants. The empty syringes became the detritus of his daily existence. By the fourth week, Jiang Xingchen felt on the brink of collapse. Apart from a calico cat they had both cared for, there was nothing left from Yuesheng. Just as he felt his sanity fraying, a phone call rang out like a lifeline. For the 100th time, Jiang Xingchen answered what appeared to be a nuisance call, pressing the receiver to his ear. He remained silent, as did the caller. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen felt as if he had come back to life. His heart raced as he tightly gripped the phone and tentatively asked, "Is that you?" Yet, the voice on the other end was not Yuesheng's. It belonged to someone familiar. Feng Yu's voice crackled through the line. "Jiang, I truly apologize. Foolishness is eternal, and I shouldn't have trusted him twice." Jiang Xingchen interjected, "What are you saying? Where's Yuesheng? Is he all right?" Feng Yu spoke rapidly, as if pressed for time. "He's fine. He just asked me to call you and let you know. We've encountered some trouble here. Damn it, we've been set up. Don't worry. That guy is always concerned about whether his 30-year-old wife has eaten or slept. It's like he has become a father." Jiang Xingchen interrupted once more. "Where is he? Can you let him talk to me?" There was a brief hesitation from the other end. Then Feng Yu, sounding conflicted, replied, "He doesn't want to involve you, nor your family, you understand?" Jiang Xingchen, growing anxious, implored, "I just want to hear his voice. Please." Chapter 80. I was too foolish. Aside from Yuesheng, he had never begged anyone in his life. Jiang Xingchen clutched his phone as if it were a life buoy, fearing the signal would cut out like last time. Upon hearing the words "please," Feng Yu, who had oscillated between being a steadfast man and a soft-hearted one, found his resolve crumbling. "I'm sorry. He is not here with me right now." Jiang Xingchen pressed on relentlessly. "Where are you? What has happened?" Not being in the country, the situation here is quite chaotic, with private gun ownership rampant. We are currently under the watchful eyes of several factions. Feng Yu appeared visibly troubled, revealing little. "It is indeed inconvenient for him to contact you. This call was made at considerable cost, as he feared for your well-being. Is he truly fine? You are not deceiving me, are you?" On the other end of the line, faint sobs soon emerged, reminiscent of a distressed kitten. Feng Yu was at a loss. The mere thought of the beautiful yet sorrowful face of Boss Jiang, adorned with tears, filled him with compassion. He reassured he is truly fine. If something were amiss, I wouldn't be standing here, speaking to you. Please, do not rush or cry. I should be able to see him tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. At that time, I will put the phone on speaker, so you can hear his voice, but you must remain silent. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Xingchen, with a heavy nasal tone, replied affirmatively. If Feng Yu were to face Jiang Xingchen at that moment, he would undoubtedly berate himself for his inadequacies. Jiang Xingchen resembled a forsaken, homeless kitten, curled up in a corner, trembling. As the torrential rain poured from the sky, he stood, drenched, waiting expectantly for someone. That person would arrive with an umbrella to take him home. Jiang Xingchen inquired once more, "Is there anything I can do?" Feng Yu lowered his voice and cautioned, "Please, for your own sake, do not act rashly." He spoke rapidly. "This matter runs deep and is murky. Their objective is the control of the company, and for now, they will not act against us. However, for you, they will be merciless. As long as you remain safe, we truly need not worry. This will soon be resolved." Feng Yu felt a bead of sweat trickle down, fearing for Jiang Xingchen's safety at such a critical juncture. Yuesheng would not show him mercy if anything were to happen. "Understood. I will await your call tomorrow," Jiang Xingchen said, refraining from further questions as Feng Yu ended the call. Feng Yu was left with mixed emotions, for he detected a sense of obedience and anticipation in Jiang Xingchen's words. He could even envision Jiang Xingchen, lost and yet striving to maintain his composure. A stark contrast to the Jiang he remembered. This filled him with guilt and intensified his loathing for Ji Wangshu. The Ji family had colluded with Yuesheng's uncle, who was an ambitious man, unwilling to remain in a subordinate position, seeking to usurp power from Lu Yuesheng. From the outset, he opposed the union of the Jiang and Lu families, instead focusing on orchestrating a match between the Lu and Ji families. Should the two families unite, he could leverage the Ji family's influence to gradually encroach upon the Lu family's enterprises, securing power firmly in his grasp. However, to his dismay, both Lu Yuesheng and Ji Wangshu simultaneously rejected the marriage proposal. Lu Yuesheng's heart lay with Jiang Xingchen, while Ji Wangshu had her own agenda. When the union failed, Lu Yuesheng's uncle utilized a falsified diagnosis, crafted by Dr. Su, which claimed a deterioration in health necessitating prolonged overseas treatment, using the Ji family's assets as leverage. He conspired with the Ji family and company executives to threaten Lu Yuesheng into relinquishing actual control of the company. Dr. Su had long been a planted informant by Lu Yuesheng's uncle. Yet, he did not anticipate that this unreliable individual would act too hastily, almost jeopardizing the entire scheme. Fortunately, Lu Yuesheng had incapacitated him. Uncle Lu's scheming extends beyond merely coveting the wealth of the Jiang and Lu families. He yearns for Lu Yuesheng's position as well. Through the machinations of the underworld, he intends to ensure Lu Yuesheng's complete disappearance in a foreign land. Fortunately, Lu Yuesheng had his suspicions and took precautions by inviting Feng Yu to accompany him. Among the company's senior executives, Feng Yu possesses the cleanest background and is the most trustworthy. Although Feng Yu initially hesitated to involve himself in Ji Wangshu's affairs, a flicker of self-deception lingered within him. What if Ji Wangshu was not as malevolent as he imagined? He was unwilling to accept the notion that a steadfast man, having lived over 30 years, could be bent by a scoundrel. Thus, he harbored a simultaneous disdain for Ji Wangshu and an involuntary desire for him. Ultimately, the scoundrel proved his nature. In reality, dealt Feng Yu a harsh blow. For the sake of Ji's family, Ji Wangshu could ruthlessly jeopardize his own brother. It was a sight to behold. Despite Ji Wangshu's explanations in the days that followed, Feng Yu remained impervious to any rebuttal. He issued an ultimatum. Not a single hair on his brother's head could be harmed. Otherwise, their conflict would be far from over. He awaited the continuation of their strife. Ji Wangshu remained extraordinarily calm. Feng Yu, incensed by this indifferent demeanor, erupted in anger, cursing, "The greatest regret of my life has been entangling myself with you. It truly disgusts me." Ji Wangshu's fingers curled subtly at his side. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded in a muted tone, "Your brother will be fine. He is far more astute than you. You are the foolish one, foolish to the point of embarrassment." Feng Yu regarded him with a penetrating gaze. "Am I truly that foolish?" Just as Ji Wangshu found himself at a loss for words, Feng Yu suddenly seized his collar. In the next moment, he effortlessly lifted the scheming Omega before him. Their noses nearly touched, and Feng Yu menacingly whispered, "Tomorrow afternoon, I will enter with my phone, and it must remain connected throughout. I care not for your methods. You must ensure the signal remains concealed." The air thickened as the two faced each other like adversaries for an extended period. Ultimately, it was Ji Wangshu who averted his gaze first. "Are you begging me?" "Beg your granddaddy." Feng Yu tightened his grip and then forcefully threw Ji Wangshu onto the cold floor. He then knelt beside him, grasping the nape of his neck. "After this, the debt you owe me will be settled." With his glands seized, Omega's physiological tears began to flow. After a long while, he slowly closed his eyes, swallowed hard, and uttered a barely audible yet crystal clear word. "All right." Once Feng Yu stormed off in a huff, Ji Wangshu remained on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, self-mockingly murmuring, "Settled. Is it?" Chapter 24253244454868. The deep-sea time bomb was triggered once more, rumbling. 2 deep-sea bombs were discovered by the same adorable little one. "Please, dear, send me a private message with a side story or any tale you wish to see, and I shall compose it for you." Chapter 81. Is he well? The following day at 3 o'clock, as the anonymous call vibrated at the appointed moment, Jiang Xingchen's previously slumped shoulders straightened with resolve. His spine stiffened as if the mere sound of Lu Yuesheng's voice could breathe life back into him. He held his breath and answered the call. On the other end, amidst a cacophony of background noise, Lu Yuesheng's voice emerged, clear even through the static. Beginning with a single inquiry, "Is he all right?" A tightness gripped Jiang Xingchen's heart, for he understood that the he in question referred to himself. Silently, he tightened his grip on the phone, striving to suppress the sound of his own breathing. Feng Yu, concealing the phone with palpable tension, felt cold sweat saturate the back of his shirt, fortunately hidden beneath his casual jacket. "Rest assured, everything at home is fine. But what about you? Those brutes haven't done anything to you, have they?" Feng Yu posed a question that weighed most heavily on Jiang Xingchen's mind. Lu Yuesheng, however, responded nonchalantly. "They wouldn't he dare." He then incessantly pressed Feng Yu. "What did you say to him? Did you keep him calm? If you frightened him with your words, I won't let this go." Feng Yu rolled his eyes, unable to endure the scrutiny. "What else could I say? He was in tears, and I merely reassured him that you were well and not to worry. I didn't mention anything more." Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen heard a dull thud on the other end, as if Feng Yu had received a sharp kick, followed by Lu Yuesheng's cold voice, laced with menace. "You made him cry?" Feng Yu felt a surge of frustration. He squeezed Lu Yuesheng's shoulder, quickly scanning his own pockets before reaching to touch the nape of his neck. As a beta without glands, Feng Yu's intent was clear to Lu Yuesheng. The atmosphere shifted, becoming less tense and more intimate. Feng Yu patted his shoulder to ease the moment. "It's just family worrying about you. It's natural. There's no need for alarm." Lu Yuesheng maintained his calm demeanor, yet his tone softened significantly, the words layered with meaning. "There's nothing to worry about. We are all part of the Lu family. At the end of the day, bones are connected to sinews, and sinews to flesh. If it comes to a destructive end, no one will gain anything." Feng Yu and Lu Yuesheng exchanged a few more words. From their brief exchanges, Jiang Xingchen gleaned the underlying reasons why they could not alert the authorities. Firstly, there was no need to drag the entire family into disgrace over a minor issue. And secondly, it appeared that Lu Yuesheng had his own plans, requiring time to navigate the situation discreetly. As Lu Yuesheng subtly signaled to Feng Yu, the latter instinctively leaned closer to him. In that instant, Lu Yuesheng's voice resonated through the receiver, imbued with a husky tenderness, each word piercing Jiang Xingchen's ears with clarity. "Feng Yu, we cannot turn back. Let us resolve this here. Do not overthink. Sleep well, eat on schedule, and seek joy in the moment." Upon hearing the final four words, Jiang Xingchen's eyes brimmed with tears. Seek joy in the moment. Those were the very words he had scrawled on the wall of his room. A fleeting sentiment born from a moment of inspiration. How many office spaces bore those four characters? He had never given them much thought. Yet he had not anticipated that Lu Yuesheng would regard them with such sincerity. As Jiang Xingchen's heart quivered, he belatedly realized that Lu Yuesheng's words were not directed at Feng Yu, but rather intended for him. His lips parted uncontrollably. A torrent of unspoken words constricted in his throat, those suppressed emotions nearly bursting forth. Yet, in the next moment, he raised his hand to firmly cover his mouth. On the other end of the line, sensing his disarray, Lu Yuesheng, without pausing for Feng Yu to respond, inquired somewhat urgently, "Do you understand me? Can you do it?" Feng Yu, devoid of emotion, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen, pressing his hand against his mouth, felt cold sweat bead upon his skin, tears cascading down his cheeks, mingling indistinguishably with the perspiration. How could he still entertain the notion of seizing the day? Damn it! Jiang Xingchen silently cursed himself, refusing to nod in acquiescence. "I know you can." Lu Yuesheng's voice flowed through the wire, tender enough to drown a soul, as if he were reaching across the distance to caress his hair. Feng Yu, maintaining his impassive demeanor, nodded once more. Jiang Xingchen, silently tensing his body, slowly lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Outside the window, the sun sank beneath the earth, and he couldn't help but ponder that at this very moment, at least he and Lu Yuesheng shared the same sky. His tears ceased their flow. On the other end, Lu Yuesheng seemed to sense this connection, and Jiang Xingchen heard him chuckle softly. Good. This time, Feng Yu abstained from nodding in compliance. He seized the moment to push Lu Yuesheng away, declaring, "It's about time. I must take my leave. Goodbye. Rest well and eat more," Lu Yuesheng replied. Feng Yu thought to himself how tedious this was, yet he felt a bittersweet pang. Recognizing that such genuine affection between a couple was none of his concern, the true misfortune lay with those young lovers forcibly separated. With this in mind, he halted his steps and voiced the words Jiang Xingchen would wish to hear. Take care. Safety comes first. Everything else is secondary. Keep your heart guarded. No sooner had he spoken than a stern male voice erupted from the receiver. Hurry up. What are you dragging your feet for? Seeking death? The line then fell silent, replaced by a busy tone. Jiang Xingchen began to count the days on his fingers, striving to keep his thoughts at bay. He resumed his daily routine at the floating bar, picked up his instrument to practice singing, and kept himself occupied with charitable endeavors. The more good deeds he engaged in, the greater the influx of patrons of the bar. Truly, it echoed the fortune-teller's adage, one must break to build anew. He lingered in the desolate villa, counting the days, enduring 2 months of restless nights filled with anxiety, eagerly awaiting Lu Yuesheng's return. By now, 4 months had elapsed since Jiang Xingchen had been marked, and the mark had faded. One day, as he emerged from the back door of the floating bar with a bag of trash, he lifted his gaze to behold a full moon hanging high in the inky night sky, its silvery light spilling across the street corners, illuminating the ground in a shimmering glow. He stared at the moon, lost in thought, reflecting that life is a tapestry of joys and sorrows, just as the moon waxes and wanes. Now that the moon shone in its full glory, was it not time for him to return as well? The more he contemplated this, the stronger his premonition became. It felt as though something significant was on the verge of occurring, as if an important person was about to make their entrance. In a sudden moment of urgency, Jiang Xingchen discarded his trash and dashed outside, the wind whispering past his ears, carrying a faintly familiar scent of eucalyptus. He glanced around but saw no one, so he resolutely followed the elusive fragrance. Running with all his might, gasping, he fished out his phone and swiftly pressed the number he knew by heart. This time, the cold tone of an unavailable line did not greet him. After just 3 seconds, the call was answered. Where are you? Both parties asked almost in unison. Chapter 82. The pain of affection, come on. Let us add some excitement and catch up to the midnight deadline. Today, I shall update 4 chapters. Happy Friday. Late night snack time. Upon hearing Lu Yuesheng's voice, Jiang Xingchen felt his strength wane, leaning against an old sycamore tree to catch his breath. The cool night breeze swirled around him, yet he was drenched in sweat. The wind whistled past his ears, and he suddenly pondered whether his endurance had passed the test this time. The other party, hearing his labored breaths, chuckled softly. Don't move, just wait there obediently. Do you know where I am? Jiang Xingchen's heart raced. Fool, I'm right behind you. Jiang Xingchen turned around abruptly. The streets he had traversed alone for 3 months, invigorated by a single phrase and a familiar silhouette, suddenly came alive with warmth. The figure he had longed for gradually came into view. The arduous and perilous life abroad over the past 3 months had not left him in disarray. Instead, it had added a sharpness that spoke of weathered storms. Lu Yuesheng stood with one hand in his pocket, a black leather jacket casually draped over his shoulder, the empty sleeves fluttering gently in the evening breeze. The dark shirt beneath had its sleeves rolled up to his forearms, and the prominent blue veins traced the contours of his muscular arms. The sun of foreign lands had deepened Lu Yuesheng's complexion, sharpening the already defined lines of his face. When their eyes met, Jiang Xingchen thought he might lose his mind. He was utterly captivating, impossible to look away from. He found himself entranced, his feet moving forward uncontrollably, accelerating until he instinctively rushed towards Lu Yuesheng. The night was thick with shadows, and he failed to notice the scattered pebbles beneath him. Stepping on one caused him to lose his balance, stumbling clumsily forward. Before he could steady himself, the distance of several meters was instantly closed. Lu Yuesheng hastily stepped forward and enveloped Jiang Xingchen in a fierce embrace. Longing, worry, and concern all melded together in this belated hug. Jiang Xingchen stumbled into his arms, their hearts racing in sync. The powerful thud of Lu Yuesheng's heartbeat echoed clearly in Jiang Xingchen's ears. The tension that had gripped him for 3 months finally dissipated in that moment. My dear, why are your legs so weak? The deep, husky timbre floated into his ears, laced with teasing affection, causing Jiang Xingchen's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He could barely stand, yet with flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, he looked up and said, "Don't ask, just kiss me." In the next instant, Yuesheng fervently kissed him. Jiang Xingchen, overwhelmed with emotion, blushed deeply and returned the kiss with fervor, cradling Yuesheng's face in his hands. In the embrace of night, the air resonated with the intoxicating sounds of two souls, heedless of their surroundings, colliding in passionate fervor. Their kisses were fierce and relentless, lips grinding against each other with increasing intensity as a metallic taste of blood began to weave its way upon their tongues. Neither was willing to relent nor to release the other. Their breaths came in rapid gasps, bodies pressed together, hearts racing, yet they remained entwined. Jiang Xingchen, utterly spent, stumbled as Yuesheng held him tightly, leaning together against the rough bark of an ancient sycamore. Their foreheads touched, and they exchanged heated breaths, lips marked with vivid crimson bruises. In a fleeting moment of parting to draw in air, they locked eyes, each discovering in the other's gaze the fervent desire of a long-awaited reunion. The entanglement of their lips was no longer sufficient. Yuesheng pressed Jiang Xingchen's waist, pulling him closer. Jiang Xingchen, blushing and breathless, turned his head slightly, murmuring, "Your kisses hurt me." Yuesheng chuckled softly, tilting his chin to intensify the kiss once more. Just before the need for breath became overwhelming, Jiang Xingchen heard him whisper, "Bear with it." Their lips barely parted when a business vehicle suddenly approached from across the street, its lights flashing as it came to a halt before them. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Feng Yu, his face adorned with a benign smile. "Am I interrupting?" he asked. Both Yuesheng and Jiang Xingchen responded in unison, "Yes." The three pairs of eyes met, and Feng Yu's smile stiffened, his finger pointing at himself in confusion. Should I leave?" Yuesheng encircled Jiang Xingchen with one arm, holding him close, and nodded coolly at Feng Yu. "You may leave, but the car stays." Feng Yu's lips twitched, and he exited the vehicle, retrieving a black backpack from the trunk, resembling a forsaken elder as he silently donned his small bag. He tossed the car keys to Yuesheng, preparing to retreat in solitude. Suddenly, a white sports car sped into view, halting decisively in his path. Yivang Ku, like a forsaken dog, stared at Feng Yu, an amalgam of anger and fear in his eyes. "On what grounds do you declare this over? Why must you always act unilaterally? Do you believe your perspective is the only truth?" Before Feng Yu could unleash his ire, Jiang Xingchen broke free from Yuesheng's grasp. Striding to the side of the white sports car, he seized Ji Wangshu by the collar, compelling him to meet his gaze. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of alpha pheromones erupted, exuding a palpable aggression, the intensity verging on lethal, saturating the air around them. Under such a ferocious display, Ji Wangshu, being an omega, instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet he bore the pressure with remarkable endurance. Suppressing his physiological discomfort, he maintained a semblance of politeness, struggling to say to Jiang Xingchen, "If you wish to strike, then do so." Jiang Xingchen offered no kindness, his fist clenched and swinging without hesitation. However, the blow did not land on Ji Wangshu's face. In a flash, Feng Yu lunged forward, shoving Ji Wangshu aside and taking the punch himself. The force of Jiang Xingchen's strike caused Feng Yu to grunt in pain, blood quickly oozing from the corner of his mouth. He found himself at a loss for words as he apologized to the menacing Jiang Xingchen, acknowledging that he deserved the beating. However, given that one was an alpha and the other an omega, a true confrontation could lead to complications. "Calm down, little boss Jiang," he implored. Ji Wangshu stared at Feng Yu in bewilderment, unsure whether he was touched by his sudden display or influenced by the alpha's pheromones. "What do you mean by leaving a witness?" he inquired. "I'm referring to you," Feng Yu replied coldly, their gazes locking, his aura overpowering Ji Wangshu's. Ji Wangshu fell silent, his eyes reddening, lashes trembling. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen felt a pair of strong arms wrapped around him from behind. Yuesheng whispered tenderly in his ear, "Your husband is tired. Let us go home and sleep together, shall we?" The sound of his voice quelled much of Jiang Xingchen's anger, leaving him with a mix of irritation and anticipation as he glanced at Lu Yuesheng. His expression clearly conveyed a desire to confront, yet simultaneously expressed remorse. I'm sorry. I should have accompanied you to the banquet that day. I shouldn't have acted so petulantly and left without saying goodbye. But how could you leave me all alone? How could you bear to leave me by myself for so long? Chapter 83. I love you, Jiang Xingchen's pleading gaze was unbearable for Lu Yuesheng. He resembled a proud little kitten, wronged yet resilient, looking up at him with sorrowful eyes. Who could resist such a sight? Lu Yuesheng felt his heart soften immensely. He pulled Jiang Xingchen tightly into his embrace, his chin brushing against the smooth skin of his forehead, softly sighing in a tone only they could hear. How could you have lost so much weight? Jiang Xingchen's eyes suddenly grew warm, and he turned his head away, murmuring, "No one is cooking for me. Come home. I'll make sure you're well fed," Lu Yuesheng replied. Upon realizing the underlying meaning of those words, Jiang Xingchen's anger dissipated entirely. He could not articulate the peculiar sensation that washed over him. Just moments ago, he had been ready to lash out, yet now, with just a few words from Lu Yuesheng, he felt soothed. His heart raced again, his mind blank, and all he wanted was to turn around and embrace him. "Make me a bowl of noodles when we get home," Jiang Xingchen conceded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "All right," Lu Yuesheng said, wrapping an arm around him as they walked towards the business vehicle. As Lu Yuesheng opened the car door, he added, "I'll prepare something for you." Jiang Xingchen suddenly laughed, playfully scolding him. "You have such a dirty mind." "Nonsense," Lu Yuesheng responded, starting the engine. "I'm only thinking of you." Ignoring the tense standoff between Feng Yu and Ji Wangshu, Lu Yuesheng pressed the accelerator, speeding away. By the time Feng Yu regained his senses, to mention the fuel shortage, all that remained was the swirling exhaust fumes. With a sigh, Feng Yu called for a rideshare. Ji Wangshu was determined not to let him leave. Their relationship was a tumultuous blend of love and resentment, continuing to entwine amidst the streets. Meanwhile, the fuel warning light in the business vehicle flickered to life, indicating a critical fuel level. Lu Yuesheng gradually brought the car to a stop by the lakeside. As the vehicle settled, he unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned toward Jiang Xingchen in the passenger seat. Before Jiang Xingchen could react, he had already secured the nape of the other's neck. Leaning down to kiss him, their bodies intertwined, pressing Jiang Xingchen between the seat and himself. As he caressed his back, the air inside the car became hot and thick. They kissed fervently, breathing heavily into one another. Lu Yuesheng's fingertips slowly traced down the prominent Adam's apple of Jiang Xingchen, gliding over his waistline, gently lifting the hem of his shirt, his warm palm directly exploring within, resting on his taut yet slightly frail abdomen. The signs of malnourishment from 4 months' hardship flickered a trace of heartache in Lu Yuesheng's eyes, yet his movements grew ever more tender. His fingers instinctively sought to delve deeper, his arms tightening around Jiang Xingchen's waist. Jiang Xingchen returned the kiss in a flustered, hasty manner, feeling the shift in atmosphere. In his panic, he exhaled a soft gasp, his elbow colliding with the steering wheel. A blaring horn suddenly pierced the air, abruptly interrupting their intimacy. They were compelled to pull away, foreheads touching, breaths mingling, their eyes reflecting each other's flushed cheeks and fervent emotions. A few glistening droplets lingered at the corners of Jiang Xingchen's mouth, which Lu Yuesheng tenderly wiped away with his finger. His fingertips caressed the soft, reddened flesh of Jiang Xingchen's lips, filled with an uncontainable affection, before reluctantly withdrawing his hand. The two gazed into each other a sighs. "Why are you being disobedient?" Lu Yuesheng mused, tracing the jut of Jiang Xingchen's collarbone, pondering how he could have become so thin. "Why am I disobeying? I listened to you. I didn't report anything. I waited for your return. I remained still as you asked. Haven T, I followed your wishes enough for you to be satisfied." As he spoke, the pent-up grievances and anxieties from 3 months surged forth, the feigned anger gradually transforming into genuine ire. "I know nothing. I can't ask anything. Throughout all, you've only called me 3 times, and 2 of those were from Feng Yu. What on earth are you doing, Lu Yuesheng?" His chest heaved with the weight of his accusations. Is this your way of retaliating for me, having distanced myself from you for half a year? You want to let me have peace, and you deliberately torment me. Is that it? Initially, Yuesheng listened with a serious demeanor, but as the words continued, he couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded in agreement, while gently smoothing Jiang Xingchen's tousled hair. However, Jiang Xingchen grew increasingly agitated, feeling more and more wronged. How can someone like you exist? One moment you're buying rings as if you're proposing to me, and the next you disappear, running off to some foreign land. Utterly unreachable. Is it amusing to toy with others like this? Why are you silent now? Is my question so difficult to answer? Speak up, Yuesheng. Suddenly, Yuesheng leaned in, capturing his slightly trembling lips in a kiss, laughing softly. My dear, I believe you adore me more than you can admit. Jiang Xingchen's mind spun, his heart raced. After a moment, he hoarsely replied, Yes, it's unbearable. Lifting his gaze to meet Yuesheng's sharp, confident face, Jiang Xingchen felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, attempting to push him away, only to have his wrist firmly grasped, forcing him to growl in vexation. You're so annoying, Yuesheng. Yuesheng pressed a kiss to the slight crease in Jiang Xingchen's furrowed brow. Am I really that bothersome? Very bothersome, utterly detestable. Jiang Xingchen's skin, kissed by him, felt both numb and heated. Even the roots of his ears flushed crimson. Yet I love you. Yuesheng gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Xingchen's soft waist and whispered close to his ear. Jiang Xingchen's heart skipped several beats in that instant. The most dreadful silence enveloped the air. It was uncertain who felt more anxious, the one confessing or the one receiving the confession. After a moment, Jiang Xingchen tilted his head back and lightly bit Yuesheng's Adam's apple. Say it again. Yuesheng chuckled softly, proclaiming, I love you, Jiang Xingchen, typically sparing with words. Yuesheng now ardently reiterated his affection. I love you. I love you dearly. My love for you is boundless. As he intended to express more, Jiang Xingchen suddenly raised his hand to cover his mouth. His face flushed, saying, Stop. In the moment their eyes locked, the atmosphere thickened with an intimate tension. Just as Jiang Xingchen withdrew his hand from Yuesheng's lips, they kissed once more. A tidal wave of longing, grievance, and love surged within that kiss. Yuesheng hastily fumbled for the t-shirt he had prepared in the car. Their kisses grew fervent until, at the instant Yuesheng tore open the plastic bag, a commotion erupted by the lakeside. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night. Someone has fallen into the water. Help! Jiang Xingchen turned at the sound. Not far from shore, a child around 6 or 7 years old was desperately thrashing, his small body bobbing on the surface, seemingly on the verge of being engulfed by the lake. The child's parents cried out helplessly on the shore, scrambling to rush into the water, only to be repelled by the frigid lake. A few scattered onlookers stood frozen, their faces filled with shock, none daring to leap into the water. Before Jiang Xingchen could react, Yuesheng had already exited the car and leapt into the icy lake. The water instantly swallowed the man who had just professed his love. A wave of terrifying panic surged within Jiang Xingchen. With 2 chapters remaining. Chapter 84, Double a Mutual Bee. A note at the beginning. This story does not feature mutual attacks. Shunbao is a blissful little zero. The B mark in the title also denotes no Z. But fortunately, your language skills are commendable and your English is not lacking. T. Who remembers this little darling? Wind. This round is your domain. Hurry and conclude this encrypted fairy tale. It seems suspiciously watery. Jiang Xingchen swiftly dialed the emergency services while also calling for an ambulance. The child swallowed several mouthfuls of lake water. His small body swayed and soon lost strength, drifting towards the lake's depths in a daze. Yuesheng dove into the water to rescue him. Both the man and the child disappeared beneath the surface. The water lay still for a brief few seconds, ripples gradually fading away. Those seconds stretched infinitely in Jiang Xingchen's perception, feeling like an eternity. Jiang Xingchen fixed his unwavering gaze on the lake's surface, his heart rising to his throat until Yuesheng returned safely. This time, he worried for less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Yuesheng emerged from the water, bringing the child with him. As they reached the shore, Jiang Xingchen quickly draped a black leather coat over Yuesheng. Fortunately, amidst the crowd, there was someone knowledgeable in emergency first aid who took over the rescue of the child. Ignoring the parents' expressions of gratitude, Jiang Xingchen firmly grasped Yuesheng's arm, pulling him toward the vehicle. Yuesheng allowed himself to be almost dragged along, his drenched body still dripping cold water onto the ground. Yet, Jiang Xingchen trembled even more violently than he did. The mere thought of that infinitesimal yet existent possibility compelled Jiang Xingchen to hold on tightly, exhibiting a determination that he would not let go. It seemed he cherished himself deeply as well. Yuesheng pondered this, realizing that in this moment, his affection for Jiang Xingchen had reached a pinnacle of sorts. Humanity possesses this peculiar trait. Only in the face of potential loss do we learn to cherish what we have. Standing on the precipice, when one realizes they are on the brink of falling into the abyss, they clutch the hand of the person before them with reckless abandon. Jiang Xingchen, almost in a frenzy, disregarded Yuesheng's towering height and forcefully shoved him into the back seat of the car. He turned on the heater, locked the doors, closed the windows, and pulled down the curtains, executing the entire sequence with fluid grace. Then, unable to contain himself any longer, he fervently began to kiss Yuesheng. Not a second was wasted. "Darling, I'm soaking wet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yuesheng teased, all the while planting kisses on Jiang Xingchen's earlobe. "Shut up." Jiang Xingchen steadied his breath and bit down harder on the skin near Yuesheng's Adam's apple. "Did I permit you to speak, you scoundrel? Wow, going wild enough to steal my lines." Yuesheng smirked, resigned to the moment, and deftly removed his wet clothing. Water droplets cascaded down the toned contours of his physique, exuding a semblance of sensuality despite his drenched appearance. It was a perfect demonstration of engaging in carnal acts with utmost seriousness. Jiang Xingchen busied himself wiping away the water from Yuesheng's body, entirely oblivious to his own clothes that had long since soaked through. Clinging to him like a second skin, nearly transparent and outlining his lean, powerful form. This sight was a feast for Yuesheng's eyes, causing his Adam's apple to bob uncontrollably, an insatiable desire stirring within him. Both were well acquainted, and 3 months apart had only ignited their mutual longings. Their mouths and hands were far from idle. Yuesheng groped for the packet of treats they had just torn open. In a moment of turning, Jiang Xingchen's lips aligned with the nape of Yuesheng's neck, and an overwhelming surge of repressed worries, fears, regrets, affection, and unwillingness flooded his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Xingchen felt the urge to assert his dominance as an alpha. After all, he too was an alpha, was he not? Meanwhile, Yuesheng had just located the plastic wrapper, leaning forward slightly. That half-inch distance ignited an unprecedented peak of Jiang Xingchen's desire for conquest. It was as if the prey that was so close to his lips had attempted to flee, but only deliberately created a gap to entice him. The instincts of an alpha stirred within him, clamoring, why not? What Yuesheng could do, he could certainly do as well. After all, they were both alphas S-class, neither inferior to the other. In less than a second, Jiang Xingchen resolved to embrace a certain determination. As Yuesheng picked up the small, adorable object, a sudden pain shot through the nape of his neck, a moment he found hard to reflect upon. Astonishingly, he had been bitten back by his wife. This boomerang effect felt as precisely timed as the lingering marks he left in the mountains. The dominance of Alpha was provoked, its territorial instincts clamoring for retaliation. A surge of anger instinctively arose within Yuesheng, but this flicker of rage was swiftly subdued by an overwhelming tide of affection. Love surged forth, completely drowning any adverse emotions stemming from his primal instincts. In the throes of mingling pheromones, Yuesheng pondered that his wife's scent had faded, which must have caused her rebelliousness and disobedience. As the prolonged yearning reached its conclusion, Yuesheng first sensed the warmth of tears against his neck, warm, with a hint of saltiness, the tears of Jiang Xingchen. Upon realizing they were tears, his trivial dissatisfaction evaporated. "Why are you crying?" he murmured. lowering his head to gently kiss the tear-streaked corner of her eye before enveloping her in his embrace. Jiang Xingchen nestled into his neck, her shoulders trembling slightly. The image of Yuesheng diving into the lake replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film, accompanied by memories of the past 3 months spent in an empty house, enduring long, solitary nights. Countless terrifying images flashed through his mind, instilling a sense of insecurity. Yuesheng seemed to perceive her panic. "Don't cry, my love." Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed her head against his chest and passionately bit down in the same spot. What did it matter if they were both alphas? They could still anchor one another in their shared essence, providing each other with a profound sense of security through the most primal means. Their love consumed all pain, regret, and barriers. Time did not impose separation. Their reunion deepened their reliance on one another. Jiang Xingchen ceased her tears, her previous sorrow replaced by a playful indignation after 40 minutes. "Have you been biting me for this long?" she chided, her voice hoarse and relentless. Yuesheng feigned innocence. "I couldn't help it. As your husband, I must exert myself more than you." She swatted him away, eager to refuel. "I'm starving. I need noodles." Yuesheng, undeterred, retrieved the small object, insisting, "What's the rush? Let us use it first. We mustn't waste it." Before Jiang Xingchen could retort, he pulled her back into his embrace once more. Thus, she came to an unfortunate realization. The business vehicle was far more resilient. What a painful revelation. Chapter 85. This beast Jiang Xingchen was somewhat perplexed. Why was it that, despite both being alphas, this man could continue to tire her out for another 3 hours? After exhausting her, he even bit her again with insatiable desire. If not for a passerby colliding with their vehicle, it seemed that Yuesheng had no intention of letting her go. How could he possess such boundless energy? It was as if the 3 months apart had replenished him with vigor and cunning. Having not engaged in alpha activities for 3 months, why does he feel an overwhelming sense of emptiness? Moreover, during this period, he may have overindulged in inhibitors, nearly forgetting his own pheromone disorder. Just moments ago, in a reckless display of diligence, his pheromones surged wildly, the dual stimulation of both body and glands nearly overwhelming him. "Be honest with me," Jiang Xingchen murmured as he rested on Yuesheng's shoulder. "During this time, you haven't done anything to betray me, have you? Why does it seem like you've acquired so many more skills?" His thoughts spiraled. Yuesheng pinched his cheek, reminiscing about when he had nurtured him into a little chubby bundle. Now he was gaunt, lacking substance, with parched skin clamoring for satisfaction. "My underworld connections enjoy late-night films, and I'm forced to listen in." "Enough, I don't want to hear that." Jiang Xingchen quickly covered his mouth. Unable to bear the thought of the dangers he had faced abroad, feeling an uncontrollable urge to return and confront Ji Wangshu. Yet, he also sensed the futility of violence. "What's the connection between Feng Yu and Ji Wangshu?" Jiang Xingchen unexpectedly inquired. Only then did Yuesheng realize he had never discussed the ties between the two with Jiang Xingchen. Was it significant? Who would have thought that what he deemed trivial had unknowingly sparked misunderstandings between them? "Well, Feng Yu was turned by Ji Wangshu. He is quite rigid. If he engages with someone, he likely won't seek anyone else in his lifetime," Yuesheng explained. "Why do you look at me like that?" Jiang Xingchen asked, bewildered, as a multitude of clues flickered through his mind, eventually coalescing into a complete picture. "So, the one who slept with Ji Wangshu is him?" Yuesheng pondered for a moment, then casually replied, "It has always been him. Is there anyone else?" Jiang Xingchen sighed in exasperation, suddenly realizing how much he and Yuesheng had missed. His heart warmed, and he instinctively leaned in to kiss Yuesheng's lips, a gesture of apology for his misunderstanding. However, Yuesheng hardly regarded this minor interlude, feeling the warmth of his partner's initiative reignite the fire in his eyes. He grasped Jiang Xingchen's waist, swiftly flipping him onto the seat. "We're almost out of gas," Jiang Xingchen exclaimed, and as if on cue, the car's air conditioning ceased, revealing an empty fuel tank. Neither could determine who felt more embarrassed. Unfazed, Yuesheng rummaged for a new t-shirt, tearing it open with a possessive air. "Call a driver for later. We'll have the car towed tomorrow." Jiang Xingchen sighed in exasperation. How long is later? Darling, you're incorrigible. Initially, he had no intention of witnessing the sunrise. Yet, as the first golden rays pierced the horizon, cascading through the car window onto their sweat-drenched skin, Jiang Xingchen found himself resting against Yuesheng's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, devoid of the strength to even move a finger. He beheld both the moon and the sunrise this time. The lake shimmered with sparkling waves. The morning breeze carried a refreshing chill, while the warmth of the person beside him brushed against his hair. In this moment, all unease dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming affection. The two emerged from the chaotic atmosphere of the car, breathless, inhaling deeply, their eyes reflecting the brilliance of the morning sun, unaware of how many times they had kissed. The unfortunate driver, tasked with this job, endured the myriad sounds of passion emanating from the back seat, accompanied by shameless and vulgar utterances, bravely navigating the vehicle to the upscale neighborhood. Just as his patience was waning, a thick stack of cash was handed to him from the back seat, a sum sufficient for him to take a week off from work. Elated, he pocketed the money and hastily returned home to his wife. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingchen and Yuesheng seemed insatiable, kissing their way from the villa entrance to the staircase, their clothes askew, their steps unsteady. On their path, they encountered Uncle Lu, who, upon hearing the commotion, was greeted with a scene of them tearing off each other's clothes without so much as a greeting. Lu's initial excitement at seeing Yuesheng return safely was overshadowed by the sight before him, now a chaotic pink mosaic of scattered garments. With a wry smile, he muttered to himself, "Youth is indeed a blessing. This household cannot function without me to manage the mess left by these young masters." After a brief moment of self-satisfaction, he straightened his back and added, "Indeed, I am the finest steward." With renewed vigor, Uncle Lu began to tidy up. However, it wasn't too long before he was disturbed by the incessant noises from upstairs, causing him to shout, "If you break the bed again, you'll have to fix it yourselves." Inside the room, the bed sagged under their weight. Jiang Xingchen felt Yuesheng's grip on his shoulders as he was turned, his back arching as Lu pressed against him, firmly anchoring him down. Heavy breaths brushed against his ear as Lu inhaled the pheromones lingering in the nape of his neck, his other hand lightly grasping Jiang's neck, their chests rising and falling in sync. The pressure of his fingers caused a slight sensation of breathlessness, sending shivers down Jiang's spine as he heard Lu's restrained swallowing. "Are you utterly in love with me?" Just as the sound escaped Jiang's lips, Lu seized his chin, demanding a kiss. That kiss lingered in Jiang's memory, a blend of comfort and dominance, devoid of any pheromones, yet conveying an unmistakable sense of possession. Their kisses grew increasingly fervent. At first, Jiang could respond, but soon he surrendered entirely to Lu's desires. The subsequent events faded from his consciousness, his mind solely recalling the moment when Lu took hold of his waist and forcefully leaned in for a kiss. In the evening, Yuesheng prepared a steaming bowl of beef noodles for Jiang Xingchen, yet did not manage to appease him. Once again, a rift emerged between them, this time due to Lu's harsh demeanor, which Jiang protested against. He even suggested sleeping separately. Lu was visibly displeased, casting him a stern look that implied he should understand. However, Jiang was unusually resolute. To express his discontent, he took a pillow and retreated to the window seat to sleep. As he walked, he murmured to himself, pondering why this creature lacked a susceptible period. Wasn't it said to occur once a year? The following morning, the window seat cushion sagged slightly. Jiang Xingchen was curled up inside, pretending to be dead. After a night of tumult, his bones felt as though they had been disassembled and reassembled, leaving him too weak to even lift his arms. Suddenly, he felt a corner of the blanket being lifted, a cool breeze mingling with a faint hint of eucalyptus pheromones wafting in. A warm body pressed against him, an arm circling his waist with just the right amount of pressure. Yuesheng rested his chin on the top of Jiang Xingchen's head, his voice deep and husky. "Are you angry with me?" Jiang Xingchen buried his face deeper into the cushion, eyes closed in feigned slumber, unwilling to grant him even a glance. He could distinctly feel the vibrations from the chest of the person behind him, along with the weight of the hand resting on his waist. not too heavy, yet still igniting a whirlwind of confusion in his breath. An unhappy wife could lead to severe consequences. Yuesheng tousled his hair, drawing him closer. Don't be mad. Let me soothe you. It's too cramped. Get off me, Jiang Xingchen protested in a muffled tone. Yet, Yuesheng, like a bandit, pinned him down, not allowing him to move. The window seat was already narrow, and with two adult alphas pressed together, their body temperatures blended, pheromones intertwined, causing the air to heat rapidly. One could say that if a married couple embraced without any reaction, it would be time to register at the ABO hospital. After a while, their heated breaths intertwined. Adults are often honest about their desires, and the younger one typically succumbs first. Yuesheng leaned in to kiss him, but Jiang Xingchen turned his head away. Refusing the kiss, his eyelashes trembling. You go take a shower. Yuesheng whispered in his ear, together. I don't want to get up. You go by yourself. Jiang Xingchen kicked at him with his foot, only to have Yuesheng grasp his ankle. The icy touch against his skin sent a shiver through him. A delicate chain wrapped around his ankle, pulling his legs apart gently, forcing him into a compromising position against Yuesheng. Half kneeling beside him, Yuesheng supported his waist with one hand while the other caressed the skin of his ankle, the sound of jingling bells resonating from the window seat. Wife, you smell delightful. Perhaps due to their mutual marking, they had never found each other's pheromones particularly appetizing before, but now it stirred both their interests. The collision of pheromones brewed an atmosphere of intimacy in the confined space. Jiang Xingchen felt himself faltering, his expression shifting subtly. You go first. I'll join you shortly. Yuesheng understood the unspoken consent behind those words, his fingertips brushing over the silver bell on Jiang Xingchen's ankle, eliciting a light quiver from him before he released his grasp. As he rose, he leaned down to place a soft kiss on the cool skin, his lips grazing the bell, producing a delicate chime. Hurry back. I'll be waiting for you. Yuesheng turned and headed to the bathroom. Solitude. The sound of running water filled the air. Jiang Xingchen listened, the spot on his ankle that had been kissed still tingling, warmth creeping up his skin as he sat up. With bony fingers grasping the edge of his garment, Jiang Xingchen deftly shed his attire, followed by his trousers, which lay scattered at the edge of the bay window. He retreated into the bathroom. A figure was pressed against the glass door of the shower. Soon after, Jiang Xingchen's voice, filled with indignation and embarrassment, echoed, Not in the morning. Yuesheng, with nonchalance, exited the scene. The bathroom glass bore numerous fingerprints. The rising steam enveloped the warm air, forming beads of water on the glass, which slowly trickled down along the handprints, blurring into indistinct wet stains. Jiang Xingchen languidly indulged in a cigarette within the bathroom. As he inhaled, he inadvertently brushed against the corner of his mouth, which had been bitten by Yuesheng, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain. This fellow must surely be a dog, he mused. After finishing his smoke, Jiang Xingchen scrutinized his reflection in the bathroom mirror for a considerable time, then adjusted his angle to capture a photograph that revealed his jawline, the reddened corners of his mouth, and the marks on his collarbone. A few minutes later, Yuesheng received the photo along with a message. Where has the bastard who did this to me gone? Amused, Yuesheng saved the image and replied. A little something came up. Jiang Xingchen retorted, You always have something. As Yuesheng's fingers grazed the phone screen, before he could formulate a response, another message arrived. How do you plan to appease me? Each second seemed to stretch infinitely as Jiang Xingchen stared blankly at the other party is typing. Solitude. A new message popped up. May I have the honor of inviting you on a date tonight? A smile crept onto Jiang Xingchen's lips, and he allowed a few seconds to elapse before responding. All right. Yuesheng replied instantaneously, I'll come and pick you up. However, Jiang Xingchen held a deep-seated resentment towards the word wait, as those solitary nights spent in anticipation pricked his heart like countless thorns. He promptly messaged Yuesheng, No waiting? I'm coming to find you. Where are you? This time, the typing indicator lingered for several minutes on Yuesheng's end, likely due to indecision and revisions. Ultimately, the message that emerged was simple and straightforward. At the place where they sell rings. Only then did Jiang Xingchen belatedly realize that he might have disrupted a surprise's ceremonial essence. Yet, compared to the panic of passive waiting, this slight regret was utterly trivial. The 3 months of Lu Yuesheng's absence, along with the 6 months of missed time between them, incessantly reminded Jiang Xingchen that love cannot afford to wait. For tomorrow, an unforeseen events may arrive without warning. Thus, he could not delay. Jiang Xingchen adorned himself meticulously, selecting one of Lu Yuesheng's shirts, the collar slightly open, revealing a faint bite mark on his neck. His hair was carefully groomed, with a few rebellious strands left to cascade over his forehead, adding a touch of youthful exuberance. He drove towards his destination. Despite feeling a body sore yet exhilarated, Jiang Xingchen remained oblivious to the car, silently trailing him from behind, maintaining a discreet distance. On the bustling road, his vehicle occasionally changed lanes and accelerated, with the trailing car adjusting its speed and route in a leisurely manner, like an inescapable shadow, persistently following Jiang Xingchen, as if waiting for the opportune moment. I'm afraid I can't continue. I'm too exhausted, my eyelids are heavy, and I hardly know what I'm writing. Good night. I'll pick up where I left off tomorrow. Chapter 87. A proposal tomorrow is Monday. I must hasten to complete a chapter. However, since my phone is confiscated, the obedient ones won't be able to see it anyway. Suddenly, a brief vibration emanated from the car's Bluetooth. Jiang Xingchen glanced at the screen, where the AI assistant displayed an incoming call from Mo Yun. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he lightly tapped to answer. It's been quite a while. Finally back from a mission with your husband? Mo Yun sighed, just returned. Nearly fell into the hands of that group of brutes. The current perverts are utterly deranged. The types of explosives they're using are incredibly complex. I can hardly memorize the internal documents, let alone outsmart them. A wet sound of a kiss unexpectedly came through the phone. Mo Yun swiftly changed the subject. Ahem. Enough of that. I recall you urgently sought me out 3 months ago. What was it about? I can't quite remember. Adhering to his principle of brevity, Jiang Xingchen downplayed the matter. Nothing significant. On the other end, Mo Yun sensed the veiled implications in Jiang's words and fell silent for a moment. Then, glancing at the heavy documents in his hand, he asked, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Jiang Xingchen paused, uncertain of Mo Yun's intent. The bad news, please. He always preferred to save the best for last, ensuring that every outcome was a happy one, with prior experiences merely serving as embellishments. Flipping through the documents, Mo Yun remarked, the bad news is, wait, I remember it being here. Without even glancing closely, he casually flipped a few pages for him. Here it is, you silly goose. Mo Yun rolled his eyes internally, focusing on the documents, and then silently scolded himself. He had reviewed this thick stack of papers multiple times, while he had only glanced for less than 3 minutes. How did he remember it? Enigma's mental privileges? How unjust, Mo sighed. On Jiang Xingchen's end, he sensed a hint of affection in Mo Yun's tone. Enough of the display. Just tell me. Mo Yun collected his thoughts and scanned the documents. The bad news is that the doctor who previously abducted you, Dr. Su, has long been colluding with relatives of your husband's family. This matter not only implicates the Lu family's economic affairs, but is also connected to several medical cases. Our investigation traced it back, and it turns out this Su is even linked to foreign criminal organizations. He paused, his tone growing serious. Dealing with those foreign elements will be quite challenging. We need to coordinate with regulatory agencies from different locations, which complicates matters significantly. You must ensure your safety. Although Jiang Xingchen had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Mo Yun sent a chill down his spine, and a cold sweat began to form. He tightened his fingers slightly, striving to keep his voice steady. Yes, we will be cautious. With you keeping an eye on things, I feel reassured. Now, what is the good news? Mo Yun's tone brightened. 6 months ago, you mentioned that your mother planned to liquidate the Jiang family assets, but suddenly, the beneficiary of those assets changed midway, and your mother seemed utterly unconcerned. I have always found this matter suspicious. After conducting some discreet inquiries, I initially had no leads. However, whether by coincidence or design, I stumbled upon a connection to Uncle Lu from the Lu family. The good news is that we have secured irrefutable evidence of his involvement in the Jiang family acquisition case, and we have already deployed personnel to monitor his movements. Jiang Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Upon hearing the exclamation from the other end, he instinctively inquired, "What is wrong?" "Drive forward without stopping. Try to remain in areas with surveillance." Mo Yun's voice rose in urgency, laced with a hint of panic. Finally, Zhou, he spoke up on the line, seemingly calming Mo Yun the moment he began to speak. "Jiang Xingchen, from this moment on, you will follow my instructions. I will direct you where to go." "Can you do that?" Jiang Xingchen responded swiftly, "Understood. Am I being followed?" "Yes," Zhou replied before turning to Mo Yun. "Contact Lu Yuesheng." The background noise of the call soon revealed Mo Yun's commanding voice. "Team 2 is responsible for interception. Team 3 is on standby for support. He is armed. An A-level alpha, surrounded by innocent civilians, and there are foreign forces involved. Do not allow him to escape." Without needing further elaboration from Mo Yun or Zhou, Jiang Xingchen quickly grasped the situation. The pursuers, realizing their scheme had been exposed and faced with undeniable evidence, were likely prepared to resort to desperate measures. They intended to take down both the Jiang and Lu families, seizing their assets and fleeing abroad. Following Zhou Yi's directives, Jiang Xingchen maintained a steady course. Soon, he received a call from Lu Yuesheng, who opened with, "I need to propose to you. You must not come to any harm." Jiang Xingchen felt a flush of embarrassment and softly replied, "I'm on speakerphone, connected to the inspection department's internal line." "I know." Lu Yuesheng's voice remained unperturbed as he reiterated, "You must not come to any harm." "I know," Jiang Xingchen echoed, and then the internal line fell silent, leaving only the intertwined sounds of their breathing. This brief exchange of merely 4 lines was clearly heard by an enigma standing by, along with 12 alphas, 10 betas, and 5 omegas. Apart from the already married Zhou Yi and Mo Yun, the rest were all single and yearning. They exchanged glances, a collective sorrow washing over them. "This is torment. We are the ones suffering." What began as a meticulously planned scheme, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lay in wait, transformed into a brief yet intense gunfight 2 hours later at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Uncle Lu had intended to take innocent bystanders hostage near the factory, but he was oblivious to the fact that those seemingly ordinary passers-by had already been quietly ushered to safety by Teams 2 and 3. As his plan crumbled, just as he decided to go down fighting, 2 S-level alphas ruthlessly deployed suppressive pheromones against him. One was his own nephew, Lu Yuesheng, while the other was an even more formidable and unreasonable figure of the Jiang family. Pinned to the cold concrete floor, Uncle Lu clutched Lu Yuesheng's collar fiercely, his nails nearly digging into the flesh, as he growled menacingly, "We had a deal. I take what belongs to me, and you swear not to call the police. You beast! Dare you betray the Lu family?" Lu Yuesheng's expression remained cold. "I did not call the police." "That's nonsense." Uncle Lu's eyes were filled with fury. How could they possibly uncover that line? "If it weren't for you, you wretched brat, selling me out, how could they trace it back to me?" Mo Yun approached and cuffed him, mocking him with a retort, "It's not just you. Those behind you will also be ensnared. It's only a matter of time. How difficult is it to investigate?" Yet Uncle Lu remained fixated on Lu Yuesheng, who suddenly shot back with a cold response. "So what if it's me?" He then stepped closer, offering him a cigarette. "Uncle, I could overlook your actions as a gesture of our familial bond, leaving you a way out, but you shouldn't have touched my people." Uncle Lu stared blankly at the impeccably dressed man before him, his eyes brimming with seething hatred, mentally cursing their shared ancestors through generations. He couldn't fathom what underhanded tactics Lu Yuesheng had employed to not only uncover irrefutable evidence that could imprison him, but also to escalate the matter to the highest supervisory authority, obliterating any chance he had to redeem himself. Jiang Xingchen mused that Lu Yuesheng was indeed capable of such deeds. He had always been this kind of person, silently ensnaring you in traps of his own design, all while maintaining an air of gentlemanly composure. Was he not the same? Once believing himself the master of the game, he ultimately realized he was merely prey caught in Lu Yuesheng's net. Yet, he found a twisted satisfaction in this. A willing acceptance of his fate, yearning for it even. He watched Uncle Lu fiercely clutching the cigarette, his gaze still dangerously fixed on Yuesheng, and, unable to contain his impatience, stepped forward and delivered a sharp kick to his groin, causing Uncle Lu to curl up and cry out in pain. Jiang Xingchen then bent down, snatched the cigarette from his lips, tossed it to the ground, and ground it underfoot, grumbling, "Next time, I really need to have a serious talk with my mother about not giving money away indiscriminately. It's hardly better than feeding it to a dog." Emoyin glanced at the writhing criminal on the ground and muttered, "Ah, to act so recklessly that one might as well be reborn without descendants. Self-inflicted misery deserves no sympathy." Jiang Xingchen, overhearing, nodded vigorously in agreement. With an air of mock solemnity, he clasped his hands together and gazed skyward. One must not engage in malevolence. Umitba. His demeanor was devoid of the ferocity he had just displayed. Yuesheng, however, was not in the mood for such distractions. His attempts to purchase rings had been thwarted twice, leaving him exceedingly vexed. He wished to wait not a moment longer. With a possessive demeanor, he pulled Jiang Xingchen close and whispered in his ear, "Darling, I wish to propose to you." Chapter 88. A favor among adults. This domineering CEO was interrupted by Mo at an inopportune moment. "I kindly ask you and your little darling to come with us to record a statement." Jiang Xingchen, little darling? Yuesheng shot Mo a cold glance. In the distance, Zhou Yi directed an even colder gaze at Yuesheng. Yuesheng, Mo Jiang Xingchen sensed that if this exchange of glances continued, Enigma and Alpha would soon come a blows, so he quickly stepped forward and nodded at Mo. "All right, I will follow your lead." Yuesheng's face reflected his displeasure. Yet he had no recourse but to tighten his grip on Jiang Xingchen's hand to express his discontent. Jiang Xingchen, unperturbed by his dark expression, playfully traced circles on his palm with her delicate fingers, gradually dissipating Yuesheng's restlessness. The process of taking a statement proved to be more intricate and protracted than anticipated. As dusk descended, Jiang Xingchen sighed inwardly, lamenting that the jewelry store would soon close. And Mo, sensing their shared urgency, contemplated that since the weather was uncooperative, perhaps he should assist in their endeavor. He approached Zhou Yi quietly, suggesting, "Leader, I believe we've gathered enough information. Should we not allow them to leave?" Zhou Yi, glancing lazily at Jiang Xingchen, who was leaning and gazing at her partner, nodded slightly. "She may leave." However, he cast a cold glance at the visibly impatient Yuesheng, asserting he cannot. And Mo promptly nudged him with his elbow. "They're getting engaged. How can you separate them?" "No, he just glared at you," he retorted. And Mo chuckled, pinching him. "Don't be so petty. That was hardly a glare, merely a sign of discontent. It's normal for the public to misunderstand our work." "No." Zhou Yi's stance remained unwavering. "Darling, the young couple has had a tumultuous journey, with twists and turns, separations and abductions. Can't you be magnanimous?" Zhou Yi interjected ruthlessly. "They are willing participants, enjoying this ineffective tug-of-war. Am I wrong to indulge them?" And Mo vigorously shook his head, assenting, "You are right. You're the most generous and the best." Yet his mind raced with alternative strategies. "Let us wrap this up. I'll tend to your wounds when we get home." Zhou Yi, however, paid no heed to his further comments, simply inquiring, "Will you?" And Mo steeled himself. "Let us just say." 10 minutes later, Jiang Xingchen left with a broad smile alongside Yuesheng. As they exited the inspection office, he couldn't help but murmur, questioning Mo Yun's seemingly compromising demeanor. At that moment, Jiang Xingchen was oblivious to the fact that his brother had sacrificed much for his happiness that night, regretting the vulnerability he had exposed in his efforts to support his friend. Yuesheng arrived at the car first, tapping on the passenger seat, indicating for Jiang Xingchen to hop in while he took the wheel, relieved that he wouldn't have to drive. Jiang Xingchen tossed the keys to Yuesheng and plopped down in the passenger seat. He relished having Yuesheng as a chauffeur, enjoying the ease it afforded him. Unexpectedly, Yuesheng did not head to the jewelry store or buy flowers. Instead, he took Jiang Xingchen to a nearly closing noodle shop at the entrance of their school. Jiang Xingchen looked up, surprised. "Isn't this our high school? It's been ages since I last came here." Indeed, Yuesheng seemed quite familiar with the proprietress. Upon entering, she recognized him immediately, promptly reigniting the broth she had just turned off. The elderly proprietress warmly greeted him. "It's been a while since I've seen you, little Lu. Still want beef noodles?" "Yes, 2 bowls, both too young. His without scallions but spicy." "All right." Jiang Xingchen sat perplexed across from Yuesheng, unwrapping 2 sets of disposable chopsticks and rinsing them with hot water. "Why did you bring me here?" "To eat noodles." "Of course, but why here specifically?" Yuesheng gazed at Jiang Xingchen with a profound intensity, remaining silent. Jiang Xingchen felt a flush of embarrassment and remarked, "Please don't look at me like that. It makes me think you want to kiss me." Yuesheng's gaze grew even more fervent. After a moment, Jiang Xingchen glanced at the proprietress who was cooking noodles and asked, "Do you often eat here?" "Yes," came the curt reply. Jiang Xingchen felt a tinge of exasperation at his terse responses, saying, "Don't keep responding with just yes. Speak a bit more. I enjoy listening to you." Yuesheng regarded him for a long while, sitting upright with a stiff posture, betraying his nervousness. It was only when the proprietress placed 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles on the table, the aromatic broth wafting enticingly through the air, that Yuesheng finally spoke. "I once had a crush on someone." With this opening, the lively proprietress effortlessly seized the conversation, her tone laden with nostalgia. "Ah, that was many years ago. I often saw a handsome young man sitting in this very spot, gazing out at the school gate. He never uttered a word when I spoke to him, just sat there quietly. Over time, I realized he was always fixated on a particular boy. Oh, that lad was quite striking, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Like a little star, always radiant wherever he went." The proprietress sighed, her voice imbued with sentiment. "Back then, I was still young, and it felt so wonderful. But he seems to have fallen for someone else." Pausing mid-sentence, she scrutinized Jiang Xingchen closely, suddenly coming to a realization. She suppressed the latter part of her thought and cheerfully wished them to enjoy their meal before hurrying back to the kitchen. Jiang Xingchen, too, sensed the shift. Resting his chin on his fingertips, elbow propped on the table, leisurely picking up a strand of noodles and blowing gently to cool it before bringing it to his lips. He watched Yuesheng intently, waiting for him to continue. However, Yuesheng averted his gaze, stirring his noodles instead, simply stating, "Eat your noodles." Jiang Xingchen typically ate in silence, and Yuesheng had grown accustomed to this quietude during their meals. Yet, a certain restlessness stirred within Jiang Xingchen. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, his foot began to fidget. At the table, the 2 maintained a true silence, while beneath it, the silver chain softly clinked in a provocative manner. "Stop it. Eat your noodles," Yuesheng finally interjected. "Not as good as what you're doing. Eat." Jiang Xingchen retorted playfully, finishing the last bite of his noodles, a drop of broth lingering at the corner of his mouth as he teasingly said, "I can fulfill the 3 promises I made to you, especially the second one. What do you think?" Yuesheng's expression finally shifted. "Oh my, your ears are turning red. How rare," Jiang Xingchen teased, stoking the flames further. Suddenly, Yuesheng pulled out a tissue and reached to wipe Jiang Xingchen's lips, his fingertips brushing against the soft flesh through the thin paper. Both of them gazing at each other with an insatiable desire. They both began simultaneously. Chapter 89. "I want to wait for you, listen to me," Yuesheng asserted with newfound strength in his words. "All right," Jiang Xingchen replied, languidly slumping against the back of his chair, elbow resting on the table, his palm cradling his cheek, a smile radiating from his eyes. Yuesheng gently tapped the cigarette box, alone in the vicinity, refraining from extracting a cigarette to smoke, merely repeating the motion as if it could alleviate his tension. This sense of unease was not characteristic of him. He remained composed when threatened with a gun, during marking, and while making bold statements. Yet at this very moment, seated opposite Jiang Xingchen at the entrance of the noodle shop he frequented in his youth, he felt an unfamiliar nervousness. His gaze drifted to the tightly shut school gate. In a fleeting moment, it seemed to slowly open. From beyond, it emerged a youthful figure, adorned with a smile, his features strikingly handsome, his school uniform slightly disheveled, with the straps of his satchel hanging loosely from his shoulder, accompanied by a raucous group of friends. As he pondered this memory, the 35-year-old Yuesheng felt as though he had been transported back to his 18-year-old self, and a smile crept onto his face. Noticing Lu's smile, Jiang Xingchen could not contain his curiosity, inquiring what had sparked such joy. Yuesheng began to speak slowly. It was during elementary school, when I had just transitioned into an alpha. At that time, it was stipulated that those deemed S-class alphas could skip grades. Jiang Xingchen was taken aback, not anticipating this topic, and after a brief pause, he reacted with mild discontent, lamenting why their cohort had not been granted such a privilege. If he had been able to skip a grade, he could have shared an additional year with Yuesheng. He recalled his own elementary school days when Lu was already carrying a middle school backpack. By the time he graduated elementary school, Lu had ascended to high school. After finally progressing to middle school himself, Lu was soon accepted into an Ivy League university abroad due to his exceptional grades, disappearing for several years. By the time he struggled through high school graduation, Lu had established himself in Silicon Valley, delving into artificial intelligence and machine learning, becoming a notable figure within that sphere. The 5-year age difference, neither excessively long nor short, nevertheless created a palpable generational divide during their formative years. The arrangement for higher-tier alphas to skip grades was intended to protect their omega peers within the same grade. Indeed, their year had such provisions, but Jiang Xingchen likely missed the notification due to his failing grade in biology that year. Really? Was that the case? Yuesheng chuckled, recalling he had scored a mere 24. That must have been a mistake. Jiang Xingchen's long-buried memories resurfaced, and he pondered if there was some truth to this. Due to his inherent pheromone disorder, he had spent much of his childhood in hospitals, listening to doctors drone on about the complexities of ABO biology until his ears nearly calloused. His health issues were never resolved, instead nurturing a rebellious spirit that bred a profound disdain for biology class. There was a year when his defiance surged, and he vented his frustrations during a biology exam by drawing a large turtle on the answer sheet, alongside the scrawled words. Those who wish to study this subject may do so. Jiang Xingchen sighed in exasperation. Karma, it's all karma. Wait a moment, you didn't skip a grade? When I entered middle school, weren't you already in your senior year? Yuesheng simply acknowledged with a nonchalant HM. Realizing this, Jiang Xingchen suddenly understood. Bursting into laughter, oh, why didn't you skip a grade? Yuesheng did not immediately indulge his feigned curiosity and deftly shifted the conversation. In my senior year of high school, before evening study sessions, I often occupied this spot, waiting for a person to finish school. He was always slow, only emerging once everyone else had departed. Previously, my appetite was poor. I would feel full after a mere bowl of noodles. However, since I began waiting for him, I found myself able to consume 2 bowls without hesitation. His fingertips would gently trace the rim of the bowl, as he sought ways to pass the time during our lengthy waits. Due to my frequent visits, the owner of the noodle shop taught me how to prepare this particular beef noodle dish, sharing that the recipe was passed down from her late husband, with the hope that I might one day cook it for my own wife, a legacy of sorts. At that moment, the owner was busy in the kitchen and did not overhear our conversation. Yet, the instant she caught sight of Jiang Xingchen, she understood everything. She realized that Yuesheng was finally going to prepare this bowl of noodles for the person he had awaited for so many years. A dish crafted by her late husband. Just the thought of this brought tears to her eyes. Do you understand now why didn't he skip a grade? Yuesheng posed the question back to me. Jiang Xingchen feigned calmness, feigning ignorance as he asked, Why? Because I want to wait for you. Jiang Xingchen's face flushed crimson, the colors spreading from his cheeks to his ears, even reaching his neck. He suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Despite having shared intimate moments, he felt as if he had returned to the tender age of 15 or 16, experiencing the fluttering heart of first love. I want to wait for you, Jiang Xingchen. Yuesheng gazed at him with intense eyes. Just as Jiang Xingchen anticipated a proposal, Yuesheng poured him a cup of tea. However, every day I wait to see you surrounded by a throng of admirers. Jiang Xingchen, you're never lacking in suitors, are you? This question was difficult to counter, And Jiang Xingchen, lacking confidence, responded hesitantly, "Well, that one is not too bad." Yuesheng scrutinized him. Not too bad, just receiving 30 love letters a month." Jiang Xingchen sipped his cold tea, finding it unexpectedly hot. "Huh? Cough, cough. That's just during peak season." The moment he spoke, he regretted it, feeling as if he had stepped into a trap, entirely led by the other. Stealing a glance at Yuesheng, he noticed an inscrutable expression. Jiang Xingchen thought that this was not a proposal, but rather a reckoning. The prey had willingly taken the bait, yet the hunter hesitated to reel it in. Yuesheng fell silent, all warmth dissipating, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. "Please don't be silent," Jiang Xingchen said anxiously, tentatively calling out, "Brother?" Yuesheng remained unresponsive, his expression dark and unmoved. "Honey?" Still silence. "All right." Jiang Xingchen decided to take a bold step forward, leaning closer, resting his elbows on the table, and softly uttering, "Daddy?" This time, it was Yuesheng who blushed. He clenched the cigarette box in his fingers and continued, "At that time, I believed that any relationship ultimately boils down to mere acquaintance. The fervor of youth is but a fleeting performance. Wouldn't you agree?" His barrage of questions made Jiang Xingchen uneasy. Why hasn't it snowed yet? The wind longs for the snow. Chapter 90, of course. I am willing, but who is Jiang Xingchen? Though his heart raced with trepidation, he maintained an air of calmness, lazily reclining in his chair. Casting a glance with a smile that lacked sincerity, he appeared as if he were a favored one, unperturbed and confidently perched beneath Yuesheng's words. Yet, I later discovered that once a person becomes emotionally invested, they can become woefully helpless. Even if one learns to let go, should that person extend a hand, one will inevitably follow. Yuesheng articulated this sentiment. After a brief moment of silent exchange, Jiang Xingchen broke the stillness, asking, "Are you willing to come with me now?" Yuesheng teasingly replied, "What do you think?" With a facade of indifference, Jiang Xingchen shrugged, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I am willing." Yuesheng countered earnestly, scrutinizing Jiang Xingchen's face for the slightest change. "In the days to come, will you walk slowly with me?" Jiang Xingchen replied with joyful acceptance. "I will be delighted to." Their gazes intertwined, brimming with fervor. In a seemingly ordinary noodle shop that held profound significance, they each savored the last mouthful of their meal, sealing their unspoken promise. The proprietress lingered longer than usual, closing the shop's door 20 minutes late. While the two patrons slipped into the